Want more Halo action? Subscribe to the Halo Esports channel for official HCS highlights, behind-the-scenes content, and player spotlights that take you closer to the pros. Stay in the loop with official updates, Halo Esports history, and our HCS and Community Top 10 series. Don't miss a second. Subscribe now.
Party's over. You belong to me.
Satisfactory.
Special delivery. Betrayal. Combat evolved.
Mental by name, mental by nature.
Mental became easily the best player in Gears of War esports history.
You know, once you have that level of success, that anything but first has got to drive you crazy.
And for a 4-year spree, Billy had the highest KD. He went into the most fights and he came out on top. You saw his character coming at you, you took a step back. Everybody knows his exploits in Gears of War.
Mental definitely on one of the greatest runs, I mean, you could say in esports history.
Those boys were unstoppable.
This is unreal!
You can't help think about the brand of Mental without winning.
My name is Billy Putnam. My gamer tag is Mental. I played Gears of War competitively. I have 22 championship wins in that game.
You should have never stood up! You should have never stood up! Keep sitting down, all right? You're not scared of us!
Gears is different when it comes to trash talking. For me personally, I kind of just stay there stone face, and I let my teammates do all the talking.
Get up! Don't ever get up! Ever! Ever! Don't ever get up! Ever get up! Ever!
Coming to the end of Gears of War 5, Mental was facing a tough decision where he wasn't feeling that passion for the esport anymore, and he had his eyes set on something else.
So yeah, it was a hard decision to quit Gears of War and go to a different game because I didn't have any offers at the time, so I actually had no job.
He wanted to switch to Call of Duty and see if he could become a CDL pro. He did, and actually transitioned into being a starting player on a CDL pro team. So then after CDL came to a close for him, he switched over to Halo.
I knew of Mental from Gears. Obviously, he was like the best of all time, you know? So I kind of knew about him going into Halo. At first, I was like, this guy needs to go back to Gears. Like, he doesn't have it figured out yet. But then he quickly started to just keep grinding and grinding and grinding, you know? He went from a whole bunch of different teammates, Gears teammates to some COD teammates. And then he eventually found Rynoob, and he went from like not the best placements to placing pro immediately with Rynoob.
There has never been a player who's given me a first impression like Billy Mental. This guy was incredible. When I first went into practice with him, I was like, you know, it's an option for us, but it's definitely not our leading option. You know, he hadn't placed pro that season, but we had a lot of time in our off season, and we played, and everything was decided after our first match. Can't really emphasize just how professional he was and how great of a teammate he would continue to be. I heard that first mention of, oh yeah, he's a 22, 23-time champion in Gears of War. I was like, what? No, I just heard he was a Gears of War player. That was definitely an interesting tidbit of information to come after I started teaming with him.
I think what stood out for me in Halo was really the movement you can have. Kind of remind me of Gears in a way, where movement mattered a lot.
And I think just that natural, like, superstar talent that he has can translate to any game, and I think Halo is just perfect because it does have that movement.
Oh my God! Oh, get him, boy!
Love this angling here from Mental.
Captain Clutch himself, Mental, he's just popped a 3-piece.
Are you serious?
Third bullet through the dope. Oh! Mental with nades and his... Oh my God! What?
That could be huge, but someone's down. They're gonna clean up one. Clean up two. Mental nearly found the third. And Mental and two of them. The duo getting the triple kill.
Mental fight into the face. They need people to fight for him like this. Rebound! Clean sweep!
It is so unbelievably important to have not only experience, sometimes in a different esport, but to win. The experience of winning, of how to dominate, of how to be the best you can be at something. Having that experience under your belt is so incredibly, I personally think, necessary when you are trying to go into a new esport.
So as a player, for Mental to be a renowned superstar in another FPS title, to then have to start from the bottom and work your way back through, it's been a fascinating journey to watch. And it hasn't been a straight to the top kind of transition. It's been a grind. It's been through the onlines, it's been to LAN, it's been through Open Bracket to pool play. And now he's on a team with Shopify Rebellion who are making it through to a Championship Sunday.
I think he's that player that your team looks to when you want a little bit of inspiration, when you see him ripping faces in the kill feed, all of a sudden you breathe this confidence, you've got this excitement, you start to believe that I can take down an OpTic Gaming, a Space Station, a FaZe, and I can put myself into a grand finals. If Shopify Rebellion are going to see some success, it will be off the back of something that Mental does.
3 FaZe clan in the most recent minute. So Rebellion are certainly clawing their way back into this one, and that's one way to get yourself going, to get the team going with a triple kill for Mental.
So Mental being considered one of the GOATs of Gears, which is already an insane feature, to then switch to Halo and be a professional and place, I think he's placed top 3 a few times now, like that's insane.
Making a switch to a different game, I feel like is never easy. So the fact that he's able to catch up with everyone's like really like shows how good he is as a player.
Very few people are able to transition from one esport to another and become successful. But to do it 3 times? That's crazy.
The trajectory that he's on, even though it's been slow, it's only ever been one way, which is up. You would imagine that at some point he will be on that main stage lifting a trophy.
Of course, I have my history in Gears of War, but for me, I want to be looked at as a Halo Pro and a champion in this game as well. I don't really care for second, third, or anything like that. I just want nothing but first. After that, I want domination.
If Mental wins a Halo Major, a title, a ring, I think there's a Hall of Fame for GOATs, and he would definitely be in there.
It's not an if, in my mind, it's a win.
There's been a lot of fans that have been there since day one, from Gears of War specifically, and it means the world to me, and I'm glad everyone's been watching, and I hope I can bring one home for the Gears fam, and you know, I think it's past overdue, so.
Want more Halo action? Subscribe to the Halo Esports channel for official HCS highlights, behind-the-scenes content, and player spotlights that take you closer to the pros. Stay in the loop with official updates, Halo Esports history, and our HCS and Community Top 10 series. Don't miss a second. Subscribe now.
What is up, Halo fans? It's Clutch here, and we have the HCS AMD Power Plays Top 10 clips from the 2024 World Championship. All right, let's kick it off at number 10, and what better way to start it than the 2024 World Champions on their way to that World Championship. It's Stellar with the shock rifle. It's against OpTic Gaming in the grand finals, and Stellar gets a killing spree double kill to kick this top 10 off. At number 9, it's Snakebite from FaZe Clan, and Snakebite is on live fire against Cloud9. He's got the sidekick in his back pocket, and he knows how to use it. Rips 2 unsuspecting players for the killing spree off. The one-on-one for the triple is easy slight work for the sidekick and Snakebite. Coming in at number 8, it's Renegade from FaZe Clan, and we're going to be in this same series against Cloud9 here at the World Championship. Renegade on recharge with the shock. You know what's about to happen. The first shot, as clean as can be, the second shot through the shroud. It's a double. Spots the third player. Maybe doesn't hit the shock, but the 2 melees will get the job done for a triple kill. At number 7, Frosty from FaZe Clan, your third FaZe Clan member, and it's against SSG here in the winners bracket semifinals. Legend is trying to run this first fight to give his team a lead. Frosty says no with the plasma. A beautiful instant aid of the plasma will give Frosty the opportunity to find a double. Not only that, but the rest of FaZe Clan are here. They're going to get it, not only the return as Frosty hops onto it, but Snakebite gets a counter cap as well. At number 6, Dead Zone from the green wall. He's got snipe in hand on live fire right now against Shopify Rebellion. Shopify's up 1-0. Dead Zone needs to make a play to keep his team in this series. Dead Zone with a quick scope onto the player camo for a double, a killing spree. The body shot is perfect as he picks up a clean triple kill. Thinks he has another bullet in the snipe, but Dead Zone's gonna have to settle for the triple kill and camo control. All right, number 5, halfway there, Sab from Cloud9. It's Aqua Slayer, and he's got overshield to work with the first player not looking at him. That's an easy single. Here comes Sab with full overshield, making plays. The grenade does a ton of damage, cleans it up with the bandit. The last player alive, ping 3, and Sab kills all of Native Gaming for the overkill. At number 4, Renegade is back for his second clip in the top 10. He's got camo snipe live fire against Sentinels. The first player not looking at him because he has camo snipe. The second player gets the comms. Third player also gets the comms, but Renegade does not care. He finds 3 kills on Sen as all 4 go down. At number 3, OpTic Gaming in the winners bracket semifinals, trying to find the spot in the winners finals. All you have to do is stop one push. The man for the job, you have the right guy with the right weapons. Formal with the shock rifle, the first player gets taken down. The second with the slide is perfect. The damage onto a third will allow OpTic Gaming's reinforcements to get here. Able to capitalize on the rest of Formal's damage. All 4 down for Shopify, and that is OpTic's ticket to the winners bracket finals at the 2024 World Championship. At number 2, SLG from Quadrant, and this kid with a shock rifle in his hands is a problem for anyone, even OpTic Gaming. The first 2 kills are clean. Smells blood in the water, starts to push. The triple is easy, and the overkill. Norwin, you nasty boy, gets the overkill on OpTic Gaming. And the number 1 clip from the World Championship is brought to you by Formal from OpTic Gaming. Dead Zone on the point of view right now, tracking down a player back tower. Able to play his life a little bit here. Back mud, gets info that a player's pushing him. He's going to get some damage onto him. That's actually important because Formal has just gotten a triple kill in the kill feed. Formal then quickscopes the player back green. Bound spawns dummies. Bounds immediately removed from the map. And Formal, for the nastiest kill tech of the year, creates our top 10.
Welcome back to the HCS 2025 Arlington Major, hosted by OpTic Gaming in the beautiful Texas. Look at those views, folks. Absolutely stunning. But I just might say that it might be a little bit more stunning inside here, and that's because we have some world-class Halo 2 watch on the main stage, and it is an absolute vibe in here. I love it. The first Major brings so much. It's tense. It's a little bit scary at times, exciting, so many upsets, so much going on, and especially with the absolute shuffle we've had of a roster mania in the off-season, it's made things nail-biting to say the very least. We have so many different teams contending for not just top spots, but even potentially taking events. We'll see exactly what they are capable of and what they can do, but they're certainly putting their foot down so far. Now, I did say we were going to get into winners round 1, but hear me out, Wes, Tony, okay? I just thought, why not have a little bit of extra Halo on the cards? we all love a bit of an extra game, right, on the main stage. So pool play is still happening. We haven't quite wrapped up all of the business, and we need to see one more series go down. And as you can see, it's in Pool D. Space Station, they need to play Ether here on the main stage just to seal things off heading into the champ bracket. Now, when it comes down to Ether, I actually have on good authority from a guy called Snakebite that I kind of know a little bit backstage. He said to me that Ether are no joke. He said, listen, they're a good team. We saw what they did to Luminosity. We are going to respect them, and we're going to play really, really hard. And I think that says something.
That sounds like Snakebite. He's way too professional. Way too professional to slip up and underestimate his opponents. That's textbook professional Snakebite. You asked me the same question. I'm like, we get to watch SSG beat down Ether. That's what you're kind of hoping for. But we'll see what happens here. I know Ether has a couple of matches under their belt, now being 1-1. SSG not having played today, that could be an advantage that you can look to if you're looking for an Ether upset here.
100%. And I also think the match that they got under their belt being Luminosity, I mean, Luminosity come into this 5th seed. Obviously, it was not what they intended to happen here in Arlington. But I think it does say something about Ether to be able to have done that against Luminosity, you know, a team that has, you know, some experienced players on it. Tony, does it tell you more about Luminosity, do you think, in this situation, or more about Ether?
A little bit of both, to be honest with you. I mean, coming into this tournament, we had question marks around Luminosity, and we wanted to see more of them, and sadly, 0-3 is not what we were looking for. But I think Ether are fantastic. You know, tapping buttons has been that guy for so long, and I look at a player like Lord, even Acid, who have been on that secondary team in Latin America for how long now, but now get an opportunity on that first place roster alongside tapping, alongside Drift. This is a big opportunity for these boys.
It certainly is indeed. I mean, I think when it comes down to how well they're going to fare in this series, I really do think it's going to come to the series layout, so to speak. I think that's where you're going to see some of the old dogs trip up. And, you know, right now they're at a 50% map count on Arlington, so they're 4-4. I mean, okay, not too bad, not too shabby. SSG 5-2. They've slipped up a couple of times. The question is, where can you find them slip up? And now looking at the series layout, we do have Stronghold's live fire to begin with. I kind of like that for Space Station Gaming. I think they are well versed in the Strongholds, especially on live fire. The one that I'm really looking at is map 3, and I think that's when you can really start to get back into the game. That oddball on recharge, I think oddball is where SSG are kind of slipping up just a touch and could use a little bit more time and experience on that. How are you feeling about that series layout?
Yeah, I think oddball is a good place to look at as far as wanting to know more about SSG's improvements. I think oddball is something that when I watch them play against OpTic or Shopify, they tend to struggle, and they tend to, like, the rounds get out of hand very quickly, and when you don't break a setup on your first or second push, all of a sudden it feels like the round is over. I think SSG has struggled with waiting so long to make a good push, and that good push not working, that it actually just loses them a significant amount of time and potentially the round. I think that this is a phenomenal way to improve in an atmosphere like a tournament against a team that has already proven that they can compete with the other teams in pool play, to have a better feeling about your oddball going forward into the tournament. But we need to see a strong performance here to believe that that's going to be the case later on.
It's a really good point. You know, the last time we actually did see them on oddball recharge, they actually did end up losing 0-2 to Shopify Rebellion. So like you said, a great test for them. Obviously, Ether Gaming aren't Shopify, but I think you can still kind of evaluate what they actually worked on, turning those weaknesses into strengths.
100%. Yes, they are not Shopify, but they're still going to give you a good run for your money, to say the least. I mean, we've seen exactly what they can do against other teams. So I do agree, this is going to be a fantastic test of their kind of depth of map pool and mode. I'm looking to see some lights out gameplay from Space Station Gaming to see if they are ready to come to play for day number 2, because things are getting a little bit mixy here. I mean, OpTic and Shopify, they're due to play against one another. Space Station Gaming, yes, if they do win this one, they have one more step until they start getting into those dangerous waters, but that territory comes with having to play up to a standard, and we need to see a precedent set here.
I mean, it's Saturday. Like, there's no more room for mistakes. If you have expectations of winning a championship, putting a banner up in the ceiling, there's no room for slips up. Friday you can slip up and you can make up for it on Saturday, but come Saturday, you want vibes to be high, you want confidence to be all time, and the only way to do that is win series and win these type of series convincingly. So I'm looking at SSG like this is the one that gets momentum going to when you get to bracket play, you already know you're on fire.
Yeah, indeed. I do think I'm looking to see something a little bit special here out of the LATAM team. I think this is a massive opportunity for them. You're going up against a team of absolute vets. And it's funny because I know we have a ton of veterans, but I think when you look across the board of Space Station,
they're old dogs.
They are the old dogs, for sure. You know, obviously they can do all sorts of things, right? They're old, but they're certainly able. But they are the absolute
half of them have wives
vets.
at this point.
What did you say?
I said half of them have wives at this point, if not more.
Very true. We're just waiting for one more on that squad, and it'll be a full piece, right, to say the least, across the board. But Tony, I think this is an opportunity for this team, for this LATAM team, to really make a statement like Europe has so far here today. Do you think, based on what we've seen from them in the history past, because they're fantastic players, we see these names all the time, do they have what it takes on this stage?
I mean, I don't have to go that far back, to be honest with you. I saw what they did in the open bracket. I think they were fantastic. When you look at what the teams from Latin America bring, they bring speed. They bring that bully ball type of mentality. And will it work against some of the top teams in the league, like the SSGs, like the OpTics, like the Shopify Rebellions? We're going to have to see about that. But when it comes to confidence, when it comes to putting down damage and willing to take a fight, I think they're right there with them. They're ready for it. Now the question is, will you win those fights?
Yeah, my player to watch this series, I know the world probably knows about tapping buttons and drift at this point. They've been competing since Halo 5. My player to watch this series has got to be Acid on the side of Ether.
Yeah.
I think Acid has been very impressive. When I play him online in matchmaking, that kid is moving just like some of the best in the world do when I play against them. So I'm very impressed with Acid. If he can perform like at a consistent level that I see from my point of view, I'm like, this kid moves. Like, he's got what it takes. It's a different feeling when you get to main stage and you're actually playing against the Stellars and the Lucids and the Snake Bites of the world. And he goes, I don't want to leave anyone out. But it's a different feeling when you're up there and there's a crowd in front of you and you're on land, but we'll see if he has what it takes.
Certainly is a different feeling indeed, and I tell you what, it hits Diffie getting that extra game. Onset Brav, how about that extra pool play match, eh? Hitting a bit different right now for you guys, getting back on the mics.
Well, lucky.
Yeah.
We love a little bit of extra pool play. You know, we had a little bit of a delay yesterday, and like you said on the desk, we thank everyone for sticking with us, but it means we get moments like this. We get the extra game on the main stage, and we get the SSG going up against Ether, who've gone all the way through the open bracket. So I'm happy. You happy?
I'm excited. And also, the first three game types here, let's not forget that when we saw SSG play formidable opponents on these first three game types, specifically at the Kason Showdown, it was up against Shopify, and not great results across these three game types specifically. You could say there were blowouts against Shopify. So obviously, a very different opponent here in Ether, but it'll be great to see what have they worked on here as they start to round out pool play.
There's some room to capitalize on for sure. Can't wait to see what happens. This one's going to be juicy. Lads, over to you.
Well, let's round out Pool D then. Let's get this game underway. Let's get this series underway and find out if we're going to have another upset here in Arlington, because that's kind of been the theme of what we've seen so far here on Saturday. When you look at one side of the stage, you look at SSG. Coming into this event, kind of talked down a little bit. Outside of the top two was the general conversation, the general consensus from people, but they might be one of the teams who comes out of pools with a 3-0 record.
Right, and also, once again, as we said, a lot to prove for them, because you talk about the veteran talent on the squad. You just heard the desk talk all about it. Really, 4 players, and of course Coach Elamite, who need no introduction. But specifically, I got a chance to talk to Lucid before the event and spend some time with him. And it was fantastic to hear just exactly what they're working on as we take a look at Arlington's stats so far amongst the new duo here in Lucid and Snakebite, leading SSG in the kills category as well as KD. Impressive numbers from both Lucid and Snakebite. But interesting talking to Lucid, and you know, it's a follow-up to the conversation that we had with him live on broadcast at the Kason Showdown, and you summed it up really well, Mark. You said, watch this space, was kind of what summed up what Lucid was saying. In speaking with him, I think he's pretty excited because they've identified these little things, right? When you have a brand new team of veterans come together, there are assumptions that are made at the gameplay level as you go through the pieces. And he was telling me, we're starting to find all these little things, right? Was there an assumption that someone was going to be watching this area during that spawn? And they've picked those apart over the last few weeks, and they're coming into this event ready to play.
Yeah, and they're going up on the other side of the stage, of course, against Ether, who've come through the open bracket, have made this crazy run. One of the 3 non-North American teams to come out and fill in those pool play places, which is showing once again the strength of international Halo, not just here in North America. And this is another test for them, right? SSG coming into this event, we mentioned, maybe talk down a little bit of one of the teams who maybe a little bit more vulnerable than the top 2, but we've seen OpTic look vulnerable, and I'm sure Ether are going to take some inspiration from what we saw from Nemesis a bit earlier and say, hey, we're going to take some fights. We're going to force them to take these ones. We're going to force them to win their ones. And if they don't, then maybe we can get rolling here.
Yeah, absolutely. On the other side of the stage, I think SSG is going to think, you know what, this is probably a perfect way to round out pool play for them. Of course, if we just look at the statistical odds, they should take the series very comfortably. And I think that SSG is going to welcome this as a way to, okay, we need to be firing on all cylinders. We need to have our I's dotted, our T's crossed. But it's a good kind of momentum builder as you get into the bracket.
And I think the big target for them as well is looking at what happened elsewhere, looking at, like you say, how the bracket is starting to look and stack up with potential matchups. Going 3-0 becomes a, you cannot do it. Like, you cannot not do it. Right. You have to go 3-0 here to give yourself a chance in that bracket, knowing some of the big teams that are going to be moving around, maybe falling down to the elimination bracket a little bit earlier than a lot of people would have expected. So for SSG, it's a real chance to feel good going into the winner side of the bracket by closing out here, but it's a real test for them, and I think they're going to be testing this series.
It is, and let's take a look at these game types you have on your screen right here. Specifically, Stronghold's live fire. We saw SSG lose that to Shopify 250 to 111. So yes, it was against Shopify. However, that is a deficit that you're definitely going to have an eye on. Let's also talk about Slayer Aquarius. It was also a loss on LAN against Shopify 50 to 40. And as we look at their last time they played, Oddball Recharge coming into this event as well. Also a loss there against Shopify 2-0. So in terms of, as we said, against strong opponents on LAN play, their first 3 game types here are not strong. And it's going to be a great test to see, okay, what have they worked on over the past 2 weeks of play? How are they going to come in here? And I'm not just looking at score lines because, as we said, given the seeds, this should be an SSG comfortable win. However, I'm specifically looking at how is this played, how are setups broken, how are things held, how are the rotations done on ball, how are they making sure that they're hitting everything they need to in the pacing of Strongholds. There's going to be a lot to look at here. It's going to be exciting to get an extra bonus series for the day.
I agree with you, and I think Ether are going to be looking at this series layout and thinking, hey, if we can send this maybe tied up towards game 3, knowing that SSG haven't looked great in the oddballs of either on LAN or in those scrims in the build-up to this event, then you take the first round of oddball, the pressure all of a sudden completely flips onto SSG. And we know Slayer Aquarius has been a game type historically where one team can run away with it, even if they are the so-called underdogs coming into that game. So SSG also have a few demons to deal with as well on Aquarius Slayer, even with this lineup where they've blown some huge leads online. And it can be one of those game types where if you go behind a little bit, all of those demons start to kind of reappear and you start to get a little bit...
Yeah, that's why a series like this should be really an opportunity for SSG, especially on the comms department as well. We're going to try to get into listening certainly throughout the series as often as we can, because it is, once again, they're not just working on kind of figuring out new game types and the new roster. It is all the way down. I asked Tommy when he was telling me about, you know, we're finding the gaps, we're finding the assumptions. When we were about to set up, say, C-Plat, we thought, of course, this player would be watching dummies, and it just turns out that's not how that player thought about it. But specifically, I was like, how much of that is comms? And he was like, a lot of it's comms. And I was like, it sounds like you need to have your small talk at, say, 110% of what you would normally do. You need to just over-communicate what you're doing to make sure that at this level, when you're just exiting pool play, and maybe exiting pool play with a perfect record, making sure that everything feels good. Let's over-communicate, right? At this level, the comms are such that there is room to say a little bit extra, right? All it needs to be is something, I spawn dummies, right? Just simply saying maybe where you spawned or where you're heading can change everything about how your team sees it off the rip. And then all they have to worry about, as Clutch said yesterday, was focusing on their screen.
I love how you've broken that down, because all we've heard from various members of SSG is get on the same page. And that's what they're talking about, right? Yeah. It's making sure there are no assumptions, making sure that everybody is aware of how each other are thinking about certain situations. And you can imagine with not only the amount of game types, the amount of maps, the new modes that have come in, there is a lot of assumed knowledge that has to be communicated. There's a lot of things that have to be learned about the assumptions of your teammates and how they see situations. And I think you've broken it down beautifully there to kind of get that quote that we keep hearing explained to the viewers and everybody who sat here watching this series and has been watching the journey of SSG to this first major about what they have been trying to work on. Because, you know, get on the same page, you hear it and you're like, yeah, we know. Like, right. And then you start to understand how much actually goes into what is such a simple phrase.
Yeah, and exactly. And then that's exactly where it comes into the execution. And I have to say, for the SSG side and for SSG fans, one of the best parts of that is that you have Lucid and Snakebite on the same team, right? Put those two guys in a hotel room with a VOD review, and my God, will you get unbelievable big brain Halo analysis of exactly what is going on those screens and what they need to change. I would say amongst Snakebite and Lucid, I'd be hard-pressed to think of any other player who would have just kind of a cold, straightforward breakdown of what needed to be different in-game, in comms, and everything like that. So that is a huge superpower of this team. Let's not just forget, at this event, what happens all season long, these two together, assuming we don't see any team changes, these two and the rest of the squad will be looking at how do we adjust this, how do we break that down, and guess what? They've got world championships under their belt for a reason. They know how to adjust, they know how to adapt and evolve their gameplay. That's what we're going to be looking for them, not just this weekend, but all season long.
I think they're excited to play as well with the way that they've started. You know, it was a tough first series that we saw them in on the main stage, but they came through it in those big moments, and big moments are what decide big games. Big moments are what decide big series, and this is a big series for SSG to make sure that they finish in Pool D here 3-0 and go into that winner side feeling extremely confident in everything that they've worked on. But in front of them, it's Ether. Through that open bracket, they have fought, they have scraped, and the LATAM team want to take one big scalp here to see if they can progress in this tournament in the way that they would want. We're into game number 1 here. We're starting off with a POV of Stellar.
See what this man can do. I would say largely yesterday we saw Stellar oftentimes get stifled, shut down a bit, uncharacteristically. But you know the man is going to be ready to play, and he plays 3 days of Halo for a reason. Strong opening here. It's already 3 dead. SSG with an early lead.
Yeah, getting B as well, and having the unfavorable spawns on this game type, not being able to access B almost immediately means that converting B into your command is a great start for you. It shows you've overcome, you've picked up kills, and speaking of which, Ether haven't picked one up yet. The opening break has completely been won here as the first kill does go down to tapping buttons, and the attention turns from scoring, which is continuing, towards that camo that's coming up as well.
Nicely done. Still 3 dead. They are the only player alive for just a moment. Looks like trapped all the way in rat jail, but not anymore. Lucid gets away with everything, by the way. Hits the snipe on Lior and Rat. Steals the camo, also lives to tell the tale. 36-0 off of the rip.
And no one near a stronghold to contest at the moment for Ether as well. Oh, Lucid, he's lining them up. And when you've got camo and you've got sniper rifle in your hands, it's an easy job for a player with this much talent. He is looking very comfortable, and a 5-0 kind of backs that up.
How about this? Even though we see a few kills on the board coming in for the side of Ether, it doesn't matter. It's about to be a trip cap at the 60-point mark. It's still 3 dead. The entire time I've watched the scoreboard, it's been 3 dead. And what a start here from Space Station Gaming.
Still 2 bullets to work with here for Lucid as well. They all had to be very, very careful here. We've seen some no-scopes hit in those positions before for the dummy spawners, but you know it's good when you've got spawners coming in below Lucid with that sniper rifle on the tower. That means that SNG have complete and utter map control.
Killing spree for him as well, still yet to be taken down. Finally, of course, as soon as I mentioned it, he does find a death screen, but what an opening it is here. 91-3 before Ether gets any points on the board.
Now, what can Ether do from this situation? Had to fight against the sniper rifle and the camo at the start of this game. But now that they've managed to take down 3 members of Space Station, with Lucid being the first spawner and last alive, they're looking to put the pressure on themselves. They're going to clean him up, and all of a sudden it's a triple cap flipping the other way. Spawns are coming in on A, and you can see Luar's already flying into A to try and contest.
See if they can pick up off of any of this damage. Would be big if they do, and they can maybe continue the rotations because 3 are dead yet again. So just as you say, Ether proving that as soon as they got out of that vicious cycle and that gauntlet, they're able to fight right back in. There will be a swap here of A and C. However, it will still be in a moment. Points on the board for Ether. They're back in this game.
A really big double kill from Lucid, actually, as last player alive there, and that's allowed the rest of SSG to get back on the map. That's why you're seeing Eco now in position to contest and pick up this camo. And as last alive, we always talk about if you are last alive for your team and you can get a trade, you've done an amazing job. But to come out of a situation where you get 2 and stay alive, that play from Lucid cannot be underestimated. That's why you're seeing now access towards A for SSG. They should be able to convert this, and Eco playing his life so brilliantly with this camo to stay alive and still be an influence on the map.
As you say, a big play from Lucid there that led to everything kind of swapping over for a moment. He's now 9-3 in this game, and of course, if you've been following the preseason commentary, lots of questions around Lucid. No doubt around his skill level, but the question really is, right, what is his legacy from this year? Does he go back to being a Halo World Champion? So much on the line for him and this entire SSG side.
Eco on the hunt at the moment. It's going to be 2 dead for Ether, and now it's going to be Eco's turn to pick up the sniper rifle. Got the repulse to play with as well if he does get pressured by any grenades.
Enemy team.
A bit of info coming in, can't quite connect on tapping buttons, but there's the help from Stellar, but there's the flank coming in from Loire. And look at the flood now coming in. Lucid gets 1, but it's 3 dead again for SSG.
Snake by last player alive. Let's see how he plays this one. Gonna make sure he tries to get this kill in jail, and of course he does. Leave it to him. I'll pick him for a 1v1 any day of the week. And that's big. That'll let the team reset just a bit here. However, take a look at the scoreboard throughout all of this. SSG did get momentary control once again. However, this game is not only is Ether right back in it, we are essentially nearly tied here, and this perfect timing as Lior has this sniper. Let's get into a listen here with SSG.
He went jail. Hey, big door now with QT. Big door with QT.
I'm coming back.
I spawned here, Kevin.
One more. 2 shot. One shot, jail, quantum out. Quantum back B. 1 shot, and just quantum's down.
Big door as well. 2 here. 2
One down, rat zone.
Cement, guys, cement. Cement was weak.
One shot cement.
Go cement.
Back green, 1 shot tapping.
Yep. Quantum back to jail. Quantum back to jail.
He's dead.
I'm leaving in. Going to see.
Ammo in 30.
Bottom back day. I'm bottom back day. Go back day.
Yeah, I'm going.
Yeah, I will.
I'm on cut.
Rat's on, Kevin.
Probably your camera.
2
One shot rat. 2 shot.
I'm hitting A1.
Watching rat.
Tapping was weak.
2 here. I know B down. They're both weak down.
Ammo 5. Ammo 5.
Big door. Top big door.
Top A and big. Going A to key door. Screen.
There's gonna be 2 screens. 2 screens. 2 screens.
Come on. Careful behind us.
Yeah, I heard that.
One guy B.
Yeah, bottom tower weak.
See that?
It's really fun tower.
Cuts.
There's one it. The guys see the one it. Nice. And there's still somewhere C. Towers weak.
Tires.
One shot pillars. Go big door to A. One was pillars. He's still pillars. Close right, Kevin. Close right.
I'm hitting C here, guys.
Pillars, one shot. Pillars.
Yeah, they're gonna hit big door. Gonna hit my big door.
Right in 30.
A dom.
Two, Tommy. Both one shot. Yeah, both. 3 dead.
One shot small me.
All dead.
Spawn
somewhere.
I have tower.
Yo, let's one.
Dummy's weak. Leo.
Keep living. Everyone live.
There's somewhere mud probably.
Yeah, mud spawn. Have shields. Get a shot.
Still blocking big door.
Nice,
camo guys. Camo spawn. One shot cuts. Absolute cuts.
I'm going to
tower.
Yo, mud also. One more elbow. Tapping.
Bomb tower.
Go NA guys. NA one guy.
You're ready?
Light percent.
Nice bro.
4 dead.
I have tower. Might spawn close to me, mud or...
No, elbow maybe, I think. Elbow.
Dummies again. One shot.
Fuck, yeah. One more. Top tower.
Danger tower.
One shot.
Desperate.
We're gonna keep spawning dummies, I think, guys.
One shot dice. Nice. 3 dead. Drip.
Nice.
2 alive.
One shot in A. One shot jail. 2 on me A. Almost one shot.
Need 30 seconds.
I'm here, ready. Keep living.
Need 30 seconds. Wait for spawners. Yeah, I spawned here.
One big door.
One shot. I killed one, Brandon.
2 key door.
Well, it was a perfect time to jump into the SSG listening because ever since then it has been all SSG. 231 on the board. Snakebite with the sniper rifle in his hands, and Acid just learned that firsthand as he takes a bullet straight to the face.
Man, the amount of damage coming out of this guy. Beautifully done here, just holding tower, being an absolute pain. They still continue to hold BC, and as you said, what a time as 3 fall to be into that listening. SSG was getting pushed up against the wall. The game came within about 20 points here as we now hit the final points of the game.
Yeah, this is going to be SSG holding this. Nobody is close enough to a stronghold for Ether to even contest, and SSG, from the moment we went into that listening, completely took control, and they'll be one to the good in this series.
How about Lucid? We talked about the original poster boy of Halo Infinite. The question is he back in full form, Lucid? How about going triple positive, 21-7 in game number 1 of the series to kick things off? And we got to see a lot of that from his POV. It was dominant. He would fly into A, get 2 players perfectly, 1 shot, fly back out big door, finish the kill pillar, stay alive at B, just putting on an absolute clinic.
And he does that kind of magic thing sometimes as well. When that little run you were talking about, throws a spike grenade, just a kill pops up in the feed. It's like a strong side moment. It's like only players like Lucid, something will pop up in a kill feed where they get the extra kill, where a lot of players would not. So very good signs in game number 1 for sure. 250 to 115. That run was really, really impressive from them.
Down as well, but 250 to 115 is your final score in that game number 1. And I gotta say, that first listening, despite what was largely a blowout game in terms of the final scoreboard, loved what I heard, because when we were on Lucid's POV with the camo, he was the only player alive for a moment. He had to make some key plays. The team was also split. You heard a lot of comms about dummies, tower, and C while they were also fighting A battles. And for a moment, it felt like they were maybe going to lose control of the game. Instead, they regained everything, right? They stayed calm. They stayed collected, which you expect from these 4 players, especially with Elamite as well. And in the end, they closed it out very comfortably.
Yeah, really good start from SSG in this win in the opening battle, and that put about 90 points on the board. But there was a triple cap just after the opening break for Ether, which put a little bit of pressure on SSG and I think gave us the opportunity to see, okay, how do you break out of this? Are they going to be able to find a way to stop this bleeding quicker than they have done previously? Because again, go back to that Lucid interview for the KSAN event that we had in the build-up, and it was like, when it's bad, it goes real bad for us at the moment. You can see 60-point runs going into 120-point runs, and they look a little bit discombobulated, a little bit all over the place, but they were able to steady themselves very, very comfortably. And even though there were some good points on the board here from Ether, it was about an 80-point run or so. Then SSG got control and managed to completely turn the game around and
here's the play.
close it out.
Here's the play. Look at this. 2 players, gets 2 shots into him, flies out, gets a pillars call out, finishes that one. Then later, this spike got big, pops in the feet as well, and this was Snakebite to close it out with a really nice tower hold. That brainer against Acid. You may not pass. And no one came to the top of tower at the end. In the end, it's 250 to 115. SSG takes that game number 1 with a convincing win on the board. We will now move to Slayer Aquarius, game number 2.
Well, the good news here for Ether is they don't have to worry about any power weapons on this map. They don't have to worry about the sniper rifle. It's all about just controlling one power-up, and apart from that, it's all about the bandit. It's all about those 1v1s and staying out of the range of that plasma pistol as well on the car side, which has become a real nuisance. Players have become extremely proficient with that in and around those gens on the car side. But as I say, no sniper rifle to worry about. Just play in your pairs, play grouped up if you can. And if you get the opportunity to split spawn SSG and keep them on a run, you got to take it. You got to be aggressive. You got to put them on the back foot.
And also, let's not forget, in that game, we did see Ether bring the game within about 10 points, and they were down 91-0. So that's quite a statement to be able to bring a game back like that against SSG. That is not an easy task, showing that they can go toe-to-toe for moments in the gameplay. The question is, can they do it here in the Slayer? Their big focus as we get into game number 2 will be keeping this game within reason on the scoreboard.
This could be very interesting. Like we mentioned, game number 3 is Oddball. SSG have looked weak in Oddball in the game type suite that we have in Halo Infinite. So if Ether can take this one and send it towards the Oddball, they will be able to test SSG in this series a little bit more than what we saw in that game number 1. But of course, SSG will be looking to go 2-up. They want to win this pool 3, finish this pool 3-0, I should say. And the first step to doing that, of course, is taking this game as well.
Interestingly, late camo grab. Finally, Stellar does grab it, but it takes quite a while, 35 seconds. It's late grab to come on an Aqua camo grab. He will get it in the end. It's traded out, and we're tied 4-4. Really nice counter here on the opening from Ether.
Ooh, nice double kill though from Lucid. There's another player in front of him too. SSG members scarpering away with no shields. And you're about as one shot as you can get now, Lucid. He's going to have to wait a few more seconds for those shields to come back, but they managed to do so. 76 to score, just a 1 kill advantage here for SSG. But you can already see that Lucid is under duress.
Really impressive, first of all, for those 2 SSG players to stay alive on Shroom Stairs, and now just the baiting and switching on Util Bridge. Keeps them with just a small 8-7 lead. I gotta say, Ether with a strong start here, toe-to-toe with SSG.
Snakebite with a big kill on the player who was just hovering around the courtyard there. So SSG now can move up the map. The angles that they can take superior to those of Ether, and with that beat down and that clean up, it's going to be another kill going to Lucid here, who has had another phenomenal start, by the way. He was 5-0 in the last game off the rim.
Man.
This time he's 6-0.
Incredible. And like we said, you heard him pre-season with a new tone of voice and kind of an element of both determination, maybe even frustration. The teams were not taking them as seriously as they need to. And how about a 6-0 start in this game as well, as you say? This man is showing up in a huge way at the OpTic Major.
Lucid does not want to show right now. He wants to stay alive top middle because that camo's coming up in just a few seconds. He's got the green gun as well. A couple of extra shots coming in. Doesn't connect this time around with the green gun, but the top middle control was enough for Stella to get away with the second power-up in a row now. And speaking of 2s, good things come in 2s. It's a double kill for him.
Ooh, he tries to drop and fly table, but regardless, in the end, it is an SSG grab. Really nicely done. Snakebite's going to come away with this camo, and I love how in both of these grabs, on back-to-back camos, they did not rush them. They're confident in playing their game, playing their team shots. They know that the more time that elapses, the better that their situation will be on the map. Now they're up here 21-13. Really nice patient play in the opening minutes from SSG.
That slide's going to give Snakebite some information. Damage coming in. I mean, you look at the feed. 2 shots come in from Snakebite with that camo. Immediately, someone else is in a position to look at the damage from Snakebite and turn it into a kill. No one from Ether at the moment is able to get away with no shields. They are immediately being cleaned up, and there's another one for Snakebite. 5 and 4 for him, but he is leading the lobby with 6 assists.
I mean, beautifully done. It's not easy to fly up an opponent's Shroom Stairs at this level, hit the 3-shot melee, and get away with it, and then trade again. But that's what you expect out of Snakebite. Time and time again, he's going to get the extra kill, the extra damage. And how about Stellar? In this game, 12 and 5 already. A huge reason why his team is now leading by 9.
Big swings can happen in this game type. And Ether need to keep that in mind. At 27-16, it might feel like this game is slipping away from them, but you get a 2 dead, you get a 4 dead, and all of a sudden, if you've got 4 players still on the map, you can really cycle those spawns and cause SSG some problems. Speaking of which, 2 players from SSG fall again. Eco just slows things down for a second, enough to get that kill and get his teammates back on the map. 29-19, it's a 10-kill advantage here for SSG.
And you have to wonder for the side of Ether as we watch this push unfold. We'll see how this goes before we get into what's happened so far. A little bit of waiting, switching. Eco tries to stay alive as long as he can. Finally, he's taken down. But you have to wonder, with the amount of kills that we see on the board, you can't let Stellar go 14-7 and Lucid 7-3 off the rip. 3 fall yet again for Ether. It might be too little too late. I think, Mark, the one thing that we talked about with this team is when they are good, they are scary good. And we're starting to see that right now.
Yeah, I think we're starting to see how good SSG can be. The work has been done. The work has been put in. And even though this is a series we would expect them to win, it's a style in which we were maybe hoping that they would be able to dominate a series like this. Eco with another camo this time for SSG. Ether haven't been nowhere near that power-up.
Man, Eco's doing so well here. Finally gets taken down, but does a whole lot of damage. Doesn't even trade with that first one. And Stellar will clean up the scraps around Pink 1. This is, like we said, it feels like we were only on Stellar's point of view for the second half of that opening killing spree, and before you knew it, they were up by 10. And that's what SSG, when they are clicking, when they are on the same page, that's what they are capable of. And this weekend and all season long, they're going to be looking to find that form as consistently as they can.
Stella's just going to fly, and you can see at the moment that Ether just look a little bit lost on the map. They don't know what way to look. They've got players from SSG flying at them from all different angles, and with 3 dead once again, you can probably understand how that feels. 41-26 to score. Green gun here for Stella. He's going to get another beatdown. Somehow gets away with his life once more. And I think Stella's probably thinking, I want 20.
Man, in the pits, how often are they not trading? They're getting kills where they really, in most situations, players would be trading, but they're getting away with the kill. And of course, as a follow-up, with extra damage as well. Just 6 kills to go for SSG.
2 for Stella to drop a 20 bomb in a Slayer, which is quite rare. Stella down on the bottom of the pink tower at the moment, just waiting for damage. There is that damage. Doesn't get the kill this time, but he's going to slide out towards the front of the base here. Try and take on Tapin. Buttons! That's not an easy fight to win against Tapin. But this is Stella we're talking about.
4 kills to go, and time again, not just winning battles, but ensuring that they don't trade. Another pickup in the kill, and he's 20-10 with 3 kills to go. It's a 20 bomb for Stellar.
Absolutely ridiculous performance in this Slayer, coming in from the man who was so impressive for Space Station Gaming last season. Drift will find 1, but it feels like this is just a foregone conclusion at this point. Drift will fall. Stella, surprise, surprise, gets the final and ends 21-10 in game number 2.
How about it? And Stellar has already been writing history books on what is possible within individual games in Halo Infinite, and he continues to write that story yet again. And it feels like every single player on this SSG roster, you can never count them out of a fight, not just in each game, but even in the 1v1s. And I think anyone who's played enough or watched enough Halo Infinite knows what we're talking about in that game. There were so many scenarios where you would expect at this level trades to happen. Instead, SSG was eking out extra kill, extra kill, extra kill, and it led to so many man advantages, and in the end, a 50-36 game 2 win.
Well, let's see what game number 3 is going to look like. You saw SSG just taking their scheduled break from the series. Take a moment to talk about what has been only positives, I would imagine, from those first 2 games. We'll take a look at the stats as well. I mean, just look at the damage coming out from Stella and Snakebite. It's ridiculous numbers in a Slayer. 21-10.
Massive
21-10, just think about that in a 50-kill game.
And
that's ridiculous.
And Lucid starts the game 7-1. We should also mention the way that he started that game. When you're able to start a Slayer with a 10-kill lead, even though Aqua can be, you know, a little bit of a dicey game in the mid game, when you're starting a game with a 7-1 run, and you're getting that first camo, and you have the lead, and you can be the one poking and prodding and taking chances, it sets the tone for the whole game.
Yeah, I agree with you. And I think one positive again for SSG, something that's a basic of Halo Infinite, and this goes back to our conversation about SSG getting on the same page, just controlling things on the map, controlling pickups, controlling power-ups, weapons, whatever it might be. Game number 1, they had the sniper rifle off the rip pretty much every single time that it came up. They won the majority of those camo fights. Think of Aqua. He didn't get a single camo. Every single clip that you're seeing right here from an SSG player who's got camo, No surprise that they come out of that game. They are controlling everything on the map that is turning into easy win conditions for them to look so good.
Yeah, and there's two pieces of patience that we saw in that game from SSG, or I should really say two aspects that were played patiently. It was not only the camo grab, let's not forget, even though they had a man advantage, the camo was up for 35 seconds before it was scrapped. But you saw on your screen there, while Stellar, was on the car jump, he's also taking his time getting the camo. So they're letting camo go by, and all the while, Ether's panicking, no, we gotta get this camo. And SSG kind of baits it a little bit, waits until they have perfect control to grab, and then you saw time and time again their camo player play it so patiently. And guess what? When you have a 10-kill lead, you can be even more patient. And they kind of just double down, right? And it kind of goes back to the old kind of RTS mantra, when you're ahead, get more ahead. And that's exactly what we saw SSG doing in that game.
We'll have to see if Ether can challenge them a little bit in this game number 3. We mentioned that Oddball has been a little bit of a sticking point for them when it comes to the game types that we have in Halo Infinite, and it's been one where you can see a couple of games where they really haven't quite had the cohesion in the parts moving in the way they would have wanted to look consistent in it, but we can already see work has been done. We know that SSG, one of the hardest working teams that you could possibly put together with the individuals that are on this team. And I'm kind of excited to see how this Oddball goes. I want to see SSG not make mistakes. I want to see them be showing conviction in their decisions on where they move that Oddball, if they go for play balls, and how they formulate breaks as well, should Ether get a setup on the map.
Yeah, and that's what we've seen so far from SSG is flawless gameplay, and you can tell by the scoreboard across the first two game types. I can't think of a single instance where we saw across those first two game types SSG making really a fumble or an error that cost them much in the game or much on the scoreboard. We're going to look for the same in game number 3.
And I mean, one thing that we should focus on as well is that performance in game number 2 from Stellar, because this is a rare performance when you see someone going 21-10 in a Slayer. And this man in this series, 1.45 KD, 31 kills already in just 2 games. By the way, I think he is a man to watch this season, because I think last season it felt like Stellar rose to a new level. He became this superstar. He became the guy when he picked up a sniper rifle that everyone was like, I'll pay money to watch this. Yes. I want to buy a ticket to watch Stellar play Halo. And I think this season it's about trying to match that level, because it almost feels impossible to go above what he did last season. But finding that consistency and being that player once more for SSG is such a vital part of what could be their success this year.
I agree. I feel like there's a little bit of parallels between Frosty's role currently right now on Shopify and Stellar on SSG. Yes, they're god tier snipers and we know what they're capable of. I don't mean to compare them play style wise. I mean X factor wise, right? I think you're going to get a guaranteed consistency out of both of them. However, if they are hitting shots and in god tier mode that we've seen both of them be in throughout their careers, you can almost place your bets on which team will succeed based, right? Just give me a graph of how good each one of those two is playing, and I'll tell you exactly who's going to win the series. And it feels like it's the same with Stellar. He set such a high bar for himself over the past few years. Can he do it again this season? Can he hit even a new tier of not just consistency, but hitting shots that honestly are generally too hot for TV? Like, we can't even believe the stuff we're seeing on screen.
You know what I'd love to see is, like, you have XG in football, where it's like expected goal, you have a chance, it's like, what is the expectation this should be finished?
Yeah.
I'd love to see that with snipe shots. Like, what's the XG of this shot?
Yep. I mean, and even like kill totals, right? And then no one would have Stellar is expected to go 20-10 in this Slayer. Yet we might have to start putting those into the stat lines, because he just dropped a 20 bomb here, double positive in a Slayer. We'll see what he can do on oddball recharge. These guys are ready to end pool play and get ready for the bracket. We're underway here in game number 3.
Well, here we go then. SSG back on the stage, looking to close this series out, looking to close pool play out with a 3-0 record, like you said, Andy, and we're going to continue with Stellar. It would be rude not to. It would actually be disrespectful not to stay on his POV after what he just did in that last game.
Look at the wait and bait starts. I'm telling you, SSG with untraditional, and non-conventional starts to these. They just waited and baited orange door. Might even pick up almost both of those. In the end, though, they do get the camo. I'm pretty impressed with how SSG is playing. We talked a lot about the case on Showdown in the current meta. So we see a shot grab coming in for Snakebite as well. There are times when you need to play this game fast, and there are times where when you can slow down, it will give you a huge advantage. And that's exactly what we see SSG doing yet again.
Well, they've managed to get the oddball in their hands. They also have camo and shock, so the story we were telling about their control of things that are popping up on the map is continuing here in this game number 3. Snakebite. It wasn't visible, now he's very much visible. That is quite the grenade.
God, is that dirty. That is dirty. Misses the shock shot as 3 players go down, maybe 4 on half wall in just a second. Players are going to be spawning here, presumably elevator and A. Misses the shock shot, and 9 out of 10 players are backing down off a glass. Instead, he just 2 little shots as the pipe push comes in. See what he can do first. Almost takes them both down. But then just 2 little shots for dead, which will now give me a chance to finally talk about all that he just did. 2 little shots into long hole, and then the cheeky little pre-nade out that just picks him up before Lior has any idea what even happened on the long haul push, and then he rotates back and does so much damage in red pipes, and off the back of all of that, it's 40-0 off of the opening.
Lucid getting to have a little bit of fun with the shock rifle, not going to be able to connect in the way you would have wanted with those shots, and we'll actually give a shout out to Eco at the start of this game, the start of this round. A lot of conversation about Eco's performance online. If you've watched Eco play Halo for long enough, you'll know that that's not the first time that that's been had. He always turns up when it's the big occasion. At the start of this game, 5 and 2, with almost 30 seconds of objective time as well. It's the perfect start for him.
Speaking of shout-outs, we know, of course, it must have been said many times in the broadcast, but extremely grateful to everyone working overnight to make not just today, but this rest of this weekend possible here, ensuring that everything from last night with some wild scenarios, power to the building was resolved. Many, many parties working all night. And it feels like this event is even more special because we know how many people had to work hard overnight, 2 a.m., to make sure that everything was resolved in the building and we have this venue rolling and we are back into the Halo action. And speaking of rolling, it's SSG now with a 47-point lead.
Yeah, shout out Div as well. Man looked tired today. He been up all night making sure that we were here, able to play today, and everybody that was involved. And for Lucid, a little bit of optimal time for him as SSG continue to keep Ether from scoring a single point so far in this oddball. Eco looking to clean this one up, will do. Grabs a couple of stickies on his way towards another kill as well. We were all trying to get away, not going to be able to. Eco cuts him down as well. 3 dead once again here for Ether.
Man, finally, Acid comes in as the last player alive with an important kill on back A. That's going to force a rotate of the ball, but Snakebite says, see ya! He's going to rotate to some friends. He's got a gold.
Always good to have friends in high places, and those are at gold at the moment. Snakebite's got that green gun, and here come those friends. Here comes the flank from it. Eco as well. You talk about teamwork, things working together. Another trade coming in. This time Eco picks up the kill at a disadvantage, and SSG continue to score here, and SSG continue to control these power weapons. It's another shock rifle here, this time for Snakebite.
Acid doing his best Owen Wilson impressing behind enemy lines. But as we saw, if you go behind enemy lines and pipes and find yourself in a 1v3, it's not going to go too well. Tapping is knowing that poking here might result in a face removal, so he backs down.
2 players looking at sliding the pipes here by the looks of things for Ether, but one big shot here, the chain damage, a headshot from Snakebite, and how things could change. Can't quite connect this time, just get 1 trade, but 3 will fall for SSG in that push. So they've done a pretty good job here, and should finally be able to get their hands on that oddball.
Man, a little bit of deja vu there, right? Snakebite in a 1v2 in pipes and somehow still gets the trade and damage on the other as well. It will be for the first time in the round. Good shots, by the way, from Drift against Stellar. Not easy to do. Maybe a camo grab as well. Tries to shroud it. I think they're going to get away with it. They do. Lior gets away with the camo somehow. And maybe they can get back into this game now.
Now it gives us a chance to see how SSG are going to break. This is something we were focusing on. We wanted to see if it was going to be extended holds where they looked a little bit ragged. First kill does get picked up here by Ether. Still going to be challenging. The camo gets taken down. Snakebite from it at some sort of angle. Commits to that fight as well. Eco trades that situation out. I think he would have much preferred to get out of that one with his life, but at least takes 1 player down. But 33 seconds on the board now in this round number 1 for Ether, and SSG got to get that ball played.
Here comes Stellar, going to fly in. Bonk. Going to throw the ball up as well. Kills will be traded out, but most importantly for the SSG side, they do get the play ball. Lucid also with a little bit of style points to get the last kill. Clears out C. Nice little jump up to C plat, and that will be a rotate. Going to already see the spawners, of course, pushing across Whirlpool, and he's going to tell his friends to gold once again.
Whenever anyone has to fight against Lucid and you just see him hit this strafe, it is so difficult to predict what he's going to do. He's just wiggling all over the place. He's got muscles in his thumbs that not many people do have. There's the attempted grapple, like you say, from Snakebite. Does get cut down, though, and it's going to be Ether who have the numbers advantage. Lucid is now last alive.
Looks like surrounded by opponents. They time the 1v3 appropriately to make sure Lucid doesn't trade anything out, and based on the spawn timing, the damage shouldn't matter too much. Acid now going to fly up. Now, this needs to be perfect hold. It's 94-50. Ether needs to put together something very special if they want to steal this round.
A little bit, it's kind of bunched up on the long haul at the moment, Ether. Don't have a lot of map. You can see that SSG have managed to wrap through the tower without taking too much damage, and that's why you can see tapping buttons getting isolated, and Acid all of a sudden is going to have most of SSG just flying at it.
Good trade there. They need to rotate and they need to get out of dodge, and they did, but now a 2v1 in pipes. This is important. Eco's going to try to join, and with the camo at bat ledge, this is a big part of the battle as well. 3 dead. What a break from SSG. It felt like even though the rotate was coming in, They make it so difficult as SSG, and they're going to play this one slow. Still 2 dead.
Snakebite just wants to grab this ball and get it back to lives. He knows he's got the support of Eco, but he gets cut down. Eco decides, you know what, even with the camo, I've got the timing on this. I'm going to grab this off ball, and I should be able to get around this corner. He does do that indeed. SSG, first round on the board. They are 1 round away from 3-0 in Ether in this series.
Really nicely done. It kind of makes you feel like game number 1, doesn't it? It feels like Ether, they take a minute to wake up. They kind of get the blender in the early game, and then they're able to bring the game back, within reason, but it's too little too late in the end. Really nicely done from SSG. They had a 3-man push at C plat, and in the end, in doing so, they were able to also get their first spawner pipes while Eco's grabbing camo. That made things much more comfortable at the end of the round, and it's once again good late game management. We'll see if they can do it again.
Another camo. If you're looking at simple things to improve on if you're Ether, is controlling power-ups, because it is very tough to fight against Snakebite without a camo. When he's got it, it's even more difficult. He's going to add a grapple to the collection as well.
Just look at the info. Just ping, 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 letting the team know exactly where everyone is, and now the grapple's going to keep them alive here.
Enemy has the ball. At the moment, here's the pivot for the team. You can see he's trying to cover as many angles as he can, and now he's going to play off the damage. Noses the one-shot bottom tower. Good call out from his teammate, and Drifter's last one alive. Well, he's nowhere near that oddball as Eco will take him down. So SSG with a fantastic hold on the map, and it's all from just the information and communication, right? Damage coming in. Cleanups on kills, and it's looking very, very simple for them right now.
Beautifully done from Snakebite and the entire squad. He goes just full recon mode. Sits camo Whirlpool, is able to ping 3 players' locations, and then once he gets the call out, he can just whip right in with the grapple. Maybe a little bit of bat ledge craziness here. Traded out 3 dead, Tapping the only player alive, so maybe you might see a grab. Tapping, I think, tried to maybe just play it a little further bottom mid. It was probably his only play there. That was not going to be easy based on his angle and his damage. Lucid will say, actually, we're going to bring that ball right back home.
Yeah, nice easy triple kill there for Lucid, just cleaning up the damage from his teammates at 15 and 8 with most ball time as well. Lucid yet again having another fantastic game here for Space Station Gaming. 52 points already on the board for them.
Tapping trying to make gold happen once again. Eco absolute pain drilling shots there. And Tapping will be cleaned up in the feed. Take a look at that. So very important damage coming in from him, making sure that they maintain control of gold. Finally, though, I think there's going to be a little bit of a battle here where Acid's at gold.
Another camo.
Camo grab once again. Flawless. Huge shout out to Elamite and the entire SSG squad. It's been flawless power up and power weapon control all series long.
Drift neutralizes the camo. Tapping buttons. Doing the majority of the damage in that, but look at those shots coming in from Eco. Perfect has never been more right.
That felt like his gun was shooting a bit different. That was way too clean. Eco very comfortable, not just in glass, but on LAN in general. They will continue scoring yet again.
The rotate going towards the teammate is just holding down the back of blue. That's going to be Stella. Just be careful on this cross here as Acid has managed to pick one up. He knows something's wrong and manages to get the trade in the situation as well. 4 dead though for SSG. A good break coming in from Ether. They pick up the kills, but the ball did get played bottom middle, so they're going to have to fight for this again.
Yeah, Snakebite's the first one up long haul. Let's see what happens with him in the feed. This will determine if there's a hold or not. They do get the important kill, essentially on the 5th kill, if you will. So Snakebite will be taken down right away. That might provide them with an opening. They're trying to bait from bottom middle. But ball down C-Stars yet again, and it's 2 dead for Ether, so Space Station with a solid break so far.
Yeah, Tapping actually the last player alive in this push. The respawners are now coming in to give him some support, but Eco in the meantime has brought that ball back into the hands of SSG. He's brought the ball to the back of blue, and Stella's got a sniper rifle. I was going to say it's a shock rifle, but in his hands, anything that starts with an SM rifle is pretty damn good.
Oh, almost does it to him at top gold as well. Finally, he's taken down, but most importantly, SSG is still holding the ball. And what felt like it should have been an Ether advantage. Nice little pre-nade on the stacks as well from Lucid. Picks up another one. Don't you dare try to push to the sneaky. He's going to grab the ball as well.
There's some pressure coming from somewhere. It's Tapping Buttons who's last alive. I think the Snakebite's going to try and deal with him as Lucid will grab that ball and go until 100 points of objective time in this game as well. And that brings SSG now within 10 points of closing this game out and closing out the series as well.
Beautifully done. Might even just hold it for these last points as well. Finally, the pressure does come from the Trippy, and they'll need one more hold here. 3 dead Eco, last player alive, gold.
Again, just good patience from Eco, right? Don't need to rush it, just need to win the game. Tapping takes some damage. Oh my word. Eco with perfect shots once again. A couple more into Drift as well. It's 2 dead on the side of SSG. Acid picks up a big kill in that situation, which now leaves Lucid as the last alive. So very similar to what we saw actually in the first round.
Uh-oh.
Space Station only need a few points, but Ether are trying to make this a little bit mixy.
Man, Lucid there coming down with the green gun just absolutely decimates the camo hold. Yes, we see 36 on the board, but it feels like all it will take was not even a break. A half of a break will win the game for SSG.
Snakebite cleans up the damage. Lucid knows there's someone else to deal with before. Snakebite's just following him around and going, thank you for the kills.
That is devastating here. Eco will fall on the immediate ball grab. So we'll be 1 dead. Not done just yet. Might be 3 dead in a second, but of course Lucid has something to say about that. Ball's going to be down on batteries, and things getting a little bit dicey here. 99 points. 1 to go for the round and the series.
Yeah, you can see Eco was just trying to grab that ball and think, I can get away with these few points. On the batteries, I can survive long enough, but Ether keep this one going. Only 1 point needed. They have the ball at elevator, but these kills that are starting to stack up in the favor of SSG and the damage differential that's also stacking up in their favor means that Tapping has to go big inside of the elevator and does exactly that. He finds 2, but he's left his teammate here. Drift, he's down. Stella gets the other one. That'll be the last point on the board here for SSG, and they will close out the series 3-0, and even bigger than that, will finish Pool D 3-0 as well.
And interestingly, in that last round, and even across the entire game of Oddball, they didn't outslay by a huge margin. Instead, it was just perfectly managed Oddball gameplay. The kills were, I think, maybe less than 10 in terms of overall slays. However, SSG looking way too strong in terms of the overall gameplay. Your total score across that game is going to be 200 to 125 in a full game of ball. It's a 2-0 win in the end, and a 3-0 series win.
Just highlighting some statistics as well. We're going to look at that man on the left-hand side of your screen for that last game. 22 and 14 for Lucid, but most importantly, like I was highlighting, a huge amount, triple figures for objective time for him as well. So kills, deaths low, lots of oddball time. It's exactly what you want to see from a player who is so influential to the success of any team that he finds himself on. But I mean, you could take your pick. The one thing that's impressive for me on SSG, we talk about teamwork, getting on the same page. What's a great statistical indication of that? Assists. Yeah. Look how many assists they have in comparison to the other side of the stage. 8, 11, 13, 10. Only one player in single digits. That was Lucid, who had most kills and most ball time.
This was dirty. I mean, come on. Leora thinks he's getting, he did everything he needed to right. He gets the shots on Snakebite. He continues pushing. Not easy to push against any of these players, and you're seeing once again fantastic work from SSG, and it's a similar tale for Ether, right? It's clear and everyone knows that these are fantastic professional Halo players, and they're able to get significant amount of points on the board. Let's not forget, they just essentially had 50 points almost unanswered to get back into that game. This was lovely from Snakebite as well. When you're that anchor player like you described, Mark, when you can whip around and clean up kills that would otherwise be quite obnoxious to have to chase down, it can make such a difference on the map. Look at this from Lucid, pre-nades the stacks, picks up the first kill, does the same on the sneaky, just holding it down. When you can 1v2 like that, God, does that blow the game and the map wide open.
This was such a fun little run to watch at the end as well.
Yeah, this was just...
Lucid's just breaking everyone's shields and going, you kill him, Peach. Peach goes, okay. It's a very nice situation to be in if you're following Lucid around, but he's putting that much damage in. But just a little moment there, just the highlight at the end. Elevator South gets picked up by Ether. Yep. SSG take their time, get the pick, they break it apart perfectly, make sure that they do not let anything get away from them, do not give Ether a chance to get back into that game. They break, they get that extra second, and if you were to ask them how do you want that series to go, I think that SSG would look back on that and go, that's pretty much as good as we could ask for.
Oh, absolutely, without a doubt. They're going to be very happy with that, and it will give them also great momentum going into bracket play. And we got Blaze on the stage with the man Lucid. Blaze, over to you.
Thank you so much, Brav. And on set, make some noise for Space Station Gaming. They're perfect in their pools, and I got Lucid with me on stage. And, you know, Lucid, it was a clean 3-0 for you guys. What was the game plan going into that matchup?
I mean, the game plan right now for us against any team, but it's just keeping it basic, getting on the same page with the basic stuff, the fundamentals. Maybe it seems kind of just really simple to say that, but that literally is all it is for us.
There you go. And, you know, I think it is simple to say that because you got 4 talented players that can really do everything on this team. And, you know, when it comes down to it, you guys know that you can come out here and win this event, you know. When it comes down to just kind of your performance beforehand, it has been, you know, kind of 2 teams above y'all that people have been talking about a lot. But coming into this event, do you feel like you guys have finally fixed those mistakes and got polished up to the point where you think you can make this run today?
Well, I don't think it's perfectly polished. I'd say that for my team, and I think the rest of the team would say the same as me. I think it's one of those things, though, that we know our ceiling is so high, and I think we all learn really quick. So now that we've talked over some really basic stuff, even just the last few days, it's just keep on clicking. That's pretty much all it is.
There you go. And it seems like the pieces to that puzzle is coming together real nicely here. And, you know, something else that's new for you this event is being able to play in front of these amazing Space Station Gaming fans, okay, that show up every single event. You're wearing yellow this year, all right? How does it feel to play in front of them? And is there anything you want to say to these fans that's supporting you now?
Yeah, it feels great. Always feels great. Thank you so much for the SSG fans and even the ones from before from OpTic, but especially the SSG fans now.
There you go. It's a lot of love on the stage for Lucid. One more time for Space Station Gaming, everybody. Lot, take us away.
Thank you so much, Blaze, and GG's to Space Station Gaming. I love that as well, that Lucid said about the fans there. Space Station Gaming fans, and obviously ones that have also converted over, and I think that's the same for Snakebite and a couple of other roster changes that have happened. It's nice to see fans that are able to kind of root for a couple of different teams based on some of the players that they know and love as well. But something I do love to see is some clean 3-0s. I think when we are looking at some of the top teams with big expectations, it's nice to see things start to finally click. And it looks like progress is certainly progressing. I also do love what Lucid said on the stage there, where he said, listen, it's not perfect. It's not perfect in our eyes by any means yet, but we're getting there, and it's just taking a little bit of time. Something I think stood out in that series for me, Wes, is the instinctual Halo that was on show. And when you say keep it simple, someone like Lucid saying, listen, we're keeping it simple, I know it sounds silly, it doesn't. I think right now, with the teams that we are seeing, you have to trust your instincts. You have to have trust in one another. That was something that was on show there.
Yeah, I think a mistake that SSG probably ran into early in scrims and online pre-qualifiers was like making it overcomplicated, trying to be too perfect rather than just take your wins and play good Halo. And I think when you look across this roster, there's such sharp minds across every one of these players that it's very easy to try and overcomplicate things when things are going wrong. So I love the idea of bringing it back to the basics. If everybody's playing individually good Halo, we're making good decisions, good things are gonna happen. We're gonna have the results we want. The idea that that's the focus going into this weekend, I think is gonna prove them a lot of benefit and show off that they are consistently getting better. And when we see the best, that's when perfection will come. These guys know what perfect Halo looks like. Like, they played perfect Halo across Infinite, across all the teams that they were on, every single one of them. So they'll know when they've reached their ceiling. They feel like they're not there yet. And it's a scary thought to when this Space Station team gets to that level.
You know what? I don't think we're ever going to hear them say that they're playing perfect Halo, because I think they are constantly striving to be better no matter what the outcome is in a series. Because I think for most people, looking at a 3-0 with a significant scoreline in every single map of a series, you think that's pretty damn perfect, right? But it wasn't for them. So I think they're constantly looking to heighten that ceiling, to continue to push it out of the boundaries, and I'm excited what they come up with for the rest of the weekend. Tony, one other thing about this, it was just exciting to watch. What a fun series. We saw so much in action, sniper rifle shots, shock rifle, everything that you could imagine happening for every single player on the roster, including Eco, someone who has kind of been, I think, hated on in the online series. And it you know, it hurts to say that because of somebody of his caliber, a world champion, somebody who dominated last season. To say that about him is just, to me, blasphemy. But we saw him on show here in this series, and I expect him to pick up exactly where he left off on that main stage.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, maybe Eco doesn't play the most exciting role on this team, but it's definitely a pivotal one. Think back at that game number 1, a lot of the kills that were getting fed to the rest of the roster. Eco's ability to put down damage and stay alive over towards the green base was largely the reason why they held on to that triple cap for so long. I think Eco played fantastic, and so did everybody on this roster.
Now, Eco's point of view is something that you watch and you just see good Halo being played. If you question Eco's ability to play Halo Infinite, you don't know ball. That's the fastest way to tell me you have no idea what you're talking about. He is a generational talent when it comes to core mechanical decision-making of Halo, and he is a perfect fit for this roster when they start to find their flow. Eco brings like so many untangibles to teams that I couldn't stand watching some of the hate that he got throughout like the qualifiers, and maybe SSG not playing in scrims nearly as well. Like, everybody look at the top left of the venue. Eco's got 4 out of 5 banners up here. Eco also has a ring in Halo 5, and Eco is probably the most winning player since coming on with that Splice roster in Halo right now. So, I mean, I don't know what else you need from a kid's resume, and not only that, but what he leaves on tape every single event consistently. I mean, I can't say enough good things about him, and I get frustrated just even thinking that there's question on Eco's name still.
And by the way, in addition to Eco, I mean, the rest of the roster was fantastic.
I mean, they're pretty good.
They're fantastic as well. I think back to maybe Stellar had maybe the game of the series, and that game number 2, that Slayer performance was out of this world, but Lucid was my player of the entire series. When it comes to Slay's playmaking and even a little bit of objective time as well, I think Lucid was fantastic. I want to give shine to everybody on the roster.
100%. I couldn't agree more with you. And I think that was honestly a spotlight for me as well. I think Lucid has the biggest ways to go in order to get the most comfortable on this team. I think sometimes when you take a really individually skilled player who's used to a certain playstyle and you put them into a mix where this is so unusual to them, it can be very, very difficult and it takes time. We're starting to see that powerhouse come back out of him and the comfort level is certainly rising. Love to see what is going on for Lucid and for the rest of Space Station Gaming. And with that being said, here we go. The pool play update. We have all the scores on the board, and as you can see in Pool D, just where we landed, Space Station 3-0 right at the top of the chain here. Now we have everything business as usual apart from Pool B. We've mentioned this so many times today already. Nemesis, they managed to take the top of their pool heading into the winners bracket side of things, and of course pushing OpTic Gaming down into that second seed in their pool. It means something pretty big here though, folks, because yes, they do continue through the winners bracket, as we heard Renegade say on that main stage, but who they are meeting is really what concerns everybody the most, and that of course is going to be Shopify. Shopify this early on, how are you feeling if you're OpTic Gaming, Wes?
I think if you're OpTic Gaming, this is where you rewrite history. This is where you kind of rewrite all the wrongs that happened yesterday and early today. This is the series you knew coming into this tournament that was inevitable. If you want to achieve your goal, you're going to have to go through Shopify Rebellion. We've seen these two teams match up so often throughout the online qualifiers, the Kason event. This is two juggernauts. It's not necessarily written that Shopify is going to win the series. We could be talking about Shopify's woes if they lose this series to OpTic, which that's the thing, is this series is everything to both these two teams starting off their tournament, their bracket run for a successful championship. The loser is going to have to drop into the elimination bracket, elim round 1, and have a grueling Saturday night through Sunday morning to try and get back to what both of these two teams hope is a championship run. This series is the only thing that matters. You have to erase everything that happened against Nemesis earlier on.
You certainly do indeed. And do you know what? I can't wait to get into that matchup and talk more about it and dive deep into your minds to see exactly what would be going on that main stage. Folks, we're heading to a quick break right now, but when we come back, we do start the championship bracket. And yes, it's an absolute banger. OpTic versus Shopify coming your way right after this.
Only halfway to victory. Ball dropped. Ball out of bounds. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Defeat.
Hey y'all, it's Clutch here, and today we're excited to introduce SND Extraction, the newest competitive mode coming to Halo Infinite later this year. SND Extraction is Halo's version of the popular tactical shooter mode. Here's how it works. 2 teams of 4 compete on asymmetrical maps, with one team starting on offense and the other on defense. Your goal on offense is to plant an extraction device at either A or B sites, while the defense tries to stop you. Good news, you don't have to worry about carrying a bomb. Once you get to a site, you'll be prompted to initiate the extraction. Once planted, the defense will have 1 minute to convert the extraction to win the round. Teams will alternate playing offense and defense after every round, and the first team to 6 rounds wins the match. Everyone will start with the Bandit Evo, but at the beginning of each round, you'll have 30 seconds to purchase your loadout. Playing the objective and getting kills will reward you with credits to spend on weapons and equipment each round. We wanted to make sure that all Halo Infinite players felt at home in the new mode, so you've got your normal shields and movement abilities with you for every round. SND Extraction is a one-life mode, which means once you die, you'll have to watch from the sidelines until the next round starts. That is unless you've got enough credits in the bank to buy back into the round to support your team. It's a big risk. Buying back in the round will have your wallet hurting for a while.
Round 1.
Today we're also excited to announce that we partnered with Forge Hub to host the official map contest for SND Extraction. Both parties have contributed $10,000 to give this contest a whopping $20,000 prize pool, with the winning maps also being considered for matchmaking when SND Extraction launches later this year. Head to forgehub.com to see the rules and map guidelines. Our playtests on SND Extraction have been epic so far, and we can't wait for you to try it out yourself later this year. Best of luck to all the forgers in the contest, and we'll see you online.
What they're bringing into this game. Formal picks up another one. The triple kill killing spree comes in as well.
2 dead, 3 dead.
Let's go.
Pushing you.
Woo! It's 19, make it 20! Against his own squad! Oh, legend is him! But right now, backside, guys. Oh, Bound hits another one. He's hit 2 though. Oh, my goodness, Bound!
Hello folks and welcome back to the OpTic Major here live in Arlington, Texas. Here to kick things off for the first major of the season here at the HCS. And we're inside the beautiful venue that is the Esports Stadium Arlington. Could not be more excited right now, and I'll tell you why. We are kicking things off here in the championship bracket, and we're starting off in the winner's side of things. And who would have thought that we'd already have a powerhouse matchup lined up on that stage? OpTic Gaming versus Shopify Rebellion. I cannot wait to see what happens here. It's going to be a battle. It's going to be a brawl. A lot of tears will be shed because this one means an awful lot. My name is Lottie. I'm joined alongside Wes and Tony. Clutch, how are you feeling about this series so early on in our day number 2?
You see that what, Tony? It's time. It's time to get bracket play started. I'm pumped up. And we kick off this bracket play with what I thought the grand finals, the winners finals would be Shopify versus OpTic. This is going to be a banger, and I get to sit back and just watch the fireworks go. You know how much this means to these players. You heard Renegade in the interview earlier, popping off, ready for Shopify, his eyes locked on the prize. And this green wall is going to have to get loud early today, a little extra early, I should say. And I'm excited for just the atmosphere and the games about to be played.
Me too. And I'll tell you what, there's so much that's been going on. Of course, with pool play finished, now the champ bracket is starting to get stacked up. And there's a couple of teams that I really just want to highlight before we get into the nitty-gritty that is this main stage match. Now, one team that has been on my mind this entire time, we talked about OpTic and Shopify and how they're meeting early on, but FaZe. FaZe have done it so cleanly. They've kind of gone under our radar right now with all the drama that's been happening this weekend. And so far, their pool play run has been stellar. Excuse the pun, we just had Space Station Gaming. But they have been doing their thing against all of these teams in 3-0, just absolutely clean with it. 9-0 map count to seal the deal and just top of their pool. Looking really, really good. When you're looking at the likes of these here, Wes, what are you thinking in terms of the matchups? Did you think that they had like not a whole bunch of resistance against them, or is this just a FaZe that are here to play?
Looks like FaZe is here to play to me. I think this team comes in very disrespected, talking about a big three, talking about God squads forming, putting a little bit of respect on some guys that have been in a lot of grand finals recently. They put together a hell of a squad, and they are here for blood, and I love their bracket as well when we get an opportunity to look at that. FaZe's opportunity this weekend just got a whole lot easier when Shopify, Rebellion, and OpTic are playing each other winners one.
It certainly did. They're kind of the gatekeepers right now, you know, if you foresee it, of that top 4, honestly top 3 spot as well. Tony, how are you feeling about FaZe just in general as a roster, and do you think they're ready for some of the big guns that they're going to have to meet along the way?
I really think they are, but I feel like they still have to prove it, because I thought that win against TSM was huge, but then I also looked at TSM's journey throughout the rest of this tournament, and it's been rough on them. So even though they might be 9-0 right now, one might say they actually had maybe the easier road coming into bracket play compared to the other #1 seeds. So I like FaZe. I know they have it in them, but I still want to see just a little bit more from them.
Indeed, it's all a bit of hearsay right now. We'll have to wait and see what they can bring to the table here in the champ bracket. But back to our matchup on the main stage, OpTic versus Shopify. Honestly, glimmers of hope for OpTic Gaming here. I know they don't have the exact map count that Shopify do, because they did get knocked down a little bit earlier on than we were hoping for, and things got a little bit difficult for them, but they did bounce back, and that's exactly what you needed to see in a big way. Wes, for you, was it enough?
It was enough to show me that OpTic have the ceiling, obviously, this weekend of playing some of the best, if not the best Halo. They're going to need to be able to replicate that level of Halo. What we saw yesterday against Nemesis was one team that had a lot of teamwork and played together. OpTic looked like they were in shambles as far as cohesiveness, strategy, whatever it was. I mean, they were challenging fights that they have no business challenging, almost disrespecting their opponents. You need to see the OpTic we saw earlier today in pool play rather than the one we saw yesterday against Nemesis for them to put up the fight they're going to need to put up to take down the likes of Shopify Rebellion.
I've got to say, in terms of these stats and looking at the difference between the two right now, obviously Shopify Rebellion just very, very clean with it. They haven't messed up yet. And I think, Tony, when you're looking at this roster, that's the big thing, right? We're looking for them to slip up. It just hasn't happened online or at LAN yet. How powerful is this roster, do you think? When it comes down to a moment like this, they're not going to be happy they're meeting OpTic for sure. They want an easy ride along with the rest of it, right? But they're going to have to take down OpTic here. Do you think Shopify are ready for this? Are they ready for this OpTic Gaming that are going to be beating themselves up a little bit with the slip-up that they had earlier?
Well, I mean, I said it before, and I'll say it again. Shopify Rebellion are the hottest team in 2025. I will say they were tested in this tournament. I mean, I think Cloud9 actually played them pretty well in pool play, and even they were tested before that, the FaZe Kson event. Don't forget, OpTic actually won that series in the winners bracket and didn't have any advantage going into the grand finals. So I will say Shopify Rebellion look hot, but they have been tested here in 2025.
They certainly have indeed. And tested they shall be throughout the entire weekend. Let's take a look right now at our brackets, a first look for you guys. Here is the upper bracket bracket, and we'll see where all of our teams are sitting right now and potentially their journeys that they will be going on, because it's got a little bit mixy because of these pool play results, and I'm intrigued to see exactly what our brackets look like, which will be up on screen for you guys in just one moment, so bear with us. Here we go. Here it is. Here they are. Okay, so we actually have elimination bracket first instead. So we're going to have a look at some of the teams that have fallen short. I like to call it the safety net of the HCS. TSM, round 1 with Infamous, waiting to see who's going to be falling down, as well as Gen G and Ether. And I think my big eye right now is definitely on TSM. I need to see something happen here. I need to see a new lease of life, Wes. And, you know, quite disappointed with, honestly, their entire run so far this season, even in the offline tournaments.
Yeah, on the bright side, when you see this, you're like, TSM, if they win their first round, depending on who that is, they'll play the winner of Infamous and another team. Like, you can only really look at the teams that are already placed here. So Infamous being in this same side of your bracket, you're pretty confident going up against Infamous. Kind of that last pick squad, last put together, not a ton of practice under their belts. So TSM, they're capable of a run here. The scary thing is one of these little losers quarter one placements is going to be OpTic or Shopify, and everybody on that side of the elimination bracket is going to be pissed off when they see their names up there, because you know OpTic, Shopify, whichever team loses is going to be a serious problem dropping down to this bracket.
You know, I'm excited about that top half of it, but I'm looking down at the lower side, and I just want to give a shout out to Ether Gaming. I mean, coming out of the open bracket, being able to come into pool play, make your presence known, and being the only team to make it from the open bracket here into the championship bracket, I think that's huge for them. Obviously, you're down to the lower. You'd rather be in the winner's side, but who knows? Their journey's not over yet. So I just want to give a quick little shout out to Ether Gaming.
100%, rightfully so. Let's take a look right now at the upper bracket to see who's sitting pretty for now. We've got Shopify Rebellion going up against OpTic Gaming. Space Station, they take on Zero Tenacity, another European powerhouse, and I'm happy to call them that. They've proven that so far. FaZe Clan going up against Complexity. So much on the line there for those two. I'm excited to see what Cole can actually do and if they can step up to the table. And then Nemesis and Cloud9 again. I really do feel like a lot of these are pretty equally matched, and I'm excited to see what the outcome might be.
Yeah, I mean, no disrespect by the lower side of this bracket, but when you look at Shopify, OpTic, and Space Station all in the same half of the bracket, that is our top 3 teams coming into this event. And that's a scary thought that only one of those teams is going through winners to top 3. When you're on the lower side, like FaZe, this is what I was talking about. This is what happens when OpTic Gaming loses in pool and comes out second. Now, all of a sudden, FaZe is the favorite to come into the top 3 from the lower side of this bracket. You do have Nemesis, who have showed that they are a true threat. Complexity has pushed SSG in several different games yesterday to the distance where you know Complexity is a threat, and Cloud9 can surprise us as well. But FaZe Clan have got to look at this bracket and be just drooling at the opportunity that's in front of them.
I will say, I know everybody's butt's going to be in their seats for that Shopify Rebellion and OpTic matchup, but that bottom matchup, Nemesis and Cloud9, I think a lot of people are really high on Nemesis right now because we just saw what happened late last night. We saw what happened early today, but a lot of people forgot what Cloud9 did. They played Shopify Rebellion fantastically. They went undefeated after that. Cloud9 have sneakily had a very good tournament so far, and they're in the winner's bracket for a reason.
They certainly are indeed. I will say though, I think if it was a slightly different result and Nemesis didn't come out to play this morning, you could have maybe said, okay, it was a last night thing. You guys were feeling it, you were flowing. But the fact that they went to sleep, had something quite dramatic happen, go to sleep, come back early in the morning, and it's the first thing that they do is play OpTic Gaming and manage to seal the deal. That says an awful lot about that team to me, that they are ready to play no matter what the time and what day it is. I'm very, very excited about this, folks. I don't know if you can tell, but the main stage match is ready to go. We are ready to have our first round of the champ bracket. It's OpTic Gaming versus Shopify Rebellion happening right now.
The kind of match that you pay good money to watch, the kind of match that puts butts in seats, and the match that everybody has been waiting to see ever since we saw these two rosters lock up against each other. We've got OpTic Gaming and Shopify Rebellion sound on main stage here in Arlington, but a little bit earlier than we were expecting to see it.
Yeah, this is the match we came for. This was the match that was guaranteed regardless of how the brackets fell, but it should not be happening this early. Make no mistake, it is only happening this early because OpTic Gaming taken down, as you just heard on the desk, by Nemesis in pool play. They do not exit perfect. They now have to face their biggest rival, and what we would say is maybe the hottest rivalry in quite some time, with bad blood on each side, in Shopify Rebellion.
Now, this is a dramatic series. Whatever happens here will have such a big effect on not just maybe the psyche of both of these teams, but the tournament overall as well. One of these teams will be going to the elimination bracket this early on a Saturday. We'll have to think about the comeback of all comebacks if they want to be the champions at the end of Sunday. These are the game types. This is the series that we will see in our winners quarterfinal, Shopify versus OpTic. It's some very interesting things that you've noticed from this series.
It really is, and this feels like it has even more riding on it now based on where we're seeing these two play in the winners quarterfinal. We'll dive into that series layout and the specifics of it as we go through the series. It's Shopify versus OpTic Gaming, and the question is, how does OpTic Gaming bounce back? Do they shake off the loss against Nemesis? Let's not forget, the OpTic Gaming story changes completely if they are to win this series.
The only times these two teams have met on land so far was just a few weeks ago. The first one went the way of OpTic Gaming with a reverse sweep, and then Shopify Rebellion in a Game 7 managed to take that final series. So when it comes to games on land, they are split right down the middle. Who is going to give first here? On our main stage here in Arlington, at the first major of the season, it's time for us to find out.
And players on each side of the stage receiving their rings from last season. Of course, now on different sides of the stage in the tournament completely. We're underway here, starting things off with Frosty of Shopify Rebellion. It's the first official meeting of Shopify and OpTic Gaming in 2025.
The one that everybody was waiting to see. And what a game type it is to start off with as well. Oddball, we know that this is one of the most testing and taxing game types that we have in the Halo Championship Series, with two teams that are so evenly matched. One rotation, one kill, one sniper rifle can make the difference, and Renegade has started exactly how he would have wanted to.
Greenwall going to be happy about that opening. Also hits a body on Royal 2, but will have to rotate. Worth noting, these two teams did not play this game type at the Quezon Showdown, so it'll be the first time we also see them play this specific BAP game type combo. 3 down again for Shopify.
Cycle just looks a little bit of extra ball time. 15 points on the board for Shopify Rebellion, but you would imagine OpTic with that 4 there, they're going to be able to get that ball back in their hands and get their first points in this first round. Former with the camo still to work with, that's just dissipated, and still a sniper rifle in the hands of Renegade. 3 dead again for Shopify Rebellion.
Shopify only recording their second kill of the game just now. That's how heavy the outslay is happening, and it took a little bit of time, but we will see a lead change as well as OpTic Gaming will go into an early lead.
Now, as if OpTic needed something to remind them how tough the competition is going to be. That loss to Nemesis will certainly have refocused them as a killing spree here for Renegade. Gives them a little bit of comfort with that ball hold. 23 points on the board for them, and rising is a commanding hold here for OpTic.
We have to mention as well, the chip on the shoulder of OpTic Gaming. To be honest, the early drama with Nemesis has distracted from the Shopify OpTic rivalry already. Let's not forget, there is a chip on OpTic Gaming's shoulder after splitting games. 3 dead again for Shopify. After splitting games at the Quezon Showdown, yet placing second place. That now comes back into focus, back into view. It's 30-15 in favor of OpTic.
1 bullet to play with here for Renegade. Left in the sniper, been effective with it so far. Does have a repulse as well, and he may not need to fire that bullet. In fact, he gets 180 on himself. Repulse Sticky comes in from last shot to get out of that situation, and Cycle is last alive here off the back of the double kill from Formal, and Shopify Rebellion at the moment just really struggling to pick up slays. It's 3 dead again for them.
Cycle will trade, but as you say, 3 dead. Those first 3 spawners, they're going to be staggered spawners as well. They'll maybe wait for Cycle, but it's a rotation of the ball over here into Cuts, maybe to C as well. He has a lot of help. He's going to be able to stay alive and continue scoring.
Yeah, one thing I love about the way that Legend plays when he has that objective in his hand, he's so aware of where teammate spawns are coming in, and his spacing with that oddball between him and the teammates that are coming back onto the map. It's going to be a pretty good-looking lead in this round number 1, but that's a good-looking stick from Royal 2, who, after leaving the present, QT straight out of there and refocuses his attention to more kills.
Nicely done. That's 2 dead, maybe 3 in a second if they're able to time these kills. Bound also being a nuisance, but it looks like he might be cleaned up soon. A lot of help. The Bash brothers on A bags. They stay alive. 4 dead for Shopify. What a response immediately from OpTic on the hold.
And off the back of it, Renegade moves top middle, grabbed himself the big stick and said, hey, let's have some more fun. It's the second sniper rifle in a row that OpTic Gaming have managed to grab off of that spawn. Almost 60 points on the board for them already. Here OpTic and with Renegade holding these angles on the big door. A couple of big shots here and OpTic might be closing on a first round win.
Oh boy, in the toes, that'll count. Oh, body as well, and so much damage coming out of him. Frosty knows he needs to be careful on how he pokes and peeks from A-Bags here. 67 to 15 already on the board.
Rotu gets a pick. Renegade maybe looking to just waste a little bit of ammo here as he knew the pressure was about to come in. It's Frosty who grabs the oddball and moves it back towards the garage, and now he has a chance with this sniper rifle to put on some highlights of his own. Formal, first target, first victim.
3 dead right away, and what a story this would be if Shopify was able to bring this game back. And so far, they're putting together the pieces to do it. It's still 3 dead, and it's a full rotation from Frosty as well. They're down by 37.
First time we've seen Shopify get a 3 or 4 dead situation in this game overall. And now we're seeing them turn it into efficient objective play as well. Points on the board, another body shot, another kill. Last shot starting to warm up a little bit as well. Quite start to this game for him, but he's moving closer and closer to being even in his kill-death ratio. Ball will be played though smartly by Renegade, so even though the kills were being picked up by Shopify Rebellion, it is going to be the ball that gets played.
Really nice angling. Frosty gets kept alive by Cycle, who is at B on pillars. That allows him to continue rotating around as well. And now still on the hunt, and the game is back within reason for Shopify.
Formal versus Frosty. It's going to be Frosty who comes out on top of that one. You can imagine the reticle was trained at the top of that scoreboard. For Formal, maybe expecting Frosty to challenge, but he just slides off at the bottom of it. Gets such a cheeky little angle to give himself an advantage in that 1v1. And the 1v1, he manages to win. Camo now coming up in a few moments for both these teams.
World 2 needs to rotate this ball. He knows, careful away from Big Door as well as A-Bags. That rotation will begin, and they still have a man advantage for this camo pop.
11-6 for Renegade at the start of this game. That's why you're seeing the lead for OpTic Gaming, but you're starting to see Shopify grow back into this. Legend flies across the sandbags. He'll be taken down and Cycle with the camouflage. And Royal 2 with the oddball in their hands. This is looking like Shopify in the next few moments might be thinking about a lead change here.
Oh boy, big killing killing frenzy from Cycle. You wonder what was going on from his POV. He's 12-9 here, a killing frenzy to get them right back in this game. They were trailing by 50. And now essentially tied up here at 68.
It's 3 dead again, and that's the quietest killing frenzy I think we've ever seen in Halo. Goes about his business, puts 10 without response on the board, and it's Cycle who is the catalyst here for the comeback from Shopify Rebellion. They are now into the lead. Couple of grenades go down from Cycle, looking to add to the run that he's been on. It's good damage. Frosty collapses on one. We'll get the second as well.
What a dagger this would be as they go into the lead for OpTic Gaming to fall the way that they might do. 4 dead again. Formal's your first spawner, and there might only be 1 or 2 pushes max left in this game.
Cycle's found himself a snipe as well. And with OpTic having to get more and more desperate to get that ball out of the hands of Shopify Rebellion, a body shot, a headshot, anything that connects here for Cycle will bring them closer and closer to that win. There's a body. Oh, wait, Jesus, what on earth is that reaction time?
Unbelievable whip. Now Frosty's turn. Equally terrifying. Pressure is coming in from cuts and dummies. He's going to need to try to stay alive here. Still anyone's round. He's going to play the snipe.
No.
Even though he had the player momentum, but the snipe stays on the map. That could be big.
2 dead here for Shopify Rebellion. Formal in the death screen for OpTic, but they do have the numbers advantage on the map. The oddball is down on the key door. Renegade gets taken down by Last Shot, who somehow gets out of there as well.
Ooh, no, gets punished in the end. The repulse almost gets him out of dodge, but now they will begin holding again. 3 dead. Cycle's your only player alive, and we might see OpTic now go back into the lead.
OpTic will go into the lead. Cycle does get a kill as last player alive, though. Renegade will trade it out. OpTic go into that lead. They need 20 points with the pressure and the nades starting to flow towards that ball carrier. Formal with the responsibility of playing bodyguard here.
Oh boy, Renegade with the flank as well. Renegade on the flank and jail. This is going to be huge. They should pick up these kills. That will be 2 dead. Now man advantage, Camo and 10.
Camo's coming up, Cycle's in position to try and at least contest it, but Cycle now is out of position. He's out of shields. but still alive in that rat tunnel. They know the push is coming here, OpTic. They have the bodies here to deal with it, but can they get these kills?
They're going to drop and shoot. They're going to try to drop and shoot and get the advantage. I believe they've lost Camo. Here comes Camo. Last shot with the game in his hands. They have the man advantage once again.
And the big one with the one win. Top middle from Royal 2. It's Legend who's last alive. He's bottom middle, and it's going to be Shopify who break. They get the camo, and they might go into the lead here as well.
Unbelievable. This is high stakes, Halo. Here comes the push here from Bound on Big Door.
It's desperate. It's a desperate push here from OpTic Gaming. They're 2 dead. The rotation away from those players is coming in from Shopify Rebellion, but Cycle's fallen. Last shot's got a job to do, but Legend
no trade
with the beatdown, no trade. 3 dead for Shopify.
Something Legend is able to do in jail. It's a little bit of deja vu. You've seen him do it again. They're going to be holding again. Look at the clock.
Legend grabs that ball. They're going to play time here. They say to Shopify, come and get this oddball. You're going to have to go through these bandits. It's Renegade with 2. It's 4 dead for Shopify. And it's round 1 for OpTic.
How about that for a first meeting of these two teams? You knew it was going to be a hot year, but that is unbelievable. Down to the wire. OpTic Gaming closes out a win, and they avoid throwing a 60-point lead in that round. Shopify pushing them against the wall. But in the end, it's OpTic. They take the round. They will lead 1-0.
If it wasn't enough to tell you that these two teams have split games on land straight down the middle, the first round of the first game we see at the first major, 1 second is what separates the two teams in that round number 1. Renegade with a snipe off the rip here for OpTic.
Man, unbelievable start for these two. Jeez. Renegade still heating up. 21-12 in this game, by the way. Take a look at the scoreboard. Nobody is close to those numbers.
Camo up here. Look at this angle. From the heavens comes Renegade. Can't quite connect this time around. Cycle makes him pay for that one. Cycle comes in with 2. So OpTic Gaming find themselves 3 dead. The camo will be picked up by Shopify Rebellion, who so brilliantly managed to get that camo in the final moments of that previous round, but it was OpTic with such a good hold. The trade from Legend was everything.
Let's see if they can hold off this camo as well. They do. They shut down the camo, and they get the first pick. And you gotta wonder, what do the OpTic Gaming comms sound like? The momentum off of that first round. Let's get to a listening with OpTic Gaming.
Yeah. I'm tower, guys. I'm tower.
Are you?
You was back in row 2. Back in row 2. Top tower, guys. Row 2 was back in. Yeah, I'm watching.
Bigger.
Watch Psycho.
Yeah, I'm looking.
Top
Psycho. Right back.
He put again, guys. He put.
I'm
at 30. Watch his tires.
Yeah, he went big, I think. Big.
Play yourself now.
Watch your
Yeah, he's bigger right now. Bigger walking in. He's sitting bigger. Guys, two big. That's it.
Watch the cycle. To there. Watch up to the left. Cover big again. Bigger shot mid.
30.
On cam. Tap in. Spot green. Spot bottom.
All three.
Camel's in 20, guys.
We grow 2.
Spam behind them, guys. Auto advantage on beating.
Yeah, I gotta be down, I think. Spins, watch out.
Give ball down. Just play with fun ball. MC. They're gonna spam green. Keep it bigger.
Camo in 10.
Keep it spam green, guys.
Camo's
bring him up.
Kids. Let me down. They're gonna play.
I can pitch rebound. Let me down.
Watch out.
Yo, Cement.
Play Keter.
Yo, Cement, watch out.
Cuts. Going top mid. I can see the camo guy. Camo guy is in cuts. Right now. Going top mid. All three dummies. Okay. Camo, Quantum, and ball. I'm gonna shoot the ball guy.
Do they have camo?
Yeah, they do.
Double guys. Ball left shot.
Take your time on this. 30.
Camo guys here. Behind you cuts. Camo guys.
Green ball and elbow.
Pushing top in. Pushing top gets.
Be cuts on him.
Cuts now. Cuts sweet. Cuts again.
Come in, trapping in the vent. Watch out, roll 2. Scamming. See me in the vent. Watch out. Come on.
Going.
Nice, man. What's going in?
Make sure we play for New Year.
Top. Tyreek, cross you have. Drop. Top mid, let's go behind me.
Top mid, watch out. Watch top mid right here.
Dead. Spawning A, guys. One day pot. Do a pot.
Guys, they're staggered.
Watch a pistol.
Are you running?
Make your pistol
Nice, Bound.
I'm here, bound.
Watching my missile.
Nice, Bound.
Let's go roll two.
Zone of you,
I already have green push out.
There's spawn camera.
Watch this payload.
Probably top cuts. Could be tires, John.
Pillar. Yo, Pillar, roll 2. Pillar, roll 2. One's gonna come big.
Let's go right now.
He pipe on. Last shot hit him once.
He has like a bullet or two butter.
Well, it's beautiful to watch the POV of Renegade there. The man was not missing. So many bullets got hit as Shopify find themselves 3 dead. But the round situation is heavily OpTic Gaming. 75 points already on the board for them.
Yeah, OpTic Gaming not letting Shopify back into this round at all, unlike the first round. It's just been constant control and easy to do when you got someone like Renegade hitting the shots like he was, both headshots and body shots. And then just a dance between Cycle and Renegade. Cycle's gonna win it, probably traded out momentarily though. It should have been traded momentarily. Somehow Cycle lives and gets away with it.
You can see why the Ola comparisons come in when you're watching the POV of Cycle. Somehow just stays alive a little bit longer than he should, gets away with not dying a few more times than he should across a game, and that all adds up. Now we're going to see OpTic 3 dead for the first time, and it's a similar looking pattern to what we saw in round number 1. OpTic with early dominance, a lot of it off the back of that sniper rifle pickup. This time it was Renegade, much like it was in that first round, but Shopify have broken. Shopify now have some control, and they had that off ball back to the tower.
Was a 2v2, 1v2 now. Bound trying to stay alive, and Royal 2 is going to do everything he can to try to get some help here. In the end, Bound wins the 1v2 for just a second, and he will now have spawners as well.
The score is getting ever so closer as the second tick past here. 50 points now on the board for Shopify Rebellion. 25 points the lead here for OpTic as the rotate now comes in towards the back of green. I think they want to try and get a play ball here. Renegade picks up a double kill. Cycle's going to be sliding across his vision. But it's a camo and a 4 dead situation. OpTic have forced a play ball. They've got the power-ups and they have the numbers on the map.
Yeah, that's an easy grab as well. First spawner was last shot and staggered spawns thereafter. And now scoring at the 80-point mark, these could be your final 20 points of the game.
Last shot goes top middle. Renegade's going to cut him down. That coming the difference maker in the 1v1. Bound with the odd ball in his hands. It's 10 points now for OpTic, and Shopify Rebellion have to go. They have to push.
Here they come. Cycle's going to be your first pick. That means still 2 dead. They still should have the numbers and the position to close it out here.
Last shot's trying to fly top middle. He knows the time is not his friend. He gets one. It's a trade, but Bound has that ball in his hand, and OpTic have game 1 in their hands as well. They will be 1 up in the series as they take live fire on.
And what did we say? The OpTic Gaming story changes completely from last night's drama into this morning's early morning drama, potentially to a very different storyline. They not only win game 1, they win it 2-0 with dominant finishes in each round, and Renegade goes 36-21, the only player to break 27 kills, let alone into the 30s.
When he had that power weapon in his hands, Renegade took over. And one question we were kind of discussing before, who's going to be the player who has to go God mode for a team to win this series? Because usually someone has to. Not a bad start from Renegade in game number 1.
You and I were talking about, will it be Formal? Will it be Frosty? And guess what? As you go down the names on the list, you think, actually might be Renegade. Could be anyone. And I think Renegade is one that comes to mind right away. What a set of rounds from him, just racking up, as we said, not only body shot after body shot, but headshot after headshot, locking down every part of the map that he needed to, opening that round, as you saw on your screen, with a killing spree on the game as well. And even though we saw, of course, moments of greatness from Shopify, in the end, it was OpTic Gaming who had their number. In their first meeting on land play of this game type, it will be OpTic who takes it. Now, one thing we should mention as we look at some of these highlights is, by the way, a killing frenzy from Cycle. How about 2-0ing Shopify when Cycle is on a killing frenzy? Also not easy when he's hitting shots like that. One thing we should mention, if you caught the OpTic podcast, and we know many of you in this room and watching at home certainly have been listening to and watching the OpTic Halo podcast, they said the new game types are not our strongest and we have work to do on those. You might have noticed in the series layout, only game 5 is a new game type. So OpTic Gaming proving that they might have the upper hand in a lot of the classic Halo Infinite game types. They certainly look like they did in game number 1.
Game number 2 is going to be Solitude Slayer, which is always an interesting one to see what pace the game starts at. Is it going to be a little bit of a standoffy, respect-filled game between the two, or is it going to be a case of a couple of kills and we go? We try and cycle those spawns. We want to go 10, 15 without response. The first few moments of this game could be very, very important, as were the last seconds of that first round, by the way. 1 second dividing the two teams. It's crazy to see as you completely agree with what you're saying. Look at the game types we have in this series.
Yeah.
Only that game 5 is one of the new ones.
Yeah, and we should talk about Slayer Solitude as well. 50-37 was the final score when they played this at the Kason Showdown. It was OpTic's Game 5 reverse sweep, a 13-kill win in Slayer Solitude. So OpTic Gaming, so far with the LAN history between these two, has the upper hand in game number 2 as well.
So fascinating watching these teams throw down. It's just, you just don't know what twist is going to come next. I think it's been a rivalry that everybody has wanted to see for quite some time. And this season provides us with these new rivalries, these new teams who want to beat each other more than anything, who want to be champions. And I think for Shopify Rebellion, the start of the season has been great. The build-up to the season has been great. But now we're here. Now that everybody is no longer going against Shopify Rebellion, it's like, oh, this is Shopify Rebellion. This is the team we have to be. Has a little bit of a different feel about it. Only one game gone, of course. We've known that these two teams go back and forth in these crazy series as we take a look at some of the stats from two of the biggest slayers in the whole of the Halo Championship Series here in Arlington.
Separated by 1/100th of a point in KD. 1.43 versus 1.42. Remarkably close and not surprising, as we said, given the margins of between these two teams. It feels like that has not only been a common preseason theme, it feels like all year long we might see these two teams go down to the last second time and time again. The question is, in Slayer Solitude, will we see OpTic find success yet again? Have they done the work they needed to in Slayer? Or will Shopify be ready to tie this series 1-1? Remarkably close shades of green as well.
Yeah, they certainly are indeed. Not easy for the graphic softs to get these ones right. But as we head into Slayer Solitude, another thing just to keep in the back of your mind that we were kind of talking about before everything got underway here in Arlington was OpTic at the Invitational Kasan event just before this event got underway had this kind of bad habit of finding themselves down by 7, 8, 10 kills early on in games and having to scrape their way back. Now, they managed to
sometimes
do
win
that.
them, yeah.
Sometimes they managed to make these comebacks, but you feel like against a team like Shopify Rebellion, those kind of margins cannot be allowed to happen. But being one up in the series, certainly going to just restore some confidence to OpTic, who certainly would have had it knocked after what happened a little bit earlier today.
And one thing I'm so impressed by once again is OpTic Gaming's patience. You heard in the listening as well, Lunchbox saying, let's take our time with this, let's slow down, we don't need to force this. And of course, on a game type like Slayer Solitude, that will apply as well. How will Shopify respond? They trail 1-0. We're underway in game number 2.
Let's see a little bit of bound. Man with the hood off today. It was hood up yesterday. But today, proudly displaying that OpTic Gaming shirt, wants to really contribute to their success, not just in this series, but in this tournament, in front of their own crowd. Cycle, killing Frenzy in the last game, but it was the Frenzy for the L. Looking at hunt down Legend, and it's going to be Last Shot who gets the responsibility of that sniper rifle. And I've got to say, one thing that I noticed in the stats in the last game, Last Shot very quiet.
Yeah, I would say quiet in our POVs as well. I think anyone watching that game was thinking, where was Last Shot in that game? And we didn't get to see a lot of his POV, and obviously there's going to be even more that he wants to do damage-wise in this game. We'll see if they can do a great pre-nades from Bound on Cycle. That's not easy to pre-nade the pillar like that blindly against Camel. That's an important kill for Last Shot as well. 9-6 now.
I thought that was Wooten for a second, the way that he spun around. That was ridiculous reaction time again from Last Shot. And after, I would say, a carnage and chaos-filled start to this game, it's Shopify who on the respawn will have a 3-kill advantage. Renegade does get away with his shot, though.
Cycle trying to do a little bit of a slipping through the dip. Royal 2 was there on the U-turn to help out. He probably will be wiped out. Almost trades a second kill before doing so. So just like that, still a 2-kill lead, make it 3 for Shopify.
Frosty just threads the needle, though, cleans up that damage. And manages to stay alive momentarily. Finally, Renegade will hunt him down, chop him down. Slow start for Formal in this one. Yet to register his first kill, but we are still very, very early in this game.
Oh my, fantastic shot. Cycle forced to back down because Formal just absolutely sending damage across the map with the BR, and he's not done yet. We saw this from him yesterday as well. You think back to that forbidden CTF game. Just winning battles he had no business winning. Just like that, tied 12-12, all eyes top mid for the Camel Pop.
Last Shot gets a pick, though, and that's big. With that camo coming up, it's going to be exchanged, though. As Renegade wins his individual, Frosty's going to take that challenge, slides out bottom. It was a beautiful grenade from Frosty. Legend picks up a kill, and it's just trade, but in different areas of the map at the moment, which means that lines of sight are going to be available for a lot of players still on that camo.
Is Legend the camo player? Let's see if he's able to grab. He was around it. Hasn't been able to do so just yet because they have eyes top mid. See exactly where that camo might have fallen. It goes to Formal. This is big. They're 2 dead. trailing by 2. This is a big moment in the game.
Yeah, Formal's got to show experience and a little bit of calmness in this situation. He's got information on where players are. Legend will find one onto last shot. Legend's still fighting, by the way. In and around the LR. Formal looking to be the person who just breaks in, gets some damage down the players can play along, but meantime, Legend is just taking 1v1s and winning them.
Really nicely done. Formal has not taken, by the way, any damage for this entire camo, and he has dealt quite a lot. In the end, he's finally taken down. However, in doing so, they tied the game right at 17, and still anyone's game here at the 20 kill mark.
Formal just played that one very slowly. I wonder if it was almost too carefully at certain points. There's an opportunity when damage was done where he could have been the one to make a play. But why make plays when Legend, the Frenchman, is winning fights like this? 7-5 for him. We have a tie game at 21.
A huge double kill to bring that game now tied up, as you say, instead of this game going all the way a different direction. Could easily be a 4-kill lead here for Shopify had things gone differently moments ago. Renegade trying his shots, given last shot every opportunity, but stays alive here at S1.
1 kill the difference. Sticky. Hold that, Royal 2. As now he looks for more. Formal will find his first kill of the game that gives OpTic their first lead of the game.
Like we said, slow and patient. That's been the story for OpTic Gaming so far in this series. They do it yet again. Now they lead by 1, despite trailing by 3 just a few kills ago.
Camo coming up in a few seconds as well. Renegade versus Frosty. Royal 2 with a beautiful bank nade to take him down. Bound now, looking for a little bit of a flanking angle here. The cycle's there, but might just have had the timing here. The timing on that flank was just off, and it's allowed Royal 2 to get away. Frosty's going to find a kill as he cycles, so 2 dead here for OpTic. And Shopify with control of the power-up.
This next camo, once again, a big opportunity. Will Shopify convert here? 27-26. 2 dead, though. Royal 2 needs to play this slow. Let's hear the listen in.
Looking sight. Go, man, I'm different. High blue with high blue shock. High blue shock. High blue shock. Just try to show face for Matt for a second. One guy Soda weak. Soda 2 shot, guys. Going loop 2 shot. Loop 2 shot. Let's do it, guys. Let's do it. Wrap blue. Take your time. Take your time. Yo, man, I'm close out right now. Outside weak. Watch out blue, guys. Watch out blue. Watch out blue. So watch out. Yo, watch out drive it. Watch out drive it. Okay, snipe blue. Yo, one guy top gold. Yo, and glass LR. Yeah, they're dropping this. One LR and top gold. I'm waiting for a second. Alright, keep shooting. Keep shooting sight. I don't see him. We gotta put posters around. Yo, yard beer on you guys. Or on you guys. We got time it on the awning. Be gonna go. We got SC right now. We should go. LR now. Go. Oh, yeah, I'm here, Brad. Okay, meet behind us. Dip. Let's surround them. Push it around. Try to get out dip, maybe? Yeah. Yo, try to take solo fights. We're relying on each other. We can hear it. One guy, LR, one guy dip. One guy dip right now. Low window. LR and yard beer. Low window. Still one window. They're raping Preston. Run. LR. One shot, guys. Yeah. Nice.
Well, Shopify fall behind here. It's a 5-kill advantage to OpTic Gaming, and the fans here in Arlington, they know how close they are to maybe closing this out and going up 2 in the series.
Huge set of kills. A very interesting piece of communication coming in from Frosty. They're saying we're relying on each other too much. Take more 1v1s. Very rare piece of comms that you would hear. A lot of confidence in the team, but now they trail by 5.
12 kills to go here for OpTic Gaming. It's going to be last shot on the flank here, who takes down Bound. Formal looking to clean up some damage there on the stones, but Royal 2 flying across the map. He's taking some damage as well. Frosty's going to find one. Formal starting to look a little bit isolated here in blue. And if he stays alive, you know the spawns are going to be coming in next to him as well. Those squad spawns Bound. Speaking of the 1v1s, this could be a really big one. He's trying to create an angle of separation, but it's Frosty with a big kill who brings it within 1 now.
Gets away with it as well, eats that nade damage. It does not take him down, and now they've got 3 eyes on Pillar. It's a perfect collapse, and now only down by 1 kill. What a comeback here, tied at 41 after trailing by 5.
Nothing to separate them. Flank coming in here from Psycho as well. He'll find one onto Bound. There's another player bottom middle. No ammo to play with here, which allows Formal to maybe get a kill he wouldn't have got before. But it's still a 1-kill difference between the 2 teams. Frosty desperate to stay alive.
Unbelievable how badly Shopify needs this game. We're tied at 43. So much riding here on the series.
Oh, the damage that Frosty takes. Legend gets a pick himself. Royal 2, again, exchanges. And by staying alive now, Frosty might be able to influence how this game ends. It's Legend trying to take him down. Legend being a nuisance. Royal 2 wants to extend it, get it, and he will. It's a 2-kill advantage now for Shopify, and Frosty will not die.
Amazing isolation there. The angles there. Only up by 1, but they eat 3 extra kills. 48-46 here.
This game just got extremely tense. Frosty, former teammate, Renegade in front of him. Last shot, no shields. Renegade with the kill. We have a tie game. 2 to go. Bound gets the 49. It's 49-all. 49-all. Next kill will win. Renegade takes damage. Renegade will fall. And Shopify Rebellion clutch up. It's 50-49 in our game number 2. How else would it end? How else would it end?
Unbelievable smiles on the face of Shopify, but narrowly. Absolute carnage at U-turn and truck in the end. Renegade's POV trying to find the kills at U-turn, trying to find them at truck. Battles between bottom mid as well as top dip. And in the end, the 50th kill registered by Shopify Rebellion after, let's not forget, trailing 41-36.
Wow. Wow, these two teams just leave it all out there. We've only got we're 2 games into the series. It's the first time we're going to see them. It's winners bracket round 1. 14-15 for Royal 2. Frosty, 13-11, but that survivability from Frosty in those final moments, I think, is the difference maker. Opportunities maybe for OpTic to just chop him down when he was no shields 2-3 times in a row. But he stays alive, and his teammates work around him, and his last shot, 12-11 for him with a good comeback after a disappointing game number 1. But a 50-point, I mean, what else do you say?
I could not wait to see highlights from this game. I mean, look at the scoreboard throughout the entire game. Tied at 14. Tied around the 30 kill mark. It continues neck and neck, like you said, that you cannot separate these two. And that game 2 was yet another indicator of what we're working with here this season between these two, this heated rivalry. Before you even get into the bad blood between the two, they are simply that close, neck and neck, as your number 1 and 2 favorites for the year, and it is showing in every single game and every single scoreboard.
This game, just before this from Frosty, he gets up to the top of the snipe tower, gets to S3, gets more damage down, doesn't fall. Influences 2 more kills, stays alive, gets more damage down. Those kind of moments at the moments that maybe don't show up in just kills from Frosty's POV, but damage output influencing how that game ends is why you keep your eyes on him and always will keep your eyes on him as an X-Factor player for Shopify Rebellion. Tied up a 1-1 then, after that's done. CTF Aquarius, that is a game type I like to see as a game 3 swing game.
Man, and how different this series could look if one thing went differently throughout that entire game. I think the big focus there is Shopify trailing by 5 late in the game, the ability to bring that game back. You even heard from Frosty saying, really, that is a late game call, right? Let's stop focusing on the team fights. Let's not focus on team shooting. And I tell you what, in 20 years of professional Halo, I've never heard a pro player go, hey, just win your ones. Let's stop shooting together. That's crazy. And what a tactical call from Frosty saying, let's be confident. And also the confidence that he showed in his teammates, saying, hey, take your 1v1s. Let's go separately. Let's win these battles. And even though they were trailing by that margin that late in the game, they put the pieces together. They keep Frosty alive at truck. He weaves and bobs and dips and dives around it, giving them 3 extra kills as he stayed alive. And man, oh man, we'll take a look at these last few moments. Big thank you to the team in the back for bringing up this replay here. We want to see exactly how this went down. 3 were dead for Shopify. Take a look. Renegade pushes in bottom middle, gets pre-nated.
Cycle survivability again. He knows if he gets pushed from U-turn, that the only way he survives for an extra second, half a second, whatever it is, by jumping on the stones, jumping up to deny the angle that someone would come through U-turn from.
You got to think if he's hiding in that corner and not shooting.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's the difference maker. Sometimes it's not about who gets the kill, it's who stays alive in those situations. An OpTic 1 bullet away from being 2 up in the series, but instead, we're at 1-1. Let's just take a second here. Game number 1, first round, 1 second. Man. 1 second divides the 2 teams. Round number 2, OpTic, more convincing.
Yeah.
Game number 2, excuse me. 1 kill, 1 bullet, you could argue, separates the 2 teams. How'd you feel about an overtime CTF Aquarius?
Give it to me. It feels like these two are going to be going the distance all year long. We should mention on CTF Aquarius, these two have not played this game type even in preseason on LAN. In the case on Showdown, we did not see them go up against one another. So it will be the first debut on LAN between the two. And how fitting. The 2 teams could not be closer. in that Game 2 Slayer, which tees us up perfectly for CTF Aquarius to be your swing game in this series. Let's get underway.
One of the Halo Infinite classics. We find ourselves here on Aquarius. Capture those flags to win this game. First to 5. Whoever's leading at the end of time. We've got 2-1 in this series. The trades, not surprisingly, going down at the bottom of the pink tower. Everybody just flying each other. Desperate that there's no numerical advantage to be found.
And what does that Game 2 do for Shopify Rebellion momentum-wise? You saw the intensity on Last Shot's face after the series, ended. Is it what they needed in terms of a boost, both energy and morale, to start to pull away in this series?
Frosty with the first camo here for Shopify Rebellion, but wasn't too much of an influence. OpTic will clean out most of their base here. Or should I say, excuse me, will be cleaned out in the back of their base. Bound and Legend both fell one after the other. Legend back on the roof. He gets a couple of good kills in the back of his base. It'll be Frosty who's just moving through though, looking for spawners at the moment and trying to find Legend again. Shopify with good map presence here, but just not able to really get the numbers consecutively to get that flag moving.
Nice little 2v1 there. Flag on Renegade. Yeah, flag has made it far. Roll 2 last player alive.
Renegade got behind enemy lines there, got into the base and was like, all the fights happen in pink, I'm running this one car. Legend finds a kill. Bound finds a little bit of space, and Formal finds himself putting OpTic one up. It's Renegade, who was forgotten about, who gets behind enemy lines, who starts all of that.
Beautifully done. Renegade not yet on the board in the kills category, but how big is that play? That's massive to get a pull like that. And guess what? When you're at this level, at this speed of gameplay, there are scenarios where if you're in the right place and ready to pull, here he is again, by the way, once you're behind enemy lines, you can make things happen. All of a sudden, you get a little bit of extra damage somewhere else on the map, and what became a little bit of a prayer becomes a serious flag run. OpTic Gaming, they lead 1-0.
3 dead though for OpTic Gaming here. Shopify Rebellion will send that one back home, and we'll be able to progress at least up the map to the midpoint to try and trap OpTic in the back of their base. Camo coming up as well. Frosty and Legend pick up kills for their respective teams. And even though there was a bit of a shaky fight on both sides, there is Cycle who wins it and will find himself rewarded with a killing spree.
Killing spree and leads the game in kills. Looking to pop off and show up in an even bigger way. He will not get the Camel burn, so it will still be down top middle, 2 dead each side.
2 dead each side. Frosty in a position to jump up to contest it top middle. But he's should be close enough to actually grab this one. Should be able to grab it and just run back. That's a Cycle through the inventory. Through the backpack, and that's going to cost him. Legend cuts him down.
Unfortunate, did not want to grab that plasma pistol first. And even though that camo probably has pickup priority, 3 are dead here for Shopify. Cycle last player alive. Legend, no damage yet. He's already at car 1.
Not many better players in the world at recognizing objective situations, timing. To get objectives moving and get time on the board. It's going to be 3 dead though for OpTic Gaming. And Last Shot is going to fly in here, look for this return. Last player alive is in front of him. Formal taken down. And Cycle is already inside of the base here. There's a counter cap opportunity here for Shopify. And they're not looking to make any mistakes.
A lot of things done correctly there on that run. We'll talk about it in just a second. We'll focus on the flag that is moving here. Momentary 3v3. Now 3 dead right away off the response. Cycle trying to be the last player alive. Can he get the cap?
He's going to be trying to run this one. He's in a race. But it looks like the call out is that the pressure is going to be coming. He wants to put damage down. He wants to force OpTic away while the rest of Shopify will spawn in. Damage onto 1, gets cleaned up. Renegade now trying to fly in to look for this return. But here comes Shopify. They fly through, but Renegade and OpTic with perfect grenades might be able to get this return.
Wow, they might even double jump this. Here's the pressure on Stroomster. World 2 gets the touch. Does not get the touch, excuse me. Flies in. No touch. It will be returned. OpTic Gaming has to work very hard, but they get the flag back.
I thought for a second Royal 2 got that touch, and that made things very interesting. But it's OpTic who stop the counter cap and will keep themselves up by 1 here. As Cycle wins that fight inside of his base. 2 dead here for OpTic.
Man. Gas pedal is down on both sides of the stage without a doubt. This is very fast-paced Aqua flag. And you're seeing it yet again. Still just 1 flag on the board. It's a huge stop coming in from OpTic. Cycle trying to hold off the opponent as long as he could in the end. The OpTic pressure was too strong. Nice job on the screens from Frosty.
Almost half alive in the back of the base, and I think Renegade actually spawned right alongside him, which is one of those things where if you're Shopify, it's like, have we overextended on both sides here? Do we want to spawn them in the fridge first, or were they just looking to spawn them in the back of the base and force that one through the front? Either way, the pieces didn't really line up for them. But Frosty with this camo has managed to put OpTic 3 dead once again.
Love that from Frosty. He's not afraid to take those engagements, even though, of course, he's exposing himself. He gets the damage that he needed and then gets the kill on Formal that he needed as well.
Royal 2's running this one as well. They want a few more kills by the looks of things. Don't feel comfortable about the route home for this flag. Frosty, smartly taking an angle behind OpTic Gaming. Renegade spots him out, so they'll know where he is. But where's that flag going here? They get 2 dead. And now you're going to see the touch come in. They have information that Formal is on P1. Legend trying to overextend as well. The shots from Legend might have just kept OpTic with a chance of getting this flag back home. This is a really staggered run from Shopify.
Really staggered, really unorthodox in terms of the way they're trying to move this across. And to be honest, even their setup. Frosty staying alive in the huge on the other side. Great shots. 2v2 here. Flag's still out, about to return.
What if this is too staggered from Shopify? I feel like there was windows of opportunity for them to really force that flag. At least get it back into their base, but instead,
they get a touch.
Here comes the touch, and what do I know? Frosty's running this one in. OpTic only have 2 alive, and no one is there to stop it. It is the slowest, most considerate piece-by-piece flag cap you will see. But it's effective for Shopify. They tie it up a 1-1.
Considerate is a great word for it. So patient, unbelievably well-paced. Frosty actually staying in his opponent's util throughout almost the entirety of that. Finally, he comes back to help out, but they knew the angles, they knew the timing, and in the end, they tied the game. Most importantly, we're tied up 1-1.
3 dead hit for Shopify. As Renegade flies up mid-map, going to find himself a threat seeker. And that camo is available for both teams as well, but look at the control of the map that OpTic have. They try and zone in on him.
Whoa.
A last shot was waiting for him.
Big kill there from last shot to stop down that camo. You feel like if OpTic already had a man advantage and were about to push with a Renegade camo, that could have been huge, but Bound caught off guard. That's an important kill on the feet as well.
Teamwork starting to roll here a little bit for Shopify Rebellion. You can see them running shoulder to shoulder. Royal 2 and Cycle working so well together. Last shot's going to fly past him as well. And now Royal 2 in the position that you don't want him to be if you're an OpTic gaming fan. Set up on height with eyes and reticle trained on those respawners. He's one of the best to ever do it when he's in these positions, but it's a great job from OpTic to make sure he doesn't do too much damage.
3 dead, Cycle, last player alive yet again. Currently leads the game in kills, but finally will be taken down. That is a staggered 4 dead. Last shot's the first spawner. Let's see if they can hold here.
Spawn in the back of the base as well. Couple of well-placed grenades here from OpTic, may give them an opening to run that flag through the window, but instead, Shopify once again doing a good job to hold. Even though damage has been done, the numbers now wrap back from the fridge spawns and they take control of their flag.
I think one important thing to highlight here is Bound is 10-17 in this game, and I don't think that's a negative per se against the play that he's made. I think it's play style that is causing him to go 10-17. The team is, of course, they're looking good. They're tied 1-1 here. Bound is trying to make things happen. He's trying to get into his opponent's util, and you could maybe say he's forcing things maybe a bit too fast. We'll have to see how the rest of this game plays, but still uncharacteristic numbers from Bound being -7 at this stage.
3 dead hit for Shopify. It's OpTic who are winning these fights on their side of the map, but there's an overextension now actually coming in. And Renegade will get that flag moving. However, it's Frosty who cuts him down. That flag won't get too far. Now, will they be able to take a page out of the Shopify playbook here? Look for these kills, piece it together, and if they can, then maybe there's a chance to get a touch on this flag.
Oh, big kill.
2 with that grenade
Big
just
kill.
shuts things down. But Legend, from nowhere, top card drops down and gets this touch.
And Formal's there as well. He should be able to get the shroom stairs very easily. 3 dead. Cycle was your last player alive. Frosty's a spawner. This flag will go. And with under 4 minutes left, OpTic Gaming will punch home their second flag.
Where did Legend come from? He just fell from top car after being a few seconds ago on the flag bridge. Wraps back round, drops down, gets that touch off the back of some damage, and some kills for OpTic, and now Legend, having contributed to the success of that flag cap, controls the top of the pink tower and at 14 and 12, and most assists on his team. He's looking to push in for another flag that will give OpTic just a bit of a cushion in this aqua flag.
Yeah, starting to heat up quite a bit. You see it now taking more engagements and not really taking any damage in the last 45 seconds, which is remarkable on a game type like this and an opponent like this.
Doesn't get the trade in that situation. It's going to be 2 dead on either side. Bound wrapping back to the pink tower to try and find the elusive player who was the one to take him down.
Oy.
Frosty takes some good damage. It's going to be an easy clean up here for Bound as he reads Frosty's route back to where he wanted to be. That flag, by the way, it's back towards the OpTic Gaming base. It's almost on the shroom stairs, so keep your eyes on the feed. If OpTic can get some kills here, then this could be that cushion we're talking about. It's Royal 2 taken down, and yes indeed, with 3 dead, Bound, who has just cycled the entirety of the map, comes back, gets both hands on that flag, and puts OpTic up 3-1.
How about it timing-wise? It's essentially a back-to-back cap. Yeah, it took a little bit of time and a little bit of slays in between, but really, if you look at that on paper, that's a back-to-back cap, and they are showing no signs of slowing. Now leading by 2 with 2:25 left in the game.
There's a hat for Frosty in the style of a blue plasma grenade. It's going to be 2 dead for the side of Shopify again. OpTic really just trying to pick up the slaying game a little bit in this last 2 or 3 minutes that we've seen from their POV. Winning those individuals, making sure the damage gets converted into kills. As the camo comes up once more top middle. If Shopify want to way back into this, you get the feeling with just 2 minutes left on the clock here, Andy, they have to get this camo.
Absolutely do, and then they need to make things happen very quickly. To be honest, the second flag cushion, as it does, is going to allow OpTic to play this very differently. They do not need to be desperate at all. Just make sure they maintain control, and this camo will be a big piece of that. Here's Formal.
Interesting decisions to be made here. Both flags are away. Frosty
What the eagle
out. I'm having to wear glasses to see a 45-inch monitor of a Frosty can see camo on a much smaller one. Frosty now trying to help his team. 3 players from OpTic flying through. Legends trying to cut down that flag. But by doing so gets cut down by Frosty. It's 2 dead for OpTic. Royal 2 runs this one in. It's 1 flag between the 2 teams with just over a minute to go, and Formal is last alive inside his base.
Enormous kill from Formal. Last shot was trying to pressure while there was 3 dead. There would have been forced split spawns, probably util and probably fridge splits that would have came in if Formal did not get that kill, and last shot might be running the flag right now. So instead, we have another round of slays coming in. 60 seconds left.
It's a really brave play actually happening from an OpTic Gaming member. I'm not sure who it is, but they push all the way across this Legend again, who's got out of spawn, who's now wrapping. You can see the Shopify know that he's there somewhere, and the damage that comes in from Legend turns into 2 kills. Legend's still alive, by the way. This is a huge IQ play from Legend in a high-pressure situation to recognize my job is to get us out of spawn, and by doing so, has helped OpTic back on the map. 35 seconds left for Shopify to make a play on that flag.
This is not only a 2 dead, it's a very staggered 4 dead. Last shot still has not respawned, which only leaves now with the respawn 26 seconds for 1 final push.
OpTic playing at defense. Renegade with a big kill, but it's traded out. Bound with another. Shopify Rebellion find themselves 2 dead. Numbers stacked up defensively here for OpTic Gaming. 10 seconds left. Formal finds one inside of the base. I don't think there's a chance. Frosty gets a touch, but no one else is going to be there. Formal jumps on the re. Legend makes sure he goes home, and it will be OpTic Gaming who will go up 2-1 in the series with a hard-fought win here on Aquarius Flag.
And it's Formal showing up in a big way. 23 kills on the board, leads the team, and ensures that they take home game number 3, the go-ahead game. Taking a 2-1 series lead. Once again, I mean, I feel like you're going to hear a lot of this year, and I think everyone's going to welcome it. Another one down to the wire. It's only 1 flag separating the 2, and now 1 game separating the 2. OpTic Gaming will be 1 game away from closing out the series.
I really want to talk about those final moments of that game and the play that I was trying to highlight that Legend made. Legend spawns Fridge, immediately gets out to P1, and I think it was Frosty who was top pink, if I'm not mistaken. Starts taking the battle with Bound, who spawns behind him, but I think he thought Bound's first spawner. Takes that fight, wins that fight, moves forward, but Legend in that meantime had overextended all the way through the pink side, all the way into the Shopify base, then to top car, and was able to backstab essentially the push that was coming in and had to be made by Shopify Rebellion. That window of timing that he got to get out and get behind Shopify is the reason that final push got shut down. If he doesn't get out there, he gets trapped in the Fridge, it might be a very different looking push that comes in from Shopify.
And you see just how big it is for OpTic Gaming as a key to success to get those extra flag cushions, right? Because we've talked about it across many game types. For OpTic Gaming, they play fantastic when they have a lead, right? When they find themselves trailing by quite a bit, it's such a long and a difficult road back into the lead in these games. So you see just how important it is to play the early game strong. And once again, this was back and forth. We saw a big return coming in here from last shot and Shopify to ensure they didn't go down 2-0, but amazing stuff from Renegade all game long as well. This one came down to the wire, but it really was that back-to-back cap from OpTic that sealed it.
Yeah, I mean, those 2 caps, the last 2 caps in the game, actually really interesting to talk about and watch as well, because think about how long it took for Shopify. They staggered that flag run. There was a few times I was like, someone going to run this. It felt like they were getting the kills and no one was in position to run it, but it all worked out in the end. And then the second, like you say, of the consecutive caps for OpTic is, it felt very similar, where Legend was that player who finally got that touch after they got some kills on car 1 and started to run that one. It's really interesting to watch the style of which those flags were capped. It was never clean, but it was good enough.
I also want to highlight once again, see Formal popping off with a little bit of an LFG after that one. Feeling good here, OpTic Gaming leading 2-1, and you can just take a look at the score lines of how close this one has been. Really, this scoreboard doesn't do justice to just how close that first round of ball was.
1 second.
But I think one important thing to mention is Formal winning the 1v1. If you saw it, we were watching it from Shopify's util. Last shot was pushing in Shroom Stairs and high util bridge in a 1v1 with Formal. If he gets that kill, not only does he get the pull, he forces split spawns. That flag is running. And we don't get to see that on the stats. We don't get to see that on the screen. But it is players like Formal who win those battles on the back of the base that completely sways how the rest of that game goes. And it's going to be a huge factor for them all event long. When we see how tight the margins are between these twos, it will really come down very often, as you can already tell, down to single 1v1s that will sway where these series go between these two rivals.
One battle influences the next minute and a half, it feels like sometimes, of which way the game is going to swing, who's going to have the advantage. And I think it's a really good example to highlight that Formal play in the back of the base. He dies, flag's running, there's spawning bridge, everyone's chilling.
Yep.
That doesn't happen. OpTic Gaming close out map number 3 and find themselves now one game away. It's crazy to say, from sending Shopify Rebellion down to the elimination bracket, when all of the talk was about what's happening to OpTic a couple of hours ago. King of the Hill Recharge, our game number 4. Will this be OpTic closing it out, or will we once again go the distance between these two and see a game 5?
And we should mention, this is a rematch from the Kson Showdown. OpTic has already taken down Shopify 2-0 in King of the Hill Recharge. So a slow game, but a convincing one in the end. King of the Hills per minute right now. Royal 2, by the way, is at 2.45. That is disgusting.
Kills per minute in King of the Hill is insane.
Unbelievable.
The man knows where to put his reticle, and usually, if it's on you, you're going to find yourself in the death screen for a few seconds. But what a chance, what an opportunity this is for OpTic Gaming to send Shopify Rebellion down to the elimination bracket. Shopify on the back foot. You would not have been saying that a couple of hours ago.
Absolutely not. And what a past 18 hours of competitive Halo. All the drama you could ask for OpTic Gaming. 3 will fall.
Enemy team took the hill.
His bound still alive here in control, but it will mean Hill and Camo Control coming in from Shopify. They know they need to win this game. They need to send it to a game number 5. Otherwise, their tournament bracket will be a very different one indeed.
Royal 2's just hunting at the moment. He knows he can't fire onto Formal because there's going to be more than one player trying to range onto him. Royal 2 doesn't know where to look at the moment. It ends up looking nowhere because OpTic spots him out and make sure that that camo does not influence this next round of their push. OpTic Gaming will be able to get some map control here.
Unbelievable comms and Eagle Eye. The timing there is such that not only do they Eagle Eye the camo, but in making sure that they got the damage bottom control, other teammates can also spot them. And that's a really great neutralization of the camo. However, Shopify still leading 50% progress on your first hill.
And Frosty is picking up kills as well. Frosty has that shock rifle. And Renegade, luckily, as he was taken down, managed to get the stick, which means that Frosty will have to wait a few more seconds. Formal flies in, trade, and again, it's the gold side of the map at the moment, the pipe side of the map that's still controlled by Shopify, and that's what you need to hold if you want to win this hill.
Last Shot knows that there's probably an elevator spawner there. You can't just poke out pipes. Wisely retreats and still able to hold down. Look at the progress here. Only about 10% to go for Shopify.
Yeah, I mean, OpTic needs to go if they want to break out, or they're going to give this one up. Last shot with the perfect shots. Renegade challenges, still takes 3. He's going to be traded out as well. It's 2 dead on either side. As Royal 2 will fly through. Cycle still at the top of gold as well. He's actually going to jump into the hill. I like this play from Royal 2. Here's the call out of damage on bottom tower and probably recognizes if he can finish that kill, that's the LOS dealt with. And now he can convert this into a point. Shopify Rebellion go up 1-0. There is life in this series yet.
An enormous play from Last Shot. You can tell how important it was that he stayed pipes. He did not fly into Whirlpool. He did not get greedy for that kill. And look at the domino effect of doing so. They get so much more time. Then he wins a 1v1 in pipes. Then he also gets damage Bat Ledge, which is traded out by Royal 2. Finally, OpTic Gaming now getting a little bit back in control. They get 3 dead. They get the next camo. Let's see what Formal can do.
Well, Formal spotted out the first camo, and now he's probably thinking, let me show you what I can do with this power-up. They're trying to bait them in a little bit here. And I like this because Legend, he's the bait. And Formal, well, he's hungry for kills. Bound to be there in time to clean up that damage, and it's a really good tower hold here. And now Formal still with a little bit of camo to work with. Will contribute to 2 more. This is 4 kills that Formal has contributed to every single one. Damage on everyone, almost takes down Royal 2 as well.
You get the feeling if he didn't bonk his head on this little ceiling there, might have even gotten another one. Amazing, as you say, amount of damage coming in from him. And guess what? Take a look at the progress on the hill from OpTic Gaming after all of that from Formal. And You called it, Mark. Formal showing what he can do with the camo. It was patient once again. It was very selective, amazing trigger and angle discipline coming in from Formal. They're only 10% away from closing out hill number 2.
It's going to be a perfect hill if they can do so as well, but a couple of kills start to go against them somewhat. And it's Shopify Rebellion who, for the first time on this underpass hill, will dip their toes inside of it. Legend of Royal 2. Royal 2 looked like he was not interested in anything else but a trade.
He was coming, yeah. That was almost Ryan Noob-esque. Nightmares of Halo Reach, Ryan Noob flying at you. Nice bit of work from Frosty there. Those kills will be traded 3v3 on the map. Renegade trying to win a battle here. Let's take it down bottom in the hill. So let's take a look at numbers here. 3 dead.
It's a big 1v1 because that was the last player on this side of the map for Shopify Rebellion, and OpTic Gaming will step in and convert that point. Formal winning the 1v1 versus Cycle means that they are tied up now.
You do get the feeling that was a must-win hill. Let's not forget the last time these two teams played this game, it was only a 2-0 finish, which shows you just how even and slay-based the last outing was. And instead of going down 2-0, they answer back convincingly, tied 1-1.
So it's one camo aside, and the next one will be burnt. So no camo to play with, and OpTic Gaming find themselves 3 dead. As Cycle will be chopped down as he tries to escape and Scarper away, but it's Formal now on the camo jump. He's trying to break through this setup. Royal 2 taken down, another player in the whirlpool trying to be a nuisance. 2v2 right now as OpTic, kind of a mini break here, but his last shot, he's trying to hold these spawns in the elevator. Trying to keep OpTic out of that hill, and he's done a great job in doing so.
Last shot did so well there. That's an easy battle to get lost in when you're on half wall. You can really get kind of mixed up with Whirlpool and even long haul angles. Instead, he goes pizza, hits the slide back, as you say, gets the kill, and then stays in elevator and holds this part of the map down, and they get 3 dead off of the back of it.
They got info on where Bound is as well. You can see the last shot turns his reticle to where Bound is. Frosty's going to try and chase him down. It's the best situation here for Bound is a trade, but he's not even going to get that. Frosty cleans him out, and OpTic, with Bound still on the death screen, is spawning a long way away from this hill.
Only a little bit to go here. Now, Formal last player alive. That's going to be 4 dead here. They will get this finish, and we'll see if they delay here at all. If they want to have a little bit of better positioning, no, they waste no time. They grab it right away, and they're already set up for the next hill at C.
I wanted to highlight that because Cycle, I love what he did. He aggressively pushed his tower on that last OpTic push. He gets a double kill. Not sure how it happened, but it happened. Then wraps all the way through. They get those last seconds, but Cycle breaking open tower, and Frosty moving towards top glass, forces spawns away. Everyone leaves where that hill was from Shopify Rebellion, and they make that perfect rotate. It's the next thought process. What do we do next? And it's just executed perfectly by Shopify.
Momentary 3v3 on the map just now. Frosty already 14-8 in this game, and now with 2-1 lead. Let's see how they handle this C plat hill. There's 2 dead, 2v2 on the map. Let's get to a listen-in with Shopify Rebellion.
No, we got batteries right now. Long whole week, I hit him 3 times.
It might drop on camo.
Long. Just camo stack. NC fly. Camo Baylor, camo. What's that? Xbox, one stack. Batteries on me. Batteries on me weak. Batteries weak. Wrapping Chevron, okay? Batteries have 1 guy big door. Yo, 1 guy stacks now, 1 guy bottom BR. Bottom BR, guys. No. It's all you. Yo, guys, one BR still, front BR and... Yo, 2 C plat, 1 BR. Bottom BR. Legends a little weak. Yo, hill weak in 2 cases. CQ, watch out. One shot, trip stack. Yo, in red. One shot, gold door going mangler. One shot, pit. One shot, sees up. Eddie, jumped over you. One BR. Oh, grab it. Yeah. Good trade. 2 in hill, last two in hill. One guy spawn back solo. Yo, can you... Still see that nobody's out red. When nobody's out red, he grabbed the red. I'm watching red. No. It's John. I'm in front. See weak. Watch out, hill, guys. And probably sinking. Yeah, glass. No, John's long. 2 in hill weak. Glass 1 dead. Nice, in hill weak. 2 BR, guys. 2 BR weak. 2 last 2 BR. Guy back on the BR stairs. On the BR stairs. Can you guys help me? He's still on the stairs. Remember. On the stairs. Yo, watch out. Drive, pressing. And then spawner C.
Take time here, take time.
No, I can flank. And hill back. Solid. Yo, Matt, it's mine out. Yo, Golder, one shot dead. Nice. Yo, and long, and flank. Turn right, one shot. Go pipe door. Bound. And then one's all along. Press, you see me? Matt, you should hit that. Yo, better.
1 minute left on the game clock here. It's still 2-1 to Shopify Rebellion. And now, how do you play this? How do you think about playing this with a lead? Are you going to look to convert this hill to make it your game? Or are you going to try and stop OpTic from getting anywhere near it? It's 3 dead for OpTic. Legend the last hope.
Legend last player alive. I think even orange door or so. They're going to have gold spawners as well. Going to play time here, of course. 42 seconds left.
Enemy team took the hill.
OpTic are forced to step in that hill. Legend will be taken down. There's a double for Frosty. Bound. You're going to challenge! But you are going to be put down. It's a triple kill from Frosty that felt like a dagger in this game for OpTic.
Also now blocking back Hydro, knew exactly where he needed to block. 27 seconds left for the final OpTic gaming push. Otherwise, we're going to a game number 5.
20 seconds left. OpTic trying to force this hill, but Royal 2 picks up the first kill. Last shot's there to clean up things in and around that hill. That objective belongs to Shopify Rebellion. They are playing bodyguards. 15 seconds left, but you're right.
Narrowly.
OpTic only need to put their foot in it once.
They almost snuck in just now. 9 seconds left here. They have to go right now. No one looks in position.
Renegade.
Renegade might go.
Renegade might go.
He might go.
Frosty's had to drop.
No.
Cycle gets the kill though.
Legend.
In there. Legend's in there. There's no way that Legend. No, he doesn't. He doesn't. It's okay. Everybody calm down for just a second. Shopify hold on. Oh, they're gonna kill me, these two teams.
Everyone, we got to strap in for a year of this. And man, am I ever here for it. I don't know if my heart is. My cardiologist. I don't have one of those, but if I did,
but I might have one by the end of the series.
We need one. If you have any cardiologist recommendations, I think the entirety of the Halo community would be appreciative. Man, oh man.
Okay, 2-1, Rebellion. They win the game, which, surprise, surprise, means we're going to a game 5 here. Goodness.
Cycle goes 18 and 10.
What are we watching, dude? Like,
we are watching an unbelievable level of competitive Halo in a bonus year that no one was ready for. 18 and 10 from Cycle in the end. 19 and 12 from Frosty. All players on 5k damage, by the way, on Rebellion. No players on OpTic on 5k damage, and that tells the story of the game. It's a 2-1 King of the Hill recharge win once again, a low-scoring one due to, I mean, just the map control prioritization there, and my God, was that ever down to the wire. You had to be sure the Legend was going to get those ticks as they send the final 2 on a control Hydro C-plat flank, and somehow they don't get the very last millisecond tick. I don't know if I've ever seen it that close on progress in a down-to-the-wire scenario like that. And of course, we are going to a game number 5, and these two teams have history on Slayer Origin.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think those final moments, you made a great call, because I don't think we really give a team a chance in that situation. Having not watched these two teams play so much so far, right? Every game is so close, you were like, wait a minute, there's actually like a mathematical possibility this can happen if they get across the map. And I'm like, you know what, you're right. And then it almost does happen. So great shout from you in those final moments. But yeah, now Slayer Origin. I mean, statistically, these two did play at the KSAN Invitational, and Shopify won it 50-44.
Yep.
However, in this tournament, Shopify played C9 and they lost it.
Exactly. So when you think you have the story figured out, as we take a look, here's the final moments, by the way. 40 seconds left. Of course, Shopify at this stage just playing time. Huge, enormous triple kill. And I'm blocking this one. Here's Renegade flying in. Renegade dies right away. Take a look at this.
I'm getting
Legend
close to the pixels.
Jumps in, and somehow in that last...
my God.
We're talking frames. Frames away. Not seconds, not milliseconds, but frames away. Unbelievable. Just could not believe it. As you can tell by the reaction on our faces. You're probably talking, you know, this game is spitting out a whole lot of frames per second, so I won't say it in terms of 240 hertz terms, but you are looking at just milliseconds, not seconds away from Legend closing out that hill and sending this series potentially a very, very different direction. As you said, Shopify taking down, by the way, this is a rematch, Game 7 at the KSAN Showdown. Shopify wins the tournament on this exact game type, 50-44. However, not only did Shopify lose to C9, they lost to C9 50-40, and I got to talk to Frosty and Last Shot after that match back at the hotel. I asked them to walk me through it, and specifically they said they really prioritized certain places on the map, certain angles, and we even heard Sensor say it on C9, do not let Frosty go off with the snipe. And I was talking to Shopify about C9 playing quite squirrely. They were playing angles where they would fly two players out rocket elbow, get a quick kill, and then run back in the base. And now with everything riding on this, let's not forget all of the drama in the off season, all of the drama of the KSAN Showdown and the format discussions. bring us now to a winners quarterfinal early matchup between these two, and game 5 to decide who stays alive in the winners bracket.
And who will fall down to the elimination bracket as well. Origin is where we find ourselves. The first time we see one of the new maps in this series, and it's going to be the one to decide who wins the game 5 and stays alive in the winners bracket here in Arlington. This series never disappoints, and Frosty is going old school by sliding in for that sniper rifle.
Oh,
my God, he just does it again!
It's a change-up. Last shot grabbing snipe yesterday for them on this map. Frosty's up to his usual tricks, and somehow the man runs different mathematics on this map. His geometry is on point, and of course, as he does, opens up with an absolute banger. 4-2, Shopify lead.
Absolutely, it's illegal what he does with this weapon sometimes on this map. However, law enforcement has arrived as Renegade with the rockets has made this much closer. Goodbye, Renegade.
If I can't have it, you can't either. Burns a lot of extra ammo there, calming exactly where the sniper is, and of course that there's only one shot left in the weapon. Unfortunately, it didn't make it all the way down the line to cycle. He's taken down, and just like that, OpTic Gaming takes an early lead here.
This is the level we're playing at, ladies and gents. Wherever you're sat watching this series, this is the level to expect. Ridiculous shot after ridiculous shot, but it's the teamwork of OpTic Gaming that's starting to show in the opening moments of this game. 10-6, they have a 4-kill advantage, and that is a full team wipe.
Bound getting nerdy here with the extra ledge. Up at Catwalk will make sure he does not take any grenade damage from the ensuing grenades at the BR. They need to slow things down just a bit as they have lost a man. Still up by 3, however. Here comes the Shopify push.
Scary moments. Jump scare as 2 players from Shopify Rebellion just appear on his screen. As now it's just 1 kill.
Man, 4 dead.
Royal 2. Just how many 1v1s over the years? Those big ones. He just wins them.
How about that? A 4-kill lead for OpTic, and they have top cat control. Shopify breaks perfectly and flawlessly. And just like that, now they're up by 2, 13-11. What a response from Shopify after trailing 10-6.
I mean, the seesaw continues to tip one way and then the other. It's counterpunch and counterpunch from these two teams. On the OpTic side, Renegade 7-4 to start this. Formal yet to register his first kill of this game. And on the other side, no surprise, Mr. Frosty, the Oracle here on Origin, 6-3 to start this game.
What a swing from Shopify, and moments ago you would have bet that OpTic Gaming was poised and likely to go on an absolute tear, leading by 4 at one point. And now it's an 8-kill game. Shopify starting to run away with it.
These are the moments we were worried about with OpTic in Slayer, saying you can't let these runs happen. You can't let 6 or 7 kills start to stack up, because then you give yourself so much to do, such a deep hole to dig out of. But they've proven they can dig out of those holes. They've proven that they can make it happen. But how many times can you go to that well and expect to have that result?
And Shopify knows the game is far from over. Frosty about to have all the goodies. Leaves the snipe for just a second because he has 1 rocket left to play with. But they're up 21-14. Formal still yet to register a kill on the game.
He's last alive though, Frosty.
Oh, this is big.
You were talking about his mathematics and his geometry. They're going to have to be pretty good to thread a needle on the snipe side with the angles that OpTic Gaming are taking. Royal 2 and Cycle get kills though. Legend's last alive. Legend does get a kill himself. Frosty's still with this rocket. And the trigger's busted.
Such good discipline from him. The question is, where's the snipe at right now? Good trade in the end. It's a killing spree for him. He'll take down Renegade. That's going to now be 3 dead, 4 dead, staggered. Shopify leading 28-18.
And surely they've managed to pick up that sniper rifle, you would imagine as well, that was sitting on that spawn for quite some time. Last shot though, just playing angles. Shopify Rebellion completely slowing this game down. OpTic have to make plays. Those shots are absolutely disgusting from last shot.
Beautifully done cross map as well, and just like that, it's 3 dead, 4 dead again. Bound is your first spawner, and it's only right. We got to get into a listening with Shopify Rebellion at 32-18.
Red cave and hiding in the back. In the back. Right, back 1 shot. Back blue elbows 1. Acrid 1 8 to your right. Blue elbows 1 wide. Another one. Man on me, man. Help me, red cave. Blue elbow. Red cave. Dead. On your elbow. Red trench. Yeah, red trench. Red trench, kill red trench. Breach out red trench. Breach out red trench right now. He's going. So red trench one in. Grass. Red maze, one shot. Red maze on you. Top pyramid, one shot. Another one top pyramid, one shot. Pyramid, Rockets 15. One got maze. One shot right side. Blue maze right now. Kill this guy. One in. I'm hitting Watch on the start street. I'm here. Yo, Rockets guys. Rockets 5. Nice fight. Yo, we're helping you out. Watch out, red elbow. Rockets are still up, guys. Thrust is down, elbow. Rocks are still up.
And it's all Shopify Rebellion from the listening. 42-25. OpTic are reeling.
Unbelievable comms there from Shopify. The second we got to that listening, the intensity here from them to lead this way, even with the kill lead like they have here at 42-28, they find themselves 3 dead, but extreme intensity on their comms. It sounds amazing, and man, are they ever looking good here on the home stretch. 8 kills to go.
Last shot, 12 and 7, 10 assists, shooting anything that moves. And I mentioned how OpTic have an ability somehow to dig themselves out of holes.
Don't you dare.
42-31. Shopify Rebellion with a 3 and a 4 dead.
Snipe popping now.
I'm just saying. What if?
Let's see how these next few kills go then. Then come back to me. Snipe up right now. 4v4 on the map. Game not over just yet.
Bound and Legend get 2. 2 dead for Shopify Rebellion. Legend stays alive. Where did that sniper rifle go? Into the hands of Renegade.
Oh boy. Now here's the question, right? Is it once again the same old story? Too little, too late for OpTic Gaming. Have they let this game get out of hand?
10 kills the difference. Oh! How difficult was that shot to hit? Last shot gets taken down, but OpTic lose 2. It's a good hold inside of their base, and now Renegade finds himself as last alive. It's 4 to go for Shopify Rebellion. Even with the body onto Frosty, they move closer and closer to closing out Game 5.
Such a smart play to isolate Renegade to not be a factor there. Then they turn around, now only 2 more kills to go.
2 to go, Formals, no shields. Last shot gets 1, last shot gets 2, and last shot pops off as Game 5 will belong to Shopify Rebellion. They send OpTic Gaming down to the elimination bracket.
We knew this matchup would deliver. We just didn't know we would see it this early in the bracket. Once again, all the way to Game 5. In what is undeniably already the rivalry of the season. Shopify Rebellion will close out game number 5, 50-36. Off an unbelievable mid-game run. And not to mention trailing early yet again by 4 kills. And running away with the Game 5 Slayer.
An incredible Game 5 performance from them. I'm at a loss for words of how to describe these series we are seeing. This is a level of Halo Infinite that I don't think anyone expected to see. This extra year, everyone has mastered what was already there. The new game types gives us this exciting new element. But we are seeing games being decided by moments of brilliance. One insane shot. And it's now like the bar has been raised so much that certain shots get hit. We're like, yeah, we expect that now. And it takes something so unbelievable to move you in these kind of series that are so close. But at 50-36, that moment, that mid-game, that's the difference maker. It was disgusting from Shopify. The way they managed to cycle OpTic.
How about Frosty off the opening?
Yeah,
damage from 3 players and hits a brainer like that to kick the game off. And then this shot.
Renegade was sliding.
And you start to think, maybe we should have seen what was coming if that's how Frosty decided to open the game. It was 10-6, then it was 20-11. It's perfect gameplay coming in from Shopify. These shots, like you said, the fadeaway to thread those needle shots across the map, unbelievable. We were during the listening here, just unbelievable. Look at the shot about finishes that kill because of perfect comms. Look at the pop off from last shot.
My favorite bit about that pop off, by the way, is that Royal 2 looked like he wanted to, and then he was beaten to it.
Yeah.
So he's like, you know what, you got this one.
What did we say And what did OpTic Gaming say themselves in the OpTic Halo podcast? We need to work on our Slayers. Look at this series layout. Yeah. If OpTic Gaming takes not just a Slayer, but if they get one final kill in a Slayer, they win the series. Do not forget it, 3-0. Instead, they let this thing go the distance and then get blown out in game number 5. There is clearly still Slayer work to do for OpTic Gaming, and the rivalry is alive and well.
Wow. Absolutely incredible series. An amazing performance from Shopify Rebellion in game number 5. But again, Shopify versus OpTic delivers for Halo fans. However you look at it, it's another incredible series. I think we've got Blaze on our main stage right now, ready for an interview with someone from Shopify Rebellion. If I'm not mistaken, I think he's got last shot.
Nope, I got Royal 2 with me on the main stage. Make some noise for him and Shopify Rebellion as they win winners round 1, okay? Royal 2, I know you was probably not expecting to have that series so early on, but just what are your initial thoughts being able to get that win in a game 5 in the fashion which y'all did off the start?
I mean, that's supposed to be like a winner's bracket finals, like a finals match, and we're playing round 1. So, I mean, it's just such an insane win with the team, and I mean, I'm just so proud of them for showing up in a winner's round 1 like that.
There you go, okay? Because that's a team that you guys been preparing for. We saw the matchups at the previous LAN as well, and we saw how close it was, and that was indicative in this series. Every single map, like the Slayer, 50-49. What was going on through your head? Did you feel it looked like a little bit of relief on that side of the stage when you guys won that one and even out the series 1-1?
Yeah, it was. I think we had a couple kill lead, and then I saw it was 49-49, and Cycle slid up bottom mid, and I was like, all right, we definitely lost. And then a guy was randomly one shot, and I cleaned him up, and we ended up winning. And I was like, I don't know, thank God that just happened. But it was looking grim, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. A lucky team, Nate, okay? Maybe a 5th player over there in the wings for you guys. And then coming around to that Game 5 Slayer, it looked so much easier than it did on the previous one. You know, you're on Frosty's favorite map on Origin. He hit some 6 snipes to kick it off. How did it feel? The comms were immaculate as well. How did it feel on that Game 5 for you?
I just felt really good. I know, like, previous at the K-Son tournament, we kind of blew some leads, and even like this, we had a good, comfortable lead, and I'm just happy that we closed it out because, we kind of been struggling in that aspect, but I think, we played great, and we actually finished strong, so I'm just super proud.
There you go, okay, and I know the fans out here are super proud of you guys as well. One more time, make some noise for Shopify Rebellion on the stage. That's gonna do it for me and Royal 2. It's just winners round 1, everybody. Lot, take us away.
You're right about that, Blaze. Just winners round 1. My goodness, it's blowing my socks off up here on this stage. My goodness me, what an incredible matchup. I think we all knew what we were in for when it comes down to OpTic versus Shopify, in any situation, but especially the first major. They're coming out guns blazing, and blazing they were for sure. I will say I want to get one thing out of the way. I think it was Onset that mentioned, this was decided on moments of brilliance. Truly, if we're being real, this was decided, map 2, on a moment of absolute utter chaos that unfortunately just did not pan out, whether it was miscommunication, whether it was just a decision that had gone bad, whatever it was, but that team nade was the absolute catalyst in this series for OpTic Gaming, and it was very difficult for them to really kind of, I think, see it through after that. It could have been a 3-0 clutch.
Yeah, it could have been a 3-0, but it wasn't. And the one moment, the opportunity that Shopify was able to get some energy in this series, kept them in it a little bit too long for OpTic. That game 2 was absolutely insane at the end, and a team nade from OpTic costs a player his shields, and then an easy cleanup for Royal 2 in the midst of the chaos makes it in their favor. But I mean, nobody knew who won and lost when the bodies started dropping at the very end. But that's what Shopify needed. They needed a spark. It was a very lackadaisical, like game 1. I mean, you saw Cycle doing his thing, but everybody else was fairly quiet throughout game 1. Game 2, Frosty starts making plays. There was a life from Frosty where he got knocked to no shield 4 or 5 times in one life and played his life so perfectly. That came down to a 50-49. If Frosty dies at any point in time throughout that one life, OpTic probably win that game. But because they stayed in this series a little bit longer, I mean, even the Recharge King of the Hill game, good God, to be able to play time from like 2 minutes on that C Plat Hill is insane. Yeah. And they played perfect Halo for like 2 straight minutes to keep OpTic out of the hill. This series could not have been any closer. OpTic, unfortunate, they go to the elimination bracket, but they need to keep their heads up because I expect we see these two teams once again come Sunday.
I'm actually so happy that we highlighted both Frosty and Renegade on that graphic, because although maybe some of the stats like the damage and maybe average life is not going to show up, what did show to me was that they were the players of the series. Renegade and his slaying ability with his efficiency and his aggressiveness cleaning up his teammates' kills were absolutely incredible all series long. Frosty, and not only what he did on the stat sheet, but the intangibles, the IGLing, the anticipating his opponent's movements on that game number 2 that, yes, Renegade got team grenaded where they probably should have won, but what did Frosty do when they were down by 1 kill, 40-41? He stays alive while one shot, while out of ammo, from top dip all the way to S4, kills, damage. By the time he died, it was 48-45. Just both of those players were absolutely phenomenal this entire series, and it's not just the stat sheet, it's the full package that they brought throughout the series.
I mean, something we got to talk about, a player that was quiet for the first half of the series is Last Shot, not leaving a lasting impression for the first few games, maybe not playing bad Halo by any means, but not his best. He left this series playing his best. That map 5. Yep. Last Shot took over. We saw a lot of Frosty point of view. We saw some World 2 point of view, but Last Shot throughout that entire game, a 1.56, 5K damage in a Slayer, a most least from the rising superstar, the kid you gave a chance if you're World 2 and Frosty. We need you. We need you here in Game 5. He gave them everything you wanted to see from the young superstar, and he is making his name known and a right to be on the #1 team in the world.
He certainly did indeed. I've got to say, you know, something that I had noted down was that he was very quiet, untypically quiet in the entire series up until that map 5. And I think just going back to some of the earlier gameplay, something that was missing from Last Shot was just the way that he's able to never let the team back in. He's always that guy who's last player alive. He's always playing his life so incredibly well, getting that pick off spawn, keeping them in an uncomfortable situation, never ever allowing them to have the upper hand. It is something that Shopify excels on, and it straight up comes down to Last Shot. That was missing in the first few games. Yes, very lucky stuff on that map number 2, and looking at Shopify Rebellion taking that, but it was certainly missing in that series. I'm so glad that we found that from Last Shot once and for all in that map 5. I truly do believe it was the difference maker of why it was such a blowout.
I mean, as we take a look at the stats, Last Shot having the worst KD ratio on his team, yeah, we could talk about like the early in the series, but look at his damage. His damage is the most on the team. How often do you see the worst KD fall with the most damage? His impact is felt so strong and so immense throughout games that he is taking over, and he straight up took over in that Game 5. On the OpTic side, it's Renegade that left you with phenomenal stats, but OpTic going to be kicking themselves, 1 for that Game 2 and 2 for that Game 4. To not be able to break that blue setup as well, that's got to be a very frustrating come together. What the heck happened? It got way too chaotic at the end of that recharge game, especially when all you need is 1 round of slays and toes in the hill, and you're going to at least tie this game up and push it to the next hill, which is what OpTic needed to do. There's a lot that they can learn from that series. When things are getting chaotic, OpTic have got to find better ways of slowing it down and doing the basics.
For some reason, it always feels like there's some kind of controversy or something that leaves us wanting more whenever Shopify Rebellion and OpTic Gaming go at it. And for me, this time, it has to be that game number 2. They mentioned it on the stage, literally 1 team grenade on Renegade, who had Cycle 1 shot on bottom mid. Could have been the difference of them ultimately getting 50-49 and then Shopify Rebellion coming back, or them winning 3-0. There's always something that happens that makes me want to see more.
I completely agree with you. I think, do you know what it is? I think bar that map 5, it's how close things get. I mean, you mentioned recharge there, and I won't go into it, but how close that was at the very end. Again, it just leaves you wanting more. You're on the edge of your seat. You're almost having to unpack in your brain what you just witnessed and why it was so close. It is unbelievably exciting, exhilarating up here. What a wonderful match that we saw on that main stage. What an incredible series. Can't wait for more of it, and there will be plenty more, because coming up next on the main stage, we do have our first elimination round. It's going to be OpTic Gaming versus TSM. We'll see who stays here, who goes home, and we'll see you guys right after the break.
the quick.
Enemy team took the hill. 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 Defeat.
Hello folks and welcome back to the HCS 2025. I can't even speak. I did actually, just to be perfectly real with you, I just ran to the bathroom as fast as I possibly could. And yeah, I got small legs, so I couldn't really breathe very well coming back on the desk, but just keeping it real with you because we're human beings up here delivering you this show, and very, very blessed to be up here doing it. But we saw an absolutely incredible series, which I clearly couldn't take my eyes away from, eating into my bathroom break. But I have Goofy and Tony, and while I do get some oxygen in my lungs, Goofy, how you feeling?
I'm feeling hyped up after that series. I mean, these two juggernauts, I could watch them play Halo Infinite all day. Literally, I mean, y'all talked about it on the desk, but one team nade away from a potential 3-0 sweep for OpTic. You know, I saw Formal on Twitter saying that one stings, but they're going to regain. There's a lot of tournament left to be played. So watch out if you're playing OpTic in the elimination bracket because they are angry.
I'm gonna be honest with you, Lot. I didn't know you moved that fast. You were moving like legend running a flag. I'm actually impressed. That was crazy.
I nearly had it, and then I was like, nope, I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I'm better now, guys. I'm here. Yeah, you're right. Just unbelievably small margins. And I think it's funny because we're going to see so much more of that as the tournament progresses and the weekend goes on. I feel like at this point in Halo Infinite, you know, year 4, we've had a definite shuffle of teams, lots of different teams just eager to get that edge upon each other, right? And seeing what works, what chemistry-wise, what dynamic-wise works. And it's always down to those moments, those decisions, one kill, one moment, one slide the wrong way. I mean, it's funny we talk about that, you know, map 2 and that situation that we were kind of given from both sides, but Cycle also messed up too. He slid out bottom mid. You heard Royal 2 up there. I thought it was over. I thought, oh, GG's, we lost that one. You know, it's just those moments of situations and how you finesse in them, right? How do you remedy those problems, those mistakes? And Royal 2 knew exactly what he needed to do, which is what he does best. He just shoots straight.
Yep.
Shoot straight, hope for the best, and that's exactly what happened. But beautiful scenes, and I can't wait to see more of that. And as we get into more of the action, we of course have OpTic on the chopping block now, going up against TSM. They have quite the road ahead of them. I'm not too worried about this journey in the elimination bracket yet. I think going up against a roster like TSM, who, quite frankly, just haven't been pushing themselves up to the plate. They just haven't met the challenge right now. And Goofy, I think they're going to need to dig incredibly deep, and I'm a little bit worried in this series.
Yeah, I was talking to Gaskin in the green room, and you know, I agree, Lottie. I think OpTic should be feeling confident going into the elimination bracket, but TSM, even though they've had a difficult start to their tournament, they're still a roster that can pop off at any given time. So OpTic, you got to be really careful, and then obviously goes without saying, there's not any room for error anymore, right? There's no more losses. This isn't pool play, not even the winner's bracket. You're in the elimination bracket, so you got to come out strong because TSM, they've been hearing all the noise as well, right? Everyone is kind of letting them know that they've been disappointing so far this season, and they want to prove the haters wrong, but OpTic is on the other side, and that's a tall order.
It certainly is a tall order. Tony, looking at numbers, looking at things that they have managed to do, is there anything that you can pull kind of out of the depths of yesterday and into today for TSM that they can kind of lean on just ever so slightly?
In yesterday's performance, honestly, not so much. I'm just being realistic. I feel like, I've personally been hard on this TSM roster, leading up into this tournament. And I kind of give them the benefit of the doubt because I'm like, okay, well, maybe they're a LAN team. Last time we saw this trio together, they got 3rd place in Worlds. So I will say, as far as this tournament, not really so much. But as far as their body of work together, they still are an amazing trio. Cherish still adds a ton of value to this roster. So I know what their ceiling is, but we got to see it. And now you got to see it, in one series or you're out of the tournament. It's against OpTic Gaming, who are angry.
An angry OpTic. It's a scary OpTic.
It certainly is. They're going to want to prove a point. I think they're going to want to do it in front of their home crowd here who are cheering them on. I mean, let's be real. They gave us a show on that main stage. Their heads really shouldn't be down too low right now. I know that final Slayer was a bit of a blowout. We also know it's a little bit of a rough section when it comes to their map and mode combos. And to be perfectly honest, it's going to be Shopify Rebellion's bread and butter. I mean, Frosty on Origin, previously Coliseum, it's going to be difficult. That's to say the least. But I think OpTic can really take something from that series and know they are right there. It was in their hands and it was so close. They get potentially another go at this. TSM stands in their way. This should be something that they can really have fun with.
Yeah, like I said, use this series, use last series as motivation, come into this series hot and take care of business. I mean, that's been the name, the OpTic story so far when it comes to this roster is just getting so close, but they never seem to come on the winning side of those situations against Shopify Rebellion. But against TSM, I like their odds, and in their entire elimination bracket, I expect them to really catch fire and potentially see Shopify Rebellions in the grand finals. I don't want to speak too soon because there's a lot of tough teams to go through before we get there, but right now is the elimination bracket run for OpTic. It needs to start right here.
If there's one thing we can say about this OpTic Gaming roster, I feel like we did see their formula for success. I feel like when OpTic Gaming ultimately are at their best is when Renegade is leading in the Slays department, and not even necessarily the damage department, but just being efficient with his kills. We saw Bound being that main aggressive damage dealer, even Formal playing that anchor position. I feel like we saw their recipe for success, and obviously they weren't able to get it done against Shopify Rebellion, but as we mentioned so many times, this could have been an OpTic win. And if OpTic continue to play like that throughout the lower bracket, they may find themselves back in the grand finals. It will be a long journey, though.
I think it's a story of two different scenarios here, right? I think on one side you got OpTic Gaming, and for me, some of the big keys for both teams, but in different senses, are going to be power weapons and powers, but mainly power weapons. OpTic are going to try and get power weapons and have fun and get a bit of dopamine here. They definitely need a little bit of a lift of spirit. I think on the other side, TSM are going to have to get the power weapons to literally stop anything from happening to them. I think they need the power weapons to feel a little bit more confident, secure, that it's out of the hands of their opponent. And then I want to know what you can do with it. Put it to use. Show me what control that you can create. Don't hesitate. I think we see situations where teams often do get these, and they have the toys to work with, but they don't really do anything with them. They kind of, mosey around top tower on a live fire, and they're just kind of checking their angles and seeing what's happening. Then you get the likes of someone like Renegade. With a sniper in his hands, he is hunting. He is out for blood. He is looking for that kill, like literally just as if he's got some kind of thermal no-scope, like scope on this sniper. He just knows where someone is, and he will go and search for it. I think that's a big difference here, and I want to see some aggression out of TSM. What have they got to lose at this point?
Yeah, I agree. I think power weapon control is a big talking point for both teams. Honestly, if I'm TSM, I just don't want OpTic to have the power weapons. I would rather them play the weapons, waste the ammo, because a team like TSM, they're run and gun. They kind of thrive off of that teamwork, so they can thrive in a game where power weapons aren't as much of a factor, but that you need to keep them out of the hands of someone like Renegade, someone like Formal, because when we see Renegade catch fire with a sniper rifle, or if he has rockets, then it's just bad news for the other team.
I feel like one thing that doesn't get talked about enough stuff that the best teams in the world do against OpTic Gaming is, on top of taking advantage of the power weapons, when they know they're about to die with it, they make sure they either waste the ammo or throwing it off the map consistently. I want to make sure that TSM do that. Like, it's not the end of the world if you don't go on a killing frenzy with a sniper. It's the end of the world if you drop that sniper and allow Renegade to grab it off of your dead body and then use it against you. So I will say, if you're going to go down fighting or throw it off.
Indeed. I mean, I've got to ask you, Goofy, when was that actually implemented into Halo? Because I remember talking to somebody, I can't remember if it was Clutch or Walshy maybe, about when wasting snipe ammo started happening and how much of a shock it was. I don't know if it was in that kind of like OpTic or CLG era when those guys together on that kind of like crazy roster started doing it and people were like, what is happening? Or does it go back way further?
I think it goes back really far. I mean, my first ever Halo event was Meadowlands 2009, just a young Goofy in the AM bracket, in the open bracket. And even back then, you know, on maps like Guardian or I mean, on the pit, you couldn't throw off the weapon. But as far as playing the snipers, playing the power weapons, that's been in play for a while. But I think it's become a lot more strategic with wasting ammo and then maybe only have 1 or 2 left in the chamber, and then you go for the no-scope, or then you go for that crazy play because you know the other team won't pick up a fully stacked sniper rifle. So the strategy goes far back, but we've definitely seen it refined in these newer Halos.
For sure, or even just throwing it off the map into the drink. Just we love to see that, just an entire sniper rifle. Kind of hurts me inside when I see that.
I hate to see that. I was going to say, I don't love to see it at all.
But when playing against Renegade, I mean, I understand. I would do the same thing.
Sometimes you've just got to give yourself the best chance that you possibly can. And if it's in the drink, it's in the drink. I want to have a look right now, though, as we're waiting for things to get set up on stage, at the bracket. We've only had really one glance at it so far today, and I want to see a little bit more. I know we're in the elimination bracket right now, but I want to look at the winner's side of things because there's another team here that really is standing out to me, and we actually do already have an update. FaZe Clan, 3-0 complexity. My goodness me, what has been happening behind the scenes? Okay, I literally, you know, my homework now while I watch this, I want to find out exactly what happened in this matchup because I'm a little bit shook at the outcome of that. I really thought complexity were going to kind of bring it to FaZe Clan. We'd see something a little bit closer. Tony, you shocked by this result?
I can't say I am, to be honest with you. Like, coming into this tournament, I really wasn't that high on complexity based on their open series events. I will say I thought their win against Luminosity was really impressive, but then think about it. Luminosity came in as the number 5 seed, and they're not even in championship bracket right now. So I like FaZe a lot. I think complexity have a lot to prove, and yeah, FaZe, they want to make it to the winner's bracket finals. Complexity was just in their way.
All right, well, Tony, with that being said, Nemesis Cloud9 either will meet FaZe. Who do you think has a better chance at taking FaZe on and really eliminating this gatekeeper here?
It's funny because I had Team Nemesis as my dark horse squad going into this tournament, but stylistically, FaZe have been really working on their defense and they're not getting staggered. Like, they've literally put an extra emphasis where they go 1 down, they play their life. They wait for that spawner to come up. They go 2 down, they are not throwing away their lives. And a team like Nemesis, they like to bully teams, especially with Wutum's amount of damage that he puts down. But I feel like you're not going to catch FaZe staggering. So that's why I look at a team like Cloud9, and I feel like a team that can slow the game down with FaZe and look comfortable while doing it. I actually like Cloud9 a little bit better against FaZe, just a little bit.
Just a little bit better. Okay, and Goofy, do you share the same sentiments here, or is it different for you?
No, absolutely not. In my opinion, I mean, we got to give Nemesis the respect they deserve so far this tournament, right? Beating a team like OpTic Gaming, getting first in their pools, being set up to be in this kind of bottom half of the bracket where that top half was stacked. You had SSG, OpTic, and Shopify Rebellion. On the bottom half, FaZe obviously showing us what they're all about. They've been dominating this whole tournament, but they really, in my opinion, haven't been fully tested just yet. And a team like Nemesis could do that, right? I do give them the edge over either of those teams, but I got to show respect to Nemesis and the way they've been playing this tournament. If they go up, if they take out Cloud9, they're going up against FaZe, I would be a little nervous if I'm FaZe Clan.
Yeah, certainly would indeed. I think honestly both have a great kind of shout when it comes to potentially causing an upset here. I got to say for sure, Nemesis for me is the one that's taking the ticket, I think, when it comes to FaZe. But I do completely understand what you're saying stylistically about Cloud9. I totally get that. And sometimes you do find that it's hard to not put respect on what Nemesis have done. But then you can often see even some of the top 3 teams not actually match up well against one another. And it just depends on exactly how you play the game and how they like to do things. And I think personally when it comes to a team like Space Station Gaming, for example, I think they match up a little bit better against OpTic Gaming than they do Shopify Rebellion. And that's just stylistically. And I think they would probably say the same thing. And it's interesting to kind of get the opinions to see where you guys are at and kind of how it works out, I think, in terms of who will be facing here. But let's take a look at the elimination bracket and just remind ourselves who's in here fighting for their lives. And believe it or not, OpTic Gaming, there they are, elimination round 1 against TSM. And then we also got Infamous as well, who have dropped down. We haven't seen much of Infamous right now. Tony, you know, this team put together last minute, we kind of mentioned that yesterday, and haven't quite had the run I think that they wanted to come out and kind of surprise people with maybe a little bit of honeymooning, you could say. How are you feeling about their tournament and how far they might be able to go in this bracket, knowing OpTic's lurking around the corner?
I mean, I think no matter what, it's going to be a rough road for Infamous, but I will say, leading up to this event, I was watching a lot of their scrims, I was watching a lot of their open series, I even got the chance to cast over a lot of the online tournaments, and I've been very impressed with Descendant. I think not a lot of people are talking about what he's been able to do in the Slay department. Like, this man has been absolutely flying. So if there is one player that I want to watch out for on Infamous, it's definitely Descendant. He's that good.
Do you know what? I'm just going to pause right here on the elimination bracket. We'll pick it back up in 1 second, but I did just have an update from the Shurs himself. He actually let me know that Nemesis beat C9 3-1. So it has happened. We now know who will be facing FaZe. They will be playing FaZe. So not to just put a bow on it, but Goof, you kind of called it in a sense. I mean, they did manage to beat C9, and Nemesis will go on. I think based on the way that they have rounded that series out 3-1, I think we're in for a pretty exciting series out of them with FaZe.
Definitely. I mean, don't ever underestimate that. There's always that one team at every tournament, it seems like, that when they catch fire, they just cause a problem no matter who they're playing. And Nemesis has got to be that team this event, right? Specifically, I shouted them out at the start of the broadcast yesterday, but Wutum, man, I'm growing to become more and more of a fan of Wutum. I got to start playing mouse and keyboard or something because, you know, you look at his screen and he just does so much damage. He does so much positive for his team, and we're seeing it right now. We're seeing Nemesis really be that story of the weekend so far. Imagine they go into this FaZe series and take them down. Like, how big of a storyline would that be for the EU scene and just for the Halo scene in general?
I mean, how much kind of, I think, similarities, I guess is probably the best word to use, could you pull from them and the likes of Quadrant and what we watched happen?
I mean, you pull a lot, honestly. I mean, you look at SLG. I mean, SLG, he's a master with the power weapons. And when you have a mouse and keyboard player on your team, lots of times you try to feed him the sniper. But dude, SLG, he's the one going after those snipers in the beginning of games. He's the one making sure he secures rockets a lot as well. I actually really like what he brings to the table specifically. And then, of course, if Wutum picks it up, we saw what he did to OpTic. It was a bit scary. I had Team Nemesis as my dark horse squad for a reason. I think they're that good. They've been boot camping. They've been doing their thing. We get to see if they can beat FaZe.
Well, I'll tell you what, they are striding strong right now up in that upper bracket. But back down in the elimination bracket, things are kind of bleak here. You know, we're fighting for our life in the tournament's day number 2, haven't even made it to Champ Sunday yet. So there is so much to play for and so much pressure on the line as well. Coming back to the series that we have on main stage, which is OpTic Gaming versus TSM elimination round 1, folks, just to remind you at home. You know, I'm wondering with TSM here how much they can hold on. What have they got in this series to really kind of go by? And it's going to be difficult. It's a lot of pressure, a lot of mental ability, believing that you can do this. And it's like, well, we can either hit them while they're down and try and capitalize on that, or what have we got in the tank? What are some of our strengths that we haven't shown this weekend? So with that being said, Goofy, when it comes down to this roster, who have you got a spotlight on? Who do you want to see have a pop-off game where it matters most?
I'm going to have to go, I mean, just using the graphics here, we have Druck and Tolic on our screen, but honestly, I'm going to have to go with Cherished, right? The newer addition to this group of 3 that we've been seeing going all the way back to Halo 5, Money 8s at 4 a.m. in the morning, right? Tolic, Druck, Soul Snipe, these guys have been together for so long. Cherished is that player that they're hoping can help them put the pieces together, but so far this event, that hasn't been the case. In this series specifically, if I'm TSM, I always say this when you're the underdog playing against a juggernaut, like, Game 1 tells me so much about what the series can potentially be, right? Trying to win an objective game against a team that is favored in the series can be such a confidence booster, and then against a team like OpTic, when they're honestly can be weak in Slayers at time, right? So if you can steal a Game 1 if you're TSM going into Game 2 of a Slayer, you never know, right? So TSM really need to come out strong, win their opening starts in Game 1, potentially steal a Game 1. That's really going to bode well for them.
It certainly will indeed. I'm also very excited to see Tolik play as well. I think you're totally right there about the rest of the team here. And I think Tolik, if he can have a really big game, I've seen what he can do with the Sniper Tony. Actually, I can't remember exactly who it was. I think it was Livefire, potentially, and he had the most disgusting snipe across map. But Tolik can do it with some of the best of them.
Yeah, he's definitely one of the more underrated Slayers that we've had in our league for a very long time. Like, he was topping KD leaderboards, even going back since Season 1. And a lot of people weren't talking about him enough. For me, I'm glad that you mentioned that map number 1, but for me, I think it's that map number 4, because I want to say map 4 is a stronghold, and that's going to be a bread and butter of TSM. Okay. So you got to get to map 4, obviously, against OpTic Gaming. And I saw Origin. I'm like, okay, well, maybe that's one of OpTic's weaker maps. But then I saw it was CTF on Origin Game 3. And the last time we saw OpTic and TSM go at it on that very map, they beat them 3-0 in a minute and 30 seconds. Like, that was one of the more memorable CTF Origins that we saw. So if you can get to Game 4, on that stronghold, that's TSM's win condition.
All right, well, I'll tell you what, I can probably hear you guys yelling at home right now from your couch. Start the game, start the game. My gosh, why are you talking so much? This is awful, start the game. Well, trust me, I would also like to stop talking and start the game, but, you know, things happen, guys. And on the main stage right now, we're having a couple of technical difficulties. We've been through quite a lot so far this weekend. We're getting it all sorted so that all of the gameplay is absolutely perfect for our pros. So, with that being said, this is your chance to stop hearing us talk. Go get a beverage, go get some food. We're going to head to a quick break, and when everything is ready, set, and the main stage is ready to go, we'll be right back. So we'll see you guys for OpTic versus TSM right after this.
Oh my God, Lucid, Lucid, Lucid. Where do we start?
There is no doubt about it. Lucid is the star of Halo Infinite. Every single time his POV is on the screen, in an arena, in a home, people go wild.
He is what most players aspire to be. When people think of Halo pros, I'm sure he's one of the first people that comes to your mind.
He is incredible at his craft.
The level that he plays at is so high. It's MVP form, but he does it every single time.
You know, if you think about some of the sickest plays in which you've seen in Halo Infinite, it's probably came from the thumbs of Lucid.
Oh my goodness, Lucid! Look at the job, we'll see each other again in a moment. Lucid! Look at these nice donuts. Lucid, maybe put the shot next to them. I like it. Lucid with a nasty double kill. No idea.
Lucid, take one.
So getting into video games for me was really easy. Like, I think I was just competitive. I've always been competitive. I was just watching the Halo 2 tournaments were being broadcast, and they had like these highlight reels, and I knew of the names, you know, like Snipe Down, Ola, Final Boss, Ogres. That kind of started out early on with those types of things, but the feeling was that I just wanted to get better at Halo. That is distinctly the only feeling that I have, is just the love for the game. I just want to get better at something. I want to get better at Halo even more than I already felt like I was pretty good at.
I think he's hungry for more. I think you can see that in his eye when he's on stage.
For him, it's all about winning titles. He has the opportunity to go on and win more titles than most could ever dream of.
When I think of Lucid's personality, it's actually a very particular personality where he's not your normal superstar in esports that's like cocky and arrogant and like showboating. Lucid's rather quiet, and he's rather reserved to himself.
He really does have a calm, collective arrogance to him, which you kind of need to be one of the best players in the world in terms of confidence. He's very humble, but the fans go wild for it every time he's on the stage. It's exactly what you need to be one of the fan favorites.
He's very relaxed. He doesn't raise his voice very often. He's very calm and controlled.
I think the quote is, you shouldn't be afraid of the loudest guy in the room, you're afraid of the quietest guy in the room, and I think Lucid carries himself in that manner.
I would say he has the most famous posture in all of Halo that also summarizes a lot about his personality. A lot of players you'll be seeing like right up at their screen, you know, locked in completely, and Tommy's just like this.
Which one? Let's see. Yeah.
This one?
There. That was on your knees now.
Get out of your way. Give me a second here.
You're part of the content
That,
too.
yeah, right there.
One more row back.
This one?
Yeah, that's fucking hard.
I have known Tommy Lucid for since about 2016, so a little over 7-8 years now.
All right, you gotta come back, Joey. You were supposed to walk.
Tommy and I came up as amateurs together, and we've pretty much been together almost our whole careers.
I mean, Lucid and Trippy have been playing together for years and years and years. They've been a really, really solid duo together.
They play off of each other really well. You often do see that on Halo Infinite rosters. Different players can feed off of each other. Well, Lucid and Trippy, that's a duo you need to watch out for.
Needs Trippy. Ooh, does he get the fight? He catches it! He catches it! From the mid-map, it's a huge grapple from Lucid.
He and I have been like the rocks for each other, because I think he's very similar to me. We can normally comfortably talk to each other and the team surrounding us about how we need to improve and what we need to improve on, and not necessarily feeling like scared to just be honest. I think that's why we've had a lot of success over the years.
Lucid almost broke a little smile there.
Lucid was the front runner of everything that was Halo Infinite at the very beginning of the game, and I think that if you are the pioneer of a playstyle, that says enough.
He became a master of so many things before anyone else even realized they existed.
If people want to be you, if people want to play like you, that describes how good of a player you actually are.
It is his perfection that he comes onto the table with, and it is so incredible to watch.
That ability to kind of put in the work and absorb the knowledge and work out a game so quickly, I think speaks a lot to his intelligence as a player. And from there, he really was separating himself as like being in the conversations for one of the best in the game.
I think for me, the Halo community, it means a lot, because I think it's just when you have that passion for something, you just want to see it succeed, you want to see it continue, you want to see it blossom. And I think that's something that, for me, that runs very deep.
That star power, that leadership translates so well into the community. People love to hear from him. They love to watch him stream. They love the interviews post-game. He really does give a lot.
He understands his role as a leader in the eyes of many in the community. I think that Lucid is a great kind of archetype for how a Halo player should be away from the game, as well as their behavior within it.
He's kind of a good voice for everyone. I think a lot of people in the community agree with what he says, so it's very good for him to like very vocal and try to make Halo better.
Tommy's gonna be one of my best friends forever. Like, we have been through literally everything together.
So I remember it was Worlds 2022. It was my highest placement and I got third. And I talked to Tommy in the after party and I was upset that I couldn't win because he won. And I remember he told me, like, you know, he put like his hand on my shoulder and he was like, dude, at the end of Halo 5, I got second several times and I could never win. And he was like, you have to fall so many times and learn so many times what happens when you lose in order to go out there and win. And like, that kind of goes to show that he's like supportive to like his cast and like the rest of the Halo scene.
360s for style points at this point.
Oh! Forget about the mangle.
He already has the support, the love from the fans. He already has that stardom. If he could get the accolades to go along with that, he will end up being one of the greatest Halo players that we have ever seen.
On the side of FaZe, you're... Oh my God!
Odd locations, and there's gonna be one pick over into dummies, second pick onto the silo. Just gonna jump out, no scope for the triple kill.
Wait,
can he do it all?
Wait! Lucid! You madman!
Hello folks and welcome back to the HCS Arlington Major hosted by OpTic Gaming. Now the tech masterminds have been quick at work on that main stage, making sure everything is picture perfect for our pros to go head to head. I mean, after all, this is a really big deal. This is elimination round 1 and it's our hometown team, OpTic Gaming versus TSM. A last-ditch effort from TSM to get things done when it matters most and for OpTic to stay alive. Goofy, excited about this?
I cannot wait. The crowd is getting filled up. The hometown heroes are here to make a statement. No more room for error. It's now or never for OpTic Gaming and for TSM, right? Win or go home. This is what it's all about.
Tony, we've had some electric series so far. Excuse the pun about the electric problems on stage and all weekend, to be perfectly honest. Had to do it, had to say it. Tony, but how exciting is this? OpTic Gaming in front of their home crowd, once again, having to keep their tournament alive and show us exactly what they're made of.
It really is so exciting. Both of these teams have so much to prove. It's lower bracket round number 1, literally do or die. And something tells me OpTic, they don't want to go home this early.
All right, well, that's enough from us. We want more for you on the main stage. We have OpTic versus TSM. Let's meet the teams.
Welcome to the elimination bracket. We're about to kick it off here in round 1, and in shocking fashion, OpTic Gaming have found themselves deep in the hole. I'm joined by Dave Walsh, I'm Clutch, and we have TSM on the other side of the stage as well, Dave. So 2 teams that are not customary in the elimination bracket this early, but specifically speaking from OpTic's point of view, what the hell happened to get here?
I mean, you looked at their match record so far this event, they're 9-6 in maps. I mean, it's kind of odd to think that they've lost once in pool play, they've lost once in bracket play, and they only have 1 more loss against them so far this event. Clearly the favorites going into this next match, but TSM is a scary roster to run into at this point. Those players can catch fire at any moment, and their tournament life could be over early or mid-Saturday.
Yeah, let's talk about TSM's perspective when you're sitting on that side of the stage and you are entering the elimination bracket round 1. You're capable of going on a run. Are you going to have an opportunity is the big question. The opportunity in front of you doesn't feel like it's a big one because OpTic Gaming is the first team that's in line of your bracket play.
Yeah, I mean, TSM can obviously complain and say this is a very unfortunate elimination round 1, but the fact is their pool play put them here to this position right now. They took a couple losses in pool play, and fate is now in their hands against OpTic on their home turf here in this arena.
This is a high-pressure match. Loser goes home. Lottie wouldn't start the game, so I will. As we kick off, it's going to be King of the Hill Solitude for game 1. And the Green Wall, if you can hear me, your team needs you now more than ever. They want to go on a historic run here this weekend, and they will kick it off against TSM, and we'll kick it off with Bounce Point of View.
What an interesting break there by TSM. You saw how they pushed all the way out towards ledge, no one contesting towards yard. The yard contention's not too uncommon, but there is the start that OpTic are looking for. Takes all 4 down, they get in the hill right away. You know they're tracking those spawns.
You may be hoping, if you were TSM, that OpTic was going to start slow, maybe a little diminished. After losing in the winner's bracket, will OpTic come out slaying 4 straight kills, perfect camo control from Formal, more slays going in their favor, and early progression in the hill is exactly what the Green Wall wanted to see.
Just doing it methodically. They got that camo, they got shock rifle, and they can just trade out a few kills before they decide to go back in this hill. They do have 2 down though. 1 more pick, and time is certainly going to tick up for OpTic.
Not sure how that one didn't hit, but Formal still working on knocking down Tog. The respawners from TSM are going to be towards the sniper side. That hill still controlled by OpTic Gaming. It's perfect Halo being played right now by all of OpTic to control not only this current hill, but Formal rotating towards the yard is going to give his team an opportunity to potentially jump in that second hill if they're able to get one round of slays.
And OpTic taking potentially the most challenging hill here on Solitude, King of the Hill, with only 4 deaths total throughout this entire time. I spoke a little too early as kills are traded back and forth, but showing the level of dominance that OpTic has off of the start of this game.
So OpTic are going to lose that map control that I was speaking of for Formal rotating in the yard right there, as they are forced to get one more round of slays, but this hill is almost guaranteed to go in their favor, Dave.
Also, Wes, what do you think about what's your choice here? If you are TSM, and you know it's almost inevitable for OpTic at this hill, are you setting up for the next hill at this point, or are you trying to scrap this up and put a little pressure on them?
I think you have to play towards the next hill, and if you can try to create a miracle, then like great, but at most, you want to control loop, you want to control back BR, but unfortunately, it's going to be Bound that's already back here. He's going to win his piv, or at least trade it out, and the rotations are going to favor OpTic, so not only do you lose that first point, you don't have map control in order to play towards the second point, and this second point goes very quickly because if it's in an enclosed area like yard.
Yeah, not going to be a challenge. The yard as easily got traveled very far across the map. Formal getting the trade out against Soul Snipe. More credit to Soul Snipe in that engagement.
3 go down for OpTic, it's 2 up for TSM, but OpTic were passively in the hill. They decided to get out. Last player alive, going to play towards that LR area, wait for respawners, and right now, a battle for this loop is going to be what's going to really dictate who gets a significant amount of time here in this second hill. It's going to be trades across the board. Renegade distracted by a player on truck, but you got to think Formal's going to be on that side of the map with the hill, and that's going to favor OpTic Gaming here early.
Slaying's the name of the game here, but neither team willing to step in this hill and yard. They want to make sure they get all those surrounding areas under control first.
Formal's behind them. Formal's behind the truck. They don't know he's here. They don't check their corners, and because of it, Formal's getting free damage. It allows OpTic to go 2-0. Formal and Legend pick up 2 kills. A third player goes down. Formal picks up the new shock rifle. It's OpTic slaughtering them in the loop area as TSM all go on respawn. OpTic Gaming are getting so much time here in Hill 2.
Yeah, just going to be super comfortable for them now. After they get those kills, they no longer pressured from both sides. They're no longer worried about glass and worried about people coming over from yard side or from ledge. They know it's just going to be coming from one angle at a time.
A massive play by Formal to hide behind that truck. It's allowed his team the perfect level of control to go up 2-0, and OpTic does just that. The hill will move towards dip for hill number 3. Camo will be coming up, but shock rifle in the hands of Formal. 3 go down for TSM without Formal even having to shoot it. Formal's going to find a free kill. The last player alive, it's actually a respawner, is lifting up Snipe. That's Renegade's key to grab this new camouflage, and now shock rifle and camo in the hands of Renegade as well.
Yeah, this is dangerous. We've just seen OpTic control this, and methodically every single time they seem to just take a little slow as this new hill comes up, secure a few kills, and then they go in the hill.
That was
but
nasty.
Also, OpTic now has a choice. If they just want to slay out the rest of this game, I still think there's almost too much time on the clock to consider slaying out for 2.5 minutes, but it is an option if this hill goes on for too long.
And I do think if you're OpTic Gaming, you don't want to play time anymore. You want to leave statements along the elimination bracket run you're about to go on, the one you plan on going on. And who's making a statement? It's Renegade, 12, 4, and 4 right now. The shock rifle might be out of ammo, but Renegade, a massive amount of presence here at this top snipe. This hill will guarantee go to OpTic as well as we look at the progression nearly ending for hill 3.
I like this rotation back and forth. Renegade's going to check the stairs and then instantly put his focus in over towards market, over towards top ledge, making sure he can help his teammates, but he's going to continue to rotate back and forth. But the second they now know somebody's over at posters, he's going to try to help, but I like this. Renegade can decide if he wants to fight it or not. His team gets the hill, he decides, I'm not going to fight a one-on-one, even though I have the height advantage. He didn't want to fight that because he's down a shot.
Yeah, you got to come to me, bro, is what Renegade says as he anchors that snipe position. It's so much map control from OpTic. From point 2 to P3, that was perfect Halo once again. OpTic seem to have found their rhythm here. Going against a team like Shopify, Dave, let's talk about it in the middle of this game. It's 3-0. When you play such a high-intensity, high-level match of Halo like they did against Shopify, it just makes you feel like warmed up to the point where when you play anybody else, it just feels easy.
Yeah, I mean, you're able to, get away with some of your individual mistakes or errors. You're able to roll those advantage even harder compared to a previous series.
and they're just coming out with a vengeance right now. About to see what, is that the 4th camo in a row going in the hands of OpTic?
Yeah, it feels like every camo, every shock rifle has been OpTic Gaming's, and every perfect kill has been Renegade so far. A double kill for Renegade, spots the player top glass, able to get great damage. Cheris won't quite give him the headshot for the triple. It could have been an O with Soul Snipe, but Renegade gonna play his life here with this camouflage. And this is when OpTic Gaming have chosen to start playing time. You can see about 30 seconds have gone by. Renegade finding himself a triple right after the double, and Renegade finds 5 straight kills to go 17-7-6. OpTic Gaming wants to slay out for the next 1 minute and 15 seconds, and I mean, that is a painful way to lose this game if you're TSM, because now the cat's just playing with his food.
Also just very smart on the OpTic side. Sure, they technically could have won quicker if they jumped this hill and were able to scrap that up.
Maybe they wanted
But also,
to
that's the one way that you can open up the door, open up a window of opportunity for TSM to get back in this game. It's going to be very challenging for TSM to outslay, grab 4 hills or 3 hills in a row to tie it up with only 50 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, when you're up 3-0, your win condition is also part of the clock, right? Every second is a win condition out the door for TSM. And speaking of outdoors, it's a very difficult time getting out this door for TSM as they spawn back blue. Multiple players trying to get through, but it's Formal laying down tons of damage throughout that combat in order to just deny any kind of space. TSM looking like they are ready for game 2 at this point, because even these kills, yeah, maybe they can boost some confidence, but in reality, OpTic Gaming came and dominated game 1.
Just that jiggle peek. Renegade's still going to win out that fight. And we're just counting down the last 10 seconds here. You even see TSM not fully desperate in it. They realize the severity of the situation.
I'm playing
try to just get a kill or two, trade it out, and say, roll on into game number 2. Dominating fashion there by OpTic Gaming, kicking the series off 3-0 on King of the Hill.
Everybody going positive, everybody playing perfect. The map control, the power-ups, the power weapons was perfect from OpTic Gaming here so far in the elimination bracket. It's been one game, but I have a lot of confidence that they're going to be able to use this as a recipe for success against a lot lesser and weaker opponents. And unfortunately, TSM has not showed us so far throughout this event that they have what it takes to stand and go toe-to-toe with the big green wall. Taking a look at the stats now, it was Renegade that popped off in the kills department. 20 kills, 7 assists, 8 deaths, leaving pretty much right where he left off from game 1 of the Shopify series.
Yeah, I mean, he was popping off during there on live fire. It's just, there's times where Renegade, I feel like when he's playing extremely well and he's leading in kills, it's tough for his team to lose. I mean, when Renegade is doing so much across the map, like, it's not just the kills, it's like he's creating so many distractions. He's in difficult spots. He's not just hiding, anchoring in the back of a map somewhere. He's up close and center, creating chaos for the opposing team.
Right, and the more of a distraction you can be, the more free roam your teammates like Bound and Legend will have. And now, the big question is how does TSM get any momentum, if they can, before their weekend's already over, Dave? The map 2 is going to be Aquarius Slayer. A smaller map, maybe quick pace, maybe you can gain some advantages. What are we looking from TSM to potentially try and get their feet on the ground before the tournament's over?
Well, compared to Solitude, Aquarius Slayer, they're going to be able to charge out and get some more angles much easier. On Solitude, you have to, like, all right, we're going to, you know, if you all spawn yard, you have to send some people towards glass, send someone towards ledge. And
almost isolated.
It almost has to be, yeah, there's a lot of isolated lines of sight and fights, and also just the timing. It's like, all right, if you go to ledge 2 seconds early before someone pops out from LR or glass, you get melted and you're at no shield. Whereas you're not going to have that same sort of precision needed on something like Aquarius. Aquarius, you can poke in and out. There's going to be some more elongated battles, and they're going to be able to be a bit more grouped up, whereas it felt like they were kind of getting picked apart there on Solitude.
And for a team like TSM that has had so much history together throughout all of Halo Infinite, a lot of these guys have been together in pairs of 3s across several different seasons. You think that that teamwork has got to come into play if they are going to extend this series, if they are going to show up this weekend.
Yeah, it's got to pop out now, or they get a long time to think about before the next event. One thing is scary about that very first match, though, is we were talking down the side as we were waiting for this game to load up. And we're like, hey, I mean, I think TSM's going to look good on that game number 1 Solitude. I mean, that's a Halo 5 map. They got a lot of practice in Halo 5. They're great players in that game, but did not show up there in that case.
Formal does not care about how good you were at Halo 5. He was a little busy during that time, but he is back, and he and the boys on OpTic looked amazing there in game 1. Solitude, King of the Hill. OpTic won up 1-0 here in the series, and we're going into game 2. It's Aqua Slayer, and let's kick it off with the big dog himself. It's H4F.
Battling up towards pink. Every death here is going to count in this one. And off the start, again, 2 members of TSM falling. All 4 members of OpTic staying alive.
That's not good, Dave.
You got Legend right in the front of their base. How are they going to pick that player off? And Talik going down. That's just going to be a few players going back and forth and at least able to give themselves some breathing room. At least taking off Legend and Renegade off the map for a moment in time.
You get
so they aren't just getting crushed off spawn.
You get some breathing room, but a lot of information from Formal here, and I was going to say this camo play could be something that just snowballs, but they're able to take him down with maybe just a kill and an assist. So you got at least Formal with camo off the map, a much better solution than going down 1-0 in a Hill game. Still 7-3 right now, 8-3, a big one from Soul Snipe there on the bound. It does get traded out, and trades are big time for TSM to stay in this game until they get some map control themselves. It's 10-5, not necessarily trading as efficiently as you would like, but at least it's not a blowout just yet.
Yeah, you can't let it spiral out of control. And there's sometimes it's difficult to know what to do when you have players off of OpTic who are just playing so hot on fire and forcing so much action. You don't know whether it's, hey, do we sit back and let them fall into one of our traps, or do we fight fire with fire and try to make our own aggressive pushes, play on our own game plan? Both are viable, but you just gotta choose one.
Yeah, easier said than done trying to fight fire with fire when the fire is OpTic Gaming. The firepower on OpTic Gaming continuing to prove strong, although a couple of kills in TSM's favor, reset the map, and now for the first time, maybe we have something to play with. We're on board with Cherish now. He's got information that OpTic will be spawning pink side. He's kind of on an island here. There is a player in his window, but needs to make sure he doesn't lose his shields too far, because here comes OpTic Gaming into his base.
Yeah, just like that, OpTic fighting out the bridge. Getting a couple picks, and that's 3 down for TSM. Druck gonna fight this one-on-one, gets the reversal on the bound. That's gonna be huge to create a little space for his team, but while that's going down, Renegade's gonna grab the camo, and eventually Druck's also gonna be taken out.
Yeah, just still a 5-kill game, but moments like that you want TSM to be able to capitalize in when you get a certain number down. Camo's coming up in about 10 seconds. They actually lose numbers advantage, lose another camo. It's perfect power-up control so far throughout the series for OpTic, and Renegade now a serious problem when he has camo. It's a double. It's perfect shots from Renegade again.
Yeah, Renegade just hit everything. Renegade's the fastest meleeer, I feel like, in Infinite. I feel like he goes in for melees a little quicker than I expect, and it catches even the best players in the world off guard. He's getting some of those situations where I'm seeing him get the kill and not a melee traded back, and so Renegade's going to the next fight with half shield or more.
Definitely a quality to have, and definitely an enhanced quality that's on land. Even it's a buff, right? When I feel like when you're advancing with the melee on land, you get that extra additional opportunity to just quickly deal such a significant amount of damage. And Renegade, obviously, at 8, 4, and 5, showing you close up and personal is how he wants to fight against TSM. 25-19, still a 6-kill game, but nothing TSM has done has really made a margin into this deficit. It still remains 6, as Renegade once again able to play his life now up to 9.
And I feel like that's one common theme we're seeing here out of OpTic is I do feel like these players are playing their lives just a little bit better. Yes, they're being aggressive. Yes, they're making certain challenges. But almost any single time that I'm seeing someone from TSM get a finish, get a kill, like Talik right there, I don't see Talik staying alive after that engagement, after that 1v1 win.
Yeah, he's dead to rights anyways. Even if Renegade wins or loses his fight, it's getting traded out.
Yeah,
no matter what.
It seems like another player from OpTic's ready to follow up that damage.
And that's the pace that when you looked at this OpTic team, 3 go down for OpTic, and as we've been chatting, TSM finally starting to throw some punches themselves.
And the first camo.
They have a first camo. This is the moment, Cherished. What kind of a play can you make here?
It's funny too, because obviously on the caster desk, it's easy for us to say they need to get more power-ups and power weapons. But in a case like this, they finally had enough map control that they could grab a camo without just forfeiting it.
Yeah, it comes with map control, right? It comes with the numbers advantage that allow you the space in order to acquire it and not just burn it, in all honesty.
Wow, patient by Legend.
Just great bait and switch there. And that's a pace change that you were wondering if this OpTic team was really going to be capable of. And Legend showing you that that's going to be a massive change. We do look like we've lost a player in the observer mode, and what a casual time to lose a player is OpTic. Just got a few kills in their favor. I'm sure we'll have a reset here, and we'll figure out what the actual score difference is going to be between these two teams when we get back in. But there's definitely an opportunity for at least TSM to catch a breath here and reset. That was a moment that looked like a massive opportunity. It really felt like it fell apart. Was it due to the player lagging out, or was it due to a great bait and switch from OpTic paired with a couple other things that allowed them to get map control immediately back on the green wall side?
Yeah, we'll let the TOs make that difficult decision and inform us on what the call is there. But regardless, I'm still so impressed by OpTic and how well they've been playing there. The one thing I wanted to highlight right before we kind of got lagged out there was that bait and switch by Legend, how long he waited. He waited.
Did not care about his teammates.
His teammates like just assuming that that player's gonna come out anytime, or maybe he's worked with like Formal to say, hey, I'm not just coming out after you get the first bullet. I want you to get 2 or 3 bullets. That way I can get this finish and then roll into the next one.
Yeah, absolutely.
Kind of lull them to a false sense of security.
So often I feel like you see that situation in matchmaking or something, and you're going after the first bullet, and all of a sudden that first bullet didn't even hit. Now you're in a one-on-one where you like lazily went into it thinking you had the advantage, and you're coming through a doorway, so now he all of a sudden gets an opportunity to have a chance on you. You got to trust your teammate there, as Legend did, to make sure, hey, you're not supposed to die in this long-range combat. Back out when you need to. I'll be there at all times.
It's just so impressive, and yeah, just some learns that people can take, because I think all the different scenarios of how that could have played out. If there was a second player there, Legend now wouldn't walk out into that 2v1. If someone from TSM decided to get aggressive and push in from their gen across, he could potentially get that back smack and then finish off that initial fight. There's just so many ways that could play out. And so just so smart from Legend not just say, all right, the second that you're shooting, I'm going out that exact instant. He trusts his teammates to stay alive and bait and switch that perfectly.
Maybe in a year 1, you would have seen a little jump of the gun there, but in year 4, the game is evolving. The importance of how much shield that I'm going to have after I kill this first guy, when I'm the one advanced on the map, it's important. Your ability to continue these kills is important. So just a minor situation that really shows the complexity of the level of Halo being played.
And also just showing which team is choosing the smarter battles. That was a very smart battle for OpTic to choose across the map, because they had somebody in position to help finish it off. Whereas that wasn't triggering. That was not clicking there for the TSM roster. They're just saying, all right, well, I guess I'm going to do something rather than doing nothing. And that doing something led to a death.
Yes, Cherish had camo in that situation. It's usually frowned upon to shoot across the map with camo, especially on a kill where you probably know the guy's not going to give it to you. Unless you're just getting ego challenged and disrespected. And the level OpTic's playing at, yes, they might ego chow sometimes and disrespect sometimes, but there's no room for that. I think that they're locked in on their Qs and Ps here to be able to really go on an elimination bracket round. So far, we've seen a game and a half, we'll call it, 1.5. What do you like that you're seeing out of OpTic? Do you think they have what it takes to go all the way through this elimination bracket run and maybe even create history?
I'm seeing glimmers of that. I'm not convinced just yet that I'm seeing this team that I'm saying, wow, they're playing out their minds. They're going to absolutely win this event, because to be frank, they have their work cut out for them. They got a lot of good teams that they have to fight in the elimination bracket, and you don't even know who they have to fight. That's dropping from the upper bracket.
Dropping down there.
Exactly. It's just a lot of tough teams in front of them, and so they have to take it one game at a time. And no, I'm not convinced yet that I'm seeing them play perfect Halo and that they are going to guarantee dominate this shit. But they have to take it one game here and there. They have to keep impressing us, get a 3-0 victory, get those 2-0 victories, get a steak dinner maybe here or there.
Can I talk about what I want to happen? And no offense to Nemesis fans, but FaZe will play Nemesis later on today in the winners bracket round 2. How fun would it be if FaZe were able to beat Nemesis and then OpTic Gaming go on a little bit of an elimination bracket run, and then they get to square up once again with the team that kind of put them in this situation. If they were to go on a run, erasing all the errors that they've made throughout this weekend, they would have to go through Nemesis and Shopify. In order to play Shopify, I'm assuming you're going to have to find yourself pretty far back into the bracket.
I don't know how I would I would fear for OpTic in that situation just because you had an actual reset opportunity for OpTic to come back and they say, all right, what are Nemesis doing? Well, let's forget about that. It looks like it's a three-kill difference before we went into that player
We're done
dropping
killing
out.
time. It's 32 to 29. Just a 3-kill separation, like you said. The first kill will go to OpTic Gaming.
My
and
God.
Cherish. Okay, there we go. We're starting to shoot, son. As he picks up one, he'll make it a 4-kill game. Spots another player in pink one, no shield, but his eyes are set on getting top pink controls. They want this camouflage. You can tell that the game started to maybe shift towards their favor. Unfortunately, he's going to get taken down. A little bit of an overextension on his end, but kills are traded out in their behalf. Still a 3-kill game, and they may have camo to play around as well.
Yeah, and Formal also getting a nice flank there. Bottom car just with the sliver of health. Barely living there, but like you said, that camo's up, and it's not going to be easy for the taking. There's going to be a lot of eyes on that, so I don't know if Formal's going to snag this. He is going to get the touch on it, and somehow doesn't receive a single bullet from TSM.
Well, Formal's key right there is he sees Tog go down. He also is getting comms from his teammate Top Pink, basically saying, I've got another one. That was his key to go. And if you're Formal, yeah, you want more from that camo, but getting it off the map with a 7-kill lead is just fine as well.
I love that little back and forth there from Legend. Legend gets a back smack, kind of looks around and says, all right, Renegade's over here. Where are they at? And then receives a back smack of his own. Just you can tell his fighting sense right there. You know, when you see a little back and forth from players like go and say, wait, where's the action going on? Because they're calculating so many factors at once. They're saying, oh, teammates are saying this. I see something over here. So historically, players would be in these positions.
That usually means you want to turn around. If you're not seeing any action in front of you, it's probably coming from behind. Yeah. Right now, though, Legend Top Pink with some dangerous shots on the Drug. Drug's going to be thinking about that one in his sleep if he gets it home tonight. 46-39. Now, OpTic Gaming need 4 kills to go up 2-0 in the series. Tog spotted car 1. He's going to get taken down as well. OpTic's teamwork shining through and allowing them to close this game out in dominant fashion. 49 now, 39, 1 kill to go, and OpTic Gaming want to end this one and get on with the day. They're going to do just that. It's a 2-0 lead now here in the elimination bracket for the Green Wall, who came out of that reset and immediately went back to work.
Yeah, they just started crushing once again. I mean, they were up by a 3-kill lead and then ended it with a 7-kill lead to close out that game. So OpTic looking stronger and stronger as this goes on. But you know, every single team here that's going to be playing them has studied them. They've watched their gameplay. They're going to know some of these players' tendencies. Whereas I would argue that OpTic, most of the teams that they're going to be playing throughout this run, they haven't done as much studying on. They've been looking at Shopify, let's be real. They've been looking at FaZe. They've been looking at SSG.
Yeah, they're worried about who they would be playing in the finals, and unfortunately, that's got to get put away for at least just a little bit. We're in elimination bracket round 1. It's TSM. You're up 2-0. You have looked dominant so far. And if you want to punch your ticket to elimination round 2, it's going to be through CTF Origin, at least for game 3. And CTF Origin, a map remade from Halo 5 Coliseum. And when I look at this TSM roster, and we were talking about the benefits that maybe TSM could rely on to try and extend this series, you look at CTF Origin and you think, hey, Druck, Talik, Soul Snipe, these guys really started to improve and make names for themselves at the end of Halo 5. Is this going to be an opportunity? We said maybe at the start, but after watching Solitude and the domination that OpTic and the beatdown that OpTic put down on them in that remake from Halo 5, does this game 3 give you any hope if you're a TSM fan?
It's tough to say because we saw a game mode that played a little slower and took a little more coordination on Solitude. That didn't pan out well for TSM.
That did not pan out well.
You saw Aquarius Slayer where it got to go more of a medium pace, and that didn't go great either. And so, I mean, sometimes I try to find those opportunities and those positives as I look at a match, and I'm not really seeing a great light or path ahead here for TSM. At some point, I think you might have to go back to basics. It's, hey, they need to get some kills and they need to stay alive, because I'm seeing most every single time that they get a kill on someone from OpTic, their players are getting cleaned up, whether they're challenging or whether someone from OpTic is just flying in towards that finish.
I would say even when it feels like they get weak, like it's almost guaranteed somebody on OpTic is intentionally going out of their way to kill them, right? It's not like they're ever getting an opportunity to play their life, to get their shield back, to play like smart, like technical Halo. It's like the second you choose the wrong fight and you get past half shield, somebody on OpTic is on their way, or has an angle on you that you're getting finished up. A very frustrating feeling, a swarming feeling. TSM feels like they can probably do no right at this point throughout this series. But these are players that have had so much success to have some kind of hope. It's now or never in this game 3. You literally, your first event of the season, your first major, ends in tragedy if you can't figure it out here on Coliseum CTF, Origin CTF, sorry.
Yeah, and taking a quick look here at some of the flag steal leaders here at Arlington. Renegade top of the charts with 8 flag grabs. So you know he's gonna be moving into the TSM base. You know he's gonna be a nuisance. And he is so tough to kill on this map.
Yeah, when he's in your base, it is a problem. And Renegade made a name for himself on Origin as well back in Halo 5 with that Splice roster that ended up winning a world championship. And you know Renegade, he grins from ear to ear when we make a Halo 5 remade map and we throw it into competitive, as happy as he is. Let's kick it off with Renegade. I do want to see this because it's been Origin Slayer that's kind of haunted this OpTic team in 2 different events so far against Shopify. They're not playing Shopify right now, but you do want to start to see them have success on these new map modes.
And kicking off, Renegade actually going all the way towards top rockets and not hitting as many shots. A lot of times this rocket area has been a death trap for players to go too early. And he somehow gets that first initial pick, almost gets the second kill in the trench. And that's the last one down.
Already.
All 4 down, flags moving, sniper in the hands of Formal. This is almost certainly a free cap for OpTic.
We're going for a new world record here as OpTic running the flag, and we'll cap this flag in the first 35 seconds of the game. TSM, the blood is starting to spill out. We have no way of stopping this one. OpTic Gaming are in motion with another flag pull, and I mean, TSM, we've got to figure out a way to take down Formal because I'm sure this fight's going to get about halfway, and if Formal can find some kills, they're going to go down 2-0 in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, that's the opposite of the hot start that you're looking for if you're on TSM. You start talking across the map saying, hey, I didn't get sniped. Did you guys get rockets? Like, well, we didn't get rockets. Did you get sniped? And then all of a sudden, you're all on the respawn screen and try and talk about, let's just leave this to only 1 cap. But that flag is actually still well and alive. If the kills fall in favor of OpTic, expect them to get that touch and continue it.
Yeah, Tog's got to be careful. That flag runner is now choosing to pick up the pace once again, and all of TSM towards the snipe side had no intention of going for that return or competing for this fight. They tried to overwhelm the snipe side, but Bound able to stagger them off, push them off, and that's going to allow Legend to punch this one in. We've had 2 caps in less than 2 minutes now from OpTic Gaming.
I'm not gonna lie, TSM needs to get this counter cap. They need to get something on the board, show some life inside this game. But Renegade somehow never missing no scopes. Gets that ping onto Talik.
TSM need God to raise it a day early here. Legend is in their base and running the flag. It's not Easter Sunday yet, and Legend does not care about what TSM needs.
But look at this, playing his life. He's not desperate in it. You see a little more panic coming out the TSM side. 2 down, it's gonna be Formal. Last one alive here for OpTic.
God.
Even if he gets a pick, I don't think he's gonna desperate this, but who knows? Look at this, just knowing that's the free cub, tries to go in for the hero shot slash ninja. But Renegade saves his teammate for a short bit in time.
Formal's going for trick shots now. All right, that's where we are in the elimination bracket. Very comfortable.
Like, we got some sponsored deliverables here on the OpTic side. Need to deliver some montage shots for Razor, for Scuff.
Whatever it is, OpTic starting to play with their food a little bit, but as I say that, somehow Tog's gotten into the base of OpTic Gaming. They've got a fight full of their own, so OpTic needs to be careful with everything going on. The flag will be across halfway, but immediately, as I say that, a glimpse of hope, a glimmer of hope, I should say, shut down and covered by Formal. He's gonna hop on that return, put the fight back into their base, and continue with map control for OpTic Gaming.
That Cherish doing everything he can to bounce around, but continues to fall inside these OpTic traps. Druck trying to stay alive, running desperately over towards the courtyard. But so many eyes on him. Renegade picking him off from his own base. Legend hunting him down over towards the oven. All these members from TSM, when they get weak, OpTic are finding these angles and have these angles prepped ahead of time. Let's see what Soul Snipe can do with the weapon inside his own name. He has a full clip here. Can he help get some entry kills for his team to get a flagpole?
Big kill on the Formula, nice 1-1. Body, head, with the snipe there. He's going to opt to back out. Knows somebody's got to be overextending towards Rockets, but did not quite spot Renegade, who's going to be in his Rocket corner right now. It does land a body on Legend in the cave, and now he wants to be aggressive. A dangerous play with Snipe, but Soul Snipe's going to do it himself, he says. He finds himself a double, spots the player, throwing nades from the elbow. Can't quite find an angle to hit that head, but once this flag pulled, that's going to be the rest of TSM's job, as Soul Snipe anchoring this cave position, needs to find some kills. Unfortunately, as he starts to take damage, he's not able to hit that quick scope. And this is a tricky situation, Dave. Your tournament life on the line, and it's about to be a stalemate flag, both out on both sides, I should say, decision. And Legend picks up a double while all of this is going on.
Yeah, and the panic ensues there. Soul Snipe pushing towards the flag, gives up the sniper. That's gonna be the perfect cover for this third and final flag to enter into the OpTic base. Soul Snipe jumping out through the court. Not much you can do. Druck over the trench, but it's over. OpTic gonna go up 3-0 in flag and close out the series 3-0. First of many victories that they're hoping for to get themselves all the way back deeper in this bracket.
The Green Wall's hoping for a long Saturday night for OpTic Gaming's elimination bracket round or run. And it started with TSM, and that was a dominant 3-0 performance from OpTic Gaming. You gotta love where you are right now, but all you can think about is who's next if you're the Green Wall.
Yeah, at this point, OpTic, you don't see them celebrating too cheerfully.
No, they're not happy to be here.
They don't want to be here. This is business for them right now. You will not be seeing many smiles cracked out of this roster until they're much deeper into this event.
It's going to be a long time before those guys are content with where they are, and I think that ends with the grand finals on Sunday. But until we get there, and until every step is taken in order to get there, we'll be along for the journey for the Green Wall here. It's at their home event. You know they want to make these fans proud. They've done maybe one step in the right direction for what feels like everything that's gone wrong so far.
Yeah. We also got to give it to TSM there. They battled, but in the end, just OpTic playing a little bit better kind of every step of the way. I mean, the origin was just all OpTic all day, but it kind of started off even with that solitude. Felt like the start of kind of every match, you saw 2 to 4 members of TSM just kind of falling. So even when you're hoping to get that strong start against a squad like OpTic, which is what you're hoping for, especially as a lower seeded team, you want to get that good start. Just never given to them at all at any point throughout the series.
Yeah, I think if you're TSM and you're leaving this event, you can be pretty frustrated with how the cards kind of fell as far as landing OpTic in round 1, but you had some job to do in pool play that you didn't do yourself. So you blame yourself for that. You understand that maybe we didn't lose. We lost to some strong teams along this tournament run, Complexity being better than what everyone thought they were going to be, but still a frustrating weekend. If you're TSM and you put yourself in the headspace, you've had frustrating events where things didn't go according to plan. How do you rebound throughout the next period of time before the next major?
Yeah, I mean, they got some time to talk about it. In fact, they got time to talk about here today on Saturday and on Sunday. So that's one of the unfortunate realities of these brutal tournaments. But enough about TSM. I actually want to hear from Blaze, who's on the stage with Lunchbox. Blaze, take it away.
Yeah, I got your old teammate Walsh. Here's Lunchbox on the stage. Make some noise for the home team, OpTic Gaming, as they get a big win, as they have a long losers bracket run. And I got Coach with me on the stage. And Coach, how you feeling right now? You get a 3-0 victory, but you know, as we talked about, it's a long road for you guys so far.
Yeah, we had a tough series against Shopify, lost game 5, and quite a few close games, and the losers bracket begins now. You know, we got 4 world champions on our team, so it's nothing that they can't do.
Exactly, it's nothing they can't do. And that's kind of going into my next question is that, you know, it's not the game plan that you wanted, not the path that you guys saw, but what's the focus here going forward? It doesn't matter who's in your way, focusing on slaying. Like, what type of mindset are you guys in right now?
Yeah, I mean, I think we just got to build momentum after each series. We got more series than we expected to play this event, but, you know, it's more practice for us, and I think a lot of teams are going to fear us here in losers bracket.
Yeah, I think they're going to be hot if they get on a run, Texas, on this losers bracket. Now, you got all these amazing fans in the venue. You got a lot of amazing fans in the watch parties out there as well. What do you want them fans to know as you guys get ready to make one of the most epic runs we've ever seen here in Texas?
Yeah, we appreciate the green wall. They show up every time, and we're going to need you guys this whole event.
They need you guys, all right? That's going to do it for me and Lunchbox on the stage. Lot, take us away.
Putting the fear of the green wall in the elimination bracket one series at a time. That is OpTic Gaming on the main stage, done and dusted, sending TSM home packing. Wow, that was a lot faster than I had anticipated. I thought it was going to be a pretty significant win for OpTic Gaming, but Goofy, that was just lights out action. Often we don't see kind of like, I would say, quote unquote, poor stat results coming out of the last map when it is such a blowout like that on Origin. But, you know, you have one player, which is Formal, just absolutely gunning. And the others were kind of like, well, there's not enough bodies on this map for me to pick up. So we'll just, I guess we'll do the heavy lifting, do the dirty work, and get the job done as fast as possible. Sell it all around. Absolutely incredible.
Yeah, big win out of OpTic Gaming, and really to start the losers bracket run, they needed a win like that, right, Tony? OpTic really kind of, you know, having a tough loss against Shopify Rebellions. I don't want to go back on it too much, but this is where their run needs to start, and this is how it needed to start. A dominating, quick 3-0 against a formidable opponent in TSM as far as on paper. They didn't have the best weekend. Unfortunately, they'll be going home, but OpTic Gaming, you heard it from Lunchbox, they are here. They're going to need the green wall to support them, and they have a long road ahead.
They certainly do. I believe they have 3 matches ahead of them, which is incredible. That's what happens when you go down elimination round 1 and have to get it done time and time again. And I really do see them kind of breezing through this elimination bracket until they finally get to maybe somebody with a little bit more grit. And Tony, how do you feel like they're playing right now with backs against the wall in front of their hometown? Do you feel like they have that grit that needs to carry them through?
I mean, against TSM, you gotta say for sure. I mean, you outslayed them by 50 kills. You out-assisted them, the damage, everything, you know. And TSM are a good squad, but, you know, it's hard to be objective efficient when you're dead. McWin once said that, and it came true. I mean, dude, OpTic, they're angry right now. They're looking to make a deep run, and I would hate to be in their way.
I certainly would indeed too. We talked a little bit about power weapon control, power up control. How do you feel like that fed in terms of the ratio and how those were utilized or used on either side?
It went exactly how we thought it might go, where OpTic Gaming was just controlling all the power weapons, controlling the power-ups, and that's really when they're at their best. You have players like Formal, Bound, Legend, Renegade. These guys are players that thrive off of that momentum. They thrive off of having like these power weapons, these skill weapons in their hands, and we saw them put them to work in that series.
They certainly did. I mean, it's about controlling exactly where your opponent is going and having them on the respawn screen time and time again, pushing them right back into their spawn. Can't do anything. You can't get control, can't gain anywhere on the map. And that is something that we kind of saw here on this series. It was a clinic from OpTic Gaming. It's really difficult, I feel like, when we are doing analysis, and it is so one-sided because, you know, I don't want to just go down on TSM. It's a difficult one to pull anything really positive from, Tony.
Well, I mean, I think the good thing about TSM is that your makeup is a roster that, you know, you walk like champions, you act like champions, you also prepare like champions as well. So obviously there was some series that didn't go your way, but I know how much film review this squad does, and they're going to break down every last bit of those close losses, even those blowouts as well, and they're going to come back better from this. Like, obviously right now, they're not looking at the bright side. I mean, this is upsetting, but eventually they're going to hit the film review, they're going to figure things out, and we might see a new TSM at our next LAN.
Very one-sided story here, statistically. I don't think there is too much to kind of cover other than the absolutely crazy KD ratio of Renegade there with a 1.88 and significantly high damage across the board from OpTic Gaming there as well. I will say, when it comes to TSM, I do have questions coming out of this event. And unfortunately, that does stem from the fact that before Arlington, we were seeing TSM getting bullied in scrims. And that is a problem to me. I was thinking, okay, maybe it's just an online thing. Maybe they just need to kind of find their flow on LAN. And, you know, there were some mistakes and some problems happening online that are causing them to not be able to, I don't know, pull something together, pull something out of the bag when it comes to scrims. It just wasn't the case here in Arlington. I do kind of question where they go from here. Goofy, do you see a potential roster change on the cards when it comes down to these 4 young men here?
You would have to think that a roster change is in the cards for TSM, right? I mean, when you're not performing well online and then you come to LAN and it's the same story, something's got to change, right? On the other side, you see Complexity, a team like Complexity, who was also struggling online, but they had some success on LAN. You know, they're giving some of these top teams a run for their money. TSM just really couldn't find their footing this whole weekend. They couldn't find their footing online coming into this weekend. If I'm on that team or if I'm on TSM, you might need to change something up.
Yeah, I think so too. Lots of questions for sure that need to be answered. By the way, just a moment ago, we saw an absolute legend of a watch party happening and occurring. Quite a few legends actually on the sofa there. Maniac is actually running right now a BTH watch party, and if you aren't on our broadcast, I please do urge you to go to his and watch the BTH watch party because it's so fun. Commentary's amazing as usual. But yeah, we love you, Maniac, over here.
And APG.
HCS. And APG. Yeah, APG is also streaming as well. That's right. Oh my gosh, how terrible of me. That is a bad friend that I am. APG is also streaming. Make sure you go show them love. They're co-streaming all weekend long through thick and thin. They will be there, so make sure you open an extra tab if you are tuning into this broadcast as well. But that's going to do it for this main stage action. I mean, OpTic, they live to fight another series. I would say another day, but the day is certainly not over for them. They have a long road to go, and we have lots of action coming our way up next as well. So, folks, with that being said, we're going to head to a quick break. When we come back, we have plenty more action coming your way. Stay tuned for more HCS Arlington here, 2025 major happening right now. We'll see you right after this.
Want more Halo action? Subscribe to the Halo Esports channel for official HCS highlights, behind-the-scenes content, and player spotlights that take you closer to the pros. Stay in the loop with official updates, Halo Esports history, and our HCS and Community Top 10 series. Don't miss a second. Subscribe now.
Special delivery. Betrayal. Combat evolved.
Hello folks and welcome back to HCS Arlington, our first major of the season here for the 2025 Halo Championship Series. We're live from Arlington, Texas all weekend long, and it's been a blast so far. We have had some crazy series occurring, including our hometown team having to fight for their life in the elimination bracket already. But don't worry, so far so good. They've actually just managed to take that series pretty handedly against TSM, sending them home packing. But OpTic Gaming, they will fight to win another series later on tonight. Now, joining me on the desk, I have Goofy and Tony. Gents, lovely to see you once again up here with me. And we have a really exciting series on our hands. One that honestly I have been looking forward to all day long, willing it to happen, to be perfectly honest with you. I don't know if I'm cursing people by saying that or whatever, if I'm really putting myself in the mix here, but I'm very excited about FaZe versus Nemesis. I think this is going to be a really interesting one, and I do think, I would say Nemesis' first test. It's not obviously OpTic Gaming taking them down, but I really do think this is a stamp, right? I think if Nemesis are able to do this thing up on the main stage once again, I do think it kind of solidifies them as a team to watch out for in future, you know, challenges, tournaments, series. I do think that they would be the real deal. How are you feeling about this series overall, Goofy?
I'm really excited to watch this series. On one side, you got FaZe Clan. They are undefeated so far this weekend, 12-0, haven't dropped a single map. And on the other side, you have the story of the event, as I'm calling them, in Nemesis. We see them take down OpTic in pool play, now going up against FaZe Clan. Both teams have a lot to prove. Both teams want to take this series and move on in the winner's bracket. I can't wait to watch this one go down.
Me too. Should we kick things off with Nemesis and talk about them? Because they really have been that Cinderella story for me so far. And goodness me, what a distance they have gone. They really have Europe's hopes and dreams on their shoulders. Yes. And to be honest, they are following in Quadrant's shadow, right? But they want to overcome that shadow. They want to put their own mark on things themselves in the history books of Europe's greatest and best teams to come out of it. And Tony, when you're looking across the board here, what has been special about them so far? What has been that star factor for them?
I mean, they really have been the ultimate wildcard team. And when we did our predictions, I thought I was being creative by putting Team Nemesis in my wildcard. Almost all the talent as the wildcard. And it really has been. I mean, you're talking about a great group of guys. Sniper might be the baddest man in the EU. If he challenged you, you better back down. Glory's that free-for-all savant. And then Wutum, who's changing up the game with the mouse and keyboard. Like, think about how many question marks were brought up when Halo Infinite first was brought to PC. And Wutum, he's been so creative. I mean, a win here puts you in the winner's bracket finals. Guaranteed top 3 in this tournament, no matter what happens at that point. That's what's on the line right now, history.
It really is history. You're so right. There is so much pressure on this series right now, and I know Nemesis are going to be feeling it for sure. We're looking right now from Europe with love. I absolutely love that. That's a fantastic graphic name for sure. But they have been lights out all tournament long, only dropping a map here and there, and it really has been a formidable kind of series out of them every single time. And honestly, I just can't help but look at that OpTic, that match too. I mean, that 3-1, the fact that not only were they doing it the night before, got kind of called off short, unfortunately, but then had to do it in the morning after, it speaks volumes about this team and how they're able to get cut short on momentum, right? And then just have to fire it back up again and do it. And they did it so beautifully. And then the other one for me is Cloud9. Cloud9 are no joke either. We've seen exactly what they're capable of. The fact that they 3-1 Cloud9, again, it just bodes very well for the series, Goofy.
Yeah, definitely. Looking at the graphic, even Gen G right now, I'm trying to keep up with some of these lower bracket matches, and Gen G actually just knocked out Complexity for top 8, right? So Gen G is playing pretty well, and we saw Nemesis make quick work of them. 3-1, OpTic 3-1, 3-0 against SWAT, and to your point, Ladia, a solid Cloud9 team that's having a pretty good event. They took them out with some ease as well. So going up against FaZe, though, this is going to be a big challenge for this Nemesis team, and to Tony's point, a possibility for a top 3 through the winners bracket. That would be so big for this roster, and I'm excited to see what they can do against FaZe.
They're called the gatekeepers for a reason, and FaZe are looking clean right now. They have a perfect record. They have not dropped a map. They are looking so good. And the question is, where is that road bump? Does that road bump come in the form of Nemesis? Does it come in the form of Europe? You're looking at some incredible players here. And to be honest, when this was first formed, I wasn't sure how this would look dynamically. I wasn't sure if the cohesion would be there, who would be stepping up to the plate, who would be stepping up to the mark, any superstar potential, but I'm really seeing that come in the form of Suppress. I'm seeing Suppress really look so good on this team. Alongside every single one of them, they are doing their part, Tony, and I think it is really boding well for them here, but can they come out to play against a team like Nemesis, who right now are feeling themselves? They're heating up.
I love the fact that you use the phrase step up, because when you look at this entire roster, you have players that literally any one of them can pop off. Any one of them could step up or phase up, I guess they would probably rather me say. Like, they all can pop off at any given moment. And look at the top 2 in the KD leaderboard. Look at the top 3 in the KD leaderboard. FaZe are the real deal, I promise you. I know there's a lot of other teams that put a target on their back saying, hey, we can beat them, we can take that top 4 placing, but you know what? They could also beat anybody. That includes the big 3, big 2, again, whatever y'all want to call it.
I will say, you do see Falcated on your screen here, and he was at the top of the KD leaderboard there for his team. And I got to say, that was a big thing that I wondered about this roster. Falcated, I know he's a good slayer, but it was about the impact those slays made, right? You can get cleanup kills across the map, or even go and seek out kills that might not actually matter towards the map control. It was about the impact of those kills, and if you're getting them in the right place at the right time, I really think that has come forward for his gameplay in comparison to other years here. So I'm seeing a step up from Fal too, and I'm really excited about it. Well, folks, without further ado, it is time to get into this main stage match. You're seeing 2 absolute powerhouses here, FaZe versus Nemesis. Let's meet your teams.
It is North America's dark horses up against Europeans' noble steed. Nemesis against FaZe Clan. Both teams just 1 game away from a championship Sunday.
Yeah, this is a very exciting one. I think FaZe have been quietly going about their business, haven't dropped a map yet. They are the silent assassins, it seems, but now maybe this is going to be a true test against a Nemesis roster that seems to be out for North American blood right now. They want to take down everyone. They want to repeat some history that man on your screen has already seen once. A top 3 placement for Europeans could be on the horizon here.
And you have to ask the question, right? Both these teams find themselves sitting across from one another. They've both really meshed well in the offseason, and they now see results going their way. FaZe Clan, their expectations would have been they will be here, but for Nemesis, ambitions, of course, they would be here, but
to have beaten OpTic Gaming and find themselves now one win away from a grand finals, or excuse me, not grand finals, from Championship Sunday, Nemesis have an opportunity to do what Quadrant did a couple of years ago.
And they're going up against a FaZe Clan roster that they know very well because they've played them in scrims recently, and you see the series layout on your screens. We start with Assault Fortress. Very excited to see how that one's going to pan out, as I'm sure some of you will be at home as well. Slayer Livefire, Oddball Streets, Strongholds Recharge, and Slayer Aquarius. Now, 3 of these 5 did feature in the scrims that were played just a few days ago between these two teams, and actually Nemesis took 2 of those maps and FaZe took 1. I'll lead into those a little bit later when we get to them.
Well, with Assault Fortress being game number 1, Dan, is there something you can tell me about it that leans your favor either side? Before we get into that, let's look at the stats here. We talked about them not dropping a single map, Dan. They've gone flawless so far.
Yeah, they've been incredible, FaZe are, and I think that going up against Nemesis, they're not going to be particularly worried. I think they're a very calm team. When you look at what happened, the likes of OpTic, when they're going up against Nemesis, you have to think about the history between those two teams. Being in this arena, for example, there was a lot to lose, whereas I think FaZe, they know what Nemesis are capable of. They know the possibility that they could lose this series and drop to the elimination bracket, and I think that's a good mindset to have. Respect for your opponents, and I wouldn't be surprised if FaZe are more than prepared for this Nemesis team. They would have done their research, they would have done their preparation, and they will be eager to get into this first game.
Research, preparation, all leading to this series. They face across against one another. FaZe Clan up against Nemesis. Europe's shining light, and FaZe Clan once more trying to cause a little bit of an upset. Nemesis on the back of such good work, beating the likes of OpTic Gaming, finding themselves here, and our FaZe Clan quietly going about their business. Shields up, weapons hot, on board with Suppressed. He's got Snipe going towards tower.
Snipe Drone's already been able to rip a face off of Trippy, and another one off of Suppressed. That's how you want to start your Snipe Drone. Tries to line up a third, but FaZe Clan just make sure they get out of dodge there. The snipers are, of course, going to be so important here on this map.
Consistency is key, and that's exactly what FaZe Clan have had up until this point. You speak about going perfect in the tournament. It's a lot of teams' ambitions. Few can very rarely ever do it. You think about a perfect tournament, Dan. The Ogres are probably the only ones who have ever really done it, like the final boss. That's what's on the cards here for FaZe Clan. If they can keep going the way they have been. But of course, the further and deeper you go into a tournament, the more stiff the competition gets. So FaZe Clan, they're going to have to keep minding their P's and Q's.
Now, Assault on Fortress was one of the maps and modes that Nemesis did beat FaZe on in the scrims just a few days ago. They won it 2-0, so being able to plant that bomb successfully twice is very good because it's difficult to even get it once. Sometimes this map can become a little bit of a standoff between the two. It can be quite a long-winded game if you're not playing it correctly, or even if both teams are playing it correctly, you can have that kind of mesh of two play styles, which might end for a bit of a standstill as well.
You've seen a lot of teams finding success planting the bomb when they bring it towards the armory side and force the team to spawn on the opposite side and just watch staircases, pre-nades, and wait for spawners to pop back up. That's the position you really want to put your opposition into. Glory looks to turn his attention towards Penguin, but he gets shut down immediately.
So a little bit of quiet across the battlefield as everyone was just assessing, is that bomb going to be resetting? Is anyone actually going to go for it and try and make a play? Oh, as Wootum falls to Penguin sniper rifle, and now the bomb will be reset, and actually it's going to be in favor of FaZe Clan here. They're going to be in a position where they can start to move this one if they would like, but what Nemesis have done very well, the last remaining player goes a little bit unknown for a while, distracts them enough so that Nemesis off spawn can get into a position to at least do something.
Here's Suppressed then with that overshield, driving forward. Gets it into Nemesis' basement. Surveying the land, weighing up his options. Would have heard Glory there, would have got the information just now. Overshield down to just half. Can still take a little bit of extra damage in the face with two members of Nemesis. Still has a little bit of shield to play with, but it's about to meet his maker. The answer is no. Suppressed on a double kill. Bomb is still in enemy territory. This is great work with 3 dead for Nemesis.
2 died on the side of FaZe though, and we will see temporarily 4 down for Nemesis, but no one really in a position to plant it right now. And you know, Suppressed was very eager to get that bomb towards the base because he had the overshield, but he also then gave away the position of the bomb, and it made it quite easy for Nemesis to really assess the situation, how they wanted to defend it. Sometimes I just want to see players grab onto that bomb and walk it in unknown as it just about resets as Nemesis go all 4 down, but FaZe were not quite quick enough. And again, this is another reason why sometimes this map can can come to a bit of a standstill. So difficult to get that plant.
And it's the risk you make if you're suppressed, okay? You take the bomb to the basement, you think, I'm going to kill some players, I'm going to take them off spawn. But the issue is, he then presses the spawns in which he wants them to spawn. They end up over the other side, exactly where the bomb was. So you make these decisions, you make these errors, and what happens is the good work you put in, you can't bear any fruit. But the bomb is still in a pretty precarious position if you're Nemesis. SLG tries to scarper and scurry away, but unfortunately he's cut down by suppressed once more.
You almost have to batter your opponents over and over again, bully them into submission, and then eventually get that plant. But you have to have someone keeping tabs on the bomb, either touching it or trying to think about planting it. And again, it gets planted, so it gets reset, excuse me. So for all this hard work, for all these kills, FaZe still have nothing to show for it, apart from a little bit of map control, which, yes, could still lead to a first plant. But at the moment, Nemesis are holding on.
Overshield's going to be so important now. Just popped up, SLG.
No, he didn't get it.
Had some equipment already in his pocket. That made it was a bit of a fumble for him. Falcade picks up two, scoops up the bomb and drives it forward as well. Woodham's just going to overextend and hope to be an issue and an irritation elsewhere. That extra shield coming in handy for Falcade, but eventually he does go down. And Nemesis are just about surviving right now.
It's difficult to track sometimes where that bomb is. Just keep an eye on that grey icon, and you will see where it's moving, and also you'll see a little counter of when that's going to be resetting as well. I know there's some new viewers who have not watched Assault before in Halo, and especially Halo Infinite. But both teams struggling, really, to get that bomb into the plant position within the opposition base, as SLG, though, has his hands on a sniper rifle, and this will now to start pushing FaZe back. So FaZe, all that dominance, all that time on Nemesis' side of the base, do not get a plant, and perhaps Nemesis can have the opportunity to try and regain some control here and maybe go for a plant of their own.
Nemesis now will look to punish. All that early pressure amounts to nothing. Falcated, though, in the tower, pushes forward. Information coming his way. Penguin's gonna fall. Glory doesn't know shields, an easy kill, an easy cleanup. He will get taken down though. Both teams still just jostling for position right now.
It's so scrappy at the moment, and now Wooten will grab the ball. Again, it's gonna be a drop situation just for speed. And he's gonna launch that one over as well with the repulse. I think no one's really going to be in a position to get it from Nemesis at the moment, so it will be a continued battle in the middle just for a little bit of presence.
So many sidelines, so many angles to have to deal with when you're pushing forward with the bomb. Players can just be in any kind of nook and cranny. Ring 3 is always a position of power. As SLG looks to pick up the position, pick up tabs, and that player that sits on ring 3 again, he's in hot pursuit.
Nemesis did get a touch on the bomb, so it isn't going to reset just yet, and SLG with the perfect also will distract FaZe, but it's another overshield going in favor of FaZe Clan. And that has really been the thorn in the side of Nemesis. Had those overshields not gone that way, maybe Nemesis would have had a little bit more comfortable situation of actually pushing out of their base.
Surprise does now have control of Armory.
Yeah, this could be their best chance.
A little bit of overshield to play with as well. Loses a teammate along the way, and that's probably going to dent the hopes, the aspirations of putting that bomb in. But a little work still to do as Suppress ventures forward, ventures backwards, excuse me, and ultimately that pressure again amounts to nothing.
Well, I mean, FaZe were looking for Nemesis off spawn, but Nemesis got across and out of the map so fast, and actually Snipe Drone had been able to get to the entire opposite side of the map. And then Glory found himself a sniper rifle. I think something we saw from Nemesis on Fortress Flag, they're both very good at sniping. Both Glory and Snipe Drone, when they get the sniper on this map, it's just something they're able to achieve. The angles they take, they are such a nuisance. Whether it's body shots, headshots, they are just doing damage. Glory is excellent right now.
And something you remember as well from the OpTic series that Nemesis played on this map, of course it was Flag, they sent a lot of overextenders. We haven't seen that just yet, so they're not maybe seeing the success that they would like. But Glory slowly starting to find his feet here, 10, 4, and 12. A couple of body shots were connected, so maybe building in confidence. Good touch. Penguin applying a lot of pressure here, and a triple kill. The overkill was right in front of him, but he goes down. Trippy's there, 4 are dead for Nemesis, and now it's tick-tock away. Anybody in position to get the stop? The answer's no. FaZe finally take the lead.
So much pressure, so much suffocation, and eventually they squeeze the life out of Nemesis, and they are able to put that first plant in and take the lead. Tried as they might did Nemesis to hold on, but it was a great touch from Penguin to make sure that bomb stayed alive and to get the triple. Probably could have been more if he hadn't gone for the bomb again, but that's the objective-minded player that he is, always thinking about the win.
triple kill and a bomb plant is better on my cards than any overkill, any clip you might see on the socials. Wootum though looking to answer back immediately, taking control. 3 dead for FaZe Clan, overshield for SLG, pushing the ball forward now. He's gotten into the danger zone. FaZe have got a real issue here. Trippy's trying to do as much damage as he can. SLG looks like he might have lost the bomb for a second. A fumble on the 1 yard line, Dan.
Yeah, he couldn't quite find it. But they is still going to be in a position, but Snipe Drone really is battling with Trippy, but long-range fights are Snipe Drone's bread and butter as the bomb continues to arm here, and it looks like Nemesis are trying their best to tie this one up, but great nades, as again FaZe Clan are holding on.
Penguin tosses it out, playing goalkeeper right now. Ball down in the bonfire. There's no marshmallows being cooked for now. Snipe Drone again getting engaged in another long-range fight with Penguin. Penguin's quite happy to sit here and stay.
It's going to be a very interesting last few minutes for FaZe because they've had dominant presence throughout the entirety of this game, but now for this 3 minutes they could just sit back, defend, and try and be a nuisance to Nemesis here. But then that will of course open things up for Nemesis to try and play the game they want to play and maybe get some of map presence of their own with these sniper rifles.
SLG's really hitting some shots here. It was a flaner onto Penguin, turns his attention towards Suppressed and hits the body as well. Expect Suppressed to be down this direction, but unfortunately for him, timing's against him. Suppressed has been taken care of. The bomb hasn't reset, it's over the bonfire, so there's a chance here as they start to move it in. SLG will push that bomb forward. SLG with snipe in hand. What can Nemesis do? Cover fire is here. He continues to find the body. So much pressure being applied. All 4 dead for FaZe Clan. We're all tied up 1-1.
That is such a good push from Nemesis and SLG in particular. He knew he had to hit shots, but first he had to deal with Suppressed behind him. And yes, he didn't do the damage in the end. He didn't get that kill, but he was quick to make sure there was no one going to be behind him before he started to push up to help. It is a team effort from Nemesis to get that plant, and we're all tied up 1-1.
2 minutes and 15 on the clock. Nemesis starting to show that pressure's just for tires. Much as FaZe Clan have really been putting it on them, they've managed to withstand it. They've managed to tie it up once more. SLG with hands on the bomb, throws it forward once more, just so they can keep tabs on it, just to ensure it doesn't come back their way.
Trippy's 25 and 13 at the moment. There's been so many kills going in favor of FaZe Clan, but again, it's difficult to try and actually capitalize on those kills and turn them into a bomb plan. Trippy gets another one onto Glory, but Snipe Drone's doing work on the other side. Again, Snipe Drone is just weaseling his way out of the base and then finding kills on the other side, just making it so tough for FaZe to do anything, as Trippy's going to get a touch before this one resets.
Shots ring out around the arena. Press gets 2. He will fall. 3 dead for Nemesis. An opportunity for Trippy to get the bomb up the L stairs. Takes control of Armory. Has help from some teammates. SLG is going to put some damage down. Here comes the Nemesis spawners. Trippy needs a lot of help here. The bomb will fall. But Falcade is there. 4 dead for Nemesis. And FaZe retake the lead.
So good as well there from Trippy. Just a little bit of movement, the little shimmy and shake when he's planting that bomb to avoid the sightlines of Nemesis. It's a 2-1 lead with 1 minute left. And Nemesis are really going to have to dig deep now if they want to get back into this one, because it's a killing spree for Falcated. 3 went down for Nemesis again, and FaZe just have to try and pin them back.
Trippy and Penguin deemed surplus to requirements of OpTic Gaming. They joined FaZe Clan, and it's been shake and bake ever since. 45 seconds and closing now on a Game 1 victory. Nemesis have got to respond here.
Has to be fast as well. Need to try and get these kills quickly and start moving and grooving. Big 1v1 here. Does manage to get the shots, but Wootum and Glory have gone down. It's a 2v2 on the map. Overshield does pop. This could be an opportunity though. You've got to go if you're SLG, and you need to be communicating to Snipe Drone so you work together.
One last chance, but out of nowhere, Penguin with some huge plasma grenades take down the Overshield player. The bomb is exactly where Nemesis needed, but Penguin continues to hit these cross-map shots.
Not sure there's going to be enough time to even get that bomb to the base now. Penguin falls, but the rest of the team are up. The ball is going to be moved, the bomb, excuse me, but I think it's just going to be too little, too late here for Nemesis. Try as they might, but now they're going to be watched, and here's their opportunity. Can you take it down? Yes, you can. FaZe Clan put the first map on the board. It was a difficult and hard-working effort they had to put in to get that bomb victory, but they get the job done in the end.
It was a battle.
It was a war.
The war's not over yet. Game 1 goes towards the black and red of FaZe Clan. And for Nemesis, So close, but a little too late, like you said. 2-1 the score. What a performance that was for Trippy.
Yeah, Trippy putting up 27 kills, I think it was, in the end. And we saw something similar from SLG on the other side, but I think that ultimately it was the control that FaZe Clan had for the majority of the game. They were just able to bully Nemesis a little bit off spawn over and over again, where eventually a mistake had to happen, or someone stepped out of place, or someone lost a 1v1 on the side of Nemesis, and it just gave FaZe that opportunity to get that plan. But I also want to talk about, Trippy with the plan, also with the repulse to make sure that the bomb stayed in next to the wall. There was just a lot of things that happened in a short space of time, but they were all very thought out.
Halo really is a game of nuance. You see Penguin, Trippy hitting those shots, applying that pressure from so far away, and it just makes it such a difficult task for Nemesis to not only get into the base, but then armor. You're already half shields, and your teammates are spawning up. It's so difficult to get the arm and get the plant. But FaZe Clan, with all that pressure, they finally reaped the rewards. 2-1 the score in the end. Live Fire Slayer now on the horizon, Dan. Do you think Nemesis' confidence is a little bit dented after that game 1?
I don't think Nemesis are going to be affected by it. I think that Fortress Assault is always going to be a difficult game type. A lot of teams aren't going to be as practiced as they would like on this game, just because it's one of the newer maps and modes. So it is kind of a 50-50 game type, and you just have to accept it for what it is and focus on some of the games that you're a little bit better at. And we know that Nemesis have the capability on Slayer. Livefire and Scrims, they've showed they can stake some of the biggest and best teams in the world. So I don't think they'll be too downhearted, but maybe a little frustrated that they weren't able to play their own game. But that's what FaZe does to you. FaZe are one of these teams that they just play good, solid Halo. They know how to play it. It's very methodical, very thoughtful of how they approach things. And sadly for Nemesis, they just outdid them there.
And you speak about Scrim results, now they've staked some teams in the past, but it's almost difficult to put credence in, particularly in online Scrim results and Slayers, because you just cannot replicate the conditions that you see on LAN. The stakes just aren't as high. Even in an online cup, you don't get the real stakes until you hit LAN.
Yeah, I mean, half the time they don't even scrim the Slayers, but they do crop up every now and then just to get that little bit of practice. But Slayer Live Fight is where we're going to be heading. So FaZe strike first, but can Nemesis answer back? Remember, at the moment, Nemesis have always been 3-1 in their victories, aside from 1-3-0. So it's not like they are scared of losing one map. They'll know how to respond. But for FaZe Clan, they also have yet to drop a map. So this is a feeling they're very used to, taking that 1-0 lead and then just rolling through the next two.
And it's crazy when you talk about comparing teams. You think Nemesis beat OpTic. OpTic have traditionally beaten FaZe, so that means therefore Nemesis beat FaZe Clan. It just doesn't work that way with matchups. It just doesn't work that way stylistically.
It's not quite rock, paper, scissors. It's very different when it comes to the styles of these teams and what they can do, and also the series layout. I mean, we always harp on about how important a series layout can be for a team and how it can affect your tournament. You might have one of the best series layouts in front of you and you win it, and then the next is an awful one for you. There are quite a lot of different maps and mode combinations that you have to try and practice. There are always going to be weaker ones, and that being one of the newest, there's always going to be those teams that struggle a little bit on it. But I think that we had a good display from both teams there, albeit a struggle at times for Nemesis just to keep FaZe away.
Just goes to prove when it comes to map mode combinations, you have got to try and have as deep a playbook as possible. Your quiver has got to be full of arrows. You've got to be able to take down any team that's put in front of you on any map and mode combination, because you never know on what side Lady Luck you might lie. Looking at the stats on front of us, suppressed with a 1.71 KD. You'd expect that when they haven't dropped the map all tournament long.
The number one, the leading Slayer in the tournament so far here on Saturday in Arlington. Can he carry on that fine form and maybe put that first nail in the coffin here for Nemesis and their chances in this winner's bracket? Remember, winner of this goes to the winner's final and will be guaranteed top 3. Loser drops down to the elimination bracket, but both these teams have already achieved top 6.
Really doesn't surprise me with suppressed stats as well. He was putting up numbers last season on that Shopify Rebellion roster, as Penguin peels one and threatened to peel a second as well. 4-1 to score, early lead. What is Nemesis' response? Some work to do, but they've got all the toys now. Do FaZe Clan, sniper rifle, and indeed the camouflage. That's a good teammate in Penguin, dropping it over to Trippy. You know he can have a much larger influence on the map here. G slides forward, hits the body, hits the face of Snipe Drone as well. All 4 dead for Nemesis.
I think I just threw up in my mouth a little bit of that one. 8-1 now in favor of FaZe Clan, and Camouflage and Sniper Rifle still in the hands, and they are ripe for the picking at green. All the information you could possibly want, and now the collapse can come through. Trippy leads the charge, gets the damage, and the rest will follow!
My goodness! Overkill for Trippy! You don't want to pick bananas when they're green, but it's okay when it's Nemesis at green.
My, is Trippy firing. And Nemesis just need to slow down this train, because otherwise it's going to start a chugging. Wootum will take down Trippy finally, but it is a 10-kill lead now in favor of FaZe Clan. It's just one of those unfortunate situations when you get stuck at green and the knowledge is there. It's just inevitable the collapse is going to happen, and it's so difficult to fight your way out of it.
Confidence, momentum, we harp on them all the time. They're so important. They must be flowing through Trippy's veins right now. He just doesn't seem to be able to miss in this current vein of form. Falcade gets a killing spree. Nemesis have got to find an answer here.
Yeah, they just need that moment. They need that triple kill. They need that little bit of hype, someone to pop off just to get them back into this one. But that grenade is naughty from Trippy as well. Takes down SLG and continues this lead to be 8. At the moment, Glory still yet to find a kill. Nemesis struggling to find any sort of rhythm on this map, but it can very quickly turn around on Livefire once you get a bit of map presence. You can't allow Trippy to have the free roaming capability he's had so far. It's another camouflage as well.
Trippy plays that one perfectly, puts a couple of shots into SLG, knows he's got nowhere else to go, clambers top tower, avoids the nades, avoids the damage. Penguin puts some shots down, Trippy drops back down and gets the kill. The bait and switch is perfect, the teamwork is on point.
They just double check green again to see is there 4 more players we can take down one by one. There's a house spawn this time, but again, it's another camouflage that can be used to their advantage to try and get the jump. Oh. Wow, that is an unfortunate timing for Glory to be pushing out to try and just check some angles and try and make some space for his team. And sadly, it means Penguin's going to be in a spot now where he can be an absolute thorn in the side.
Whenever there's an insta-explode, you always know Dave Walsh is shedding a tear of joy. Suppressed now with Snipe, top tower. Nobody in his crosshairs for the moment, but you know that will soon change. A lot of ammunition to play with. 4 in the magazine, and 2 in the pocket to play with. But you can see Nemesis just not interested in showing too much. Wootum showed a little pixel more than he would like to. Suppressed almost ripped his face off. But this benefits FaZe Clan. If they slow it down to a standoff, you've got to make moves to Nemesis. And the more you do, the more mistakes you open the door for. 27-15, body shot, Trippy there to find the kill. They played this one perfectly so far.
And Nemesis are trying to do something, but sadly it's kind of been a 2-2 split as they've been pushing out, and as soon as that one player goes down, it leaves the other vulnerable, and then the other 2 get swarmed afterwards as well. And not only that, you're walking into a sniper rifle. Nemesis really need to shut down the sniper, but I think just lack of bullets might do that for them. But again, Glory gets caught out. Wootum the next to fall, and now it's going to be another collapse with a 4 versus 2. It just seems to be on repeat. It's like Groundhog Day at the moment for Nemesis. Cannot escape.
We have seen some big comebacks in the past. It's got to start sooner rather than later. Penguin combines with Trippy once more. I feel like I'm saying that all too much. Nemesis haven't had an answer. They haven't had a reply. It's a huge lead. They look no move to throw it away either.
Nemesis trying to avoid those sight lines that make them a little bit vulnerable from long range, but FaZe Clan say, actually, we've got such a lead. We can afford to be a little bit aggressive here. We can start to get in their face. Falcade tries to go for something a little bit different for the triple, but it is pushed away. 15 kills behind a Nemesis, and again, it's another camouflage, and I think that has been one of the big differences as well. There's been so much control here for FaZe shows that they've been able to walk away with these camouflages almost untouched.
Feels like every player that we're on the POV of Penguin, every player he looks at is half shields, he's one shot. Teamwork really paying dividends here. SLG isolated all alone over towards the window. He's got 2 members of FaZe running at him. He's not long for the world, he goes down. Isolated, alone, solo, and even when they're all together, they seem to be turtled up, but they just haven't been able to respond.
I mean, the more I see this FaZe roster, the more I like it, and the more I start to think, well, you know, actually, maybe they aren't counted out as some might have thought compared to the likes of Shopify Rebellion and OpTic. But as we've already seen so far this tournament, anything can happen. Nemesis knock down OpTic from pool play, and then Shopify Rebellion only just beat them 3-2 as well. Could FaZe be that team that's just gone under the radar and maybe pulls off something special at this tournament? It all could start here, as Penguin just so much confidence at the moment as they go up to 47.
3 more then. You spoke about at the start how they've staked some of the biggest and best on this map. It's not quite going to be that just yet, it would seem, but it's close enough. It's been dominant.
Yeah, when you're at this point as FaZe Clan, you know you've won this game. You don't lose this from this point, and I think I can confidently say that, and they probably can as well. It really would be the best comeback of all time in Halo history if it were to happen, but it's not going to. FaZe have been far too good at breaking down Nemesis and also stopping them from breaking out themselves.
Trade for Sniper Drone and Trippy. Glory caught unaware, he goes down. 1 more kill needed then. SLG will hit the body and prolong this game for just another moment or so. Trippy traversing over top middle. And they know they can just run at them now. There's not a chance they'll lose this game. Root them down to no shields, no longer an issue. FaZe Clan double their series advantage.
FaZe Clan looking to try and continue their undefeated streak in this tournament as they find a second map on board, and Nemesis never really looked like they had an opportunity to get back into that one after the early start. I think after the overkill from Trippy, a difficult one to come back from, checked, as some may say. When you see players on the opposition team doing stuff like that, you're like, how do we compete with that? And if no one is immediately answering back, you're always going to struggle.
There is that moment when the overkill gets hit. Do you think, what was the communication like? Was there a moment of silence as they all just looked at their death screens?
Look up to the heavens.
He's not going to help you either, I don't think. Looking at the stats though, Trippy, 15, 8 and 8, continuing his fine form after game number 1. Joining him up there, Falcade on the podium with 14, 8 and 7. And Penguin not too far behind, 12, 7 and 7 respectively as well. The KDA looking pretty sharp for those boys on FaZe Clan.
I mean, I think FaZe Clan looking pretty sharp in general, across the board. Very impressed at the moment, and I'm sure Nemesis is probably thinking the same thing, saying, you know, in scrims, we were doing all right, going toe-to-toe with them, but now we've just got absolutely battered in Slayer Livefire, to put it nicely.
That's nicely.
That is nicely.
Okay.
That's how much of a one-sided game it felt, really, at times. I mean, it all started here, 8-1 lead, and then it gets turned into an overkill. Sure, a few one-shots to clean up, but he caused a lot of those one-shots, and it was just the collapse after the grenades that happened, and I mean, the way you just whip out that sniper as well. I mean, beautiful from Trippy.
Map number 3 on the horizon. You told me map records and scrims and how you talk about it a little bit later on. Tell me these next 3 are good for Nemesis.
I mean, Oddball Streets, we've already seen them find success so far this tournament against the OpTic Gaming roster, and they have been able to take down FaZe Clan in scrims as well. Nemesis actually did win it 2-0 in their most recent scrim, but they've done the same on Assault Fortress, so take from that what you will. I always take these scrim stats with a pinch of salt, especially if they're online, but I think this might have been a boot camp series from Nemesis. But now you're 2-0 down against such experience on the other side of the stage. And remember, for Nemesis, this is a big moment. Whilst we talk about European history, we talk about teams getting all the way to top 3, it was only SLG on this roster that has achieved that. The other 3 have not been this far before, have not made it to a winner's bracket final on an international competition. So they are maybe feeling a little bit of the pressure, so maybe a little bit of a bathroom break may do them good as we look at the untouchables on our screen. FaZe Clan still yet to drop a map, and I just wonder how long that can go on.
They've been undefeated up until this point. Absolutely formidable. Like you say, for Nemesis, just taking this quick break to maybe mentally reset after what we've seen. Total annihilation. But still a chance. The series not done just yet. And we've seen Nemesis be put in tough spots before. We've seen them show composure, resilience. That's exactly what's required now.
I mean, I will say, Nemesis having the composure after what happened yesterday and be able to come back with a 2-0 lead and come back the next day and still win that series against OpTic showed something that I didn't know if I expected from that roster. I think a lot of people would have struggled in that situation, but they were able to lock it down, and they need to maybe dig as deep as they did then in those moments. But it's a very different one when you're leading 2-0 to now being down 2-0 and having to reverse sweep a team that is still yet to lose a map. You know it's going to have to be something special. I mean, Ball Streets, the fact it is a good game type for Nemesis, the perfect way to start. But then you go into Stronghold's Recharge, which I would argue is better for FaZe Clan as well. So it's not exactly the easiest scenario here for Nemesis. But if they can get to that game 5, I think anything can happen at this point. These teams, these players, they have been on the stage in these places. They know how to be in these moments now. And someone just has to step up. But it looked more likely like FaZe Clan have those players that are stepping up in this series.
And if I could play devil's advocate.
Please do.
Oddball Streets, it was Nemesis against OpTic Gaming.
Yes.
Wonderboy assured us that it was only the second time OpTic Gaming had dropped that map. They were like something like 14-1, something crazy.
I think it was double that.
Possibly.
Yes.
With how good OpTic Gaming are. But I think there's something to be said that if they can take down OpTic Gaming on a relatively strong map for them, there's a chance here that they can go all the way.
They could. I mean, I think the confidence that you get from taking them down on that map, I think you're going to be in such a good position and you're going to have so much momentum behind you, especially after a little reset like this. But again, is it a stretch? Yes, it's a good game type. Yes, Nemesis know how to get the win, but also FaZe just look untouchable at the moment. They don't look like they're skipping a beat. They look like they're all on the same wavelength. The chemistry seems to be excellent. I'm regretting not putting them in my predictions, and here we are.
Well, I think it's important to note as well, while Nemesis take that break, all 4 players on FaZe had continued to remain in their chairs. Those chairs are hot right now and they're not moving.
No, they don't want to move. They're glued to them. Actually, I think that they are literally glued to them. So we have to be careful and make sure that they're going to be all right when they come back. They've also changed their chairs as well. Have you noticed that? There's some players like to go for the more traditional chair, whereas some like to keep the gaming chair. What are you, Shurs?
I do like having no armrests because I feel a little bit more mobile. I don't like having wheels sometimes because you can start rolling around the place.
Well, they're back. The boys in purple and white with a big job to do here against the FaZe Clan that have still yet to drop a map. They know there is a heavy task at hand.
Say it lower until they put their headsets on.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Wait till their headsets are on so they don't hear us. Right? Wait a moment. Wait a moment. Now, Dan,
the boys in purple and white with a big task to do.
That's better.
And they have, it's just such a journey they've got to go on here. This is going to be bigger than Bilbo Baggins and Frodo Baggins trying to get that ring back into Mordor, because you've really got to find something else. You probably have to go into a little bit of fantasy here to even believe that you can do it. But at the same time, Nemesis have always been that team that is filled with confidence. You can speak to Wonderboy and the rest of the team every event and they say, yeah, we feel like we could win the whole thing. Here is your best chance to demonstrate why. When you are 2-0 down, when you're facing against this wall of FaZe and having the chance to maybe do a reverse sweep.
And for FaZe, it's about showing killer instinct. Put Nemesis away here and now. Don't give them any sort of reason for optimism. Put them away here and now. And whether it's a trip to Mordor or Oddball Streets, either way, Nemesis do have a pretty tough task.
Very similar, actually. I've seen them two compared quite often, but fist bumps are starting to be passed around on the side of FaZe. You know what that means. We're going to be beginning to load into this map. Is it going to be FaZe Clan 3-0ing yet again, or are Nemesis going to try and make a series of this one and think of the historic moments that have happened on this stage for European teams? Well, we're only going to find out one way, and it's going to be on Oddball Streets. Nemesis have done it already this tournament against OpTic Gaming, but now they've got to try and do it against FaZe Clan, who just seem unbeatable right now.
Something very interesting to me, actually, is yesterday FaZe Clan didn't have a coach. They seemed to just pull somebody off the street. There's somebody sitting behind. They handed them a watch and said, listen, tell me every 2 minutes if there's a camouflage coming up.
Turns out there's resumes all around being passed. Someone has to be the coach. But can FaZe Clan make it yet another 3-0, as the battle rifle is going to be the first weapon to be picked up here for Trippy. But Oddball is the name of the game. But Nemesis and FaZe Clan both have players that are very objectively minded, so this could be an interesting one.
Speak about resumes. Nobody on FaZe Clan any stranger to a championship Sunday. And that's where their ambitions lie. They're thinking about championships, hoping to get rid of the European riffraff as quick as they possibly can. Suppress picks up 2, Falcated another, Camouflage pops up, and that's now on the chest and control of FaZe Clan. So something to build upon. 4 dead for a very brief moment as Glory spawn back up again, but they can now move this ball over towards Tram and think about setting up.
Falcated doesn't even try and go for playing the sneaky way with the camouflage. He just says, I need to get damage out. I don't want to risk them seeing me because I'm in a vulnerable position. Speaking of vulnerable positions, he still is, but he is firing with his back against the wall. He's done so much damage. Glory last remaining. He's taken down. It's another triple for Trippy. And FaZe Clan will be having that ball all the way up towards Tram, and they're going to be able to score here.
It's Trippy. It's Trippy. It's Trippy.
Enemy has the ball.
11 seconds apiece here. Suppressed with ball in hand, back Tram. See how quickly I can transition from funny to business time.
You have me laughing, so that's all that matters to me. 15-15 now, as Nemesis have been able to somehow break that setup whilst you were rapping. I don't know what was happening.
I don't know what it was doing either.
Now they're going to have their own control here, and Wootum's got red gun. It's going to be a good spot for him as well. Wootum has been outstanding, by the way. Not just this series. I think maybe this series he hasn't had the chance to really shine, but this tournament in general. And again, he has a chance to make history of his own. He was the highest placing mouse and keyboard player, getting top 6. Could he better that at this tournament? If not here against FaZe Clan, of course, they'll still have the opportunity in the elimination bracket to go one step further as well.
I get wrist pain, hand cramps, just from watching Wootum.
Right.
Such as the speed in which he whips his camera around. He'd be forgiven for even getting motion sickness. But Trippy with the camouflage. Talk about silent assassins. That's exactly what Trippy has been all series long. Continuing to put down damage, getting kills for his team, Wootum down to no shields, but Trippy forced to back away, if only for a moment.
His survival instinct is very impressive, is Trippy. Doesn't matter if he's holding a ball, a bomb, or a weapon, just taking the fight. He knows those angles and knows how to just avoid that little bit of damage before he re-engages.
See him quarterback in there as well, telling Falcade exactly where to stand. SLG clears it, it's going to be a trade, but that's good enough for Trippy. He can continue to hold this ball pretty comfortably for now. Penguins down to no shields, so Trippy a little bit vulnerable here from the push coming towards Tram. You can see that's exactly why he's going to toss the bomb out. Tosses the ball over towards the L, keeps it far away from Nemesis. 53-30, still a chance for Nemesis if they can get a second.
Ball, bomb, done, adding
they're all round and shaped circles.
Too many things to carry. But it was a good hold from FaZe Clan, but Nemesis have done very well at breaking yet again. And actually, I really liked it from Trippy to throw the ball out and help doing damage rather than just sitting there to just get that little bit of extra time. He said actually the bigger play here is to join in on the damage and we could result in more time on the other side of it. And that's exactly what did follow up. Now, Suppressed. It's a big kill on the other side of the map now, and he's actually on the roam. This is a really good position for him because Nemesis is going to be thinking about trying to push this setup, but oh, he does get caught out. Doesn't matter though. Sends Wootum into the middle of the map, and Wootum was busy reloading.
Suppressed really been told, just wander around the place and cause a little bit of carnage, some destruction. Just be an irritation, that's exactly what he continues to be. Smoke screen will go down, the cloud, not enough though for the camouflage to be scooped up and secured from FaZe Clan. Trippy though remains alive. I seem to be thinking about that all the time.
Sniper has been able to pick up a camouflage. I wonder if FaZe know where he is. Well, there's only one way to find out. Let's jump into a listening with FaZe Clan.
Okay.
Yo, Camo's back A, show them boys. Tires in heaven. Tires, going tires in. 2 tires.
One jump PD and
Tires is sitting there. He went under tires in, going planners.
And then PD as well.
You're right.
PD as well. Yo, could be FA. Two dead. I'm running
I spawn C.
I'm running a B. I'm running a B.
Absolutely. I don't see shit.
Look back to R.
Yeah, B, babe.
Look at Blue Gen. I'm watching Blue Gen. Look back to R. Hey, back to R. Top tower now. Top tower read. 2 shot above you.
2 shot green gen.
And top tower
Back
read.
A, back A.
Watch fire.
Still back A.
Yo, dead on weak.
Back A.
He do 2 shots. 2 shots.
Shotty with it.
Okay, 1 shot.
I see I have a
Blue Gen. 1 shot towers, Mike. He's Blue Gen. Blue Gen to bottom mid side. Dead.
Yo,
Top
ACM
tower
versus
and
ACM?
PD. Flowers.
One shot dead end, one shot dead end, running away. PD one shot, two dead. PD one shot.
Yo, ATM and PD, ATM and PD then.
On ball right now, on ball right now.
On ball going.
Still give me, one shot front C, one shot front C.
Yeah, about 20. Yeah, 20 guys. Ball maybe deep.
Nice, two dead.
Nice,
Two dead. Come here, Mike. Yo, last two on ball, two dead.
One shot, I can't.
Live, just live now, that's fine. Top C. I have sharp again. Yo, Ivy half. He's going top C. Watch the C-Balk. C-Balk one, dead.
Scam. I
Yo,
mean, tires.
Beer. No tires.
One shot back C. Going Mando.
Okay, one shot. I can't burn it, one shot came out dead. Yeah, Commando.
That's spot. I don't know where it is.
Came out. Yeah, Commando, kill me. Yeah, Stalker going Ivy. You'll live, you're the one alive. You guys. Are you there for that? Okay, get out.
We gotta start kills.
Benches.
You want tires? Free kills.
Benches, one shot. I killed tires. Two dead. All got one beak, two shot.
We cuts.
You can nib him maybe. Yo, I'm walking red, there's a spawn PD. Yeah, spawn PD, spawn far.
I'm out, yeah.
10 seconds.
All those?
That's round.
Alright, driver right here.
100 and FaZe Clan put the first round on the board and put themselves one round away from 3-0ing Nemesis here. They have been so consistent, so flawless so far this tournament, Shirt.
Just one round away then from a clean sweep on a team that's really upset a few of the top teams already. FaZe Clan do not want to fall victim the same way OpTic Gaming did.
Has the ball.
It's been so professional from FaZe. Not taking Nemesis lightly.
Ball drop.
You can even hear in the comms. It's calm, it's relaxed, and you can tell the small talk is really there.
All 4 dead yet again for Nemesis as the double kill comes through from Suppressed, and I wonder if Nemesis are falling victim to the age-old, well, we've played these game types against FaZe recently, and they've been able to work on them. FaZe look like they have a plan, and they are executing it perfectly. Perhaps slightly different when, for example, Nemesis go up against OpTic Gaming. They hadn't scrimmed for 2 weeks. Maybe they'd scrimmed recently, I don't know, but they hadn't scrimmed for a 2-week period, so they've been able to go over and change things themselves. And perhaps it's again just one of those playstyle things where Nemesis just don't seem to match up well here against FaZe Clan because they haven't really been in this one.
Stalker Rifle doing so much damage from Suppressed. As he waits for his teammates to spawn back up, but you can see Nemesis not even interested in taking the fight. They take the ball and get themselves out of dodge. SLG down to no shields. Killing spree locked in for Suppressed now. Balls tossed out bottom middle. Wootum will get the kill. 3 dead for FaZe. This is the chance. This is the opportunity for Nemesis to put some score on the board.
Yeah, Nemesis need something and they need it fast, but they're just trying to hurl themselves towards that ball because they desperately want to win a round and they know that the ball is going to be the key to winning said round, but at times they maybe expose themselves a little bit too much. Snipe Drone, 6 and 15, not the typical stats you'd see from him. Hasn't really had that chance to kind of anchor or flank, has maybe just got caught in the mix of some of those spawn traps that we've seen from FaZe.
Easy kill for Snipe Drone. Information came his way, player sitting towards Styles. Patiently waits for his shields to pop back up before he re-engages. Face to face with Penguin, Falcade, excuse me. Trippy takes the ball away over towards Tramp. Here comes the collapse. Suppresses behind enemy lines though, being a nuisance. They know exactly where he's positioned. Ball's been tossed out, and it seems like every single time Nemesis break a setup, FaZe Clan put the ball in a really difficult position.
The ball management has been impressive from FaZe. But maybe this is going to be the first opportunity for Nemesis to get a real setup on the go. The nades might affect it. It's a big push, it's a quick push that's happening, but it has been answered back by Glory quickly. But elsewhere, I think Wootum went down, and he's their anchor in this moment, so it's going to be tough to hold. But the ball does get thrown out in response.
SLG got hands on. Where the spawn's going to come from. Wootum's calling for a rotation. SLG obliges here. Spawned over towards red. Now they're in tram as well. So they should have that information. Penguin's going to be the first pick, so that's going to force FaZe Clan to slow down, if only for a moment. They can't go under a man down because they just don't have the manpower. They get SLG's shield stripped away, and he's forced to rotate over towards PD.
Quick turn. Oh, I thought he was maybe going to do it. But it's 4 dead for Nemesis. And FaZe Clan, again, this time they'll get the chance to set up over towards tower side. And I wonder if that's going to be even better for them, especially with Trippy's position here at Arcade. He can be a little bit sneaky, does give his position away, but perfect timing on the grenade. It's a trade, though.
Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball.
It's a 2-second ball game. Penguin tosses the ball down bottom middle. Glory continues to do damage. Falcated down to no shields. Just about gets away with his life as well, does Falcated. And FaZe, 2 down. Trippy's last man in the respawn screen. Suppress will fall as well. They're trading left and right. This is a much more scrappy round for FaZe Clan. Nemesis is doing a much better job. Moved him with camouflage, but he's got no teammates to play with.
Yeah, maybe Nemesis want it to be a little bit scrappy. Try and take some of the more traditional methods out of FaZe Clan's approach to this game, but Woozum gets spotted out with the camo. He looks a little bit dejected after it as well. It's always frustrating when you feel like you try everything, but there seems to be an answer around every single corner, and I think that's exactly what would explain FaZe Clan's tournament so far. They have an answer for everyone, and they have an answer for everything. Now they find themselves on the brink here of going another 3-0 and continuing their undefeated record.
4 dead for FaZe.
Enemy has the ball.
Ball thrown out towards garbage, delaying just a few final seconds for Nemesis. They have to go and retrieve the ball and bring it back to where they need it, and that will just delay long enough for this FaZe Clan team to spawn back up again and ensure that they make this hold as difficult as it possibly can be. Penguin gets the opening pick onto SLG, and that could mean that this collapse on really weak foundations.
Big fight.
They fall down. 3 dead for Nemesis. And FaZe have got their hands on the ball once more.
This could be the final setup. Nemesis, one last chance to break, maybe 2 if they are quick. The Penguin's going to be in a position that makes it hard for them. Ashley's going to combine with Suppress. Wootum's already gone down, does trade with Falcated though. So it's going to be a 3 versus 3 to push.
Enemy team nearing victory. Ball
We're calling for a rotation. This could be the perfect play as well, as SLG tries to cut them off, but flies into 3 guns. A little bit ill-advised, and plays like that, you spoke about desperation, that's exactly what that was.
Yeah, Nemesis really now throwing their bodies quite literally at the ball and at FaZe Clan, but it has been able to halt them just temporarily. Glory sends himself in as well, just sends himself right into the middle of the fray. Again, I asked myself, why are you sending yourself that way? But perhaps they needed something, someone to break that gap initially. But sadly, it's FaZe Clan who come out on top yet again, and now it's just 10 seconds required here, Shurs.
Glory said, shoot me, and FaZe Clan said, okay.
Sure.
They put him away. 10 seconds required, like you say. Glory now off the respawn with the camouflage. And he's venturing over towards PD. Snipe drone gets the kill. Falcate over towards L, down to half shields. Still some time to play with. Has to be perfect Halo. And unfortunately, for Nemesis, 3 go down. Wootum's the last man standing. Ball is in a pretty decent position if you're a FaZe Clan fan as well. Wootum's not really in a position to be a threat.
Sadly, when a commentator says it has to be perfect Halo, the game's probably over, and that's usually the sad reality for it, for the Nemesis roster here. But they do manage to get the kill onto Suppressed, but the ball is in the hands of Trippy yet again.
5 seconds and counting down. Nobody in a position right now to put a stop to this. Trippy holds the ball. Trippy secures map number 3 and a clean sweep for FaZe Clan. It was as easy as you like in the end.
They continue to be undefeated here in Arlington, have not dropped a map, have not looked even a second off the pace when it comes to their games. As for Nemesis, they will have to look at that elimination bracket. They've already secured top 6, which is still pretty much, I would expect their aim to be, but they want to be going that one step further, but they're going to have to look elsewhere because it's FaZe Clan who secure top 3 here in Arlington and will be waiting in the winners bracket finals for potentially a Shopify Rebellion or an SSG.
FaZe Clan wait their opponents. And for Nemesis, it's going back to the drawing board, perhaps heading back to the hotel, getting some food, putting on the VOD and recognizing where the mistakes were made, where the errors came from, and patching that up. But they might even still have a game to play tonight, so they might not even get that opportunity.
They will have another game tonight before they can even think about Championship Sunday. If they want to get to Championship Sunday, it will have to be another series victory for them. But it's FaZe Clan who will be able to relax. They'll be able to go back to the hotel and chill until Championship Sunday. It is Sunday secured for an unbeaten FaZe Clan. Just to look at the statistics from that game, a very successful one on the side of FaZe. I mean, it doesn't matter who you look at on FaZe's side. They were all dominant, they all went positive, and they all looked brilliant.
Stats absolutely jumping off the page, and it was a reason why they had so many members in that top KDA leaderboard. For reasons just like that. They have beaten every single team put in front of them, and they've done it without dropping a map. Absolutely flawless.
just looking back at some of the highlights of that game as well. I mean, there was moments where Nemesis had the chance to maybe get back into the game, but as soon as they tried something different, FaZe Clan had yet another answer. It didn't matter where the ball was, it didn't matter where the push was happening. FaZe were always there, and some individual moments as well, but ultimately, the chemistry on this FaZe roster seems to be coming together even more from the Invitational that we saw a couple of weeks ago. They look that one step better. But arguably, some may say, well, you know, where's the test against one of those other top 4 teams? Where's the SSG? Where's the OpTic? Where's going to be the Shopify Rebellion? Well, they're going to have to wait until the winner's final before that question is posed in front of them.
FaZe Clan came into this tournament as the number 3 seed, and they have proven well and truly the value of that seed, already guaranteed a top 3 placement. Incredible work from the boys. All that hard work and graft they've put in over the pre-season. Blaze has got an interview with Trippy off the back of a very impressive series. Take it away.
Main stage, make some noise for FaZe Clan. They make their way all the way to the winners finals, and Trip, man, I swear, it seems like you guys been flying under the radar this tournament so far. We got a chance to see you on the main stage to kick off the event, but now talking to you guys, seeing you win again, you are now in the winners finals. How does that feel?
It feels great, considering the boot camp or the case online didn't go the way we wanted to. So coming here and playing extremely well and just being in flow state as a team, just playing really good Halo as a team, it's honestly really refreshing, and we're loving it so far. It's been great.
Hey, man, it's definitely been looking good up here. You guys have been in your flow state, and then you guys just went up against another team that was in their flow state, who we watched take down a lot of top teams before they ran up against you guys. Now, what was the game plan to take them down? Because I know you guys got a chance to watch a lot of their matches, and they're a very unique squad coming from Europe. But what did you guys execute very well?
We actually scrimmed them like 2 times before this land, so we know how they play. We knew how good they were. And obviously they beat OpTic earlier, so I mean they're great teams. We just didn't take them lightly at all, and that's exactly what we did. So.
You gave them full force, all right, and they felt that one over there as they go down to the losers bracket. Now my next question is, I don't know if it's just the FaZe gas or what it is, but have you always been that damn good with Snipe? Because you was popping off on this main stage here, all right? What is it? Okay.
I mean, before, I didn't really get sniped that much, to be honest, you know. Consider my last teammates, you guys all know. But, no, it's been great. I mean, everyone shares everything equally, and I just so happened to have snipe and hit some shots. So, yeah, it just ended up working out.
Well, we want to see more of that on the main stage, okay? Make some more noise for Trip and FaZe Clan, everybody. That's going to do it for us on the stage. Lot, take us away.
Thank you so much, Blaze. Some really exciting things actually coming out of that interview that I really do want to dive a bit deeper into, but I've got to say there is so much to look forward to with this FaZe roster. They're the real deal. I know in one sense they probably did have the easiest side of the bracket to kind of get through here, but Nemesis wasn't an easy opponent, to say the least. They were very, very good, showed us that they can play with the big dogs, take down big dogs. Just fell short, unfortunately, in that series. But FaZe, I think it told us a lot more about this team and how well executed they are in terms of their teamwork. That was just phenomenal. I did like the comment from Trippy about the sniper. You got to share the love with the sniper if you want to see some pop-off shots from teammates with the sniper rifle, which is probably why we haven't seen clips like that overkill, and honestly all of the kills before that overkill on live fire from Trippy. Just unbelievable stuff. What do you make of FaZe right now, Wes?
I love where FaZe is. They look fantastic, they look buttoned up, and they are handling anybody that has been put in front of them, which is all you can really ask up until this point. They're sitting in the top 3, and they have found flow state. I loved every single answer Trippy gave were things that I wanted to talk about. It was flow state. It was the opportunity that he's going to have on a team like FaZe that he didn't get on OpTic Gaming. It's the comfortability and kind of like the underdog mentality, as well as we didn't perform how we wanted to at the case on LAN. Like, that wasn't the showing that we know that our team is capable of. And they've come out here and they've already made themselves a threat to this championship. People have been putting them outside of the top 4, have been dancing around with this big 3. FaZe are here to play, and if they're playing that level of Halo, they are going to be a tough out for anybody in this tournament. And it's about time we start taking them a little bit more serious.
100%. I think, you know, certain things are earned, and that for sure earned me I think, a namesake in this top 4 conversation for sure, to be perfectly honest with you. I do think that that series was very exciting. There were some incredible moments, and we kind of mentioned it earlier on. Blaze mentioned it on the main stage. We saw it in the highlight reel again. Let's just see it one more time. Goofy, looking at Trippy here, this was just so well executed. I believe Snipe was dropped for him. Yes, it was indeed. And off he goes. The first passage of play here is also beautiful, but what continues going around Ness, just working his way around Livefire towards back green, it was magical.
Yeah, Trippy was dominating every single game of this series. Seems like you just put him on a highlight reel anytime we're on his point of view. He got a triple kill in each of the 3 games and an overkill in game 2. Just absolutely dominating any competition put in front of him. And the same could be said for his whole team. I absolutely love the dynamic of this roster. Like, to Wes's point, they've been kind of flying under the radar, which is crazy to say because it's FaZe and look at their roster, but we're really seeing what this team can do when they're clicking and firing on all cylinders. Now they find themselves guaranteed top 3, guaranteed in the winners bracket final, and they haven't dropped a single map, Lottie. They're 15-0. What an absolute dominating performance so far out of this FaZe clan.
It certainly was indeed. You can see right now our series MVPs here, just the accolades to go with that series, just unbelievable amounts of damage. The KD speaks for itself. But, you know, we talked about Trippy a little bit, and obviously I love what he can do on a map. I also do, by the way, love the patience that we saw before that overkill at Ness. You know, he knows he has camo, he can see everybody lined up, not getting ahead of himself, using his nades. He got everybody so weak in order to get that off. I mean, it's really difficult. You are literally 1v4 there. It's pretty hard to do that. So great stuff from Trippy. But Valkated, let's talk about this guy. I said before the series I was looking for Fel to be intentional with his kills. We know he's a really good slayer, but it was about how you kill somebody and what that does for your team. How does it change the game in your favor? And I think that is something that Fel has worked on, and it's clearly working.
Yeah, as much damage as Trippy was doing throughout the series, and it was on his point of view a lot, Valkated out-damaged him. And Valkated is one of those players that I said on Friday, this is by far his best team coming into year 4 of Halo Infinite. Like, this is his best team all of Halo Infinite. This is his opportunity to really show that we talk about Valkated like he can slay with the big dogs. We've seen him have great individual performances, but the placings haven't really been there behind Valkated's performances. This is finally a team for Valkated to now perform well at, and also get to reap the benefits of the accolades that come with that. So I'm stoked to see him playing at a high level next to a team that he's finally on that is also playing at that same level.
Well, they are on a fantastic path right now. FaZe, well-deserved on the main stage, making a huge statement against Nemesis, the European powerhouses there. They will drop down to the elimination bracket, but it's not over for them. They still have a ways to go. Can they climb back up to the top? I think that's my biggest question right now. I don't think they were probably expecting a 3-0 sweep against FaZe. I think they were probably hoping to come out with something, if not maybe the series win, Goofy. So I'm sure they're a little bit shocked right now.
Yeah, definitely. You know, playing so hot all weekend, running into a red-hot FaZe clan, getting 3-0 swept is never a good feeling. But honestly, if I'm Nemesis, I'm still feeling good. The only teams that really would be scaring me is, even though you've already beaten OpTic, I would be scared to play OpTic in the elimination bracket.
Down there somewhere.
Yeah, and same with SSG, right? Whenever we see SSG and Shopify, one of those 2 teams, potentially we're going to have to drop to the elimination bracket as well. So aside from that big 4, if I'm Nemesis, I'm feeling confident against any roster, and even against the big 4, you got to feel confident, right? So definitely an unfortunate series for Nemesis, but you're going up against a FaZe clan team. And I wanted to say this as well, you know, the dynamics of everyone on this FaZe clan team allows this roster to play at their full potential. You mentioned it with Valkated. I agree. I think this is by far his best team. Going into the opener of year 4 of Halo Infinite, he's got to be feeling good. Penguin, Trippy. I haven't seen Trippy really play this comfortable in so long on the OpTic Gaming roster. Obviously, they were a dynastic team, and they made history in their own right, but Trippy has been around the block for a long time, and in my perspective, he's always been like this dominating, like Slayer type of player, and we kind of saw him take a step back from that role in the previous couple of years, and now I feel like he's super comfortable along with everyone on this roster. They trust each other, and you got someone like Suppress, who's that X factor, so to say, and I just love the dynamic of this FaZe team.
Me too. I think that's just what happens sometimes. You kind of get in a system and you kind of put into a role or a situation where where that's just how you have to adapt to make it work on a team, especially with maybe a couple of others who work in a certain way and it plays to their strengths. Well, now Trippy gets to play to his. He has that refresh, that new dynamic where he's one of the guys that you want to see start to do something and make moves on a map and cause chaos. And I love to see that. I think seeing a switch up like that is awesome, and Trippy coming into his own once again is something beautiful to watch unfold as well. Folks, we got to move on because we have plenty more Halo coming your way tonight. And up next, we do have winners round 2. And these two know each other pretty well. It's going to be Space Station Gaming going up against the powerhouses that are Shopify Rebellion. In the K-Stan event, things weren't looking too good for Space Station. Have they improved enough to give this one a really good go? We'll have to find out right after the break.
Want more Halo action? Subscribe to the Halo Esports channel for official HCS highlights, behind-the-scenes content, and player spotlights that take you closer to the pros. Stay in the loop with official updates, Halo Esports history, and our HCS and Community Top 10 series. Don't miss a second. Subscribe now.
Dallas, Texas, and we're here to bring you the fiercest Halo Infinite competition from all around the globe.
Will connect with the no shield APG. Oh! Yes, he can! Absolutely cooking.
Hey y'all, it's Clutch here, and today we're excited to introduce SND Extraction, the newest competitive mode coming to Halo Infinite later this year. SND Extraction is Halo's version of the popular tactical shooter mode. Here's how it works. 2 teams of 4 compete on asymmetrical maps, with one team starting on offense and the other on defense. Your goal on offense is to plant an extraction device at either A or B sites, while the defense tries to stop you. Good news, you don't have to worry about carrying a bomb. Once you get to a site, you'll be prompted to initiate the extraction. Once planted, the defense will have 1 minute to convert the extraction to win the round. Teams will alternate playing offense and defense after every round, and the first team to 6 rounds wins the match. Everyone will start with the Bandit Evo but at the beginning of each round, you'll have 30 seconds to purchase your loadout. Playing the objective and getting kills will reward you with credits to spend on weapons and equipment each round. We wanted to make sure that all Halo Infinite players felt at home in the new mode, so you've got your normal shields and movement abilities with you for every round. SND Extraction is a one-life mode, which means once you die, you'll have to watch from the sidelines until the next round starts. That is unless you've got enough credits in the bank to buy back into the round to support your team. It's a big risk. Buying back in the round will have your wallet hurting for a while.
Round 1.
Today we're also excited to announce that we partnered with Forge Hub to host the official map contest for SND Extraction. Both parties have contributed $10,000 to give this contest a whopping $20,000 prize pool, with the winning maps also being considered for matchmaking when SND Extraction launches later this year. Head to forgehub.com to see the rules and map guidelines. Our playtests on SND Extraction have been epic so far, and we can't wait for you to try it out yourself later this year. Best of luck to all the forgers in the contest, and we'll see you online.
We're back at the HCS Arlington Major, live from Texas, hosted, of course, by the one and only OpTic Gaming. And it is showtime, baby, because we have an incredible matchup lined up for you on the main stage. I mean, when have we not, to be perfectly honest? Every single one of the teams that have come in this weekend have been playing lights out. A couple fallen short, a couple upsets, but we love a bit of drama up in here, especially on the first weekend of the season. Welcome back into the Esports Stadium Arlington, and welcome to your winners round 2. Shopify Rebellion versus Space Station Gaming. I've got Goofy and Tony on the desk with me. Gentlemen, we're in for a treat here. I'm excited. You know, I think on one hand, if I could talk about this matchup just overall, it would be, we have the running gunners, right? They have come straight out the gates, lights out, not a hitch, not a problem. Barely really been touched, okay? Apart from OpTic Gaming, it has just been smooth sailing. What more could you ask for? On the other hand, Space Station Gaming, they've had to keep up. They've had to progress. They've had to work really, really hard to find their flow and hope for that, you know, that illustrious Halo click that we like to talk about. Has that click happened yet? I don't think it has, but I think it's getting there, Goofy. What about Space Station Gaming is that you're really looking for in this series to really find out how much they've really progressed, especially when it comes down to Shopify Rebellion?
Yeah, we're talking about this Space Station Gaming roster, and they've been described as like a slow burn, right? People are saying, oh, this roster, they're going to only get better as time goes on. They're only going to get better as these events continue. In my opinion, they are here right now, right? Look at this roster. We have Eco, Stellar, Snakebite, and Lucid, 4 world champions. On paper, to me, this roster is... You can say this is the best roster on paper, right? I think the dynamics on this team, we talked about it with FaZe, similar to FaZe, Space Station has such a solid roster on all fronts. You have Eco, Stellar, Snakebite, Lucid, these big brain players. Stellar in any given game can be the best player in the game. I think in order to win this series against Shopify Rebellion, who has been that spotlighted team, they have the #1 seed coming into this event, winning all these online cups, winning the FaZe Kason Invitational. SSG's got something to say about that, though. The way they're playing so far at this event, at this tournament, it looks like they might finally be clicking on all cylinders, and I'm going to be looking for Stellar to really step up. In the scrims leading up to this tournament, when Stellar was popping off, this team was popping off, and he is that player, he is that slayer, so Stellar is going to be my X factor in this series.
100%. I think it's really nice to be able to have a player who's ripping faces to give you some wiggle room on a map. I mean, everybody needs a breather every once in a while, especially up against a really fast-paced, aggressive Shopify Rebellion, who are honestly able to dictate that pace very nicely as well. I will say, when it comes to Space Station, I can't help but notice certain statistics, especially going against Shopify Rebellion. I know we're going to go back to the Ksan event. I know it's an invitational, but I can't help but feel like there are some personal things there as well. I think when you're looking like somebody like Snakebite, for example, the personal things that he has had with this, his previous teammates, it must be hard to play against them. You have had 15 years playing with Royal 2, and now you're telling me that you have no problem playing against him? I don't think so. I think it's going to be difficult no matter what you say or no matter how much you kind of put your measures on business only. It's tough, right? And I think that's actually kind of been showing through his gameplay. He hasn't had the best showings so far against Shopify Rebellion, whether that's in scrims, whether that's in the Ksan tournament, and I think it's time that we see Snakebite really step up and kind of shake off the kind of jitters of playing with old teammates and playing against them, and that personal thing, put it to the side. I think this is where we really see a big step up from him, Tony.
Yeah, I mean, oftentimes we talk about, the twos game, debating and switching. Well, Eco and Stellar have been very comfortable with each other, but it feels like Snakebite and Lucid are still trying to figure out how exactly do they fit into this winning roster, this winning role, and I feel like they're slowly starting to figure that out, and it must be really difficult to separate from a duo and join this roster, be the underdogs one of the first times, but Shopify Rebellion, they're on screen, and we definitely got to talk about them, too.
We certainly do, indeed. I think something that they do so well, amongst many things, their hot starts, that really solid starting strat comes forward every single time, and it gives them so much room in that series. It makes the others doubt themselves and their competitors. So I love the hot starts that they seem to have. What do you make of them, Goofy, overall, and just the way that they play the game, because they've set precedents?
I love the way Shopify Rebellion plays Halo. In my opinion, they play Halo the perfect way, right? They are the type of team where they always press their advantages. They play so efficient, so effective. When you're on the way I describe it is when you're playing against Shopify Rebellion and you're in a vulnerable position on the map, you're like, I really hope they don't push. They will always push that play when you're hoping they don't. They're always on top of the efficiency. And the Shopify Rebellion team, really, you have Frosty, who in my opinion, at this point in time, is the best player in the game. I think Frosty is the best player in the game coming into this tournament. He's been showing it so far this tournament. And then you have someone like the Last Shot and Cycle, right? These two up-and-coming players, they're established as two of the best players in the game. But Frosty and Royal 2, the world champions, they're never going to go down without a fight. And if I'm, SSG, you got a tall order.
Yeah, I've got to say, I have to agree that Frosty has found a whole new lease of life in Halo Infinite. I think coming on board with this team, he just looks so comfortable right from the beginning. And I often do think that is because when you put him on a roster with somebody like Renegade, they just clash a little bit too much. I know they did manage to get the job done in one of the years, but those two are such heavy hitters, it's almost like too difficult to share the toys. It's like having two kids who are just gunning for the same thing, and it's just almost impossible to share that love around and kind of work around that dynamic. I do think that Frosty being able to kind of lead things a little bit more, having Royal 2 lean on him as the commander, and then obviously having the young guns in Cycle and Last Shot, it's really produced just such a wonderful dynamic where they are all completely on the same page, Tony.
Yeah, I mean, I did a power ranking video, and I still had Stellar as like my #2 player in the game right now. But as far as #1 and #3, I had Last Shot leading into this tournament as my #1 player, and I had Frosty as #3. I've been so impressed with what Last Shot has done online, on land. The combination of accuracy and damage, the pressure he puts on the map is real, and it's felt by his opponents. And then Frosty, he's had an MVP tournament so far. Like, it's been that good. Kills outside the statues, the IGLing, the staying alive. I think he really has been the full package so far. So Shopify Rebellion are a dangerous team. They really look at the favorites right now.
They certainly are, and you know what? They certainly were. Even back at the Ksan event, they were the team that everybody wanted to beat. And looking right now at this score, when they did play Space Station Gaming, it didn't look pretty. Although I will say, things did get awfully close at times, and there was definite signs of progress from Space Station Gaming when coming up against Shopify Rebellion. Sometimes the 3-0 doesn't always reflect what happened. However, it has been 3-0s across the board ever since. Scrims already very difficult for Space Station Gaming against Shopify Rebellion, and the same thing happened on LAN. The progress is progressing, and we know Space Station Gaming is starting to find their flow. Is that flow enough, do you think, Goofy, right now in this series?
It can be, right? Looking at this graphic, when I see Eco and Snakebite, 0.61 KD for Snakebite, 0.77 for Eco, that's not That's not what their standard is. That's not what they expect out of themselves. So yes, this graphic tells us it was a 3-0, and of course, Shopify Rebellion dominated the Kaysan and won the event, right? The Invitational. But Eco and Snakebite, they're not going to be going 0.6 KD, 0.7 KD. So I'm expecting this to be a much closer series. In no way in hell is this going to be a 3-0. I think this is going the distance to a Game 5.
I love that from you, Goofy. We want a good series out of both of these two teams. Tony, how are you feeling about his prediction?
Oh, I agree 100%. I would bet that there's not going to be no 3-0 here. In fact, I would love to see a Game 5. I think it's very possible. I think Stellar's been fantastic. I think Lucid has really stepped it up and been this X factor. I've been just impressed with this SSG roster. And imagine a win against Shopify Rebellion. That would be impressive. That would be a statement. Why not do it here in the first event, first major of the year?
That would be huge. Well, I'll tell you what, I think we're about to be seeing a brand new Space Station Gaming, feeling an awful lot more comfortable than we saw them on the last LAN. Folks, it's about that time. Let's get into the matchup. It's Space Station Gaming versus Shopify Rebellion. Let's meet your teams.
When it's semi-final time here in Arlington, and we've got two huge teams on our stage right now. Two teams with things to prove. Shopify Rebellion, who came through that epic series a little bit earlier against OpTic Gaming. Well, now on the other side of the stage, you've got Space Station. And Space Station come into this event with so much to prove. Beating Shopify Rebellion here makes it very interesting.
It would be massive, of course. You heard it on the desk, just how much this team has been talked about in the offseason and even also during the Kaysan Invitational. People doubting them, right? Also, let's not forget, maybe in this exact matchup, for good reason, they found themselves falling to Space, says Shopify Rebellion, 3-0 back-to-back series. Not just the LM final, but their first series as well. And now the question is, what will they bring here? Very interesting set of games for this series, I must say. Assault Fortress, not Shopify's best bomb game type. Slayer Livefire, not their best Slayer. Also Stronghold Recharge, maybe a game that will go in their favor, but also Oddball Streets, not their best oddball map. So when you put all that together, plus Game 5, let's not forget, SSG has beaten Shopify before in that exact game type. This one could get interesting indeed. The question is, what work has SSG done over the past 2 weeks since facing Shopify on LAN for the first time? What reps have they put in? How will they get ready for this game number one?
One interesting thing for me as well is this is a slightly different looking and feeling Space Station from what we saw at that Kaysan event. This is a Space Station that looks like they're ready to win series. They're ready to send these big series deep, and there's just a little bit more to them when they come into these series. There's a little bit more weight to how they are performing and working together, and the biggest test of all, it's going to be Shopify Rebellion. They are the bar at the moment in this year of Halo Infinite. We'll have to see where Space Station are if they can cause the upset here against Shopify.
All right, underway, of course, two teams that we expected to also see and hoped that we would see play, but playing even earlier than maybe, once again, some might have expected here based on the results so far. And right away, it's Lashot trying to get into his opponent's spiral, and it will be battles for the spiral all game long. 2 dead for Shopify off of the opening.
I mean, movement from Snake right there in that fight was absolutely phenomenal. Just made himself such a difficult kill. Stella now under the base already, a little bit of pressure onto the Shopify side, but Royal 2 set up on his tower with a sniper rifle and should have a pretty comfortable kill onto Eco here. 2 dead on the side of SSG. Shopify and Royal 2 fly forward, and I love this angle that Royal 2 is taking.
Just going to hold this down, and like you say, impossible for really anyone to challenge him. He's going to have a safe passage here from A1 up into the spiral, and now be able to take new angles as well. Takes down Eco easily, 3 dead for SSG.
Bodies another player as well. That bomb will be moving very soon, you would imagine. Stella off the respawn. Narrowly avoids the chunky missiles coming his way from the sniper rifle of Royal 2. But this is just such a nuisance position to try and flush out. Royal 2 has found this as one of his preferred positions on this map, and you can see exactly why. So many angles to play around and so many escape routes for him to play as well.
Yeah, it might only be flushed out purely because of running out of ammo in this case. He's going to stay alive still. It was 2 dead. And now 2 spawners on the elbow side once again. And there's a reason we call this the modern day hut. It feels a lot like Sanctuary, just holding down your opponent's hut and raining down damage at the spawners.
Oh, that one felt like it hurt for Snakebite. That was a close range sniper rifle bullet received unwillingly from the SSG. Man, Frosty helps Cycle stay alive. It's 2 dead again, and finally the bomb will go in towards the base. Shopify Rebellion with 3 members in the death screen from Space Station, and that will be 1-0. That is efficiency personified.
Wow, beautifully done. And also the first spawner also falls, which means it should be an overshield grab here for last shot. Nade comes through. No, he hesitates, does not grab right away. Will it cost them? 2 dead for each side.
It was a momentary 3 dead for SSG, so you would imagine the access is still going to be there towards that overshield. Quicker off the respawn here for Shopify Rebellion. They should be at least able to fight for it. Players from SSG have snuck into ring 1 though. It's going to be interesting to see if it was burnt, or maybe if they get away with it. It's actually Lucid who gets away with it, moves that bomb straight in towards the arm zone.
Gets
and Frosty can't find an angle right now.
Melted by 2 players, had all of that overshield getting onto the porch, but you could tell that was a team shot. That overshield got ripped off so fast. It's a really nice piece of work from Shopify to stop the arm.
Snakebite under the base though, here at A1, just trying to see if he can find some angles and do some more damage and essentially pin Shopify Rebellion into their base. Cycle flies in. Cycled a couple of uncycle-like shots, but finally does get the job done. But this is more like Cycle, staying alive, being a nuisance. Eco and Lucid trying to flush him out, and almost forgot about it for a second there.
Eventually taken down, as you said. Snakebite also with some good damage in that sequence. 2 dead here for Shopify.
Bomb is in the courtyard as well. Lucid went for a little touch on that, but it is going to be reset. So back to bottom middle, that bomb will go. The objective neutralized by Shopify Rebellion. Good defensive players on there, and just to make sure that pressure didn't turn into that bomb being advanced and potentially armed once more.
See what Snakebite can do here. Things slow down for just a moment to breathe here with just under 9 left. And SSG knows they've got a lot of time on the clock. However, things can go pretty quickly if you fail to grab the right bit of control on this game type.
These obnoxious corners that Shopify Rebellion are playing. Like, they know that they've got a sniper rifle going against them. They don't want to give any easy shots. They want to try and waste this ammo, just shoulder peek. Force Snakebite to make a play. Hit a big shot. As the overshield is popping in 3 seconds time. Snakebite is in the perfect place to get it, but he's going to have to deal with Cycle.
Oh, man.
And Cycle hits the body. And Frosty collects that overshield.
Wow. Oh, wait, back though. Stellar gets the back whack there. The Achilles heel will come through, which is big. It was 3 dead. They neutralized the overshield. Here comes Stellar.
Such a good play from Stellar. The timing on that from SSG. Immaculate. 3 players have respawned, but one of them's back in the respawn screen already. Nade's going in towards that snipe side. I like what I'm seeing from SSG. It's a double kill here for Stellar. A killing spree for him, and they are trapping Shopify on that snipe side, but they just can't link these kills together and get all of Shopify falling consecutively. It feels like a 2, and then fight another 2, and then another 2. They just can't get this clean 4 that they're looking for.
Interesting trade coming in there in the end with the melee. Instead, it will be now Cycle advancing the bomb, and as you said, they kept things chaotic. They also maintain a lead here as they start to bring the bomb all the way across. An important 1v1 bottom of the base. Both players will disengage and agree to fight later on. In the end, it's Snakebite who comes in and helps to clean up that Cycle kill A1, which of course was an ever important kill in that situation.
Frosty last alive momentarily for Shopify Rebellion at the top tower, just playing his life. Snakebite's looking to take him down. But Frosty, again, just being such a difficult kill. Somehow he gets out of that with a double kill there as he whips his reticle to the player who was just creeping around on the fences outside of the ring. 3 dead again for Shopify. And one thing we were discussing in the build-up to this game is if SSG want to have success, they have to win those individual fights they find themselves in. They have to match slay for slay what Shopify Rebellion are doing. And to be fair, doing quite a good job of it so far.
Yeah, so far so good. Snakebite gonna try to stay alive as the last alive. Get some good damage, but it will be a staggered 4 dead for SSG, which means last shot will stay alive here in the spiral. But really, we need to look back to bottom mid once again. Overshield popping in just a few seconds.
1 dead on either side at the moment. It's a bit of a stalemate around bottom middle. Now Overshield is now up. Snakebite does some damage, but it's exchanged by Frosty, and there's a player who's pushing through somewhere behind enemy lines here. It's going to mean that Frosty can get the Overshield. It means that now Shopify Rebellion can push forward, and even though Stella's just grabbed that sniper, he's already taken damage, he's under pressure, and Frosty will collect the SSG sniper now, and can start to go to work.
Ooh. A few shots coming from the elbow, which he knows means he needs to turn about face, actually getting challenged from 3 angles there. So really good prioritization from SSG of Frosty with the snipe, but Stellar as the last player alive because 3 were dead for SSG. Cycle's going to start the arm.
Cycle's got this difficult corner for SSG to deal with, but Lucid will come off the respawn on the Armory side and manage to get that bomb once again back to a neutral position. Both teams playing fantastic defense so far. Yeah. Just that one opportunity that was taken by Shopify Rebellion, a lot of it off the heavy lifting that Royal 2 was doing on the Armory side. Creating those opportunities, creating those numbers advantages. SSG have had that bomb inside of the arming zone of Shopify Rebellion a couple of times, but just not able to back those slays up and create that time needed to get that arm.
Yeah, unsurprisingly, the game type plays a lot like 3 Dead once again for SSG, by the way. The game type is a lot like Sanctuary of old. It's really about control, then you poke, then you prod, and then based on the spawns and the damage, you decide if this is, okay, this is the time we go. Or do we need 1 to 2 more slays? And do we need to keep them at bay here? Do we need to force a split spawn? You're constantly making those types of decisions. And really, sometimes you might have to control the enemy base for 90 seconds before you actually decide to go.
I like what Shopify Rebellion actually did. I think it was Cycle who just brought the bomb out and threw it actually on the side that Frosty was watching, trying to make a space station member overextend to get eyes on that bomb and potentially train into the reticle of this man on your screen. It's going to be a triple kill and a killing spree here for Frosty. Last player alive is going to be Eco. He peeks and he gets his shields ripped off as well.
Wow, the amount of damage from Frosty here, and we'll revisit that in a moment because Overshield popping bottom mid, this should once again be a Frosty grab, and it will be a clean one. He just dodges each of the pre-nades and instead will come away with the Overshield after all of that damage as well. He's 17 and 10.
And it feels like at the moment that Shopify are prioritizing just keeping Space Station on their side of the map. They don't want to really progress that bomb unless they feel completely comfortable with doing it, and they've earned the right to do that due to the fact that they have that 1-0 lead in this game.
Good awareness from Frosty as well. Notice he kept checking ring 1 and Bond. He knows Snakebite's behind them. They're aware of that player there.
Well, mid-map's open at the moment. Stella finds one onto Frosty to clear him out the base. Shopify should manage to hold ring control for now, but the bomb is a problem for them because Space Station have got to clear this bomb out of their base. You can see Cycle now looking to move towards it. A little touch on this and it turns the attention back towards their base instead of progressing the bomb out towards the Shopify base. So SSG once again having to play defense here.
Nice shot, stays alive as well, bottom base. That's going to be huge. That will also keep the bomb alive. Now that will also allow them to now make the move here. Let's go ahead and see if they can get the arm. They're going to go ahead and start this here.
Wonder if SSG have any lines of sight, to be honest with you. There's one player who looks like he's going to be able to maybe get the stop at the last second, but that fuse is lit, and now it's just about maybe finishing it off, but the toss comes in to get it out of the base, but it's 4 dead for SSG, and we know how sticky that arm is. Look how much progress is already here. Last shot moves in, and it will be armed. It will be 2-0 to Shopify Rebellion.
Sticky arm was the name of the game indeed. Last shot decides to just say, you know what, I'm going to go down with the ship. Circles back, gets taken down, will respawn back at his base. But as you said, the sticky arm really being a factor there. You can't just toss the bomb out. You need to actually, if you really want to get out of your base, you need to hold it for a split second as well to start to disarm the bomb before just throwing it out. 2-0 with 2 minutes left.
Royal 2 is so at home. By the way, Royal 2 is 24-8. 24-9 as he gets taken down, but I had to double take on that. I was like, is that 24 kills, 9 assists? And then I was like, nope, it's 2 9s. He is such a nuisance on this map.
Lucid trying to make something happen, finds one, also knows the players on the BR, but getting challenged now from all 3 remaining players. Does very well to make sure to isolate those 2, and he knows where the last 2 are as well.
But where's that bomb? Where's that bomb progressing? It looks like SSG have got it in towards the armory. Frosty's down, it's 4 dead.
Wow.
It's 4 dead, and all of the players from Shopify have fallen consecutively. You would expect this to be a bomb arm here, and indeed it is. SSG have life in this game. It's now 2-1.
Not over just yet, and look at the clinical way in which they did it. By the way, Psycho spawned way out. They didn't even have to worry about him. He's still alive on the map, so they'll have to focus on him at bottom arches. However, as you say, 2-1. Still everything to play for in this game.
And it's off the back of the Overshield pickup as well. That was what gave Lucid the opportunity to move forward. Royal 2 would much rather be in his opposition spiral than his own as he gets taken down by Lucid. And finally, it looks like Shopify have picked up enough slays here just to progress up the map. It was about 60 seconds of struggle for them, 1 minute 30 left in this game.
Was 3 dead here. Snakebite was your last player alive, and he has a big role here to make sure he continues dealing damage for his spawners.
Bomb is down in the courtyard of Space Station Gaming. 1 minute 20 left on that game clock. Eco does manage to move that bomb to a neutral position once more. Frosty at the moment is trying to decide, am I looking for damage? Am I looking to pin SSG? Or am I just making sure that that bomb does not progress any further than where it is at the moment? Mid-map is fine for us, but if it starts to creep towards our courtyard, it becomes a problem.
Absolutely. Wants to stay alive here at all costs. You can just tell by the gameplay, disengages right away. Like, as you say, they only need to slay here for another 55, and shots like that will make the job even easier.
Well, it was 3 dead momentarily. Cycle will just even the numbers as Shopify do respawn on the map. And Cycle actually done a really good job of just not staying alive, but picking up some damage and some kills, which allows Royal 2 to move to bottom mid. Gets that next overshield, and that might be the thing that hurts Space Station the most in these final moments. Fighting against this lineup is tough, but when they've got the overshield and you have to advance that bomb, it's very tough. But Royal 2 is last alive.
He's last in the wrong base here. Let's see if he tries to rotate this back. This is interesting here. He finds himself way out. He had the overshield, but it's been taken off, and they're going to start to make something happen on the opposite side.
Lucid gets one inside of the other base. Royal 2 from downtown, cross map, has eyes on that bomb, but Space Station might just leave Royal 2 here. But Royal 2 is not going to leave Space Station. Across map with this battle rifle causing so many problems.
Wow, for real, brilliantly played here. He knew he had to work with the spawners, but here comes down the push.
They do get a touch on it, but it's not going to be enough. And Royal 2 from that position actually might have saved the game for Shopify Rebellion to keep it at 2-1. 2 important kills on that player looking to arm the bomb, but when it is all said and done, 2-1 will be your final score here in map number 1. Shopify Rebellion will got one in the series.
You got to say, a lot of times when you look at that, if you have overshield in your opponent's cave as they're about to start arming, that is a dicey scenario. But when you have a player like Royal 2 who knew exactly how to angle himself away from Snakebite on the porch, then go flag, pick up 2 kills, obviously the comms would have been on point there to make sure they're prioritizing whoever was arming. As you say, not only that, but he goes 30-11 in game number 1 to make a statement. They take the game 2-1.
Not bad. Not bad from Royal 2. Looks so comfortable on that map. It's one of those players who's just...
Excuse me, 30-13.
30-13. But well, my point still stands here. 13. He's so comfortable when he has a map where there's spawn points which he can look at and he gets good LOSs on, right? He can always put himself in a good position to output damage. I always think back to Halo Reach Sanctuary. He was an absolute demon when he was playing the car bridges, when he was playing ring angles and shooting into the rocks, into the courtyard, wherever it might be with that snipe. And it looks very natural for him, the way that Fortress plays, and it kind of just fits into his natural play style.
It really does. And also, you just get the feeling that with these new game types, Shopify just has them dialed in, not only in terms of the matchup against SSG, but also with the way that they approach each of the new game types in the suite, whether it was the case on Invitational or Scrims, or here in their first few series. Just playing, just it feels like everyone, as we've said previously, on the same page. Really good game management throughout the entire game. I think SSG got very close, put up a great fight, and even in the end, looked like maybe they were going to get another bomb on the board, but Shopify just looking too strong.
Yeah, you just wonder about that last overshield. You know, Royal 2 gets away with it as last alive.
Yeah.
If they manage to neutralize that or even pick it up, SSG have control of the other side of the map. They have control of the Shopify base, and all eyes can look forward towards that bomb that's being armed. But unfortunately, it's ifs and buts, and you don't really get the opportunity to make those decisions and think about that if you don't secure the power-ups yourself. I mean, you're looking at the total power-up pickups, Shopify certainly dominated that.
Without a doubt. And I think also they specifically dominated the 15 seconds prior to each overshield, right? Royal 2 is able to get away with that overshield as last player alive because they had the full slay rotation. And as you saw, he was nearly completely uncontested in ring 1 with that grab. So he's then able to kind of weave away, even though he loses teammates. He puts himself in the right place, as you just saw. That will secure the game 2-1 on Fortress Bomb. And as we said, that is not even Shopify's best bomb. They'll now move into Slayer Live Fire, which at the Case on Invitational was only narrow wins. They were winning games about 50-47 on this game type. So an opportunity certainly for SSG to get right back in this.
And SSG, I feel like Live Fire is a little bit more natural for them. It feels like a map that they've done some work on. They feel somewhat comfortable in comparison to some of the early performances that we saw from them. And I think Lucid is going to be the man to watch. Got to got to put that snipe to use. We say it a lot now, but it's in this game type in particular, that is what swings this game. That is the difference maker. If you can get it, usually the camo's coming up while you've still got some ammo in the weapon itself, and you can just lock down that lane, make it so difficult to contest that camo without taking damage. So first thing first, get it in his hands. Second thing, put it to work.
Without a doubt, and I think they're going to continue to look to the veterans here. It feels like with Royal 2 or Frosty, as long as you have one of them kind of putting up big numbers, Shopify seems unbeatable in that game. Goes without saying, it's Royal 2 that goes more than double positive to close out that game number 1, and that is not easy for this SSG side to fight against.
So some stern looks on the faces of SSG. I think they would have known coming into this series, it's not going to be an easy one, it's going to be a long series. A lot of oxygen flowing into Stellar.
That's why you bring the nasal. That's why you bring the nasal strip, ready to go the distance. I feel like I need one right now.
It's very true.
I feel like I came unprepared, comparatively.
Maybe next to it. Maybe we can get a deal struck with. I don't know who makes those.
Nosestrips.com.
But for SSG, they would have known coming into this series, it's not likely going to be a 3-0 if they want to come out of it as the victors. It's going to be a couple of games that go against them due to the quality of the opposition that sat across on the stage from them. And I say B-Man looks very comfortable right now, very happy.
Yeah, look at that big smile on his face. Also, we didn't get to talk about it because that game was so non-stop. I didn't want to interrupt the action, but I got to talk to Frosty, the man on your screen, after the series that we casted earlier, and I said, man, it was so interesting hearing you say, in the listen-in live, let's stop team shooting, let's stop firing together, you guys need to win your ones. He's like, when I came off the reason I said that, as we take a look at the top slayers here between Royal 2 and Stellar, he said the reason I said that was because I kept seeing teammates spawn and look towards teammates instead of the direction they needed to be looking at. And guess what? That was a Game 5 Slayer call in the middle of the game, and it wins them the game because they focus on their own individual battles. And you could say that we saw that in game number 1 as well, right? That's an amazing ability to say, hey, I actually don't think we should help each other at all, and I expect you to win your 1v1s. That's the level that we're at in Halo Infinite, and that's the level that Shopify Rebellion is playing at.
We're going to have to see if Stellar can match the level that we've seen from Royal 2 since he joined this Shopify Rebellion lineup. He has been reborn, it feels like, Royal 2, a new sense of endeavor in his gameplay and the way that he's approaching these games and these series. And for Stellar, he was the man of last year, I think, for a lot of people. He was the one who would match anyone when it came to the numbers at the end of a big game, at the end of a big series, and when it came to big moments as well. And I think for SSG, they're going to look towards him as well, alongside Lucid, to be that X factor in this series, and especially in this next game type where we know how dominant that rifle can be.
Big moment here for SSG, you think, with the whole week, in terms of this entire weekend, to be able to tie this series 1-1, take a breath, and get ready for the depths of this series instead of finding themselves a 2-0 deficit heading into game number 3. You know, see Lucid on your screen, you know these players are going to be aware of just how much is on the line in this game number 2.
Well, we're almost ready to go here into game number 2. Shopify Rebellion with a 2-1 win on Fortress Bomb to put themselves up 1 in the series, but I've got a little bit of a feeling there might be a few extra games in this series than just the 3 that we've seen in some of our series earlier today. We'll have to find out if we're going to go at least to game 4 here, as SSG will look to answer back to Shopify Rebellion in that win in game number 1 by taking Slayer here on Livefire.
The question is, what speed is this game played at, right? I think both of these teams we've seen, they like at times to slow games down, and they're very, very good at it. They understand the dynamics that you need to hit when you're striking, the balance between the two, as we get ready to get into game number 2 here to see which one's going to come out on top.
Stellar's going to be the POV that we watch off the rip here, and he's moving immediately towards that sniper rifle. So an opportunity for him to be the X factor. Body shot comes in. Lucid will get his 2nd of the game, 3rd of the game, I should say, as he will clean it up. It's a great start here for SSG. They're up 3-1, but most importantly, I think not just the lead, they have that sniper rifle in the hands of the man they want it in.
What happened on Lucid's POV to get 3 kills within the first 15 seconds of the game? We'll have to go ahead and find out later, but 4-2 is the lead. Frosty does get the camo in the end, though, even though they trail by 3 here. So this is a big opportunity to keep the game close for Frosty early on.
2 dead for Shopify, though, which means that Frosty's just going to have to buy some time. And the more time that he has to buy, the more time disappears from him being effective with this camo. Stellar also picked up another kill with that sniper rifle somewhere along the lines. And as Frosty jumps in to find one, Snakebite takes to the skies with that repulse and makes him back down.
Well handled by Snakebite there. Not easy when you have a camo player jumping up, and oh my goodness, wins the battle against Frosty. Long-time teammate that really he shouldn't have won in that scenario. That keeps SSG's lead here by 2.
You wonder what the pace is going to be of this game. Well, it seems like it's very deliberate. Very tactical almost in the way that these teams are kind of surgically just tiptoeing forward or looking for angles. It's 2 dead for Shopify. But still the 2-kill advantage here, making 3 kills as Eco picks up a beatdown. And everybody just knows their role, just knows how dangerous it is. I think everyone's just very aware of how dangerous it is on either side to go 2 or 3 dead here.
Exactly. They know they do not want to be just giving away any free kills or any free leads early on in this game, and that's why we're tied here essentially right at the 12-kill mark. But I couldn't agree more. I think with these two teams, you're not going to see them play this game type crazy fast unless a game gets blown wide open. It's going to be a tactical slayer, and speaking of tactical, it's a big 1v1 win against Lucid.
Oh, he just murdered Lucid in that individual fight. Royal 2 and Last Shot pick up another, and those moments are the ones that maybe send a few tremors through Space Station. If you don't see Lucid lose those. But this is Frosty, and this is just a Frosty that is the Frosty we have talked about for so many years.
2 dead here, needs to play this slowly with camo coming up, and has a little bit of help from Last Shot on scoreboard as he gets taken down. However, this should be a camo for SSG to try to bring this back.
Frosty's
and there
running.
he is.
Frosty kills him. It's 3 dead. For Space Station, they get the camo. It's 4 dead. For Space Station, as Frosty does not care if you get that power up. He sees you anyway.
And despite SSG leading really all the way until the 12-kill mark, it's now Shopify heating up in the game and the series. Let's get into a listen-in with Shopify Rebellion.
They're gonna hit me, they're gonna hit me.
Sniper stuff, guys.
Cut one. Post, kill me, post. Up there, dice, or not, person. Dice person. He went time in, you're gonna do a spawning mode, double back, Preston. They're gonna spawn there, right in front of you. Yo, man, here, man, go back. Dummies, 2 on my beam, dummies. Absolute cuts. Watch up 5. Go bottom. They're hitting me. I can you guys hit top? Keter to jail. Bottom mid running away. Why? It's a dummies. Can you go? Stop chasing. Pillars out. I'll be, by the way. Push. Top tower typing. I got melee. One shot top tower. Absolute top tower. One got mud. I traded. One more top tower. I got elbow sniping. Top tower. Watch out, Lucid. No, cuts right now. Going high cuts. Yo, top mid.
Finesse.
Top mid, dice. Yo, spawn. We're gonna just you, man. He dropped. I can hit top mid already. And top tower sniping. Top mid in vent. Going bottom mid weak. And top tower sniping. Yo, tires. One shot, tires. Oh my god! Top tower sniping. Kill this guy. Top tower. Still top tower. Elbow. He's weak. Elbow. Nice.
One was up.
I need to swan here.
Gonna punt. They just picked up one. Gonna be big, man. Gonna be big, man.
Hey, punt. I'm in, I'm jumping up. Yeah, one jail.
Could be out rat. Jail could be out.
One jail.
What's elbow me, guys?
Oh, yo, back me, corner, I hit him 3 times.
Oh, you press it. Oh, one time, let me just
Spawning
Camo 12.
Screen.
Hold on.
Yo, Wyatt, I'm following you.
Camo 5, guys.
Oh my god. What day? He's going into jail.
Let's stay plat. Camo's up.
Hey, pot as well. Dummies, one shot, guys. One guy keto right now. One on me, guys. One cuts. One hit cuts going dummies.
One guy was bottom mid.
One's dummies, guys.
Could be behind you.
First time getting camera, first engagement.
Well, you can hear the emotion in the comms from Shopify Rebellion. They're getting all sorts of fired up. There's been some big individual battles being won by members across the board from Shopify, and it leaves us at 42-35.
Gotta love the intensity and listening the entire time. Just to a lot of people who maybe haven't played or watched a lot of professional Halo, it might sound like chaos, but my goodness, is it ever organized chaos? A lot of stressing of the most important callouts. You heard specific players, like the players in Mud, like the players in Pillars. They're making sure they get these kills, and the team is really on the same page communication-wise.
Yeah, SSG were trapped to the back of tower here. A lot of damage has been done, but somehow they come out of that with a couple of kills to their name without being traded out. Royal 2's last alive here. And at 39-45, SSG are probably thinking that maybe, just maybe, they could do something, but Royal 2 with just one extra kill has made this within a win condition now. And within a few, for Shopify to go up by 2.
A big kill indeed. Let's see, no combat involved with the sniper there. Instead, it's going to sit top middle. Thought they might try to blow that to A bags. As you say, 47-41, this should be pretty comfortable. They're going to look to slow the game down just a bit and find these last few kills. Last shot with QT as well is going to mean a free push.
Yeah, really good just to not get sucked into the situation there by Larshot. Goes back, takes a little moment to get the QT, and now he can be aggressive. Now he can push in, and Eco importantly hits the no-scope. Lucid will find one as well to keep this interesting, but Larshot using that QT keeps himself alive. Lucid is bottom middle, he'll be the last, but it's Royal 2 who beats him literally to the punch, and Shopify Rebellion find themselves up by 2.
50-42 your final score after a really strong start from SSG, but it felt like even when SSG was looking their best right around that 10 kill mark, Shopify Rebellion keeping the game close throughout all of it. Very good power up control, and I'm so glad we got that extended listening as well to hear the Shopify side, not just to hear, I think, how tight the communication was, but also just to hear, I think, as we talked about, you and I talked about a lot before this tournament, this is a vibey, energetic squad, right? In the comms, you just heard it. Even when they have something like an 8+ kill lead, they're not only stressing the correct callouts, but you could just tell there's this intensity and excitement about finding that last kill. Let's rotate, let's collapse again. There's a hunger for it in the comms, and it's amazing to listen to. They take game number 2, 50-42.
That's that man, Frosty again, 14 and 9, leading the lobby in assists as well. The only player to break double digits on assists, the least deaths in the game, and apart from Lucid, the most kills in the game as well. It's the perfect Slayer stat line coming in from Bradley Bergstrom, and we mentioned if he goes off, if he puts up big numbers, they usually win games. And that's exactly the case here. On the other side of things, a little bit of a slow one for Eco, 7-14 for him. But you mentioned the good start. I think there was one turning moment that, just a couple of moments in that game. The one that sticks out to me is the last shot play bottom middle.
Yep.
Eco comes round the corner, responds to the call out in the way that he should. Last shot's half shields, but somehow last shot not only trades in that situation, which Eco would be frustrated with, doesn't even trade.
Yeah.
Here's the repulse stick, he stays alive. And those kind of things, those swings, those kills are the ones that swings are made off the back of, and I think they're also the ones that hurt so much if you're on the receiving end of it. You go Brat's on, you're like, I got a kill here, we're thinking about next, but before you know it, you're down numbers. Before you know it, he's still alive, he's fighting someone else. All of these things start to just snowball, and 50-42 is your final score, and we always say that's, at this level, between the best teams in the world, pretty convincing.
Yeah, not a close game in the end. Oddball Streets will be the battleground for number 3, and I agree. I think Shopify, one thing I just want to keep highlighting is they are winning their ones, right? And it's amazing how much they are relying on each other simply to win their ones, even as the last player alive, making sure, as you said, you trade or better. You get extra damage on a third player as well, and how the team responds to that. And that right now is one of the most difficult things about Shopify, and there's only 2 ways really that a team can handle that. They can try to send numbers a certain direction to outnumber that 1v1, or they can make sure they win their corresponding 1v1s, right? Both easier said than done, but I think both tonight and tomorrow, you're going to need to see the only way that Shopify is going to get taken down is that the Pivs are starting to be won by the opponents, or, as we saw, for example, when Shopify lost their Origin Slayer, it was because C9 was sending multiple players to each angle at once and then isolating the corresponding player. So it's doable, but you have to find the right recipe to take down these Shopify players one by one.
Yeah, going back to the talk we had with Royal 2, is he was saying, like, now that with the game in the state it is, the meta the state it is, the bandit the way it is, like, winning individual fights now is such a big component of Halo Infinite, and it sounds very simple to say, but previously you would be able to team shot someone very quickly, but now you get those isolated 1v1 moments a lot more, and he's winning all of them. Like, every time you see Royal 2 on your screen, it's like he just wins the Piv, and you can say that about so many, all of Shopify Rebellion. Like, it's very rare that you see them lose one, and it's almost freakish when you see them in those situations. They have I hate to use the word, but the aura about them when you're in that individual fight. If you're up against them and you know you miss a bullet, you know that's going to cost you your life.
Yep. It does feel like it. When you're watching it from the opponent's POV, it feels like Shopify players are flying at you, and whether it's just simply that flying at you and winning a 1v1, or they have QT in hand, etc., it just feels like the pressure is too much, and that is exactly what it has been for SSG so far this series, as we get ready to head into game number 3, Oddball.
Well, Oddball has not been a great game type for SSG. We'll have to see if the work has been put in to make this one maybe the start of something special for them in this series. Stella looks extremely focused. All of SSG look extremely focused. They want to try and find the answers. It's not like they're rolling over here. Everybody just took a moment to step off stage as well, maybe just have a conversation about how we approach these next 3 games. And you've got to look at it as a 3-game series now.
Yeah.
It's, you know, otherwise they are headed down to that elimination bracket, and we know who's waiting there.
Yeah. Some serious opponents without a doubt. Take a look at the intensity here from Elamite.
I love that from him. Get them fired up. I think they need that.
Exactly. And this is something you and I talked about is how is this team going to be intensity-wise, right? There are 4 collected and calm players, stoic you could even say. And do they have a player really that is their fire and their intensity? And you could say Elamite is that voice on the side. The question is, can he get the team back in this? For SSG fans, this is a big opportunity because let's not forget, we did see on Oddball Streets not the best performances from Shopify on LAN at the Kson Invitational. We saw them lose this game type to OpTic. And maybe an opening, maybe an opportunity for SSG to get back in this series and send us into the later games.
I need to see more from SSG though. They haven't shown me enough in those first 2 games to convince me that this is going to be a different story. You're looking at the damage dealer here in Oddball, plus 93 damage per minute. That's not per game, that's per minute. Think about that.
It's a whole lot of damage.
Extrapolate that over a game of Oddball.
I'm extrapolating and I'm terrified.
Well, here we go then. We'll start off with the man who just outputs damage. The human turret, last shot, who has quickly made himself a household name here in the Halo Championship Series. Now we've got to remember that him and Cycle still don't have a major championship to their name. And off the rip here, Space Station do win the opening battle. So it's 3 dead for Shopify Rebellion. Snakebite's going to rotate that ball towards his teammates. And a little bit of positivity here off the break.
They do lose a player, though, all the way at tires, and there's also a red gun just beaming. So they're going to need to hope that they get the right spawns here. Let's see. They're going to have players on Commando as well as Driveway. And I think they're going to get the spawns they needed.
Oh, big kills. Big kills. That's not just the camo. That was the red gun down as well. Last shot on Cycle, though, putting pressure onto that Oddball. And that's synonymous for me as Lucid picks up 1 with how Shopify approach certain moments. They're shoulder to shoulder. 2 guns are better than 1 when you're facing a lane.
Without a doubt, now 2 dead each side. Let's see how this push goes. Snakebite, once again, just laning. Might get sandwiched here in pinch. You expect the assist to come in, and it does. Still 2 dead for SSG.
2 dead once more. Struggling to just get some numbers on the map here, SSG. And the last 2 players you can see just trapped in tires. The Oddball has reset. It's a 3-second advantage here for Oddball hold time for SSG, but I mean, it might as well be 0-0 as it will essentially be tied up in the next few moments. Shopify Rebellion do get their hands on that Oddball, but SSG are fighting here. They're being aggressive, and they look like they're just picking up the pace a bit here.
3 dead World 2, last player alive, man, on your screen. Might even get 1 here, and that's what I'm talking about. How often do we say it about players, how important it is to get that, at least that trade as the last player alive, and that essentially keeps them off the ball once again. You could just tell by the total game time elapsed and the lack of time on the scoreboard. Once again, these teams are tactical teams. They want to get all the pieces right before they go for a hold, and already one of the lowest scoring balls we've seen in quite some time.
2v2 right now, the battle for the camo is going down. Frosty's going to win it, and not only that, somehow win a fight to get away with it. That's got to be frustrating for SSG. As Royal 2 puts damage alongside Frosty onto 2 members of SSG who are just trying to survive on the driveway. But the Oddball, most importantly here, is in the hands of Shopify back towards the tower.
Finally gets rotated away. Love that from Frosty as well.
Big win for Miko.
Unfortunately there, the sidekick at that range is a little bit tricky to finish. And finally, as you said, a little bit of points on the board here, but SSG with some good pressure, they get 2 dead from Shopify, make it a staggered 3 dead.
Seems like notably for me that SSG are just trying to pick the pace up a little bit here, and they're trying to recognize their advantages a little bit quicker on the map. You see, as soon as they get a kill, as soon as they get some damage, it's multiple players who are starting to progress up the map to try and engage a little bit more.
Snakebite there, they've run the ball at them there. I'm not sure if they knew this bomb was going to come or if they wanted to bring this fight. You would think that maybe they want to rotate it back, and yes, indeed, they will. I think maybe they were anticipating a little bit of a different set of spawns. In the end, though, they will maintain control for now.
Enemy has the ball.
Lucid will clean up Royal 2 after the damage is done. Last shot, no shields.
Enemy has the ball.
Snakebite just recognizes he's got the window here to grab that Oddball and rotate it away from that lane that is consistently being pressurized by Shopify Rebellion. Frosty with the red gun, though, is going to create an opening over on the arcade side of the map, and Cycle with the second is going to force a potential play ball. Yes, indeed, it's going to be Snakebite who sends that one down to bottom middle. But who's there to catch it? Bring it back? Name Cycle.
Important wins here from Snakebite. Picks up these 2 and might even stay alive here.
Shroud might keep him alive as well.
Oh my.
Not sure how Snakebite just survived as long as he did. That's some experience. That's some brilliant play from him. And Stella converts a couple of those shots that were from the Bandit of Snakebite into kills here for SSG. 26 points on the board for them now, and all of a sudden, SSG look like they're finding something here, finding a little bit of that elusive rhythm that they talk about so much.
3 dead as well. This should be a free camo here. Royal 2 probably won't get that stick. In the end, they'll keep him weak. Lucid will do a very nice job to safely pop that. He makes sure he doesn't pop that early just in case he had gotten stuck. And now he's going to have all the info and all the damage. Oh, there's Tram spawner that catches him out. So in the end, not as much as they would have wanted out of that camo, but still a decent amount of points on the board.
Also good to just at least keep the camo out of the hands of Shopify Rebellion. Last shot just destroys Stella in the individual. And if you're wondering what we're talking about with these 1v1 battles, that's Stella that last shot has just put on his back.
Saw him getting excited as well. If you were watching his player cam, he was proud of that one, and for good reason. As you say, it's not an easy 1v1 to win, but he has been doing it this series, to say the least. Here comes Royal 2 on the flank.
Shopify with the ball in their hands as well. And we essentially have a tie game, just 8 points the difference between the two squads. Royal 2 throwing all sorts of sticky bombs. He's going to repulse Snakebite back as well, but Snakebite will hold ground, and it will be Cycle's last alive, and he'll grab that odd ball as well, passed off by his teammate. Spawns come in over on the tram side for Eco. That means that Snakebite's going to bring this one back to the protection of his spawner and his teammates, and Lucid, he's going to be the one furthest forward on the map for SSG here, looking to pick up kills, and he found one already on last shot.
Great rotation work from Snakebite there, doesn't waste any time. Take a look, already 53 points on the board, but right now, because of how low scoring and tactical this game has been, we only have 115 on the game clock. Stellar with a very nice pair of kills as well with the red gun. Make it 3.
Oh, he finds a triple kill. There's another player in front of him. He didn't see him, but now he does. It's not going to be the overkill, but the triple is enough. And Stella is starting, maybe, to wake up a little bit in this series. Maybe the 1v1 against last shot has just said, hey, I'm not going to let that happen again.
Stellar moving so fast, he's accidentally G-sliding past the overkill, which is a good sign for them. 66-33 with just 60 seconds left.
Camo off as well. Red gun here. Good trade coming in from Lucid. That means Royal 2 is the only one alive, and Eco has the off ball in his hands, and Stella has a camo in his chest. SSG showing life here. 50 seconds left in this game. They can play the clock. They can force Shopify to come to them.
Absolutely. They're going to hold for right now. We'll have to see if they start to play the clock. Certainly, depending on how the gameplay goes, there are a lot of scenarios in which they would start to play the clock. Now 41 seconds left.
Somehow Stella got away. Just felt like he was going to die about 3 or 4 times in that situation. Frosty slides in to try and get the trade, but no. Stella holds his ground, keeps that distance, and keeps the numbers in the favor of Shopify Rebellion. Really big, important fight about to go down at the back of Tram.
It was 3 dead. Stays alive long enough for all of his teammates to spawn, which is part 1. However, Lucid is the first to fall, but that's a big 1v1 win. As they're now going to have an opportunity to collapse on B. 2v2 on the map.
And then Ichu Cycle's going to run this ball away. Cycle's out of there, but he gets cut down. And it's Stella again with another important kill.
Wow.
A vital kill here for SSG. 8 seconds for Royal 2. He's got that ball in his hands, but it's desperate times now for Shopify in this round.
Here they come. Shopify is going to have split spawners. These 2 players need to hold off. Oh no! Somehow the insta, the perfect insta. And 2 dead, 1 second left on the clock. A beautiful finish to the round. What a collapse from Space Station Gaming. And they have woken up, as you say, in the series. They'll take round number 1 of Game 3.
If you want to beat Shopify, you have to match them in kills. You have to beat them in kills. Look at the stats on the side of SSG right now. Snakebite, 16 and 8 for him with 43 seconds of ball time. Stella, 20 and 12. Both having incredible performances in that first round and just not allowing Shopify to get the numbers they're so dangerous with. It's been brilliant. This reset from SSG.
That's what I love about the matchups this season. Just when you think this series might be over, SSG comes out with a round 1 like that. Like you said, look at these stats. To see Snakebite 17 and 9, Stellar 20 and 12. An amazing first round, and really taking advantage of their prowess in this game. Type Cycle, last player alive on the Neons. That should mean a free camo here. Almost. As Lucid will grab the camo here. Space Station off to a nice early lead once again. And they're back in this series in a big way. Can they do it again?
Well, 2 grenades going to be exchanged. Frosty and Eco both stuck each other then. Cycle, no idea. Does get the beat down though, and that can be frustrating here for Lucid as he's taken down. 2v2 on the map for now, but losing out on that Stalker and the camo in that situation when you feel like you got a guaranteed kill in front of you. isn't the most efficient way to get through those moments of the game. 37 points on the board though for SSG, and Shopify kind of chasing their tails a little bit here.
Yeah, this is a bit transitional here. They need to make sure that if they're going to get taken down, they get taken down. It's finally 3 dead. It was a bit of a delayed hold there. Snakebite's able to stay alive at PD for a very long time, though, so they're able to get an early 30-point lead, but that is being cut down now. How does Eco play this?
Eco's playing this so well, because I think he's going to get spawns on Cafe for them as well, but now have seen that, recognized that. Look how quickly Shopify are out there. They were waiting for that info, they get that info, and then they immediately rotate away.
Oh, good damage here already coming in from Eco. 3v3 on the map. As SSG has a minor hold here and an opportunity to break. I think they're going to get this. Well, let's get into a listening now with the SSG side.
He's one shot on ball, going front trash. Kill this guy. He's going top trash. He's still trash. He's on it. Behind me, B, guys. Okay, PJ has camo. I'm trying to look at you, PJ. I'm trying to look at you.
B steps to driveway side. One B back.
Yo, B steps.
Nice, skip ball.
PJ.
Frosty, guys. Let's see,
I'm trying to cover Tommy for ball.
B-roll.
B steps, weak. Going tires.
Tommy, get ready to bring it back, okay?
Yep, still B-roll.
Going trash. Yo, trash, stuck me. Frosty is drag gun. Stalker.
One B pillars.
It's one shot driveway. Bottom driveway.
2-shot B, right?
He has to stop.
Spam me B pillars. That guy going.
I think he's tires.
Yeah, he's plants to front. He's sitting behind plants.
I hear that.
Going B pillars. Two B steps.
You're good.
B steps to P1. B steps to P1.
Top five, B weak.
No, B steps to P1. Look P1.
Should be weak.
Shot, one shot benches, not middle.
Hear that. Still there. In arcade. Arcade at benches.
I'm playing arcade. I'm playing arcade.
I hear that.
2 T-Buck.
I'm arcade. Guys, one.
I'm one hit, Kevin. I'm one hit. They break on here.
I'm walking through.
Hey, we should be going fast.
Balls half.
I
think they're both here.
Yes.
I'm coming.
See back maybe?
No, Frosty's hiding.
Frosty dead.
Last guy's P probably.
Yo, laundry and P1, I think. Laundry and P1.
Laundry's weak.
Yo, laundry's half.
P1 killed me, guys. C stairs. I think last shot. Yeah, he's last shot. Pink.
He's a bullet on spikes. Two on spikes.
Yeah, I'm gonna die.
Yo, go.
Unsub on me.
Yo, already trash. Already there.
Jump it up. He has a shot. It's arcade, Frosty. B stairs as well. B stairs and then Frosty.
B steps the ball. Ball guy's really weak.
Ice cream.
He's P1.
Going arcade.
Spikes on you, Tommy. Spikes on you. One spike.
Backed out.
120.
Yo, arcade and top. I'm one shot, guys. Braden.
I'm on benches, guys. Yo, we go to tires.
Ivy weak. Two there.
One shot on me.
Too weak. Pushing. I'm here.
Ammo 5.
Back.
There's 2 1-shots top Ivy.
Ammo now. I traded these close.
Last guy.
Flip up. I'm trying to find camo guy. Yo, he's on camo now. One of camo at least. Cycle. And then ball guy.
Yeah, I spawn B.
Hey, you should get to Mando, Tommy. Get to Mando.
We are out of the listening as the game is tied up, and Shopify now go into a lead. And it's so fascinating to compare the two styles of communication for both teams.
Yeah, it really is there. You heard from SSG, and I think it's what a lot of people are expecting. It's so calm, and I think there's huge pros and cons to that. I think you have to wonder, are they stressing the call-outs they need to, right? Are things too calm? We'll have to see throughout the rest of the event, but in the end, throughout the entirety of the listening, they do forfeit the lead. Now they trail by 10.
2 dead hit for SSG. Oddball is down. Last shot with a nice double kill. Royal 2 finally has to get his hands dirty and grab that oddball himself. 3 dead for SSG. Eco last alive, and you can see where he is positioned on the observer mode as well. He is a long way away, and Cycle has already chopped him down. So the hunt begins for Shopify Rebellion to find these respawners as Royal 2 just stands in and watches his teammates go to work, and go to work they are.
They do get 2 dead here. SSG's trying to make this push happen. Snake by trying to stay alive on C stairs. Gonna try to fly through, but cannot. Get stuck by Royal 2. Big damage. Last shot. Just pop with a red gun from bottom mid. Continuing to patrol around Tram. He's got help as well.
So confident in his shot. It's going to be 3 dead though for Shopify Rebellion. 4 dead momentarily for Shopify Rebellion as the break will come in. Royal 2. A little bit of a fortunate
I'm gonna say, how is he
on the red room at the arcade side, immediately keeping pressure on.
4 players fall, and all of a sudden Royal 2's just at the back door, just popping shots. Imagine that's nightmare fuel. Don't want to wake up to that. However, though, SSG does hold the base for now, and the game is still within 20.
Big kill from Snakebite though. Red gun is still in the hands of SSG, I believe, as well. Last shot finds one. But the damage has been done, and the ball is still in the hands of Stella here. Look at that score at the bottom of your screen. It's creeping up for SSG here, and Shopify Rebellion, it feels like for the first time in this series, are feeling the pressure a little bit.
Yeah, they're going to have to make this happen here. All 8 players up on the map. Watch the damage. Watch this first pick.
Look at the flank coming in. Somehow they break through. I'm not sure if it was a breakdown in communication or something there from SSG, but that felt too easy.
I think somebody pizza jumped. And it was a good play indeed, and they get behind him on commando, and Stellar gets taken down as well. 99-100. Shopify will tie the game with a very, very impressive round, and we are going to a game-deciding and potentially series-deciding round number 3.
I need to watch the end of that game back because it felt like Space Station had numbers and they had some semblance of at least a transitional setup in Tram. And like you say, a pizza jump happens, someone maybe takes damage, has to back down, but then just walk through so comfortably to get that break. And I think that Space Station might be a little bit frustrated with the way that that round actually ended for them.
SSG definitely needs to find ice up. Focus on exactly how they played that first round so well. And by the way, 4 dead. It's 2 players alive here. Should be in a grab of the ball and probably a rotate back A based on the spawns we're seeing. And they will have early time on the board. It was a great opening as we take a look at the numbers. Stellar is still 33-24 here, leading the game by far, and they're going to look to close it out, of course, in this round, not just to win the game, but also to stay alive.
Well, Frosty's going to get this camo. Everyone else from his team had pushed past the camo to create some space for him. Now he's going to find multiple members. Lucid, he's got a Stalker rifle. He's going to back up smartly, knowing that this takes time off that camo once more. But look at SSG. They're trying to hunt at the moment. They're trying to play some corners. They're trying to be obnoxious. They're trying to hunt down this camo. Eco finds one.
Oh my.
Frosty somehow or other manages to get the beat down, even with the repulse coming in there from Lucid. And SSG find themselves 2 dead. And Frosty's still alive with his camo and now starting to backstab.
Yeah, this is devastating here. Still alive and still going to help top A. 3 dead. Lucid is your last player alive. He's all the way at driveway. Separate, by the way, from Stellar, who's top C stairs. So this is going to be a staggered push. And Eco's going to have to try to make something happen on B solo.
Frosty with the 1v1 win again. Takes the 1v1, wins the 1v1. Royal 2 just being a nuisance once more. It somehow gets a stick. It's 3 dead for SSG. But they do, most importantly, even though the kills aren't going their way, still have a slender lead.
Amazing shots from Last Shot. Not easy to fly up the L and challenge someone in Cafe who has also the option to back down. Of course, with the cover of the Cafe pillars. In the end, he'll win that battle. And still an early lead for Space Station, but it has dwindled now to just 10 points.
It's a really scrappy start to this 3rd round. On both sides, 2 dead here for SSG. Camo was picked up, but it's not going to be taken down. The flank from Frosty not only kills 2 members of SSG, but takes the power up away from them as well.
Just going to take his time here now. Even though they still trail by a few, they can play this slow. And just going to get info. You're going to see pings from Frosty here, and he's waiting for help. Help is on the way, and here they go.
Eco finds the first pick, though. Lucid finds another, and now they're going to give the position away from Frosty. So SSG do a good job of actually focusing on everyone else but Frosty. And even if they do finally turn their attention to him, they now learn that Frosty can still pick up double kills. 27-17 the score still, but Shopify just look like they've stolen that ball away, preventing those kills turning into time here for SSG.
You can tell Shopify not worried about the score right now. They've been slaying out for really the past, feels like 2 minutes.
It's just a really good nap.
Enemy has the ball.
But as you say, it might cost them here. Now they have to push up. They do get the first pick, however. Here comes the push and the break.
So it's a really smart play from SSG there, actually. They saw they had numbers, and they were like, you know, we don't need to kill these players. We just move the odd ball away. We run away. We've done a little bit of damage. It's not going to challenge 2 of us. Instead, it's going to challenge 1 and get a trade. It's 2 dead on either side. It's actually 3 dead, excuse me, for Space Station. And finally, Shopify will break enough to get the odd ball back in their hands.
Snakebite knew he had to wait. He does get eco-spawning music, though. Thank goodness the pre-nade does not hit him in PD, and now they can make this push happen from B side, but they're a little bit split here. They need to be careful. They still have players over at Tram, and Last Shot's going to actually fly into Tram to be an absolute destroyer of dreams. 4 dead for Space Station. Look at the aggression from Last Shot, identifying the split spawns, identifying the players are all the way at caution, which means he had a free push into C. That's going to buy them even more time. It's a big lead change. Shopify now leading by more than 10.
Look how much map is controlled by Shopify as well. They are so far up on the map on the spawns. It's going to be 2 dead. Camo's up as well. That's just been dealt with. It's down bottom middle. Last Shot's going to get away with it. And with 54 points on the board and the odd ball in their hands, he actually leaves it for Frosty. Or maybe just didn't quite realize it was there. Frosty recognizes staying alive with the camo here, the most important thing to do.
How about also from the heavens? The Shroud just comes out of nowhere to shroud the camo grab. They've got every single piece of the puzzle just clicking, 60-33.
Frosty trying to wait to that camo to come back every time he challenges. So smart from him. Royal 2 with another stick. I want to see how many sticky kills he's got in this game. And that's 3 dead for SSG. It's 67 points on the board. SSG need to find some steal here, otherwise this series is done.
And wild to see Stellar still leading the game in kills, however trailing now and maybe moments away from losing this game in a little mini reverse sweep here in Oddball. 79 points on the board, only 20 to go for Shopify.
Frosty's behind enemy lines once more. Just walked into Tram, but he's last alive. He gets taken down, and Stellar's got that odd ball in his hands. SSG do show us some life. SSG do show us that they can match them in these kill fights, and now Shopify Rebellion have got to break themselves.
Last shot with the red room spawn is going to help these commando battles, and they've got to isolate, first of all, this battle cycle. Picks up the first one, and now, even though we see more ball time here, it's 3v3 on the map. These next kills will determine where the game goes.
Stellar gets 2, and he has that odd ball in his hands, by the way. Stellar 39 and 33 with 104 seconds of ball time as well, and he gets the ball into Tram. Stellar is trying to drag Space Station Gaming into a game 4 here. Snakebite gets taken down by Royal 2, and now you can see Frosty flying forward.
Let's see how this plays out. 2 dead. This should be an easy collapse now for Shopify.
Stellar, oh my god, those shots from Royal 2. Crispy as you like. And Cycle will bring that ball back in towards the safe embrace of Royal 2. He flies forward to find another one. A trade here, and you get the feeling it might be done here. No stick this time around, as Lucid will get the kill, but he's last alive.
Last alive, and now he's traded out. Eco's the last player alive. 91 points on the board. It's only Eco with the driveway push. 5 to go.
Gonna have to be a miracle push here from Space Station, but Last Shot will get the first kill, and it won't happen. It will be Shopify Rebellion who sweep SSG aside. Space Station will be down in that elimination bracket, and Shopify Rebellion will continue their run in the winners.
And what felt like life from the side of Space Station Gaming in the end is shut down by Shopify, who had different plans and a different idea for the series. They will go ahead and win the next 2 big games back-to-back rounds, of ball to take game number 3. We'll take a look at the stats in just a second. Handshakes are exchanged on the Space Station side of the stage, and Shopify will return to their side with a perfect series, really. It's a 3-0 win, even though we saw some interesting moments in these games, and as we said, SSG starting to perform. It was all Shopify all the way through. Your final score, 238 to 207, elapsed. They will take the series 3-0.
I mean, you look at the scores, but the feel of the games, it always felt like Shopify Rebellion were in control. Whether it was game number 1, Fortress, whether it was game number 2, where we saw the 50 to 42 pretty convincing live fire Slayer finish, or if it was that oddball, just the one round elapsed and slipped away from them. But the way they dominated that final round there, those final, I would say the final 3 or 4 minutes of the round as well, it just felt like Shopify Rebellion really weren't going to let Space Station off the lead. And I tell you what, man, they look dangerous, they look scary, and they look like they're here to win a championship.
Take a look at some highlights from that game as well. A fantastic game number 3 that went all the way down to the wire, and undoubtedly the closest game in the series. We gotta say, 9-0 map count, Shopify Rebellion versus SSG in 2025. This is now their 3rd 3-0 after the Kason Invitational back-to-back 3-0s. And certainly in terms of this matchup, they've got every piece of the puzzle. One thing I noticed in this game, it felt like, especially as we were in the SSG listen, as they started to let that second round go, it felt like there was just a little bit of a timing gap. Here's Stellar just flying past the over, but it felt like Stellar would fly into Tram. We saw it happen. He would get 2 players weak, and Lucid would be, for example, just 1 second behind. And not necessarily Lucid's fault, it's just an overall timing picture on the team. What I mean is, each moment it felt like they had the items and the ingredients that they needed, but maybe just not the exact timing that they needed, and it feels like that sums up the series.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's just something is going to click, you feel, with SSG at some point, and they will be very, very dangerous, whether it's tomorrow, whether it's later today, whether it's a couple of events down the line. You can see everything is there for success. You can see what they can do, but there's still these moments where it just starts to unravel in front of you and something isn't quite connecting. But for Shopify Rebellion, we really should be giving them the plaudits. You see how gassed they were, how hyped up they were in the just the listen-ins, the reactions.
Yeah, exactly.
They want this more than anyone. You can feel it in this Shopify team.
Yeah, you really can. I'm so glad we got to have those listen-ins with the team, because like we said, these guys are hype in-game. And it's such a contrast between what you heard on the SSG side, even when SSG was winning the oddball game. It's such a different communication style. Both can work, but it's clear that in this series, it was Shopify that did the work.
So Shopify Rebellion with the win, with a 3-0 win, I should say, in our winners semi-final. They will move on to our winners final, and I believe the Blaze is on the stage right now with Royal 2, and I'm sure it's Royal 2 because I've not only been told in my ear, I can see him.
Back-to-back interviews with Royal 2. Show some love to Shopify Rebellion, everybody. They move on to the winners finals. Royal 2, I know you're extremely happy to be going back to that winners finals, but to do that, you had to take down the Space Station Gaming team. You had to go up against old teammates. What was the game plan against them, and how you feel coming out with this win?
You know, we had a good winners round 1 versus OpTic, and I think we just had to keep the momentum going, just do what we do online, on land and scrims, and yeah, I think it just kind of translated and it showed.
It definitely did show, and it's been showing in all y'all matches, okay? We've seen you guys have some close objective game types, but other than that, you're closing them out and you guys look confident. It's showing in the placings. It's showing as you guys are moving forward in this tournament, but your next task is going to be FaZe Clan, all right? Now, were you expecting to see FaZe Clan on that side in the winners finals, and if so, what's going to be the game plan tomorrow to go up against those boys?
I mean, I didn't expect OpTic winners round 1, so I didn't really know what the other side of the bracket looked like, but I know we're going to go to war versus FaZe, especially that's like my ex-org/team, so yeah, it should be a good one, though.
It definitely is going to be a good one. Shopify versus FaZe. Make sure you guys put that in your calendars for tomorrow for our winners finals. Now, lastly, you know, you guys about to go back, get ready. Any shout-outs you want to give to the fans that's in this venue or the fans that's at home watching?
I just want to shout out to all the SR fans in the crowd. I know there's a lot of OpTic fans, but I just appreciate everyone. Also, everyone online, Moist Critical. I know the chat, all the watch parties. And also give a shout out to my mom. It's her birthday, so shout out to Lena, my mom.
Shout out to Lena, Mama Royal 2. Show us some love, everybody in the chat and in the venue. That's going to do it for me and Royal 2 on the stage. Lottie, take us away.
Thank you so much, Blaze. Well, Mum Lena must be named the queen, right? Royal 1, Royal 2, the queen. Has to be the mum. Happy birthday, Lena. And what a birthday present that is. A delivery of a 3-0 on the main stage against Space Station Gaming. I've got to say, Shopify Rebellion just looking so strong. I think that's the biggest word for them right now. I think something that separates them from the other teams is their comms and actually what they probably pick out of the comms, which is not a whole bunch. Like, let me just be real. Their comms are fast, hype. If anything, those comms are giving them every now and then a little indication of what's going on and where someone is one shot. But for the most part, it's vibes, it's energy, it's motivation. And to be honest, it has to be the fact that they are mind reading one another. They already know where they are, where they're going to be, where they're going. There is a fluidity of this roster that is so unmatched at the moment in the HCS, which honestly, Goofy, is why they can't be touched.
Yeah, you said the key word, Lottie, the energy. I love those type of comms. I've always been known to have, you know, those hype comms as well back when I competed, and is going into those listen-ins with Shopify Rebellion, that environment that they create for themselves, the confidence, the energy, it just breathes life into this team, and you're just seeing them win these pivs. We saw like Lucid and Stellar get like embarrassed in some fights, and you don't see that, right? You don't see that from players like Lucid, players like Stellar, and you hear Shopify Rebellion's comms, like they're just getting hyped up, they're hyping each other up, and what a dominating performance. I really didn't expect this to be a 3-0, but Shopify Rebellion are just looking different.
The one thing specifically I loved about the comms is that it was almost like an organized chaos, like, because you heard a lot of small talking and play calling within those comms. I remember specifically on one collapse over toward the A side, you heard, Matt, go big door. I'm coming over toward bottom mid and beat your rat tunnel. You heard also, Last Shot, talking to Cycle saying, hey, don't push elbow, double back here. They're going to spawn on dummies. So, like, it's not just like them like being chaotic. There's an organized chaos. There's a method to the madness.
Well said.
There certainly is method indeed. And I got to say that final oddball, I mean, Space Station started to really keep up with Slays. They were really applying pressure, a lot of aggression. You could even hear Brav and Onset kind of mention they are trying to match that pace. They're trying to apply the pressure like Shopify would in those situations. But Shopify managing to always steal that away. It was impressive to say the least. What is it about Rebellion's gameplay for you, Goofy, that just has them, you know, in a league of their own in certain situations, always managing to close out close ones?
If I had to pick one thing to really focus on in this series that Shopify did much better than Space Station, it would be the power up and power weapon control, right? I think every single camo, it seemed like in that game 3 Frosty had, he had all the shroud screens. In game 2 they had all the QT control, they had the sniper controls in game 1 and game 2.
that's really what makes the difference in this high-level Halo competition is you have to control the power-ups, you have to control the power weapons, especially when you're playing against people like Royal 2 and Frosty that are just hitting these World Star 180 no-scopes, and they thrive off of those type of plays, right? So I think that's the biggest difference making in this series was the power weapon and power-up control.
100%. I will say you could say something for every single player on Shopify of what they did incredibly well. I will say Frosty, just based on that kind of camo control conversation we were on, his use of that, the way that he plays that camo, I mean, he had it 3 times in a row. It was just stunning. He's over A side, he's on tower, he's just bobbing and weaving, ducking down before even anybody gets a reticle on him, just controlling that entire PD side with that camo, and being able to play his life so well, to allow that camo to come back up so that he's just disguised once again and consistently moving and rotating around tower. Stunning. Just stunning gameplay from Frosty, and it has been all weekend long. He is just on a different level at the moment. Just absolutely amazing. I just wanted to give the flowers where it was due because it was just stunning. Picture perfect Halo for sure. On the side of Space Station Gaming, I think there is progress there. I think it was closer than it has been ever before against Shopify Rebellion. I thought for a split second they might be taking that oddball map. Tony, what did you make of their gameplay and maybe some of the things that they can pick up on as they progress through the elimination bracket?
You know, it's really unfortunate when you look at the side of SSG specifically within that oddball game because there was, you saw Stellar and Snakebite slaying and getting the ball time at the same time, doing it all. Then on the other side of things, Eco and Lucid, decent amount of kills, decent amount of assists, and then we talked about the comms of Shopify Rebellion. Let's talk about those comms from Space Station Gaming. I feel like one of their weaknesses in the past was when they're 2 down or 3 down, allowing a final player to get behind them and create this chaos and really throw them off balance. Their comms were very specific. Where is this player? This player's over here. I think Frosty's hiding nest. Don't worry, I already got him. I love that. I feel like I've heard improvement with that. So it's unfortunate. I think SSG played well in that oddball, but Shopify Rebellion simply played better.
They certainly did indeed. Great matchup, great results there for Shopify Rebellion. Go on to the winners side of things. And just they're sitting pretty right now. They're just waiting to see who else that they can just clobber on that main stage. We'll have to find out who it will be. Coming up next though, folks, I'm so excited about this one. It's take 2. It's gonna be OpTic versus Nemesis on the main stage. This time the lights will remain on. I'm telling you right now, a big rematch, elimination round. Who's gonna go hard, who's gonna go home? We'll find out right after the break.
dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped.
Want more Halo action? Subscribe to the Halo Esports channel for official HCS highlights, behind-the-scenes content, and player spotlights that take you closer to the pros. Stay in the loop with official updates, Halo Esports history, and our HCS and community top 10 series. Don't miss a second. Subscribe now.
Good evening, Arlington, Texas, and welcome back to the HCS Major, hosted by OpTic Gaming. We're on our last match of the day. Can you believe it? It's been a very, very long day for all sorts of different reasons, but mainly because we've had some very exciting series on our hands that have actually often gone the distance. But one series that unfortunately got cut short yesterday was OpTic versus Nemesis, and this one was potentially a history maker for our European roster, being Nemesis, and OpTic Gaming having to fight back on the main stage, going 2-0 down, and unfortunately cut short yesterday. We did have some tech issues. We actually had a breaker that blew up outside, but our incredible team here at the HCS and Esports Stadium Arlington got to work and managed to get things back up and running. It's pretty incredible what people can do overnight with no sleep and then having to come to work the next day and operate all of this. Just absolutely amazing stuff. So we couldn't thank you guys more, but we also get a second chance at having this happen on the main stage once again. So a big rematch on the cards. I think before we get into it, let's take a look at the brackets though, because it has been updating. Things have been happening off screen, on the main stage, and I'm excited to see exactly where our teams have landed. Some have fallen short, of course, into the lower bracket, and a couple have been progressing forward pretty nicely. Well, before we talk about the brackets, we're going to talk about Nemesis, because they're on our screen, so we're going to roll with it, folks. It's all right. Nemesis, on one hand, a team that honestly have had a lot of promise, I think. Coming outside of Europe, we knew how good they were in their region. They had been frying pretty much everybody in Europe. And then coming into North America, the question is, where do you stand? How can you hang with the North American teams? Well, they took down OpTic once before. Goofy, do you think they can do it again?
Ooh, I don't know, Lottie. OpTic is fired up, and they're playing some really good Halo right now. But if you're Nemesis, first of all, you've already made history. Wutum, first ever mouse and keyboard player to get top 6. That's an amazing feat. But right now, you're still in this tournament. You're still gunning for a spot in the top 4. And you got OpTic Gaming, you got the green wall in front of you. And to your point, Lottie, they've done it once today. They actually knocked out OpTic today because, to your point, they weren't able to finish the series yesterday. So they've done it once. Can they do it again is the question.
If I'm a betting man, I personally am going to bet on OpTic this series. I think OpTic really has a lot to prove coming into this event. People will call them 1A, 1B to Shopify Rebellion. Nemesis did already knock them down once. I don't think they're going to be able to do it again.
Tony, I know that you probably know the stats in terms of the matchup that we had before. Who was key to getting OpTic knocked down early on?
You know, it's funny. I'm glad you mentioned Wutum. I want to make sure I give him his shine. He's one of my favorite players to watch. But in this specific matchup, it's actually Glory's. And I think there's a reason for that. In the last time they matched up, easily most lays, most damage, and did his thing. But I think because of OpTic's playstyle, with them always flying at you consistently, I think you kind of need a little bit of a free-for-all background like Glory's has. He's used to putting down damage on one player, then switching to another, and being in constant gunfights. And I feel like with that free-for-all background, that's kind of how you have to play against OpTic. They come at you like you're playing an FFA. They come at you from all angles. So that's my player to watch out for. He was the same player that popped off the last time they matched up, and I think they're going to need him to do it again.
Let's take a look at their journey, because it has been a great one so far. Yes, hasn't quite gone to plan halfway through things here today, but they did manage to take down Cloud9 to begin things off this morning. 3-1, that is a really, really good scoreline going up against a team like Cloud9 with the names on that roster as well. They then met FaZe Clan. A little bit of a problem here. 3-0 against FaZe. We saw how dominant they were. They were just so good, and FaZe seemed to be gelling so well. Tony, I can see you kind of deliberating in your mind now. Like, yeah, they were really good, but I still think Nemesis can maybe do this. What are your thoughts when you see this side of things?
I know people are going to think I'm faded for saying this, but I feel like Team Nemesis match up better against OpTic Gaming than they do FaZe Clan. I talked about this before, and I meant no disrespect to Nemesis whatsoever. I didn't like them in the matchup against FaZe Clan. I think just stylistically, FaZe just really want to see a team like Nemesis where OpTic Gaming, they're going to try to bully you. And a team like Team Nemesis, they're not going to get bullied. They're going to put down that damage. They're going to capitalize on that damage. And it's not just chaotic on the map. They're very structured as well. SLG runs a tight ship, let me tell you. So I actually, in a weird way, I like them matched up against OpTic Gaming more than I like them against FaZe. And that's not to say that FaZe are better than OpTic. I just think it's a matchup issue.
100%. I think styles are very important, and they definitely come to play when it comes to matchups here. So I am in full agreement with you, Tony. I don't think it's faded at all. But of course, they did fall short, 3-0 to FaZe Clan, which bumps them down to the elimination bracket, where they will finally meet OpTic Gaming once again. Now, OpTic Gaming, they have had a very bumpy ride so far, quite reminiscent actually of previously being in Arlington and kind of what happened with Quadrant as well. Things have happened at their home turf, let's just put it that way, in front of their home crowd. But this is where they can create such an amazing storyline, right? They can go back and get some revenge. Goofy, how are you feeling about OpTic right now and the path to hopefully success here?
Yeah, I'm feeling good about OpTic Gaming coming into this series. I am predicting them to take the win against Nemesis. Two players, I'm going to call out two specific players on this team that I'm expecting to step up for the rest of today, and if they make it to tomorrow, going into tomorrow, and that's Bound and Legend. We've seen in this tournament so far, Formal, specifically Renegade as well, really kind of establishing himself as that player on this team. Formal is always going to be that consistent player. Bound and Legend are kind of the ones that I'm seeing in terms of the decision-making in-game and also some of the stats after the game, that it's a little bit, you know, it's scattered. Some games they're not so good, some games are doing really well. I want them to really lock it in and show some consistency in this series and moving forward in this tournament, because they are two of the best players in the world. I mean, look at these banners, right? They have 4 out of 5 of the banners from last year. Legend and Bound, we know how nasty they are. I really need them to kind of lock it in and start giving it what we know they can give for this OpTic roster.
Just looking for that gel, we're looking for that chemistry that just suddenly is going to click. And again, we say that word, and it is huge when it comes down to these top teams. You need to see that click, that flow. And like Trippy actually said in his interview on the main stage after they beat Nemesis 3-0, he just said we were in a flow state. That's what you need to hope for. Can you imagine, Tony, what it would look like if OpTic found a flow state? I mean, if you look at that OpTic roster, imagine each and every one of them in a flow state. That's terrifying.
It really is. And yeah, I mean, I loved Goofy's point earlier about Bound and Legend, because a lot of people I talked a lot about activating Renegade and Renegade being that main slayer, but lots of times you'll notice he'll have the most kills, but not the most damage on that squad. It's Bound and Legend who are flying in, putting in that max damage, and when they're at their best, it seems like Renegade is kind of picking up the pieces, and I feel like that's kind of OpTic's kind of formula to being at their best. And specifically Bound, the last time they went up against Team Nemesis, it was overshadowed a little bit, but he had 83 kills in that series. The next highest was easily in the 70s. I'm talking about 74 kills. He was so far above as far as the kills and the damage as well. We're talking about 4,000 damage above anybody else. But it wasn't talked about because ultimately Team Nemesis won the series. So I love that pickup on Bound and Legend because they really are damage machines.
Yeah, I think sometimes it kind of is funny to see how heavy stats can be in a player's favor and nothing comes of it in terms of the results. And it's just like you got all the tools and you just don't know, what to do with them. It's just not really paying off. I think that comes down to a team's stability, how much you can get done efficiently as a team. You can have all the top slayers in the world, and if you can't quite get the job done objectively, you're never going to win the series. I think that is massive for OpTic Gaming. It's just one of the big key things for this team is how good can you be efficiency-wise? Can we see somebody step up and be okay with grabbing the objective, being okay with doing what needs to be done to get that win on the map and not just having the best time, having your dopamine level filled up to the max because you're just popping off on a map. I do think there is one person on that roster who's just going to be the key to that, the stability guy, and that's Formal. Formal is the anchor of this team in so many different ways, not just role-wise, but truly as kind of a leader on this. I mean, you kind of seen the dynamic on the podcast. He really is looked up to on this team with some of these players, and he's been unbelievable since this OpTic roster has formed. I'm really pleased with how much Formal stayed true to himself with this roster coming together. What are you making of his gameplay in particular, Goof?
Yeah, I'm a big Formal fan, right? Lottie, he is the veteran on this team. You said it perfectly. When you hear him, the comms in-game for OpTic Gaming, Formal really is that kind of baseline, that IGL for this team. And I expect him to do what he has been doing this event, right? I expect him to be that solid, kind of steady player for the team. I mean, he's always going to hit his shots. God forbid he picks up a sniper and starts popping off like we know what Formal can do, right? So I couldn't agree more, Lottie. I think Formal is that kind of stable veteran presence on this team, and the players do look up to him. But now is the time. There's no more room for error. It's win or go home. It's time to lock it in. The green wall really needs to come out strong.
What's crazy to me is throughout, I remember watching a stream back in Halo Reach, and I feel like from Halo to Call of Duty to every game that he's played and picked up, it's very simple. Centered shot, hit your shots. It's nothing crazy fancy, but he positions himself well. He puts down damage. He barely ever misses, and that just translates year after year, no matter what game he picks up. Like, honestly, he's one of the best to do it, and we always got to give Formal his flowers.
Yeah, we certainly do indeed. We also do have statistics from when these two last played each other, because of course it was a very different story. We're gassing up OpTic right now and what they can do, but they didn't manage to get it done the last time around. Obviously, it was two different iterations of this game, so it wasn't a fluid series that we saw. We're getting a second chance at this right now. Nemesis did take this series 3-1 in pools, and this caused a lot of chaos in the brackets here. But like you mentioned there, Tony, Bound with the highest KD as well on OpTic, and looking great doing so, but unfortunately falling flat with the rest of his team here. Just didn't work for them. And then on Nemesis, we had a few people step up to the plate here, not just in damage, but really getting objective work done. What did you notice in this series in particular, Tony, that Nemesis just had OpTic's number with? What was it about Nemesis that OpTic couldn't get their head around?
I mean, the combination of Bootsum and Glories when it comes to that damage. Damage, KD, they were ready. And they will be ready this time around too. Watch out, OpTic.
Yeah, they certainly will indeed. And Goofy, how are you feeling overall about this rematch right now, just as we're getting things ready to set on the stage?
I'm excited, Lottie. I cannot wait. We're watching Halo Infinite at the highest level. Year 4, right? A little bit of unprecedented territory for Halo fans. We're going into year 4 of a game, and we're seeing the best quality Halo. By no means is this going to be an easy series for OpTic. Nemesis might have their number. We're going to have to see if they can do it again.
Well, we are about to find out, folks. The last match of the night. I'm hoping this revenge match is going to be everything that you hope for, whether you're in Europe, whether you're in the arena shouting for OpTic Gaming. We'll have to find out who comes out on top. It's OpTic versus Nemesis.
Arlington, Texas, it's Saturday night, and we have one match to decide who's gonna play on Championship Sunday. We have OpTic Gaming versus Nemesis, a rematch of what happened so early on this morning. These players have been grinding through the elimination bracket. Nemesis joining a little bit later, but it's been a long day for these guys, and in order to get to Championship Sunday, they got to go through each other. This match for top 4, I'm Clutch, joined by Dave Walsh. And Walsh, tell me about the mindset of OpTic Gaming, getting an opportunity to right some of the wrongs that's gone on this weekend that happened so much earlier today.
I mean, this match is inevitable. It's quite literally lights out last night, and it was to start the match today, and it's going to end the series tonight. One of them, like you said, thinking, what went wrong? How do we do this incorrect? And the other one going on to Championship Sunday. You know OpTic Gaming are looking for their revenge here. Same time, Nemesis, they had their number on 2 different days. Can they get the 3rd time? Make the 3-peat. Let's see what Nemesis got.
Both these two teams come fired up. Let's hope the fans get fired up. We're kicking off game 1 hot. It's gonna be Forbidden CTF, 2 snipes and an OS top middle, and you know that every single one of these players want to get an opportunity to change the outcome of this game with the S7, but we're going to start with the man of the day so far for OpTic Gaming. Renegade has been on a tear in this elimination bracket. He's making his way to snipe, can't quite get there as he takes shots across the map. Gets dropped to no shield. Going to passively play this situation. He loses 2 teammates. He pushes past the snipe, and now Nemesis might not know he's here, but they will have an overshield to deal with.
They have to know a trap is something's going on. They saw the snipe wasn't picked up. Look at this, checking every single corner, saying, we don't know where Renegade's at. Let's make sure we find him before we overextend. But looks like flag is going out. Renegade got a melee and a sniper drone, so my guess is that Renegade snuck on through and got Nemesis a sniper.
Renegade had so much responsibility to find a pick before this flag gets too far. He does just that off screen, and now he's got his snipe back in hand. That flag gets denied at its door. Right now, OpTic Gaming being able to reset the map, and Renegade right where he wanted to be all along with the snipe in hand on his side of the map with every member of Nemesis in front of him.
Yeah, he knows that these players are going to be trying to take over towards this attic. Looking like he's trying to help secure the opposite snipe tower. That's going to be the #1 top spot that OpTic and both these teams are going to be trying to control in order to get a flag push across the map. Nemesis doing a great job defending their snipe hut. But Renegade trying to take a sneaky angle. Let's see what he can do here.
He spots one in the snipe, gets caught off guard, can't quite hit the no-scope. The flicks, they're missing, and because of that, Renegade now under pressure from several members of Nemesis. Left, right, and center. Can he get a kill? No, he's not able to trade, and he's going to hand that snipe over to SLG. SLG does get traded, but it will be Nemesis trading back. It's a 2-on-2 situation now with Bound and Legend, the players that Goofy called out in order to step up. What can Legend give this OpTic Green Wall squad?
Yeah, felt like Renegade's conscience got the best of him. Was like, you know, I should give the sniper back. I feel bad. I stole this from your base earlier. Let me drop it on back over at your hut. But now in the hands of Legend, he's just now going to create an opportunity for his teammates to get this pick and run this flag towards the sewer.
Second overshield coming up right now. Top middle and Legend creating some space for his team. It's a killing spree as he hits the double no-scope onto an unsuspecting Nemesis player. Trades across the board will benefit OpTic Gaming because Legend is at your snipe, blocking those spawns. The flag is going to get pulled, and this is going to be difficult for Nemesis. You see them spawning all towards the back ramp. They're not going to have the angle immediately on the flag carrier. Renegade will go down with the flag, however. Legend is forced to engage with the player back door, can't get the kill, and 3 members of OpTic go down, so Nemesis defense stands strong.
Yeah, they had the right positions, but didn't have the snipe ammo to back it up. The fact that Legend got back down, didn't have a shield to even shoot a bandit across there, left Renegade out to dry, and that's why that flag did not make any progress.
And here comes Nemesis. You see multiple players of OpTic trying to come up the ramp. One gets denied into the courtyard. The other one does make it up the ramp, and they all 3 find separate kills. OpTic reset the map immediately, and with snipes coming up, OpTic will have an advantage to try and take Nemesis snipe while also getting their own.
Yeah, OpTic going for the second snipe in a row here. Last time it was a nice flank by Renegade. This time just gonna be right in front of them, snatch it in front of their eyes.
This is dangerous, Dave. Renegade has his snipe. Someone else has the other OpTic Gaming snipe, and right now the flag being run, Renegade anchoring their snipe is the first player you gotta try and deal with, and unfortunately only Wootum is the last player alive. Wootum's taken down, all 4 Nemesis players go down. That flag hits the tunnel, and you can guarantee this flag is going in for OpTic Gaming.
Yeah, right now,
Nemesis aren't worried about one cap, they gotta be worried about a double cap because they still have such strong positions here for OpTic Gaming.
The green wall chants start, the players start to get hot, the power weapons all favoring OpTic Gaming right now, and it's Legend who's found himself the OpTic Gaming snipe, and he's putting it to work. Snipes drone down. Also tries to stay alive, can't quite stay on the map with the thrust to the side. At least one snipe's off the map, but still Renegade reigns terror. A killing spree for Renegade, and he's still at the base. The flag goes in, but goes right past. Renegade's at the other base. They may be able to get the return. It's an overextension. You don't come back with the flag, and you pay for it. But not only that, Dave, a counter cap opportunity.
A rare miss G-slide there from Bound. I mean, you gotta consider he's been here for countless hours today. Rare miss counts that second flag, and that gets recovered. In fact, like you said, a potential counter cap here. This could be a tied cap instead of just a single cap difference.
Full overshield with the flag carrier. Snipe drone not even getting pecked in the back. Still has overshield to work with, and as he gets it up to this hump, he is going to lose two teammates. Pay very much attention to that. OpTic Gaming are going to have numbers, but nobody has eyes on the flag. That overshield allows him to punch it in safely, and we have a tied game 1-1.
What a wild twist of events there. Nemesis coming up so clutch to stop Bound at that last moment. Also, when you consider someone like Renegade over at the Nemesis base doing so much damage, so many kills, he just assumes the rest of his teammates are going to pick that up. It's what set up that second double cap in the first place.
One person gets through, and all of a sudden,
it can all fall apart.
It all falls apart. This game gets tied up with the counter cap. A massive blunder from the OpTic Gaming side has allowed Nemesis the opportunity to find some life. With that life, what do? They're pulling flag right now. Snipe drone's finding kills. All of a sudden, you have numbers. Flag on the move through tunnel. It's an untraditional route, yeah, but it can work with slays behind it. Snipe drone trying to anchor his pistol. Knows that there's members of OpTic, but having the wrong timing. He will be behind this player, and he's going to get a free kill here, you would think.
Gets at least the one pick there. The difficulty about running that sewer route that you saw from Nemesis is there's a chance for OpTic to push in through attic or through sewer. So they have a couple different routes they can take to try to counteract this flag.
Somehow, in the meantime, though, Nemesis go 3 down. Legend finds not only a kill, but able to get the return and another kill on top of it. Legend makes the play, throws that flag out. Now, Legend has an opportunity to get OpTic some significant advantage here. This flag is in a very dangerous spot for Nemesis respawners. Can they get the slays behind it to continue to move this flag? 2 members of OpTic go down, so you have to think this flag, a big risk. Renegade falling off the map, a bigger risk for OpTic Gaming to try and continue this flag run.
Almost no room or moments to breathe for the players or the casters here as these flags have been flying out left and right. But now we have just a pause in this action as these next snipe kills by SLG and crew are really going to determine, do they have an opening for Nemesis to push into the OpTic base and grab a flag, or will OpTic hold a strong defense here?
I like how Glory's playing this right now. He's got overshield, but he's playing his life, making sure he keeps as much of his shield as possible. But as I say that, a snipe bullet from Legend will remove that overshield. But respawners are here for Nemesis. They have several angles. They're able to get a couple of kills. So he gets information on where a third player is. Legend still with this S7, one of the OpTic members alive. A massive target for Nemesis before they get this flag on the move. They do throw it out, but they have to deal with Legend first.
Yeah, and Legend's uncertain of exactly how he wants to deal with this position. It's an odd spot to be. He's like, all right, this flag shouldn't really go anywhere, but at any moment, when a couple kills get picked up like that, that's the threatening part. Legend getting the shutdown on his former teammate SLG, but he has 2 members here in the attic. He's not gonna be long. He might toss the snipe off. No, he gives those last 2 bullets over to Woodham.
And even worse, the staggered respawners now that OpTic's last 2 members took so long to die. It's a 2-on-4 situation with this flag already towards the tunnel. Bound has a massive responsibility to try and deny this flag. Can't get it done. Snipe drone is able to get not only Bound, but a player to no shield. This flag's still not on the move quite yet, and Formal throws a god nade from who knows where in order to stop that flag from the move continuously. Still 2 down for OpTic, so it's this very scrappy flag run still. There will be somebody to try and compete for this cap.
But as these kills have been traded out, that's going to benefit Nemesis as they're spawning close to their base. That's going to be flag number 2 going in for Glory and the Nemesis squad.
And you wondered if Nemesis was kind of going to start slow after their series against FaZe, but they just didn't look like themselves so far throughout this weekend. They look like they are locked in for a series against OpTic Gaming. They're giving them everything they can handle with a 2-1 lead right now, and a no-scope to the body of the Legend on top. You spawn there, you got lucky, that didn't register. As unfortunately, Renegade going to win that pip, but another overshield goes to Nemesis. It's in the hands of Wootum, and the flag is on the move. If Wootum can get this kill, that would be massive. I love this by Wootum.
He doesn't even get the kill, he's just a delay.
Yeah.
He's doing a great job delaying as long as he holds off his attic. Here comes Formal trying to get the touch. got
at
the
least
touch.
gets touched by his teammates' time. But you gotta consider, Woodham with OS, you still have SLG back here, able to grab this. Time is on Nemesis' side. They just have to buy time for their spawners.
Yeah, such a tricky situation for the last two members of OpTic. Can they get a couple of kills? SLG, that's a solid trade out of you.
Happy trade.
But is anyone on the
But can we
return
get
right
the
now?
touch?
Who's going to get this touch? That flag is about to return. It's not Glory's responsibility. He has no shield. He's got to play his life. Wutum can't go for it either. The flag does not get touched. It actually returns, and now OpTic Gaming, trying to get a touch of their own, are going to hit the G side to make this a little bit further past the Mohawk. Pay attention to the kill feed. There's two members of Nemesis dead. There's two members that are no shield right in front of Renegade. If that flag can just continue on, nobody there for OpTic Gaming to move it, however, and Wutum coming off spawn, getting that snipe, probably delays where this flag is going to go. It's going to be Bound that had the last say, and Bound has nothing to say about it. So OpTic Gaming's respawn will reset the map once again.
Somehow that flag pull from Formal, what seemed like a desperation pull, ended up turning into the recovery. It had to be done, but most of the times when you see those last-second desperation pulls, it doesn't really amount to much.
Right, you're just delaying the inevitable.
But every single member of OpTic doing what they needed to do to delay that a little bit longer, to go and get those crucial kills, and eventually get that flag recovery.
Formal might be 7 and 16, but he's the only reason this game is still going on right now. Snipe Drone making sure that if this game does go on, he's going to have some impact on the rest of it. He hits a body after hitting a headshot here. As he tries to locate this player under him, he's going to have some help to be able to clean that one up, flush out his base, reset the map, and now they get to play with everything in front of them. Overshield just came up, so let's focus on it.
I was going to say this OS is probably OpTic's best chance to get back in this game to get the second cap. Bound does snag it and activates the OS, but it gets melted near instantly. That OS went down so quick.
Flag on the move. 3 dead flag on the move. Snipe Drone still has Snipe in his hut, but is he going to be able to get an angle? Bound's responsibility is to shut this angle off. Snipe down, shuts down Bound right off. And Renegade's forced to drop that flag and try and keep running it. There are multiple players of OpTic respawning towards this tunnel, however, so Snipe Down is going to need backup. A beautiful plasma grenade is going to allow them to have numbers advantage, but there's so many more members of OpTic spawning towards this tunnel. They're going to have the favorable spawns because it's their half of the map. Where is the rest of Nemesis? Somehow Glory's behind enemy lines.
Interesting flank by Glory, not just go for the grab, instead go straight for the kills and go for the recovery. Can he get it? No. Melee gets traded out, Bound just buying time. Spawns coming in closer for OpTic. They're fine to trade out here and eventually get the end, and Bound doesn't make the same mistake twice. Puts in that second flag for the tying flag.
Veteran plays from OpTic Gaming to be patiently play around the spawns that are going around that tunnel. It was inevitable if they traded out that they were going to have the advantage. Then Bound waits for a shield, now ties this game up 2-2. 30 seconds on the clock in regulation, but regulation is irrelevant. Its next cap wins here in game 1.
Yeah, we're going to see this like actually. They got Renegade pulling this one out right now. Not committing though. Wants to make sure his team gets the kills, doesn't want to set up some sort of rare counter cap circumstance, but still keeping that door open here for OpTic. If a couple kills go in their favor, Renegade is going to run that straight towards sewers.
How is this happening? Renegade's on a killing spree right now. He's been no shield forever.
Oh my
in the
God,
courtyard.
he's grabbed the new one.
Double.
Grab the new flag.
The fight might
He's
return.
not going to be there.
Yeah, I mean.
I felt like Renegade set that up so well, got that killing spree. Felt like that player over in Hut should have been the one to grab that flag. Maybe slight miscommunication, or didn't see if someone else was no shields. But we're going back to a restart here. First flag wins in this overtime.
I mean, just 2-3 seconds left in regulation added to it, and we're talking about an OpTic flag run, but what are we talking about now? Renegade trying to get a snipe once again. Heavy pressure. You can see the prioritization on the starting strats. Is make sure Renegade doesn't get away with the snipe for free. He does get his shield back. He does relocate towards an angle where he can see this overshield, and you can tell that's what's being prioritized. It is going to be about a 50-50 fight right now with both teams losing members. It is Nemesis that go 2 down, and that's got to be the key for OpTic Gaming to potentially get an overshield, which is very rare for them in the first regulation of this game.
Yeah, and even though Renegade knows he can catch players off guard and by surprise towards that attic, he has a full sniper. He does not want to risk potentially losing that sniper and giving all that ammo on over to Nemesis.
2-on-2, Wutum, mouse and keyboard, Phenom. Can't hit the no-scopes. Formal makes him pay. Gets that snipe out of his hands, and unfortunately Formal can't hit the thrust stick there, so he'll get traded out by SLG, and SLG, it'll be his turn to pick up the snipe.
Yeah, unless he was going to do one bullet, one hope, one dream, and it's gone.
And it's gone. Nice try. I saw the setup.
We can't hit the shot for the saw the vision. We saw the vision. But SLG not afraid to take up a little more ground here. Unfortunately, punished there.
Uh-oh. 3 dead. Let's get Snipe Drone.
See what Snipe Drone can do. That's going to be all 4 down. How soon can they grab the flag? Renegade, of course, flag leader here in Arlington. Going to continue that trend, moving this all the way across our sewer, not receiving too much pressure just yet, but gets it so far. He thrusts, he gets the pull, and perfectly dodges those grenades. I don't think anyone from Nemesis are going to be there anytime soon. They just have to pick up 1 or 2 free kills. Boodum, last line of defense. But somehow Bound fell throughout this, and everyone from Nemesis is still alive. That's a bit worrisome.
This is risky.
This is trouble here for OpTic.
Pulled as well.
What looked like a near guaranteed cap is now Glory returning. Counter cap being ran by Nemesis.
It's up to Bound. Where is Bound on the map right now? He's the last player, and he's, I believe, stalled this flag just a little bit. It is going up the tunnel. Bound still at the snipe. He goes down. He's the most progressed on the map. There's no chance they get here in time.
That OS is holding the line.
Will get counter capped on. It's Nemesis. That clutch up and counter cap on OpTic's opportunity to steal game 1 and show that they are here to play on Saturday night.
Nemesis may be OpTic's kryptonite here. You know, OpTic came into this event worried about all the top NA teams. They had their eyes set on Shopify. They were worried about SSG and FaZe. Little did they know, their biggest threats, Nemesis.
Nemesis. I mean, how chaotic did some of those situations get where both flags are getting pulled and you're having to weigh so many decisions in your head, Dave? When things like that are happening, it's pure chaos, and you almost just have to like patiently play the situation in front of you rather than big picture everything going on.
Also, just the perseverance from both sides. Let's take a quick look at one of these first pulls here. Bound barely missing that one. That could have been that final 3rd cap, as it would have been added up later.
And we could talk about Bound's movement as we have been for the past 5 years, but that is a movement piece that he's going to want back. As that cap literally, I mean, centimeters away, like 2 steps maybe.
Also, I'm just so impressed by the perseverance from both these squads as the flag gets so close. I would say in the past season, when we're looking at Season 3 of Halo Infinite, as soon as that flag got towards the sewers, it was almost there scot-free. There was almost no team stopping that flag at the post. But here, almost every single flag, as it came back, even that Bound one, I was like, oh, this one's got to be a free flag here for OpTic. No, Nemesis somehow stop it and get a counter pull.
It makes you wonder if Renegade had just gone for it, would they have been able to get the job done? But that little bit of hesitancy and the damage he takes while he's doing it from Wutum over by the plasma grenades immediately becomes a no in your head. If he gets it to the stand, does a respawner have an opportunity to just punch it in and say, not so fast, like this one's not getting as chaotic as the rest of this game has been? But something OpTic can't dwell on.
No.
It's game. We're moving on to game 2. Nemesis does have the lead, and OpTic has been here before, but it did not end well for OpTic, so they need to rebound and do it quickly. Backs against the wall, and game 2 is going to be Recharge Slayer.
And you know, going into today, or say later in this afternoon, you know, one of OpTic's wishes this event had to be
revenge.
Give us revenge. Give us Nemesis again.
Yes.
But be careful what you wish for. They are getting their wish. They get their chance to match them up again, but it is not the start that they want.
You mentioned it as we kick this series off, Dave. It's, yeah, OpTic wants revenge, but in the heads of Nemesis, we bodied these guys earlier. Like, we're confident
They're
going
like, yeah,
into this. Like,
this one, it would have been a 3-0. You're lucky it was a 3-1 because we had the restart.
I mean, I don't think anybody's asking to play OpTic at this tournament knowing how great of a team they are. But Nemesis definitely felt more comfortable going into this series than they did probably the previous series.
Oh, for sure. Now that they've proven it on land, they went into that confidence. They hyped each other up. But to actually go and do the work and then say, all right, we walk the walk as well.
So the confidence is there, but a lot left to be determined here tonight as we get to game 2. Recharge Slayer loading up on your screen. And one thing I want to point out as this is going through, power weapon control wasn't a massive deal. It was about 50-50 snipes. The overshield felt like it was always going towards Nemesis, or at least
even when you saw it in the
80%.
hands of OpTic, it felt like it just got melted. Remember that last one from Bound, which we thought was going to be the difference maker? We're like,
I thought it got comboed. I was like, that's not on this map. But I really want to see OpTic hyper prioritize some of the power, the camouflage on this map, and use it to their advantage. You do not want to be giving Nemesis these kind of advantages being down in this series already. We're kicking this one off with the mouse and keyboard phenom Wu-Tum to see if he can keep the ball rolling in Nemesis' favor here on Recharge Slayer.
And that first pick right there. Both sides, Glory and Legend both going down. Camo's still available. It's going to go in hands of Formal. We've seen mixed results with Camo so far throughout HCS Arlington. We've seen different events in the past where it's been Camo's one of the most hunted items out there, and other times where Camo's super effective. Let's see what he can do when his team needs him most. Down by 1 kill. What's the opening that Formal can create?
Taking his time, not
pretty
engaging
passive.
too
I
quickly.
mean,
I'm okay with this.
you have a limit on time of Camo, but at this era of Halo Infinite, you're not getting multiple pushes with the Camo. You're getting 1 or 2 very good pushes. And there it is, Camo's out. He knows the player's weak at elevator. Opening has been created.
Ooh. That was close, Formal. Still got the job
kills at
done.
Pipe. They got a kill over at Needler or Turbine. So
one thing I wanted to say is, when Formal's playing that slow, something to keep an account for the viewers is Camo being alive, no matter if you're involved in the combat loop or not, terrifies the other team, limits the other team's opportunity and what they're going to do. As Formal goes down here, I think that that's a very important quality to keep, like, always, like, an ever-living strategy is, hey, staying alive with Camo is better than, like, rushing into a situation you don't want to be involved in. As we refocus back into the meantime, though, with Camo coming up in 30 seconds, Renegade trying to get going on this map, hasn't been able to find a kill just yet. It is very early, 8-5, and he finds 2 members of Nemesis and a combo in one of their hands as he tries to push into long haul. He gets taken down, and Nemesis' teamwork already starting to show here again.
yeah, it feels like in these neutral scenarios, they just have so many traps set up. They know where they're going to fight somebody. Glory on a killing spree, 5-1. His entire team dead right now. He's actually probably hoping they don't spawn with him at this moment. Want to get a little bit more spread out across this map.
Camo should be up right now. As both these two teams trying to fight for white control right now. Glory can't play his life, and a good job by OpTic to get a couple of kills there. Formal with his second camo of the game, so you can tell already he's going to be one of the players prioritizing this to make sure they get those advantages here in game 2. Well done by him, but what can Formal do with this camo instead of the first?
Formal baiting out a couple grenades, also knowing that there's likely a death screen there. So not just going to charge right in towards bottom control and walk into a trap. Instead, traversing across the map. He knows that Legend was taken out over in the pipes. Does he want to engage over there? Does he want to choose a new fight? Looks like he's going to be behind enemy lines, especially with his teammates all getting taken down. Unfortunately, not able to do as much with that camo, but also at the same time, yes, you want your camo player to do a lot of work. You also need your teammates to play their role. They need to stay alive.
Exactly. Like, what was Formal supposed to do there? He loses 2 teammates. He can't just engage in combat. He's going to get traded out. And so Formal opts to just play it slow. They get the long haul spawns. How do they fight out of this long haul control? Because look at Nemesis pushing into long haul where the respawners from OpTic were. They double team Formal, they double team his teammate, they trade out successfully, and that's a win for Nemesis once again. Now up 20-13, shock rifle in the hands of Glory. Can't hit the player's top elevator, but the power weapon can do so much damage so quickly. He gets taken down, and a big kill and an opportunity to create some space from Legend there before he gets traded out.
Battling, taking on place over at the elevator. And while these kills are being traded out, it's still okay for both sides, but still benefits Nemesis that slight bit. Anytime you're in the lead, you're fine to trade things out, even though it's not as pivotal around this late teens, early 20 range.
Big kill by Renegade just to create some space and take over the elevator there. Now just a 4-kill game, and you could tell Nemesis in a very similar situation where OpTic once were moments ago, stuck in long haul. How do they get out of it without going down and cutting into this deficit for OpTic Gaming? They get a couple of players in pipes, but both those players receive a ton of damage, and Legend and Formal working together flawlessly, able to get that kill. Legend is going to get traded out. Camo is up, and Renegade's going to have his shot with the camouflage, but you know Nemesis are looking for him. He's going to play this slow, get his shield back, and now how does Renegade successfully move up these stairs without being seen? Because he's being hunted right now. A teammate is with him. Unfortunately, Bound is going to go down, and he turns the corner into multiple Nemesis players. Phenomenal job by Nemesis to group up there.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually a bit concerning here if you're an OpTic fan, the fact that OpTic has gotten 3 out of the last 3 camos, and they're still down by 6, so you have to wonder what's going to happen if and when Nemesis gets their hands on one of those power-ups.
And it's one of those power-ups, Camo is, that doesn't necessarily transition into advantages all the time, similar to that. Overshield almost guarantees you just being able to soak some damage that you're going to get some kills. Not so fast with Camo. Still just a 3-kill game. OpTic still slowly coming back in this game. A massive kill from Wutum. You being able to shoot the nades there, that was awesome to see the flick on the nades. Wutum at 14-1-7 has given Nemesis everything they need to have this 3-kill lead.
Yeah, 3-kill lead, but when there wasn't Camo on the board, maybe it's just showing that OpTic saying, hey, we have to win this neutral game straight up, and they're able to close that gap. No longer is it a 6-kill lead, it's now only a 2-kill lead here for Nemesis.
Gory trying to find that pesky Bound player that was down here in the pipes, but Bound got out of dodge here. And now Gory, although he hunted him for a while, is going to find that kill onto Bound. Bound didn't expect anybody to be chasing them, and I like this by Glory. So much information being given by Glory here that, hey, OpTic white is clear, so they got to be at elevator.
So much ground here taken up by Nemesis. Right now they have to know, all right, is Needler or Pipes unsafe? If not, Nemesis have a choice. They could actually collapse here towards elevator if they feel like they have the ground. Udom, unfortunately, dying over there in Pipes. I know he's had a lot of good numbers here, but knowing that there's nobody near controlling or else, that's the only spot people are going to be fighting right now.
100%. Sniper actually going to be able to pick up the first Camo for Nemesis. Formal couldn't go for it because he was no shield, and now Sniper trying to stay alive with this camouflage. Actually does get to stay alive, and we'll see how OpTic try to spot him out, and how much success is Sniper able to have. Can he teach us what a good camo play is based off the poor performances we've seen, and all of a sudden he gets caught by Bound.
But during that time where Bound is stressing out the camo call out, all other members of OpTic are dying. All 4 go down. So you know Bound is yelling out that call, and they're saying, I don't care about camo over at Needler right now.
Two guys
There's
in my
somebody
face.
meleeing me over at top elevator.
2 of them hit Pipes in the meantime. That's a successful way to use camo, even if you just took Bound out of the play, because Lord knows he wanted to make an impact on his teammates' fights. It's a 6-kill lead now for Nemesis, and all of a sudden OpTic Gaming's opportunity to climb back, to make this deficit shorter and shorter, and actually try to win this game too. All the win conditions are starting to dwindle with their inability to trade successfully.
Yep, and we talked about trades not being really a big deal earlier when it was the early 20s when SLG and the Nemesis squad were 20 kills. Here's the exact opposite. Every single trade here that Nemesis gets brings them closer to victory. They will happily hide around corners, do a few shots in melee, and trade out for the rest of this game.
Yeah, 41-35, still up 6, so a good job to get those 2 kills before you lose 2 others. Wutum trying to catch somebody, or SLG, I'm sorry, trying to catch someone off guard, bottom middle. 2 players of OpTic are no shield right now, and they're both able to stay alive for the moment until Bound finally gets taken down by Snipe Drone. And 42-37, a 5-kill lead. Dave, this is the moment where OpTic Gaming have to step up and find ways to get kills that are unanswered.
This camo is going to be the opportunity. Both teams will have some eyes on it. Can you use that as bait? Secure a kill. I don't think anyone's just going to be able to sneak away with that camo without some blood being shed first.
Bound flies out of elevator, finds the angle on the long haul. Great teamwork out of OpTic across the map, maybe. They're able to have teamwork, but Glory responds with a massive double kill. Not only that, but able to get damage on the Legend, and camo could be Glory's, and all the glory to him, as this camouflage is something OpTic desperately wanted to have. Renegade hunting Glory down, but doesn't suspect him. It's going to be a free kill on the Renegade, you'd have to think. A trade, can anybody from OpTic see where Glory is? No. He does jump onto the bridge, and gets naded to lose his life, but that kill under Renegade pushes it to 46-42. Now all you need is 1 team win.
Still, they know Snipe Drone's over towards Blue Tunnel. Gets taken out, now only a 3-kill lead. Still substantial at this point in the game. But at any point, if OpTic get 1 or 2 picks, they're gonna go flying to try to roll that lead. They do get a pick on SLG. Do they go flying right here? Bound, we get triple stacks.
Bounce caught out bottom middle, 1 shot. Is he able to stay alive? Glory tries to go after him, but Formal's got his back. Now it's just a 1-kill game. An overextension, a mistake. After a pick, do you decide to try and fly? Only 1 member of Nemesis goes, and because of it, OpTic able to isolate those 2 and find the 2 kills unanswered. Exactly what the doctor ordered, but now it's Wutum with the shock rifle. And wow, what a massive moment for this young kid right now. Renegade finding a kill to make it an even game, and Wutum can't hit the first couple of shots.
And they're putting the pressure on. They don't want him to get sold at elevator.
Oh,
Renegade gets the grenade,
3
gets the
dead for
pick.
OpTic,
It's
49-48. 49-48, Legend stuck in the back of blue. All of OpTic should be spawning back here. Nemesis across the map. They will have OpTic trapped in white and blue. Glory goes towards the elevator, clears it out, says they have to be white and blue. How do OpTic Gaming play this situation? They will get trapped, and eventually they will have to make the play.
Was there any ammo left in that shock rifle? I know when we saw Woodham get taken out there, I don't know if it was the last bullet, but OpTic.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. The cojones on this guy. A 49-48 game. Goes for it immediately.
But nobody from OpTic's watching it. There's a camo player now. Everyone's got to be paranoid for OpTic. SLG doing some sick jumps into top white. The stairs. Formal's got to be no shield on the back of the stairs. Formal gets double naded. SLG! The jump! The double nade clutch! And Nemesis rip away the hopes of OpTic Gaming, tying this series up for now and take the lead 2-0.
That play by SLG, let's review that for a second.
That
if he
jump's
just
hard.
gets picked off right away from someone at C plat or triple stacks, we just look at him and we say, you just blew the game for your team.
Yeah.
You just blew the 1 kill lead you had. Instead, he realizes how OpTic are going to play this. OpTic are not going to go straight for that camo. They're not going to fall for the bait. They're going to try to set up a different defense. He grabs the camo and does the perfect route. He knows that top controls can be watched, but no one's watching the front jump to top control.
Yeah, and even if you do, you're not gonna 5 him before he throws those nades and, can drop out the front to safety either. A perfect play from SLG. That was unbelievable. And you got to question OpTic's game plan there. Camo is coming up, and you're basically saying, screw it, we'll just give him camo?
You know, I don't hate it if they were focused on pushing another direction. Let's say you force a little action towards long haul, or force an action towards top catwalk or something. Try to catch someone else off guard on the perimeter of camo, and then you collapse on it. I think that's acceptable. But they didn't do either of those. They just hold up, they turtled up and says, hopefully one of us makes a good play.
A recipe for disaster, a strategy that will send you home on Saturday night. If you can't figure it out, in a reverse sweep fashion, it's going to be live fire strongholds. And in all honesty, Dave, this is a game type that I think OpTic Gaming love to see coming into game 3. A bread and butter for players like Legend and Bound. And you need to find some momentum in this series. It feels like the clutch moments have gone to Nemesis so far. That's got to stop. You can't lose close games and expect to win the series, is a saying I used to have. And it's rearing its ugly head here. OpTic Gaming have had every opportunity to have a 2-0 lead, and unfortunately, it has been Nemesis that have clutched up in back-to-back games to gain this advantage here in elimination bracket round 3.
Yeah, you can't let off the gas here in the 2025 HCS circuit. These players are just too good, and if you make one slight mistake, you're going to lose games just in that fashion. You just barely miss that flag cap. You just miss that 1 kill in the Slayer. Those guys are pumped up, though.
Man, the
Nemesis.
adrenaline going on. I don't care how long today's been for these guys. That adrenaline, that's going to keep them up for at least 3 more games. I promise you that. They are feeling it, and just the decisions that's being thrown at their faces in these clutch moments, in these hectic, chaotic, close games, and the fact that we're seeing a team like Nemesis, they're not world champs. The world champs are on the other side of the stage. These guys are the ones making the better decisions, clutching up in the moments where the game is being decided. And that has got to tell you about the potential caliber of what we're looking at coming overseas from Europe and competing against the world's best in OpTic Gaming.
And you know, Legend right now, he's scratching his head right now. He has what they want to build as the God Squad here coming in the season.
You got your pick.
Got their pick. He's fighting against his countrymen across seas over in Europe and finds himself down 0-2. Gonna have to dig deep here in the rest of the series. This is far from over.
Oh, far from over.
We've seen how close those games are. We've seen how Renegade was playing earlier today on Livefire. This could bring them right back in the series, get that momentum shift. But if you had to choose a spot to be in, I'm choosing Nemesis seat every single day of the week.
I'll take the 2-0 lead. You know what? That being said, I want to bring this back to OpTic Gaming. When you look at this team, it's shooters, 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 gunners, 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 all-star, 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 all-star. But in a moment where you're down 2-0, Dave, someone's got to be that emotional leader. Someone's got to create some kind of motivation. Got to either through play or through vocalization or through just
pure mentality, you got to figure out a way to uplift the entire team and get you to at least a game 5 to where you know you have an opportunity to win this series still. Who are you looking at on OpTic Gaming to turn this ship around and to be that captain?
I mean, on any of those previous rosters, we're highlighting so many members on that squad. We're saying that has to be Legend, that has to be Bound, that has to be Renegade. Here, you got all 3 of those options on this choice. Same with Formal. People are always highlighting Formal as being that person that can pick it up and carry that squad. So they have 4 options. But like you said, who is going to that player? And I think they're all waiting on the comm saying, all right, one of you give us this motivational speech. Just say, stay alive, I'll take care of the rest.
Yeah, and as much as I love Lunchbox, sometimes I think things have to come from one of the players. Is someone going to set an example, set a tone with their play here in Game 3 for OpTic Gaming? We'll have to find out, and it's a beautiful name from Formal that'll give his team numbers advantage here early on. And we're hopping on board with Legend, and let's see what he can do. He's had a quiet series so far. Renegade with the snipe, however, is somebody I really want to see make a play.
Yeah, Renegade has a snipe ammo, but can't do much about Green being captured. Now A and B under control for Nemesis. Gets a nice stop on that cam before it's grabbed. Luckily, also that cam was still on top of the silo. So Sniper's gonna have to jump up if he wants to grab it. And it looks like Renegade says, all right, I'll take over this game if you have to choose someone.
It's my turn, Renegade says. Starting 3-0, camo snipe in the hill. Multiple members of Nemesis coming off respawn. They're all spawning green, and Renegade has his eyes on the prize, sights on the enemy, and he finds the first pick. Now Nemesis with a player down. One tries to jump in A, he gets double teamed. Renegade on a killing spree in the first minute of Game 3. Is Renegade gonna be the guy that sets the tone for the rest of this series for OpTic Gaming?
He's hunting everyone down. Knows that Woodham's there. He's got to be on what, 6 spree, making 7. Hits the no scope, eventually taken down, but all 4 members down for Nemesis. Renegade has 7 kills. Nemesis has 6 kills combined.
Renegade starting off this Game 3 on a perfect note to give OpTic Gaming the exact amount of energy they need to try to gain some motivation here, to try and get the ball spinning in their favor. Legend has a lot of responsibility here by himself on an island back green, trying to back down Snipe Drone. As SLG got taken down, Snipe Drone gets removed from the map as well. Great shots by Legend will allow OpTic Gaming to keep B. You see OpTic Gaming is going to be pushing C. Nemesis respawners, it's just SLG and A, and Legend has his eyes trying to set on this triple cap. Can't quite get there in time, but will get the kill, and they start to cap A as well.
Yeah, and they're keeping full control of this map right now. Looks like C's finally being flipped. Not a bad position for Nemesis to be in. Not an ideal one either, but they've at least stopped the bleeding without getting any more kills somehow. So Woodham finally putting a kill on the board, taking out Renegade, which if you had to choose one player to eliminate from the OpTic roster, it's got to be him right now.
Got to be him, but Legend's starting to heat up himself. Ever since we've switched to his point of view, he's picked up 4 straight kills, been able to rotate all the way across the map, and he's not going down without taking SLG with him. A reset onto A will keep OpTic scoring. Now 90-20. The second camouflage does go into the hands of Snipe Drone, but the hands of Snipe Drone go back into the death cam as Renegade able to get that kill, make sure that camo doesn't translate to anything. Multiple players of Nemesis now spawning green. The collapse comes through. Respawners getting fluctuated once again for Nemesis, and OpTic Gaming are showing you why they believe Live Fire Stronghold is a game type that they can come back in this series.
Yeah, Snipe Drone almost taking out 3 members there, trying to get his team back in this game, but it's got to be just a game of kills at this point for Nemesis. Yes, you have to stop the bleeding. Yes, you need to control the majority of the strongholds, but at some point, you need the kills to give yourself some breathing room to do so.
Big push into A to get the reset. Not only does it take the kill onto SLG, the reset onto A will keep OpTic Gaming scoring and will flip and stagger the respawners even more from Nemesis. Nemesis in a blender right now. Glory with the snipe, however, can in that blender turn it off maybe and find some footing for Nemesis. So far, they have been on the ropes and have been on the ropes for about 3 minutes now as the score climbs from 122 to 22.
And as the kill count keeps going up, it's always Renegade on pace with the entire team of Nemesis. 14 kills for Renegade, now 15 kills for Nemesis.
This is an angry OpTic Gaming starting to wake up and find flow when they have map control and they stagger your respawns. They are the scariest team in the game, continuing to do so. A and C going to be the vision. Renegade can't quite get C. A big kill from Wutum. Can Wutum win the one-on-one to Bound? No, but he does get the reset onto C. So it will be Nemesis scoring with the B-A capture as OpTic Gaming try to get back into C, transfer it over. They're not going to have a trip cap to work with, Nemesis is, but they are going to have some space.
This Legend helping collapse on B. Like you said, they got the dub cap, but the kills just still going so heavily in Nemesis's favor. And I don't really have a good recipe or formula for this sometimes, because stronghold games go too quick. At some point, you can't just say, hey, we need to slow it down a ton. The game just spirals out of control and points go too far away. It really does rely on a lot of great individual efforts on just getting kills, putting out more damage before you die, and hoping your teammates pick up the rest.
Yeah, fortunately, you're not in a trip cap if you're Nemesis, but you can't even get on the ground, it feels like. You spent more time in the respawn screen than you have on the actual map itself. A and B hold for OpTic Gaming. Legend wins a big one-on-one in the tunnels. It's perfect shots as Legend starts to heat up once again.
And here's your daily reminder that Renegade has 20 kills and all of Nemesis has 20 kills. Keeping on pace with the entire team this entire game.
We'll come back for another stat update here in about 30 seconds. Formal, continuing the pressure on the tower. You see the recipe from OpTic. They do not want you to cap the stronghold you spawn at. They are going to pressure you off your spawn, and perfect shots from everyone now on OpTic Gaming. Bound has found himself the camo. When it rains, it pours, and it's raining terror on Livefire.
Somehow, despite all these kills, you're seeing two strongholds flip on over towards Nemesis as soon as they get a couple kills on the board. They found this camo in the form of Bound. And Bound trades it out with the stick on the snipe drone. So.
I asked who it was going to be that stepped up from OpTic Gaming. So far, every single player is making plays. This is the green wall that needs to show up if they plan to reverse sweep this Nemesis team. It's only game 3. We got a lot of game to go. It's not even over yet, but signs from OpTic in their individual fights have got to be the best feeling you have had as a fan throughout this series so far.
Yeah, Renegade just unrelenting so far. He's going to try to stop this bleeding now. This is one of the first chances we've really seen of Nemesis kind of step back into it, but they did have 2 deaths just momentarily, so you'll see all those strongholds flip back towards OpTic. So even though it was a temporary trip cap, you didn't really see the benefit of it. You didn't really see a 40, 80-point run, anything like that. In fact, it was shut down within about 5 to 15 points.
181 and climbing now. OpTic Gaming score. There's multiple players trying to push into B from Nemesis right now. Formal and Bound are going to be back B. Formal hitting that body shot, taking out one of the players from Nemesis, trying to push into B. It's going to be last guy alive, taken down. I believe that was Snipe Drone. As all of Nemesis starting to come off respawn, this double cap for OpTic Gaming stays strong, and when they cross the 200 point mark here, Nemesis will have they'll have no time to try and formulate a strategy. They will just have to try and hope and pray that they can fly into a stronghold and stop time.
Yeah, and you also notice OpTic not forcing the trip caps right now. I like this play. They got their hot start that they needed. They got off to a big lead.
There's the hope.
And now you
There's
can
the
let
pray.
Nemesis make some mistakes and walk into your traps.
The hope and the pray aren't working very well as they go 3 down once again, and OpTic Gaming look like this game 3 is all but theirs with just 30 points to go.
Now looking like OpTic might go for the temp trip cap, or at least the flip, since Nemesis are spawning over at C.
Enemy team nearing victory.
Just the bait setup right here, knowing that somebody's coming through a garage, so I like this play by Legend, just getting as much info as possible, and then he's gonna bait this for a little bit, try to find out where this player exactly is, and then contest it. Unfortunately, Budum is having perfect positioning. Not even knowing he was there until the contest happened.
It's just unlucky for Legend that player happened to be the sniper.
Legend scoped it out perfectly, checked out the mid side, checked the left side. It's like, all right, I got contested now unless I'm letting them actually flip this stronghold.
You definitely don't want them to flip that, but unfortunately Wutum, I think, had maybe 1 bullet left in that sniper, as it seems to be empty now, and that 1 bullet put into Legend's dome, but still, so much of a comfortable lead here we have for OpTic Gaming, as they are already transferring B back in their favor. That kill doesn't amount to much, and OpTic Gaming will start to score once again with the BC hold.
I like this rotation, but has to be near perfect halo here soon. That's gonna be 2 members down, and I don't know how Nemesis can really pull this one back. They have 3 members down. This last person alive has to not only hold on to the stronghold they have, but convert another. That's gonna be trip cap.
OpTic Gaming, over the break between game 2 and 3, they have woken up and they have showed up. That was the most impressive game that they have had so far throughout this series. Individuals winning every single pivot, felt like, and it really was Renegade that set the tone to kick that one off, starting with the killing spree. Almost had as many kills as the team as Nemesis did throughout about half of that game. Eventually you expect Nemesis to surpass that, but just setting the tone with gameplay alone, they needed everything from Renegade, and they got everything that game.
Yeah, Renegade was doing it all. 5 defensive kills. I was looking at the stat screen. Obviously, most kills, second least deaths.
just doing such an impressive
Just
play
one
there for
assist.
Renegade. Just one assist, but
We got
actually, you know, I'll allow that. If you're going most kills or you have
know,
tied kills to the opposing team, you can only have one assist.
You got 26 and 10, and you have 1 assist. I won't be too upset, but we'll just ask for some more teamwork next game. I want to get the 26 kills.
But, Wes, more importantly, we got ourselves a series. This is what we wanted.
All right, here we go.
I didn't want a 3-0 either way.
OpTic waking up here. That's what we needed to see. OpTic is here to play. They will not go silently in the night. Definitely not in their own venue, at their own hosted major to kick this year off. Expectations of trophies and only trophies is what OpTic Gaming was put together to do. And they will still be able to compete, at least for one more game. That's all you're asking yourself. That's all you're telling yourself on that side. Aquarius Assault is going to be the name of the game for Game 4. And we've seen OpTic have success on this map mode combination, so you got to be, honestly, just brushing your hands together, ready to get started the way that Game 3 went if you're an OpTic Gaming member.
On the flip side, if you're a Nemesis fan, you're thinking, all right, Aquarius Assault, this game's gonna go the distance. It's likely gonna go the 12 minutes. It's generally a longer game mode. Teams, when they get some leads, are gonna try to slay out. So they have a chance to try to get some, you know, breathing exercises in after that panic attack over on Stronghold's live fire. It just was so quick, they didn't really have much time to get their own grounding, get their own rhythm. Here on Aquarius, both teams will have opportunities where they're ahead or where they're behind, and so they get a chance to flex their own muscles, flex their own strats, and try to play at a pace that's more comfortable for them.
Now, something we talked about throughout this weekend, Neutral Bomb Assault being newly added as a new mode into the HCS competitive settings for this year. One of the more methodical game types we have in the scene. A lot of thought process needs to go into where is the bomb, when am I grabbing this, when am I throwing this in, when am I arming it, when am I dropping it to slay? Which team do you think that favors so far from what we've seen leading up to this in this series?
Man, that's a great question, because I also feel like Forbidden's also one of those maps where it's you got to grab that flag at the right time.
A lot of decisions will be made during that
a lot
game.
of decisions, you know, leading up to when you're getting setups and control. However, I did feel like also in that CTF Forbidden, the majority of Nemesis caps came as counter caps. So if it came down to which team was setting up more and doing a setup from scratch or from neutral ground, it was OpTic. So maybe I'd give them the leverage there, give them the advantage there. This one's just too close to call. I just felt like almost that Game 3 is more of an anomaly with how much OpTic stepped up. So we're going to see have that same slaying prowess here in game number 4.
We're going to take the power weapons and we're going to throw them off the map for a second, because Aquarius is a Bandit VR predominant map with just a camouflage up top in the middle. So it's going to be Bandits out and Renegade starting to do work with his already, kicking it on board with him to start this game. He's already found 2 kills, 3 go down for Nemesis. It will be the first camouflage of the game going into Renegade's hands.
Yeah, Renegade's gonna grab that. Now, I've seen a lot of teams put the bomb in the bomb in the camo player's hands in many cases as they bring that bomb up. We're gonna have to see if OpTic decide to do that. It seems like they're opting to have Renegade just get some slays, and there's the first back smack, making another double for Renegade.
Easy double for Renegade, patiently plays his life. It's going to be a couple of members of OpTic here to play around Renegade. Bound's going to be in the base, and it's a killing spree once again to kick off Game 4. So he does it in Game 3, he does it again in Game 4, setting the tone with his gameplay alone. Nemesis starting to overextend. The bomb is in your base, and OpTic Gaming will take a 1-0 lead here very early into this game. You said it was going to be a 12-minute game. Well, OpTic Gaming have their eyes set on Game 5, and they want to get there as soon as possible. They armed the bomb in the first minute.
Yeah, I mean, we start off the last game talking about how Renegade was even in slays. How about Renegade having twice as many kills as Nemesis to start off this one?
He's one-upping his own stats at this point. Renegade, the man, the myth, the legend, the world champion, and looking to try and claim at least another Championship Sunday visit. You would have to think a Championship Sunday includes the likes of Renegade.
When's the last Championship Sunday he wasn't a part of? That's a good question for me.
I'm not answering that one. I'm not at the source, Dave. But it's been a while, it feels. Renegade now still alive, still being a nuisance. Yeah, he left the enemy base, but
He's controlling the objective here. Nobody's moving that bomb without Renegade saying something about it. He's going to have the blast pistol in hand. He spots 2 with the location since they're here. Multiple players get knocked to no shield, and these guys can't kill Renegade to save their lives. He's a problem on the map. He baits, switches, plays his life. That bomb's still in the utility of Nemesis. 3 go down, and this is another opportunity for OpTic Gaming to potentially play perfect Halo once again and get a second arm early on. And Renegade cycling the first and second camo with the same life. I can't really say the last time I've seen that either.
Yeah, just doing a great job controlling these this entire time. But looks like they did get touched on the bomb and bring it in. But at this point, when it's on that jet bridge, they're gonna be able to toss it off. More importantly, who's getting these slays? If OpTic get these slays, they're in perfect position to arm the second bomb. There's gonna be one of the first picks, but this pressure over from Pink, trying to take out Renegade. He's finally down.
He finally goes down, but at what cost? Multiple members of Nemesis are stuck their back bridge. Legend's able to find an assist onto 1 and also stay alive. That bomb's still at Nemesis' base, so each kill that goes down at Nemesis' side makes it even more of a high-pressure situation for the rest of the team that's alive. They get a touch on the bomb so it doesn't reset. The last player for OpTic Gaming that's in the util finally flushed out, and Nemesis maybe can breathe for the first time this game.
Honestly, you can move that bomb a little bit towards the OpTic base, so they might have their first shot at it, but it is going to rely on these kills to start it off.
Big kill on the Formal, clears out all of OpTic's base. They're going to force the pink spawns. This is exactly the strategy you want, but however, you see Legend's going to be all the way across the map, still flanking around the utility. Bound somehow doing God's work in the closet, and it's not even Easter Sunday yet.
I don't know how. First off, he got that kill. Great melee and great finish off there by Bound. But secondly, a little bit of, I guess, questioning strategy there from Nemesis. A lot of times you want them spawning over towards Fridge. Sure, you want to finish off the kills when they're weak, but you almost want a player to spawn there even if they're full shield.
100%. I would never have pushed that, I don't think. And Nemesis probably regretting that decision, especially after Bound puts you on a highlight reel right there. The camouflage is going to be coming up here in a second. And it does look like Nemesis finally have an opportunity for some map control here. Formal's going to be competing for bottom middle right now. I don't know if anyone from Nemesis is even near that camo, but they are going to have a numbers advantage as Renegade goes down. Multiple members of OpTic spotted by Snipe Drone, taken down to no shield by Snipe Drone, and that should be Nemesis being able to approach the map. Yes, it's SLG with the camouflage.
Camo, what's he going to do with it? Seems like he's just getting spotted out right away. Needs to take up some more ground. But all these members of Nemesis, look at their positions. They're all low on the ground besides someone up high at their base. They need to use this to get some higher position. Get over towards top pink, get towards top car. And there it is. We now have top car and top center in control for Nemesis.
3 dead and Renegade was spotted pink 1. Are they able to flush out Renegade? Renegade goes back to the base. First one spotted going up the pink stairs. You should know, based off the name of that player that you saw, that that was Renegade. The bomb guy is going to get naded before it can go in. OpTic members are trying to slide to get that bomb out. 3 OpTic members go down. Last player alive is on the fight, but SLG, trying to flank up the back stairs, takes the route that allows OpTic to throw that bomb out. So that bomb arm should have happened, but grenades thrown from the heavens have taken him down, and because they get that kill on the bomb carrier, they buy enough time to get that bomb thrown out, and what should have been an arm for Nemesis keeps this game a 1-0 lead for OpTic.
That was great defense by OpTic, and like you said, this should be a tie game at this point based on those positions, how many people they had weak there. Bound, they don't have control of the base, so he's just going for whatever kills, whatever control he can get right now. This is the melee and gets taken out by SLG.
3 dead for OpTic, Formal, last player alive on the map. Bomb, not too much to worry about right now. Still just in your courtyard, not in your base, so you will have an opportunity to respawn. SLG is actually going to block pink corner. This is important. All members of OpTic will be stuck in their base. Can Nemesis find a way to successfully get these kills without trading out?
Well, they know nobody's pushed out pink side, so anyone over on that car side right now is playing very cautiously. They're not trying to force in because they know they're likely walking into an outnumbered position.
The first kill comes through, but it is traded out. Renegade able to try and create some space. His teammates able to find some kills car side of the map.
That grenade from courtyard towards the front pillars of the base.
I don't have that in my artillery yet.
That one, I haven't unlocked that skill just yet.
I'm kind of just whipping it off the ceiling, praying. Formal was able to get the camo, but it's negated immediately. A good job, however. I mean, we talked about the stressful situation OpTic were just in. They decided to push out car side. Renegade might have died, but the damage he dealt on car side of the map allowed his teammates to follow up and create space, which was so much needed. That denied a real opportunity for Nemesis to get the bomb in the base. Good defense by OpTic, keeps them with the lead. 5.5 minutes on the clock could be important here as we continue on.
Gosh, Renegade's speed at which she plays the game is so incredible.
The fact that he's able to run away when he's supposed to, turn around, retarget, switch, finish off that player he originally weakened, is just such a work of art to watch.
Gory behind enemy lines. They're going to know he's here based off of death cam, you'd have to think. And a lot of OpTic Gaming's progressed on the map right now. There's one respawning that's going to probably try and look for Glory, but Glory trying to come all the way back. It's eventually flanked by that respawner, and because of it, he's caught off guard. He does get a melee onto him, but a good job to get Glory out of your base to stop blocking those spawns. It's now Snipe Drone's job to try and block some of those spawns, but somehow Bound got to Car2 being unseen, and with that kill, it denies any timing Nemesis would have had with the numbers of enemies it just had.
Yeah, you gotta wonder when you get those long flanks, it has to pay out in the end. And you start to see him kind of push a little too fast. Or if you're taking those quick routes, I feel like you should be taking those quick routes through lower gen or through Car2 if you know somebody's already there or where they're weak. But it felt like he was kind of panicking, trying to rush and help his teammates as fast as possible without all the correct info.
Renegade getting some space on the map here. Bomb is going to be on his side, but with multiple members of Nemesis coming off respawn, Renegade's just trying to apply some pressure. He knows that time is on his side. A win condition for OpTic. A double kill opens up what is potentially a game-changing arm. To make this a 2-0 lead would be massive for OpTic Gaming. Wutum has snuck away with the camo, made it into the util, however. And OpTic Gaming, three-man car side, just light Wutum up like a firework, and he goes down. Camo gets burned. This bomb gets moved just barely before it gets taken down. 3 dead, 4 dead, and OpTic Gaming are gonna force pink spawns. The first player is up, it's Wutum, but what can he do about this arm?
Wutum somehow takes out Renegade, but this bomb is arming, and I don't know if anyone's from Nemesis.
Oh my God, they jumped in the window.
2 members down, can they get the one more trade? They do get the trade. That is huge for Nemesis. In fact, they almost made their last mistake last time, just tossed it in the courtyard. My guess is they're gonna leave it in the back of their base and try and play some defense. But that could be disastrous right there.
Yeah,
Renegade trying to push in and get a touch.
No chance we're letting this, we're waiting for this bomb to
reset. They've already committed? No?
They threw it to the stairs, but that's not out the window, and OpTic are picking up kills. We didn't get that bomb out of our base. Are you kidding me? 3 down for Nemesis. Last player alive, I believe, is still top the base. Now he's trying to throw it out, but oh my God, he goes down. The players are starting to spawn pink again, and OpTic Gaming have a realistic chance of trying to get another arm.
That was a weird half commit to me. I felt like the bomb in the back of the base with only 10 seconds left, you can play some defense, stop one more touch, and let it reset in the center of the map. But it felt like they kind of half committed. After there's some pressure from Renegade, they tried to toss it down the stairs, towards the shroom stairs.
They're playing with fire, and right now they are getting burned. Bomb still on their side of the map, 2 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock. Bound still in your face, still jiggling, still wiggling. Eventually is going to need beat every single nade from the respawners, and he gets taken down, but the bomb is not progressing at all. Nemesis are having such a hard time not only dealing with the slays, the pressure from OpTic, but also juggling the objective anywhere away from their base to where they're not in an all-time threat at every single moment of the game.
Yeah, a few times that we have seen Nemesis moving across the neutral part of the map, they're getting picked off and paying their lives. It's such a disaster when you try to move that bomb across and you get for that first free death.
3 down for OpTic. Nemesis is going to have 3 on the map. Bomb is bottom middle currently. Legend behind enemy lines once again. I love this play by him. We've seen this so often throughout this weekend where Legend gets into the enemy util, CTF, assault, whatever it may be, and he wreaks havoc in these moments. What can he get for us? As he jumps out of the car, he goes unnoticed, goes unspotted. Wutum or SLG not going to expect him here, and that ruins everything Nemesis tried to point.
Also just the repositioning. Legend isn't a static target. He's not just going to sit over in the gen. He pushes out towards the front, hides over towards one of the jump ups. Just playing so difficult that entire time. So if they send anyone to go look for him, they're wasting time. They're sometimes not finding that target. Sometimes Legend shooting one of the other teammates.
Damned if you do, damned if you don't. If you have the right timing, Legend still creating chaos throughout this game. Knows that you don't need the arm. The arm would be great though. 3 go down. Wutum last player alive. He's in the back flag. Teammates starting to fight him. He's going to get some solid damage off to not try and arm this. They're going to deal with Wutum first. Respawners are going to be coming pink side. One maybe doing the front jump. Legend trying to get to another player behind the pillar in their base. And that arm, I mean, there's a minute remaining. You're not worried about this bomb. You are slaying from here on out if you're OpTic.
Love that play by OpTic. They don't overcommit. They don't get themselves in a position where there's 3 down. Instead, they bait the bomb. They realize Nemesis can't afford to lose another arm, but at the same time, just buying time, getting slay after slay.
A bit of a ninja there, Renegade.
getting that kill, but mostly that's not a trade for glory, and because of it, I mean, look at this. Nemesis can't get off their spawn. You saw Wutum trying to juggle the bomb across the map, but with 30 seconds left, you got to figure something out.
My
And
God.
there's nothing to figure out. Renegade is going crazy.
Nowhere is safe. Nemesis' only chance right now
I
is
don't feel
to
safe.
forego their base, just push across this bomb, see if they can miraculous charge, but you have to get that bomb in the circle these next 10 seconds. I think we're looking at Game 5 Street Slayer, Wes.
I feel like we've been looking at a Game 5 for the last 10 minutes the way OpTic is playing, maybe even since Game 3. OpTic Gaming on the back of Renegade and Bound, both with a 30 bomb in Game 4. Will put this team one game away from a championship Sunday, and now all of a sudden, Nemesis' 2-0 lead in this series. Washed, removed, irrelevant. It's 2-2. We're going to a Game 5 Saturday night.
Wes, you asked who from OpTic needed to step up. We said that anyone from that roster has that ability, but I fear that it's been Renegade and Bound both raising their hands and saying, I'll do it.
I feel like it's been just about everybody on this team. Every single point of view we go to, Dave, somebody is making a play. Everybody I don't know what clicked in between games 1 and 2 and game 3, but everybody is winning their pivs. Everyone is getting the job done from their point of view, handling the situations they are given. I mean, but 30 and 13 is downright disgusting. Renegade has got to be the most positive player in this series. Those stats are absolutely bonkers. And he has found his flow, and then to have someone like Bound join you along the way as your duo, 31, 20, and 12. I mean, these kids are special. They're getting hot at the right time. They're getting hot at the last chance they have to get a championship Sunday underway for them tomorrow, and they are 50 kills away from doing so.
50 kills separating one team from bed and one team from Sunday dreams. We're gonna have to find out here after this little bit. I know some players taking a bathroom break. Icing, strategic ice.
I'd be taking a mental reset right now if I'm on the side of Nemesis. Not to harp on him too much, but
those games 1 and 2 looked vastly different from game 3 and 4.
Yeah, even from the series yesterday or this morning, like there's individual fights that are just being dominated on the side of OpTic, and in all honesty, it's like not a ton of missed shots or anything. It's just OpTic Gaming are making plays. The nades are perfect, the movement is perfect, everything just feels right. Their positioning, OpTic Gaming have found their flow here in this series, and you wondered if they were going to show up. Well, they showed up big time the last 2 games, 250 to 80 live fire strongholds. Aquarius Assault might have been 1-0, but it was an absolute dominant showing from OpTic Gaming. They could have had several arms, but they had several kills instead. And with that, we transition over to Street Slayer for Game 5, Dave, and I think something we called out early in this series, it felt like the power-ups were really going towards Nemesis and a lot of the success. Since then, I feel like the power weapons, the power-ups have all gone towards OpTic. The name of the game is gain the advantages from the sandbox and use them to create opportunity for yourselves. Street Slayer is going to have a camouflage and a red gun on it that are seen as those power items.
Go. Yeah, I was gonna say the one thing that I think Nemesis can try to bank on or hope that goes better here in this game 5 is when I look at games 3 and 4, I saw Renegade charge without fear, without repercussions. It's not Slayer. You can't just go die and not have any repercussions from that. But I could feel in this game 5, you're not gonna see that exact same pace exactly out of Bound and Renegade when there's not any openings or not an advantage game. So some of those neutral scenarios, which we saw Nemesis really thrive in those situations on recharges. They slowed it down, set up a trap, get that first kill, and then push on out. I could see that being beneficial, but if the pace of this game picks up, OpTic gets some sort of lead, and they're charging across the map, we could have a quick Slayer Streets on our hands.
If you're OpTic Gaming going into this Game 5, are you trying to push the pace immediately, or is this going to be one of those famous Street Slayers that we have seen across the last 3 years that turns into a snail's pace, that turns into a game of information and strategy? And if so, do you believe that OpTic has what it takes to cook something up successfully? Because I feel like the only stalemate situation we've really seen was at the very end of that recharge game, and I couldn't be any more disgusted with the strategy that I think OpTic tried to pursue, letting the camo go and turtling into white. I think that was a recipe for disaster. I do not want to see that same OpTic Gaming decision-making in a similar situation here on Streets.
I mean, I think you have to figure out something in between there. There's a difference between turtling up and just going all out and charging and forcing action. When I saw a lot of this action being created during those last couple games from the likes of Renegade and Bound, it wasn't forcing. It was taking great opportunities.
For good reason.
Yes, it was good reason, but it wasn't a do or die situation. They'd put themselves in an opportunity where they could back away from that fight if they'd like. I see forcing a lot of times saying, hey, we're just gonna go charge around this corner and see what happens. Instead, I saw Renegade and crew doing a lot of information gathering, making smart choices, and then when it came down to a just straight up fight, just straight up winning.
Is there someone on Nemesis now that we're looking to step up? Losing the last 2 games has got to be heartbreaking, but you are still in this series. You still have an opportunity to punch your ticket to Championship Sunday. It's been pretty quiet on their side for a couple of games entirely across the board. Who are you looking at from Nemesis to get their team going early in this game?
I would say Snipe Drone. I think Snipe Drone's been a little quieter than we've seen. There's been some of those games where, yes, Renegade and crew are going off, but I've seen Snipe Drone start some games 0-3, 0-5, and getting some slower starts. So I'm not saying he has to just go off and go on a killing spree or go on a killing frenzy, but he cannot have that slow start. He needs to be that leader on his roster. Secure a couple kills, keep his team in this game.
Moments away from getting this Game 5 started. Arlington, Texas, Saturday night, Game 5. OpTic Gaming versus Nemesis. The revenge match that we've all been waiting for since early this morning and a little bit of yesterday before the power went out. 50 kills will decide whether or not the Green Wall will move on, or will Nemesis, the European dream team, get an opportunity to place the highest mouse keyboard player in the history of Halo. That notch goes from top 6 to potentially top 4 with the next 50 kills. There will be celebration and there will be tears on one side of the stage each. Who are you favoring, Dave? I gotta ask.
Oh my gosh, it's hard not to go with OpTic based on this momentum and how these last couple games went. If I had seen 2 very close games back and forth, I would say, you know what, Nemesis, they were able to clutch it up and ice up in the last Slayer. Let's see him do it again. But those last 2 games were absolutely dominating.
Everything you got, 50 kills. Can you be great? 8 players in the server, and I guarantee you there's gonna be one shining moment in this game made by an individual that we'll be talking about for the rest of the weekend and moving on for the rest of the season. Green Wall, if you're out there, Nemesis fans, if you're out there, let's get this crowd going because these 50 kills mean everything to these players. And this energy is about to get wild here in Game 5. I want to start this game off with Renegade Dave. The way that he is playing right now, he is a man on a mission with something to prove, with a team on his back that he made the right decision. Let's see it, let's believe it, and let's put the game in his hands from our perspective.
And one thing we were talking about earlier is we saw OpTic win one of their earlier series. We said, you're not seeing smiles right now, they're just working out business, and Renegade gets taken down by Snipe Drone. Immediately, what can the rest of OpTic do to bring them back into this? Because this game is already off to a good start here for Nemesis with only 1 kill.
It's a 2-kill lead. Now Snipe Drone stuck bottom spike stairs, able to take down Formal. They're gonna know where Snipe Drone is. He's gonna get out of dodge. Camo will be coming up here shortly. I believe it's still up. And right now, the battle for Camo is going to be won by Nemesis. Glory gets the Camo. Can he get out of there is the question. Players from OpTic trying to hunt him down. You see him taking damage. He needs to get his shield back. They're pushing this cafe. Glory choosing not to shoot at the first player. The second player, the teamwork from Nemesis, strong early on, will give them a 3-kill lead.
And all those members of OpTic pushed away from Tram. They didn't want to be stuck there, and they felt like they had the numbers and the advantage to push on this charge. I don't think they realized that Glory got away from that camo initially.
As this game kicks off and Glory's camo runs out, I want to go into an OpTic Gaming listen-in and hear the stress and the comms of the emotions of these players in this Game 5.
Cyber. You guys back to hitting. Remember. Like, that's PJ. Watch out PD on me. Watch the center, watch the center. Watch the PD, watch the B. Center. Back. One guy shutting, one guy shutting. Shutting, watch out. One's PD, one's PD. Watch the shot. Watch out. One's on shutting. Hoodie.
Laundry right now. Laundry right now. One guy was agent, watch it. I don't know where he went. They came in.
One shot down. One's on camera now. On
He didn't burn, man. You're watching over
Not bad.
there. Good shit. No, I'm with you. Michael bottom seat. What's his name? Yeah, he could be red room or something, guys. I need it. It's fine. We should safe. We should pray for safe.
Look my real quick. Wait, my butt.
Look at me. One could be red room.
Somewhere main.
One is real.
Red.
Red.
You guys here.
There's two tires. Nice shit. Purple weak. Agent.
We're here.
Agent done.
Absolutely.
PD maybe? He's third.
Jump back up. Tires to square.
Okay,
One shot tires.
see again. Going spikes.
It's on top of
Fancy going. These steps.
biceps, I can't kill this guy. Demo's at 15, guys. Try biceps. Just specs. Nice. Nice bound.
Look tires.
B steps. Two biceps. Two tires. Seven tires. Nice bound. No one tires. Watch your goalies bound. Watch over bound. Agent, skimming. Pushing football.
Red bar, Chinese. Chinese. No benches. Mine's three.
Okay, you should live. What's your agent? I have you.
I'm trying to weak. Absolute trying.
I can't really help. Yeah, double back. We're pushing main right now. Nice. I'm looking cafe.
Back in.
Pushing back in.
Okay, guys, back in.
Watch out, dead. Plants.
3 points.
Check a corner.
Take P-stairs. One could be arcade.
Okay, we're okay.
P-stairs.
This game is on a knife's edge. 26 all as we cross the 25 halfway mark here. OpTic Gaming start to get the ball rolling. The teamwork starts to come through. You hear the energy. The nice is coming from them. And what an unbelievable push that was for OpTic to get back in this.
Yeah, great pushes from both sides. Great individual plays. However, I did hear quite a bit of panic and uncertainty sometimes in OpTic's voice. When they're pinned at Tram, they're saying, there's got to be someone in Red Room. Yes, there was before, but feels like they're relying on each other so much, saying, you need to watch this. Whereas I feel like the times that they've been playing their best is when you let those players unchained. You let someone like Bound and Renegade go out and do what they do best.
Yeah, the emotion says that this is a very nervous moment for them right now. You do not want to be in Game 5 with Nemesis, as this game still 3 kills separate the two, and this red gun's continued to do damage as you see multiple players getting taken down now for Nemesis. Red gun removed, and Renegade busts down the door of Nemesis here, and they're set up towards Tram as he finds a double kill. He's able to find the red gun. Can he stay alive with this? It's a dangerous fight to try and take their shield down. Wutum does get caught mid-sprint. In the meantime, OpTic Gaming picking up a couple of kills off screen. 37-30, camouflage now in OpTic's hands. Everything's starting to go right for the green wall.
Starting to click for them. I was saying before, Wes, that you weren't seeing smiles if OpTic were winning series earlier because they weren't where they need to be. However, I feel like we might see a different story here if OpTic can pull this one out.
You're going to see a lot of smiles from the crowd at the very least, but 3 members holding Formal as he takes the first shot with that red gun, somehow gets out of there with his life, knocked to completely no shield. They do take down Bound, so they create a little bit of space here, but Formal still with camo in the heavens, trying to knock down a couple players' shields. Eventually his camo does run out, but this red gun's starting to do a lot of damage. Where's the cleanup? It's here. It's in the hands of Renegade. He finds a double in the kill feed, and Formal doing everything he can to deal damage, stay alive, play alive, and 41-31, OpTic Gaming starting to roll ever since it was tied 26-all.
Just falling apart there for Nemesis. You saw Formal play that so well with that camo, dealing damage, ducking down, taking up so much time and attention from Nemesis. They're not able to find him that entire time, and the rest of OpTic collapses in and closes out the kills.
Renegade trying to push into Tram, does eat the predictive nade. You gotta be careful here, OpTic. You do not want to give up a bunch of anti-air kills, but the pressure is on, and no one deals pressure better than Bound in Halo Infinite. Bound finds himself a double, and now 4 kills away is OpTic Gaming from a Championship Sunday opportunity.
Right there, shot caller gets the double. Is he gonna get triple? 1 kill separating OpTic from Championship Sunday, and Legend and crew are chirping for good reasons. They pull off the reverse sweep, and OpTic punched their ticket to Sunday and got top 4.
You wondered who was gonna step up, who was gonna start making plays. Well, it was everybody on the left side of the stage. The green wall stands strong and will punch their ticket to Championship Sunday. Will be able to compete for a championship at their home-hosted major. And man, were they battle-tested here today. Nemesis gave them everything they could. But OpTic Gaming woke up in the middle of this series, Dave, and when they woke up, they were a problem to deal with.
2 close games earlier that OpTic were not able to close out. Turned to them having to step it up and play out of their minds.
You talk about that game 5, Dave, 26-all. It's anybody's taking. We leave the listening, and I'm not feeling too good about what I heard. I'm hearing a little bit of panic, a little bit of like hesitancy, a little bit of worry, but something clicked. There was one moment. They push into Tram, they get unanswered
Like I said, we finally see smiles from OpTic. I saw Legend smile, and all the other wins I saw earlier, there were not many smiles.
Well, this one means a little something to him.
You didn't see that around Infamous. You saw it tonight, though.
This is a personal one with him, of course, leaving a couple of players, and obviously the Europeans' best is something that he considers himself, not the team he's playing against. So this one was a little personal, especially when you lose to him earlier in the day. You want revenge, especially on the side of Legend, but a sigh of relief from Formal. Jesus Christ, guys, let's not do that again, I think is going through his head. Game 5. Everybody doing their part. Bound leading the way, 15, 10, and 5. That triple kill at the end, just a punctuation on this is over. I'm done with you guys. Go home. I've got plenty of sleep I need to get for tomorrow. We have big expectations if you didn't know. The fans are all chanting for us. We can't lose this game.
You know, putting themselves as deep in the elimination bracket as they possibly can, and
It's like
series by series, game by game, clawing their way out.
It's like a Disney movie. When you just replace one of them with Air Bud. Air Bud goes to the losers bracket. They come all the way through, and I mean, Nemesis, hats off to them, the tournament that they've had, going up against what we consider to be a God squad, one of the best teams in North America, one of the best teams in the world, world championships, everybody on the roster. You gave them everything that they could handle. And you come up short, yeah, especially kicking yourself with the 2-0 lead, but no reason to hang your head because you showed the world that you can play with the best of the best.
Yeah, if anyone was overlooking Nemesis before, I guarantee that will not be the case for the second tournament of the HCS circuit.
Yeah, you do not want them in your pool.
Commiserations and Nemesis, they played so well, and as you look at those scores, not reflective of how close that entire series was. But you don't gotta take it from me. Blaze, will you take it away? I know you're talking with OpTic on the floor.
So much, Walshy and Wes. Everybody make some noise for OpTic Gaming. Brick by brick, they climbed their way out that series, and I got Renegade with me on the stage, and man, you done played them twice today. And you know, throughout, what was it, 6 maps, they had y'all number 5-1. But here in this series is where it made the difference. You guys are down 2-0. Talk to me about where did this series flip? Is it something that You guys talked about, was it a motivational speech after that map 3? When did you guys lock in to be able to close this out the way that y'all did?
I mean, first of all, that team is fucking gross. Like, wow, holy shit.
A tough team indeed, okay?
Shout out to those guys. But I don't know, we just got our footing. We knew that, like, as long as we got our kills, got the weapons, did the, basic Halo Infinite shit, that we can get the job done.
And you guys definitely did, man. They were playing out of their minds, okay? You guys were sweating over there, but managed to make it to a championship Sunday yet again. How important is that for you to be able to do that here in Texas in front of the home crowd, get back to Sunday?
Yeah, that's super important. I'm glad we made it to Sunday. It would have sucked to have been out Saturday, but, eyes forward to tomorrow.
Yes, sir, okay? And, I don't know if they heard it in the chat at home, but this whole crowd chanted MVP for you in this series, being able to ice up the way that you did. Talk to me about how you feel about your own performance here today.
I feel like I'm playing pretty good, but,
tournament.
I want to win this tournament. If I'm not winning, then it's not really worth it.
There you go. I agree, okay? You're a winner at heart. All you want to do is get this dub. Now, lastly, what do you want to tell these people in the audience at home? I know you got your family here as well. It's been a tough day for you, but you got it done.
Shout out all you guys, especially my family and all you guys in the crowd in the green wall. I hear you guys, and thank you.
There you go. That's a thank you for Renegade and OpTic Gaming here on the stage. That's going to do it for us. Lot, take us away.
Thank you so much, Blaze. Some choice words on that main stage from Renegade, that young man over there. But I've got to say, he's right as well. He is dead on with it. They are gross. Nemesis, we say goodbye to them, but lasting memories they have made on that main stage. And I got to say, should be incredibly proud of everything that they've managed to accomplish this weekend. It kind of sucks because of all the hard work and the brilliance coming across our screens. To say goodbye to them before Sunday almost feels wrong to do that. But GG's, and I really do hope that they continue forward with this roster because it was amazing to witness. Well, one side of things though, OpTic Gaming, they are bouncing back. That looked very shaky for a minute. 2-0 down once again, but turned things around this time. Goofy, what are your thoughts midway through that series, seeing them down 2-0? Did you see a little bit of life left in them? Was there a sign for you that was like, you know what, a reverse sweep could be on the cards here?
Definitely. Game 1, they lost barely losing game 1, barely losing game 2. I just had a gut feeling that OpTic was going to come back and do something special, and that's exactly what we saw. Big shout out to Renegade. Look at that KD,
wow.
1.96. That might be the highest we've seen so far today on the main stage. Absolutely dominating performance out of him. If you're an OpTic Gaming fan, you were on the edge of your seat because your tournament was on the line each of those games, 3, 4, and 5. And even in game 5, it was neck and neck, more than halfway through before OpTic pulled away. So what an outstanding performance by the Green Wall, making it to Championship Sunday. And remember, they dropped to the elimination round 1, right? Going all the way through that grueling losers bracket run, being down 2-0 and making the comeback, making it to Sunday. What a hats off to OpTic.
I gotta say that KD is awfully nice there, but the damage coming in from his partner Bound as well in the 30Ks, what was it, 32K there on the stat sheet, Tony. I mean, Bound partnering that up with him, it was a recipe for a dub coming forward. Every single team member just started to spark to light. It was beautiful to watch. And Nemesis, they were just getting caught up in their own kind of fantasy that they had for that first 2 games of this series. OpTic, they just had a new lease of life.
Yeah, I mean, I talked about it right in the beginning of the day. I talked about it even after that Shopify Rebellion series and even before this series. What is their winning formula? When Renegade is your main slayer, but even when he doesn't have the most damage, and I said when Bound is that main damage dealer, they've become that perfect duo on LAN, and watching them play like this is absolutely incredible.
It certainly is, indeed. It's just highlight reel here, of course, and just so many snipers, camo, so much potential to get back in the game. And this was lights out as well, actually. That map 3 was incredible from OpTic Gaming. What is standing out to you right now, Goofy, that you want to see this roster take forward into tomorrow? Because they're going to have to take charge of some of these teams they're facing.
Yeah, really, OpTic Gaming definitely is going to learn a lot from this series, from this whole day. Going into tomorrow, now the competition gets really stiff, right? We're gonna wait to see between Space Station Gaming and Cloud9 who's gonna be that fourth team. But you have FaZe Clan and Shopify Rebellion. FaZe hasn't dropped a map all weekend long, and Shopify are those expected favorites coming into this tournament. So OpTic, you got a tall order ahead of you, but right now you must be feeling good.
They would be feeling ever so good indeed, especially with a player like Renegade on your team. So OpTic have them. I think, honestly, FaZe have a couple of different gods on their team as well. We are seeing right now just some stats as well from the previous series. 1.86 in that first map, which is interesting to see, just considering they didn't manage to get the win across the board. And we kind of talked about this, right? How much you can obviously outslay in certain areas, but if you don't get things done, then it doesn't matter. And that's kind of also sentiments Renegade shared about overall this weekend, right? If, you know, he's great, he's playing so well. As you can see, look at it, just stunning. But if he doesn't get that win, none of it matters, Tony.
It really doesn't. I mean, we said it. You got to find a way to activate Renegade. And when he's playing like this, and they're ultimately playing around that, again, that damage, that unselfishness, like, this is a very dangerous OpTic roster. It's been a long journey to get to where they are right now, but they look like they're ready to win.
Yeah, they certainly do indeed. I just want to know from you guys on the desk as we're wrapping things up, you know, the arena's pretty much just dry now. There's nobody in here, just us having a little old chat on the desk. You know, what's been your favorite part about today, Goofy? Because there has been so much that's been going on. It's just action upon action and upset potential, and we say goodbye to Europe's powerhouse. You know, what has been that pinpoint moment for you?
Really, I mean, all the matches have just been so exciting, so fun to watch. But really, I mean, the story of Nemesis, right? What a story for this team, coming out and really proving people wrong and really proving a lot of people right. You know, people like Tony who picked Nemesis as their wild card, they came and they showed out this weekend. They got to be feeling good about themselves, and now they have DreamHack Dallas ahead to look at. But really, Wootum, really the mouse and keyboard player, this whole Nemesis roster really did a good job this weekend.
My favorite part about this weekend was the craziest thing that happened. Literally, Nemesis are up 2-0 in the series. OpTic are down 0-2. And my buddy Billy comes up to me, hands me this chain,
oh boy,
and says, OpTic in 5. Literally insane. Like, he literally willed this. I guess I'm wearing this for the rest of the tournament. That was my. I guess I got OpTic winning.
He can't even get it over the headset. Can't even get it over the headset. We need more chain, folks. We need more chain. You said his name was Billy?
Yeah. Well, his gamer tag is Billy Bob, and literally hands this to me down 0-2 and says OpTic in 5. It's absolutely ridiculous.
That's
what
crazy.
Did he say, Tony? He said SLG, APG,
SLG,
CLG.
APG, LFG, OpTic in 5.
That's actually insane. There were just no telltale signs that was going to happen like at all. Billy Bob knows what's up. That's
Shout out
crazy.
Billy Bob.
That's the Green Wall for you. Doesn't matter what's happening. Doesn't matter the scoreline. They will just stay true every single time. They will cheer you on. They're the 5th man. They are the 5th man. Well, the 6th man, because if you're including the coach.
Shout out Lunchbox.
Shout out Lunchbox. We love having him back on the main stage, actually. It's so nice to have Lunch here in Arlington with us as well, coaching once again. He's probably thinking to himself, what on earth was that? How are we doing this again? How is this happening? Luckily, we pull it out the bag. But, you know, big time for them as well is weapons in their hands. I think that's also another thing that was a huge difference maker. Having the toys to go to town with and, you know, being able to open maps up. It's so important for this OpTic team. But speaking of, we're going to red zone a little bit. I did say it was the last matchup of the night, but we do have a match going on right now. It's Cloud9 versus Space Station. Space Station up 1-0 in the series. As you can see on the winner's side of things here as well, we have quite a journey, but we're going to forget about that. We're going to go back to the red zone. Don't worry about that. We're going to bin it. We're 10-6-11 make it 6 in the Slayer currently on recharge. And Space Station, I think at this point in the night, you know, it's really late. They're just wanting to get this one done. And as we get game sound in, fellas, we're going to red zone a little bit and do a bit of a tri-cast. I will kind of take a backseat on this, I'm not going to lie.
Let's do it. Let's hop right into it. Game number 2 of the last series of Saturday here. The winner of this will be the 4th team going into Championship Sunday. Space Station with a 1-0 series lead and up 12-10 right now in this Game 2 Slayer, Tony.
Down by just a kill with active camouflage coming up. You're seeing Septify move into position, but SSG quickly using it as bait. Septify gonna have to reposition, get his shield back. They fighting for this active camo.
Septify making his way over to Boo Boo Doo, trying to find some teamwork. You see the player from Space Station Gaming making a push. Lucid steps up, takes down Septify with a nice melee, and now you have Boo Boo Doo by himself. Snakebite gonna choose to smartly back down, put some damage down on Manny. See if he can stay alive here.
Booba getting aggressive, no snake bite. One shot, snake bite somehow still able to get the trade in that one. And we see more fights going down as Sab fears nothing, clears out the gold side. Cloud9 holding on to a 2-kill advantage.
Going down 2-0 would be a really tough thing to come back from if you're C9. So this is a big game, and it's really close. Essentially all tied up. They're up by only 2 kills right now. Space Station wants to try to get this lead and maybe go for a clean sweep.
But it's starting to feel like SSG kind of trapped over toward the seaside. Was it a trap, or were they baiting Cloud9 into a false sense of security? Because that's a quick 3 down. SSG make their presence known immediately off the spawn.
Snakebite almost winning that unwinnable battle. It does a lot of good damage. And now, here we go. We got Lucid on your screen, and when he's got a sniper rifle, you better hide.
Trying to get his shields back though, down to half shields, and everybody from Cloud9 knowing exactly where he's at, somehow able to dodge the insta-splode, but shields up, weapons are hot, and now he's grappling into some danger. Septify almost losing his head. Lucid continues to get aggressive here. Off screen, Sab able to get a double kill. Lucid somehow survives, and now we're just rotating around this map with active camouflage coming up. It's gonna draw in both of these teams towards the mid-map.
Yeah, Lucid in a perfect position here to take advantage of that grapple. Gets the camo, down by 5, so he's going to be a really pivotal player in this series of events.
Camo and Shock is a dangerous combination, and Lucid is a dangerous player to give it to. 7-4 so far to start off this game, but still down by 4 kills. This right here has to be the win condition here for SSG. Boo ends up going down. Shields are coming right back up. Lucid getting aggressive toward the final A-side. Players don't know how Septify was able to get that stick, but still Lucid gets his in a killing spree.
Killing spree for Lucid, 9-4, having a really good game 2 so far. Trying to will his team to victory and going up 2-0 in this series. Again, so much is on the line here, Tony. Win or go home. Win and make it to Championship Sunday. Boo goes down. Stellar continuing his spree right now. I think he might be getting close to that killing frenzy here soon.
Sab baiting out that corner. Will Lucid find out? And oh my gosh, the moment Lucid's able to figure it out, Sab hits an amazing stick. But Snakebite goes right at Septify. Softening up Boo is forced to go over toward the low ground. Not gonna chase him. He wants his gold side control.
Still down by 5 kills. Seems like any player we go to on SSG is making plays, but Cloud9 continuing to get their kills and keep this lead.
36-32, Cloud9 still holding on. Lucid, he's gonna try to work with Snakebite over toward the A side. I know that Sab is over on that back A side corner here, and now the squad spawns are starting to come in. You see Manny, you see Septify. Cloud9 want to break out of that spawn. They're not challenging gold here. They want to wrap toward the C side. They want to grab a hold of this active camouflage. Stellar aggressive on the mid map, maybe a bit too aggressive because Manny makes him pay.
Here we go, Manny with the camo. Gonna play his life really carefully here, not gonna engage in any unnecessary battles, trying to find some advantageous positions, puts down some good shots on Eco, gets the assist, Eco goes down, Snakebite is compromised as well, throws a good grenade, Stellar goes down, that's 3 members fall for Space Station. Only 9 kills left to go for Cloud9 to tie up this series.
41-36, Cloud9. They're moving into position real quick. Manny goes right after Lucid. There is a one-shot Stellar who refuses to go down easily, but Boo has other plans. And now Manny just wrapping around the map. No Snakebite is around. Eco with a clutch double, not gonna matter though. Manny getting up close and personal.
I love the way Manny played his entire life with that camo, really put it to use and helped his team extend the lead. Eco goes down. 5 kills left to go for Cloud9.
Green gun out. Just a distraction though. Tried to find the exit route, but Stellar hunting him down. Back to a 5-kill lead, but Sab with the shock, he's dangerous. Almost gets the double on Eco.
Down by 4. What a big kill for Septify, taking out Eco. That could have been scary for C9, but now we got the shock in the hands of Septify, and let's see what he can do with it.
Just barely misses the head of Stellar. Ultimately shot that they need Stellar makes his way toward that gold side. I think I saw a flanking player, though, over towards Long Haul. Gotta be careful. Don't want to give that up here. And yes, it is. It's Lucid. He flanks through Long Haul, makes his way toward the seaside, gets himself a double kill. More importantly, taking down the shock rifle player. Not only down by 3, but notice Boo Boo Dooble's able to take down Eco. Septify gets his. The flank was beautiful, but Cloud9 just need one more kill, and there it is.
Wow, that flank by Lucid was so perfectly timed, but that's the thing in this game that I've seen out of Cloud9. Every time you think that Space Station Gaming is about to make a play, about to close the gap and maybe gain the lead, Cloud9's off somewhere else in the map, getting the kills and extending the lead. So big plays out of them to tie up the series.
Certainly was. They got trapped way too many times in their space station. They got themselves into sticky situations. Yes, they came out of things a couple of times with a few trades, but unfortunately it was twofers, you know? They're just not able to get a grasp of that scoreline. The other thing that I think they struggled with a touch there was the fact that they weren't sure where people were spawning. We saw one time Kevin picks up the shock rifle, he's happily gunning for C, and boom, 3 spawners come through. You know, just having to pick things up like that, maybe miscommunications, not blocking a spawn in time. Yeah, a little bit chaotic there, I think, towards the end. So, yeah, Cloud9 ran away with that one for sure. Curious to know what's coming up next in the series layout. I have no idea what we are actually in for map number 3, but again, 1-1 right now, a big swing. Any thoughts coming out of that one from you two?
Yeah, just to piggyback off what you said, Lottie, definitely small mistakes having big impacts for Space Station Gaming. To your point at the end there, Eco getting the kill on the shock rifle player, pushing towards control. That could have been the swing moment for the game, and SSG could have stole that game too. But to your point, maybe it's a miscommunication, not knowing where the players were spawning. He goes down, loses the shock rifle, and then we see Cloud9 take the win.
I think there was one very disciplined play by Cloud9. I remember Snakebite and Stellar, they're kind of baiting that gold door, waiting for them to come to A towards gold, and it's very advantageous, or I guess very baiting to try to push that angle and try to clear out gold, but no, Cloud9 spawned up over towards bottom A elevator and then rotated through tower, rotated towards C, got a camouflage because of it, and then eventually attacked gold, but attacked it from the strong side, the long haul side. I think a lot of players like me, probably would have pushed straight over towards Whirlpool, tried to fight that gold, and it's just so hard fighting towards that gold door. It's need heaven.
It certainly is, indeed. Next up, actually, my wonderful producer, Corey, let me know, it is Live Fire Strongholds, which I think should be a really, really good game. One that is going to be fought very hard on the map. I think both, honestly, would play that pretty well, if I remember correctly. I don't think that's a weak spot for either of these teams, so should be tightly matched. How are you feeling about our Strongholds coming up, Goof?
We'll have to see. I mean, on Live Fire, you got to control the power weapons, you got to control the power-ups, right? That's been the story for me in the Space Station Gaming roster. Can they flip that switch and start controlling the map, start controlling the power? You have 4 world champions on your team. Give yourself the advantage by getting the weapons. So I'm excited to see if they can pull that off.
I gotta say, I've also seen Cloud9 start really popping off with some of those power weapons. They can hit shots. I think a lot of people forget, you know, when you're going up against the likes of Stellar, who is basically Mr. S7 and has had that, you know, name from last year. He was just unstoppable with the S7 in his hand. You forget that Sab can do this. You forget that all sorts of players are capable of this if they can pick it up. So the key is going to be for C9, do not let that in the hands of your opponent. You need to be using that weapon to your advantage and press those advantages as well. If you're Space Station Gaming, obviously you're just trying to find a way to build a little bit more momentum here. You just had a hard stop in that Slayer. You had a significant lead at the beginning, a really hot start, and suddenly let it get away from you. But we do also have Assault Aquarius, which is a strange one for folks at home. I know you've nicknamed it Bomb as well, but Assault Aquarius also is going to be a really highly competitive Assault map too. And then if it does go the distance, Slayer on Streets. Tony, how are you feeling about this series layout?
I think the Strongholds is going to be really tough for Cloud9. I think when Cloud9 gets their double cap and they're able to really set up, they're going to be very comfortable, and I like that for them. What my problem is with SSG and their versatility, like when they get a triple cap, they're able to identify spawners extremely well, and they're able to really hold on to those trip caps because of that. So if Cloud9 get an early double cap, they can run away with it. But what happens when SSG have the double and they have to break? Are they going to take too long to try to move players in the right positions to attack? I like SSG in Strongholds a lot.
Yeah, I gotta say I agree with you. I do like them in Strongholds too. It's about whether or not they can dig deep here. It is late. Obviously in Arlington we are approaching, what, 11 p.m.? Is it already 11 p.m.?
Is it?
Wow. Ooh.
Oh, it's 11-11, guys. Make a wish. I know what mine's going to be. Nothing to do with this series at all. Nothing whatsoever. No personal ties at all. Don't tell us what your wishes are, but make sure you get your wishes in. Maybe something to do with Championship Sunday tomorrow and your favorite teams. But with that being said, I'm excited to see where we go from here. I know that they're just having a quick break, as you do after the second map in a series, and we're just blabbing on up here as we get into the evening. You enjoying Arlington so far? It has been a long one, but it's been pretty exciting. Goofy, it's your first time back.
Yeah.
Wow, so much has happened for you with your one-year return.
I know, it feels great. I feel like Halo events are like my home. You know, I've been going to events since I was, 13, 14 years old.
Wow.
I've just made so many friends, so many networks, so many ties in the community. So it feels amazing to be back at a Halo major with the, talented crew that we have here. So I'm stoked.
I love that, Goofy. And obviously, we've had you on the desk analyzing everything. Now you're getting to cast and red zone a little bit too, which is amazing. So we're just chucking everything in the kitchen sink in for you, Goofy, because why not when you're coming back for the first time in a year? We do have the championship bracket for folks at home who are still tuning in and watching. We love you. Thank you so much for being here. And as you can see, it's been pretty business as usual for Shopify Rebellion. Nothing crazy going on from them. Just progressing ever so nicely, finding themselves in that winners final. I'm curious to see what FaZe Clan can do, though. They've had a very clean run so far. Some may say or argue they've had a little bit of an easier road than most, but now they're going to meet Shopify Rebellion. I think the big question right now, Tony, that is on my mind, I'll be going to sleep thinking about this, is have they been tested enough to go up against Shopify Rebellion? Are they ready for the smoke of the Rebellion?
Well, I mean, I guess the question, if you ask the question, have they been tested enough compared to a Shopify Rebellion? I mean, Shopify Rebellion had to go through an OpTic and an SSG in round 1, round 2. That is probably the hardest journey to get to the winners finals. But I feel like if you're FaZe, I feel like you have to know that you can beat anybody in this tournament, and that includes the likes of a Shopify Rebellion. They are ready to upset. They know that they have it in them, but it ain't gonna be easy.
It's not gonna be easy. I know that they had hit a flow state with their game against Nemesis. I need to see that and maybe even more. I think that's what it's gonna take to take down Shopify Rebellion and really start hitting hard. I also think a very strong start is in order. That's key against Rebellion. They have strong starts and just feed off that momentum and that vibe and energy. They are such an energetic team. You can see it in their gameplay. You can certainly hear it in their comms. So FaZe Clan, they have quite something cut out for them, but they can do it. They're more than capable. Every single one of their members on that roster is capable of doing it.
Yeah, I'm becoming more and more of a believer and a fan of FaZe Clan. Like, the more I'm looking at their roster, the more looking at the dynamics of this team, and really Trippy specifically stands out for me in this roster. He's becoming so comfortable in his role, really kind of that do-it-all player. And again, I'm going to reiterate, they haven't dropped a map yet. I know we talked about their road to get to the winners bracket finals has been maybe a little bit not as difficult as a Shopify Rebellion, but hey, they beat whoever was put in front of them, right? And now it's going to be Shopify, so we'll see if they could take down the juggernauts of this event.
And I'm going to sound a little crazy with this as well, but I'm going to throw it out there. Hey, what I've been saying is real. If you'll be listening, it's been real. It's been coming true. I feel like if I'm FaZe, and again, I'm talking about play style and stylistically, no, this is nothing against OpTic Gaming whatsoever. It is not me saying OpTic versus Shopify. I'm just saying stylistically, I'd rather play against OpTic Gaming than Shopify Rebellion. I think Shopify Rebellion can really slow the game down, speed it up, and whatnot. Well, I think FaZe would love to play against a team like OpTic Gaming that like to get super aggressive and maybe try to bait them into certain scenarios and catch them off guard. I think Shopify Rebellion slightly are able to stabilize a little bit more and not able to fall into those traps and fall into those cycles.
100%. Do you know what that actually really reminds me of Pure from last year? They used to be so good at baiting and trapping you and feeding into your playstyle and using it against you. They were so good at that, and that's really why they were such a disruption to pretty much all of our top teams last year as well. So no, I love that. I completely agree with that fully. I do think stylistically there are a couple of teams that match up so much better against one another and often don't find themselves going up against each other. But that's just how the cookie crumbles, folks. We're getting into map number 3. It's Live Fire Strongholds. And so far, Space Station are about to cap C and B and hopefully get a big hold here.
Here we go, starting things off with Boo Boo Doo Boo picks up the sniper rifle and the Repulse takes down 3 members go down actually for Cloud9, leaving Boo Boo all by himself with the sniper rifle. I'm curious if he's going to try to maybe waste some ammo or get to a position on the map where he could throw it off, but no, it looks like he's going to take this challenge and does some good damage on Stellar, takes him out.
Despite being 3 down, he's somehow able to come up with that no-scope on the camouflage player, buy enough time for Sab to come off his spawn, get that cleanup, and Boo Boo Doo still lives right now. That's a huge play.
Yeah, big play. 3 members go down, your last one alive. A sniper staying alive, doing damage, and now he's running havoc, running around 36-0 right now as Space Station, though, still has control.
Cloud9 stealing away Charlie. C and B belong to them, and a huge trade goes down over toward the big door side, but a trade that favors Space Station Gaming as they have a man advantage.
Snakebite doing some damage on these players. Nest finds Boo Boo Doo and Manny does in a great position now, and Nest gonna try to pinch these players with the help of his teammates. Manny, though, doing some good damage. Stellar takes on Septify top mid, and Snakebite really just needs to stay alive, play his life right here. Unfortunately gets the trade, but not the worst case scenario, still does a lot of damage.
61-1 run right now coming out of Space Station Gaming. And another trade goes down, but SSG are going to take those trades any day of the week as long as they continue to hold on to 2 strongholds. But as a flips, no, it doesn't. It's reset. Now Bravo's being taken. This is about to be the trip cap. This is what I was worried for.
Yeah, that trip cap is deadly. The clock ticks so quick. Lucid with the QT in his back pocket. Charges it up and makes his way over to Nest. Waiting for his shields to come back as the members of C9 trying to get tower control, trying to at least convert C and stop his bleeding. Finally do. Still down, though, 100+ seconds to just 1.
This is really what I was worried about. Cloud9 able to get those kills, but look how long it takes them in order to hop into a base and take it. Finally, we're seeing Cloud9 score. This is the double cap. They need to hold on through multiple rounds of slays. You're down by about 100 points right now.
Hopping on board with the camo, trying to do damage on tower, and now gonna wait for that sniper, maybe just staying top mid, playing his life, finds a lot of crucial information on 2 Space Station members going towards B, and this is what camo is all about, playing sneaky, playing your advantages, and now he's just playing his life.
Contesting the hill. This is extremely important here for Septify. Can't go down easily, but SSG don't care. Easy cleanup coming out of Space Station Gaming. Still Cloud9 hold on to Alpha and Charlie. A bit of a transitional hold, but one that SSG is going to attack. They want Charlie.
Enemy team Space Station converts C and has B control as well. Now you have the players, Cloud9 trapped in A, doing some good damage. A Snakebite sitting Nest, playing his life. Lucid is a player to watch too, top tower. He needs to stay alive for as long as he can.
It's a huge setup coming out of SSG. The amount of space that they have on the map is really controlling here with this setup. It's going to be up to Cloud9 to really double up on a perimeter player in order to create some kind of lane here. But SSG are scoring so quickly. Cloud9 are going to have to move in position a lot faster, and that sniper is going to be able to speed things up. Snakebite winning a huge fight over toward the green side, alleviating some of that pressure. I said it before. You mess with the snake, you get the fangs.
Snakebite doing a great job getting kills he had no business getting and really helping his team prolong the control on the map. But as I say that, you see Cloud9 has A and C trying to get the trip cap themselves over at B, and there you have it, a trip cap for Cloud9.
This is what you want to see. Bravo belongs to them, but now creating that staggered spawner. Sab is able to identify Eco right off a spawn, get a quick kill. Snakebite and Stellar steal away A, but they make their presence known. Now with Cloud9 are swarming on them. You have the snipe in the hands of Septify. You have a numbers advantage. This is Cloud9 heaven.
Eco one shot back tower, trying to stay alive, but he goes down. Snakebite trying to stay alive. B doing some good damage on this player on Nest. And Snakebite's gonna have help from his teammates. That's Stellar trying to give him some cover. Snakebite doing it once again, doing a good job, holding his ground in just enough time, buying just enough time for Lucid to come by, and there you go, Septify goes down.
That might have been a missed opportunity for Septify. He did have that portal, and he did have a momentary 1v1 against Snakebite. He should have been able to play for that trade a little bit faster and not allow Snakebite to buy enough time for Eco to move in, for Stellar to move in. Maybe a bit of a missed opportunity, one that Space Station Gaming are always going to capitalize on.
162 and counting to 78, and Eco has the camouflage, doing some damage on Manny bottom mid as 2 players from Cloud9 are wrapping around towards A, and let's see what Eco can say about it.
Boobadoom and Septify gonna double up over toward the A side. Eco gonna find out the hard way. Nades are gonna force him back. Half shields right now. Boobadoom goes right after the former MVP, and Nades are still coming back. Eco hasn't been full shields in about a minute right now, but somehow stays alive toward the green side, lives to fight another engagement, gonna go after Septify, and he's tired of the games.
Yeah, once again, we're seeing this staple of a setup from SSG holding C and B, and really Cloud9 has no answer, and they're actually looking to push that. They had the trip gap for a second, Cloud9 converts it, but once again, Tony, we're seeing this setup. Now we have Stellar on Nest with Sniper Rifle. This is going to be so hard for Cloud9 to try and break.
It's the 200-point mark here. Space Station Gaming now see the finish line. Cloud9 have maybe about 1 or 2 pushes left at the moment. Every life matters. Every bit of damage matters, and Stellar with the sniper is not what you want to see if you're a fan of Cloud9, and time is winding down. You see Sab and Manny, they're going to have their eyes set over toward the seaside. Stellar is here, but he has reinforcements. Sab is back down towards Elbow, and nobody's getting any cleanups except for the SSG members. They clear out the Charlie side. Nobody's on Bravo. Cloud9, you need to hop in the zone right now.
That really looked like a last-ditch push from Cloud9, but Stellar played his life so well, did so much damage in the no-scope fadeaway on Sab, and that is gonna do it. 250 to 79 as SSG takes a dominating victory in game number 3.
Wow. That was something. For moments, there were glimmers of hope for Cloud9. I actually really liked how they were able to gain control of certain things. I liked seeing a power weapon in their hands. They can use it. They can put it to work. The trip cap didn't kind of hold on for very long. And I think that comes down to one thing. That one extra player alive back green, Snakebite, just being an absolute nuisance, winning a huge piv.
Yeah.
That changes everything. Yeah. Eco runs over past scoreboard, goes and focuses on the camo because he knows he has players and fresh spawners. He's not only got Snakebite back green who just won a massive piv, looking after B, being a nuisance. He's got fresh spawners coming in, also creating space and being a nuisance, taking all the power away from that power up, and Nico just grabs it. It changes everything. Massive, massive stuff. It allows people to go and focus on other things. That was why that trip cap just didn't end up going out in their favor, and unfortunately it turned the tides entirely with control on that map. So really good stuff out of Space Station Gaming, and a big step up in teamwork as well. Tony, what are you making of the series?
I feel like the same reasons why I love Cloud9 are almost kind of the same reasons why I don't like them on Strongholds. I feel like their patience is incredible. Their defense is incredible, but sometimes with Strongholds, you gotta be quick. You gotta be on it. Like, they were winning some of those team battles, which were important, but it took them so long in order to get in those zones, and Strongholds is just, it's not their cup of tea against this caliber of a team, in my opinion.
Yeah, and really, we talked about it before the game, and we saw Space Station execute, right? We saw them with sniper control. We saw them with camo control. And that's what they're going to need to do against this team to close them out and send them home. And if they want to go to Championship Sunday, they're going to need to do that against the top and the best in the world. But great game there out of Space Station Gaming. Good job with the weapon control and the camo control. I think, Tony, you made like a really, really good point there about how annoying it can be not having the right pace for Strongholds. And I think a lot of that does come down to the fact that you need to just try to get some type of control or just a point system on the board where you are basically stopping the bleeding so much. Space Station do that so well. There were often times where Cloud9 really were ripping into them slay-wise, definitely had the better number advantage, but Space Station Gaming were able to rotate every single time and stop the bleeding to a certain extent. And not only that, often come out with a double cap as well. And I was thinking, hold on a second, who's winning the number battle in that situation? You guys aren't. How have you just come away with 2 caps? That doesn't make any sense. It's because of that rotation, that perfect balance of pace, being able to speed it up and slow it down and be patient in certain situations too. It was beautiful. Space Station definitely have Strongholds down for sure, because C9, they are no walk in the park, and they would have made any average team look particularly average in that situation there. We come up to Assault Aquarius up next, and I don't know how I feel about this one. I think this one can be a little bit choppy. It can come down to the wire, and I think Slays are going to
play a massive, massive role in this. I think you need to get the follow-up slays in order to get that bomb down. Really excited to see exactly how this one goes. Folks, it's over to you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, SSG going up against Cloud9. Only one of these teams can make it to our championship Sunday. Only one of these teams can guarantee themselves a top 4, but neither one of them going to be happy with just that. And SSG, they look angry on their way to grabbing the active camo.
Right off the bat, 2 go down for C9, make that 3 down, and Snakebite has the camo. Bomb has already moved up in the Cloud9 base, and what a start for SSG.
Some good damage coming out of Snakebite. Mandy's down to 1 shot, and Sab is half shields. However, a stray grenade is going to obliterate the shields of Eco. And with that, Snakebite forced to back down, but he has a few weak targets in front of him. Hits him with the Kobe-like fadeaway, taking down Manny.
Now you see Lucid continuing to put pressure on Cloud9, and that's what you want to see out of SSG, right? You want to see them push the pace, you want to see them press their advantages. Snakebite taking damage, but doing a good job staying alive, and Eco already in Cloud9's base with the bomb.
Another grenade over toward the Shroom side. Eco hates being on the Shroom stairs. That's the second time that's happened. However, this time, Stellar rips a double out of nowhere. That allows Eco to now move in for the plant. Cloud9, high IQ to play the mid angle, but it doesn't matter. Eco's arming 1.
You play aggressive and good things happen as SSG takes the lead 1-0 early parts of this game. Good trade there out of Septify to take Stellar out. But once again, Snakebite on your screen just continuing to patrol, continuing to do damage and give info to his team. Nice kill on Sap top mid, looking for more damage.
For those of y'all who've been playing ranked, you know how much of a grind Bomb can be. So one plant honestly could be it on certain maps and in certain matchups. And here SSG giving himself a huge advantage. A killing spree coming out of Snakebite, holding on to the mid side control, but no more ammo to now fight for this camouflage with. But who needs ammo when you have Nico?
5 kills, 0 deaths, and 2 camouflages already for Snakebite, and 4 assists to add on. Having a fantastic start to this game number 4, trying to will his team to victory and take them to Championship Sunday.
That's just Snakebite's first death so far here. And it's actually crazy to think about. Being on the opposite side of things, Mandy's struggling right now. 0-6 is not where you want to be, especially when your tournament life is on the line. You know Cloud9 want to make it to a Championship Sunday. They have 1 top 4 under their belt. At least in the open series, can they do it again on land?
So far, we've seen C9 just playing on their heels this whole game. SSG really not giving them much room to breathe. That teamwork is looking impeccable right now as Lucid trying to help, and his teammates Eco and Stellar both go down, and so does Lucid. So finally, some signs of life out of C9. Let's see if they can move that bomb up the map.
And that's why Cloud9 brought Boo Boo Doo on this roster to be their new fort. It's to hit clutch shots and pivots like that to maybe get them over the hump against teams like Space Station Gaming. However, Cloud9, only the first part is done. You need a second round of slays and oftentimes a tertiary round of slays if you're going to try to arm this bomb. And a well-placed grenade come out of Snakebite. That's going to start the offense.
2 members down for SSG, 2 members down for Cloud9. SSG now slowly trying to move the bomb out of their base and give themselves some breathing room.
Snakebite, you see the pings going down, trying to find out exactly where his team can collapse from. He got pressure on the low side, but Sab wins a 1v1 on the high side. Eco now, he's still gonna push this bomb. I thought he was gonna drop the bomb and try to slay out, but Stellar's here for the bait and switch so quick. Bomb now in the base of Cloud9.
Big game so far out of Stellar, 10 kills on the board. And we talked about it going into this weekend, going into this day, that Stellar is really that main slayer for this team. Of course, you also have Lucid there, you know, former MVP. But whenever Stellar pops off, you see a lot of success for SSG.
We've seen a few camouflages go the way of Space Station Gaming so far. You gotta think that Cloud9 needs to snatch up at least one of these. You know, it's been about a little over 3 minutes since SSG have armed their first bomb. And meanwhile, Cloud9 have barely had the bomb in the base of SSG. You allow Eco to get another camouflage. The man's gone ghost, and now he's about to make you one.
Yeah, power-up control is such a recipe for success, Tony. And so far, there's been 3 camos, all 3 in the hands of SSG. And now we're seeing Eco make these sneaky plays. Nice shots on a Sab who has no idea the camo player is behind him. Now Eco once again regenerating on that camo, is going to make his way up. Boo Boo spots him though, and the camo is out of play.
Nades are going down here. Septify avoids most of the damage there. Eco, despite being weak, still trying to be effective on the map, still trying to provide a bit of value, and now attacking the perimeter here in Space Station Gaming. They have Cloud9 surrounded. That's a full squad wipe. This could be a plant.
4 dead for Cloud9. Eco in a great position to do damage on the spawners. The bomb is getting moved up. And Tony, you might say you're right. This might be the second cap for SSG.
Luckily, Cloud9 come off a spawn. They're able to put down a bit of damage here. They got to slow down and play for the slaves. Cloud9 actually breaking all the way out from their fridge toward the P side, ignoring their base, knowing where the bomb is at. And now, wait, Sab and Cloud9 have the bomb. How does this even happen?
Cloud9 spawns and overextends, and that works in their favor. But Stellar over here trying to find the triple. 3 members go down for Cloud9, and all members alive for SSG. Once again, moving the bomb up the map. Eco's already in the base of Cloud9. He could be a big thorn in their side.
Seems like whenever SSG need a defensive miracle, they call on SSGesus right there. Beautiful double coming out of him, and now what could have been disastrous for SSG spin right back to some offense, but now Septify with a double kill right as active camouflage come up. Is this going to be the first active camo in the hands of Cloud9?
Big piv win there from Boo Boo Doo. And yes, finally a camouflage in the hands of C9. 2 members in front of him. That's Snakebite and Lucid. Gets melee, takes a lot of damage unfortunately, but let's see if he can stay alive with this camo.
The man's been underrated his entire Halo Infinite career. I remember watching him back in the Fnatic days, and he's always been that guy. Septify right here from Texas, making plays here with the camouflage. He's behind enemy lines. They're moving the bomb right now. SSG, you either have to start throwing some nades or hit a skill jump here. Otherwise, this game could be tied, and Sab gonna plant that one. SSG 3 down. This could snowball from here.
Great damage with those frag grenades, allowing Cloud9 to plant this bomb and tie the game up. 5 minutes left in regulation. If SSG wins this game, they are going to Championship Sunday. And if Cloud9 wins, we're going to see a Game 5, Tony.
You mentioned the 5 minutes left in regulation, and obviously it's important because think about this. The first cap came 5 minutes ago from SSG. This really can't end 2-1 here, despite so much time on the board. Eco with a clutch kill. Can he turn it to some more?
Looking at the scoreboard here, 19, make that 20 for Stellar, having a big game so far. As 2 members fall for C9, 1 down for SSG. That's Eco, and Manny is trying to stay alive right here, playing his life.
Manny so far 6 and 14, but love the 10 assists to his name, putting down damage, and his teammates are activating through that. But Eco and Stellar somehow working together despite being across the map. Good comms out of Space Station Gaming as they collapse on every single remaining member of C9.
That camouflage is in play now too, Tony. Top mid camo is spawned. Let's see which team is going to be able to get this. It seems like all of the camos have played such a significant impact on the outcome of this game so far, and now we see Boo Boo Doo Boo, one of the sneakiest players in the HCS with camouflage.
People thought I was crazy when I said that. I had Stellar as the 2nd best player in the league coming into this tournament, and look at him now, 23 and 14. And a large reason why Eco is able to move this bomb forward is because of the pressure that SSG are creating, and largely because of Stellar. He's not even done. He's just flying it, man. Good God.
SSG is going to have to get another round of slays as Eco chose to kind of drop that bomb and go for those slays, which I agree with, but ultimately getting the short end of the stick and going down, and now it's a bit of a stalemate once again.
3 minutes and 29 seconds on the clock right now. At least in regulation, we'll have plenty of overtime to work with if it gets to that. But with the offense that SSG have been putting down, you got to think they must have the advantage here. But Cloud9 going to bait this bomb all the way into it. Resets.
Objective incoming.
Eco seems to always just have a radar, just have a magnet towards that bomb, and honestly, that's kind of his role on this team, right? Tony Eco obviously is such a do-it-all player, but on a roster like this, you find him continuously focusing on the objective, trying to be that effective player. But as I say that, Manny is moving the bomb into SSG's base. That's 2 members down for SSG, 2 down for C9. I don't think Manny's gonna have an opportunity to plant this, but as I say that, once again, takes down Eco. Can he get the double? No, Snakebite shuts it down.
Despite the fact that Cloud9 were finally able to infiltrate the base of Space Station Gaming, we talked about that versatility and their ability to adapt. SSG cleared them out so quick, and now it's about a restart here. Another active camouflage hits the battlefield, and this one could be the pivotal one.
Yeah, things are looking a little dicey. SSG, big expectations for them coming into this weekend, and the last thing you want to do is go into a Game 5 Street Slayer against a red-hot Cloud9.
And just to remind you guys, SSG, one game away from moving forward into Championship Sunday. They have been tested here by Cloud9, who want to send us here into a Game 5, and Lucid with the camouflage, or had the camouflage, excuse me.
Camo out of play as Lucid falls. Boo Doo once again moving that bomb into SSG's base. It's 3 members of Cloud9 in SSG's base. This is really scary for Space Station.
A huge play coming out of Cloud9. Snakebite was stuck in that fridge side. They dropped the radar, but still not able to capitalize on that. They're still here, though. They're still providing pressure. Eco, though, with a big kill onto Boo Doo, and Eco turns it into a double kill every single time Cloud9 make a play. SSG have an answer.
Here we go, a push for SSG, a push opportunity as 3 members momentarily fell for C9 on a fresh respawn, but Boo goes down as well. Snakebite trying his best to stay alive, maybe get a stick, but not able to do so. And back and forth we go, Tony.
Well, SSG did end up dying over toward the side of Cloud9, so Cloud9 still have to travel with that bomb towards SSG territory, which really means they have to slay out again. It isn't capture the flag. 1 round of slays ain't gonna do it. You need 2, 3, sometimes even 4.
Less than 1 minute left to go. Whoa. Essentially, the first team that's gonna arm this bomb might win this game. And this is looking scary for SSG. Big kill out of Snakebite right there. Seems like he's getting all the clutch kills.
The skill jump alone by Septify puts that pressure onto SSG, but with a couple of kills going the way of Snakebite and the rest of the Space Station Gaming roster, they live to see another engagement. And mind you, this overtime works a little bit different. Not like capture the flag where they restart the round. When 30 seconds goes down, they're just gonna throw more time on the clock. So wherever that bomb is, stays the advantage.
2 members down for each side. Once again, playing really methodically, playing very slow right now. Stellar gets caught. Snakebite gets stuck. What a play there from Septify, taking down 2 members of SSG.
Regulation winding down. Lucid somehow able to steal away that active camouflage despite the fact that Cloud9 had that advantage here, but man, he knows exactly where he's at. That's not even a trade. What? I think he wants a refund.
I have no idea how he didn't get that trade, but Camo once again not making an impact on the bomb being armed. The last 2 camos, Tony, really haven't played as much of a factor as the first 4 or so. We're seeing these teams kind of make the player who picks up camo burn it right away.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, we are in overtime. We're in a next cap will take it ultimately, and beautiful nades come out of Eco. Snakebite over toward the low ground, somehow gets his trade. SSG having an opportunity to now move this bomb up. Lucid getting awfully aggressive towards a center route with the green gun. A bit of a reposition, but SSG still in the base of Cloud9.
The next bomb wins it. Who is it gonna be? On one side, you got Stellar with 31 kills. On the other, you got Septify with 27. Both players trying their best. If you're Cloud9, you want that Game 5, and if you're SSG, you want to shut it down right here and lock yourself in for Sunday.
Looks like they're going to keep that bomb alive. We're just about to reset, but Eco with the touch, and then looking for the slays. As of right now, Cloud9 still find himself all 4 up, and Boo with some damage towards the shroom side, but that's just going to let them know exactly where he's at. And Cloud9, they are literally trapped in their base.
This is really scary if you're a Cloud9 fan. You really have no room for error, and SSG playing their lives really perfect right here. Eco unfortunately goes down, so it might give Cloud9 some room to get out of here. If Eco had stayed alive, I feel like this could have been really scary for C9.
And it was so close and stuck in their base, they accidentally shot each other right there. You saw a bit of team damage hit the visor there, but SSG do not score. Will they get the active camouflage instead? Because you're starting to see Stellar and Lucid move into position, but oh my gosh, a huge double by Sav.
Big double by Sav. 3 members fall once again for SSG. Camo still on the map. Lucid trying his best to hold off the members of Cloud9 from picking up C9, or at least buy enough time for his team to spawn. And he's doing just that as members are dropping like flies for Cloud9, and the camouflage is still in play.
Less than a minute on the clock right now. It's an opportunity to either score this bomb or maybe we see a double overtime here. As of right now, it's Lucid and SSG that once again have the advantage. You have a camouflage and you have the positioning of Septify. Drop down to the low ground to make sure you guarantee your kill. 2 down could turn to 3. SSG running out of time.
This is it right here, Tony. Ego gets a kill. Lucid as camo moving the bomb up right here, right now. No! Members fall for both sides and the bomb goes down once again.
Normally you see the camouflage player walk that bomb over with the camo, but they didn't even have the time to do that. They had to run it. They had to let Cloud9 know where they were at. And it looks like Cloud9 should be able to move this bomb over toward the Util side. And with time winding down, we may just be looking at a double overtime.
Double OT. Backs against the wall for Cloud9, and they're showing up right now. They do not want to go home, Tony.
Big fight coming out of them. SSG still up 2-1 here in the series. It's up to Cloud9 to force this game number 5, and it's not going to be easy to do. SSG, we say it all the time, versatile, versatile, versatile.
Yeah, we saw Space Station do a great job of controlling majority of the camos, but I think after the first couples that did a lot of damage to Cloud9, they kind of learned from their mistakes, and despite not getting more camos or as many camos, they did a good job negating it and taking down SSG as soon as they picked it up.
3/4 of this Cloud9 roster coming back from last year. They were impressive. I mean, we talk about their run back at SLC last year. They actually had SSG down elimination bracket round number 1. That same SSG, by the way, that won that tournament and won World. Had them down elimination bracket round 1, almost 3-0'd them. Ended up C9ing a bit. I know some of y'all might know that term, but ended up C9ing just a little bit, and eventually had him again in a game 5. And once again, no matter how many times they brought the top teams to a game 5, they couldn't find a way to get over the hump. So what do you do if you're C9? Grab a veteran like Boo Boo Doo Boo, but get him onto this squad, get that clutch ability there, and find a way to get through these deep games. I think Cloud9 have it in them to get them to another game 5 and maybe pull off a crazy upset.
They certainly do. They say, I'm coming in, why not? I'm just going to jump in with you boys as well. They certainly do have the potential to do that. I will say that something that has changed, I think, drastically in the nature of this particular game is they start winning pivs, start getting kills. That was the biggest thing, right? It's just that they needed to get numbers across the board. That is the name of the game for Assault, and that's exactly what happened. I do also think Septify constantly going into the back of the base when they were not expecting it. How many times did he manage to get in the back of their base when they had just pushed up ever so slightly, just above Fridge, just above the util section, and they had no idea he was there? It was so frustrating, the damage he was able to do, how sneaky he was, not to mention the skill jumps as well, which was absolutely stunning to watch too. But it just made such a big difference in the second half of that Assault game, because what a difference that was from the beginning. I really thought we were going to see a second bomb plant from SSG. Just didn't happen. They just completely denied that from happening. You need those 2 rounds of slays. It's so important. And C9 stepping up to the mark slay-wise has really kept them in this. I'm excited for this next one. So we do a full reset? Is that what happens?
I don't know if it's a full reset. I would imagine it'd be first to 1, but I haven't brushed up on my rulebook in a little bit. Normally in a situation, for example, like capture the flag, normally that'd be a first to 1. I believe in open series we do the same thing.
Yeah.
But again, I gotta brush up my rulebook. That's on me. That's on me.
No, same. Honestly, this really hasn't happened a whole bunch here in the HCS, so I'll have to double check with production. I'm sure they're probably figuring out exactly what happens and what's going on, which is probably why we're seeing conversations happening over on the side station as well. But very exciting. Cloud9, they don't want to go home.
No, they're scrappy. Cloud9 is a scrappy team, and really they're impressive, right, Tony? I know you were kind of singing their prayers a little bit leading up to this event. You were the believer in Cloud9 in the talent group, and now they're proving you right, going up against a really strong SSG team and really holding their ground.
They certainly are indeed. I am still waiting for confirmation. Go on, Tony, you know it?
Oh yeah, actually I got confirmation. We do play to 1. It is 1 cap, just like it was in the off season as well.
There we go. That's what it's going to be. There's the rule book. Perfect. Our rule book's backstage with Corey. He's making sure that we are sticking to the rules. Although on the desk, rules all out the window because it's past the watermark, so we can do whatever we want up here. That's what he told me.
Wait, we can?
Yeah.
Okay.
For real.
It's the Wild Wild West.
I would step back, Goofy.
I wish I could see his face and see him panicking right now. He's not panicking. He's very cool, calm, collected. But no, very excited to see how this one takes a turn. Do you see a game 5 on the horizon, Goofy, just with how much Cloud9 start to heat up here?
The Halo fan in me says yes.
Yeah.
The Halo fan in me says yes, we're going to see a Game 5. And really, the Cloud9 team, they want this, right? They don't want to go home right now. And SSG on the other side, they might be feeling the pressure a little bit. I think they were the expected winners of this series, and Cloud9 has given them more of a run for their money than maybe they expected.
Yeah, fellas, I'm seeing the fist bumps flying out. That means one thing, we're heading into the game. So here we go. A little bit of a replay, but we are playing till 1. So the first bomb plant wins. I will hand it over to you lads just in case, because yeah, there we go. There's the game. I can see it starting on their screens.
I think one of the craziest things about a rule like this is, like, think how important a starting strat is. Like, a quick forward down turns into an active camouflage, turns into identifying where the spawns are. You get a couple grenades over there, and boom, a starting strat could really dictate how that bomb goes off. It could be a gift and a curse, so you really got to watch your P's and Q's off of the rip. And with this game starting up, is it going to be SSG? Or is it going to be Cloud9?
Couldn't agree more, Tony. I think that starting strats are so important in any Halo title, and that's why in overtime, when you restart the game, is so different than in overtime where the clock just extends. And now we're starting things off. As Stellar falls, 2 members go down for SSG. Make that 3 as Septify wins that piv once again.
Cloud9 pushes into a double overtime situation. They also put SSG 3 down. Sab takes this opportunity to advance this bomb forward just a little bit, but as we talk about time and time again, you need multiple rounds of slays. The Snakebite, the first one to go down in this one.
Sab down to 1 shot, but stays alive by the skin of his teeth, and he's got his teammate Septify in the util here with him. Got that green gun charged up, and all of SSG turtling a little bit, trying to stay alive, trying to work together. Great job by Eco taking down that green gun.
In regulation of this very game, it was Space Station Gaming that consistently had that offensive pressure on Cloud9 that had them trapped in that base just like that. Well, SSG and unfamiliar to territory, but they were able to spawn up, they were able to defend their base, and that bomb gets reset.
Slays favored on the side of C9 right now, which we didn't see in the first time around in this game type. We saw SSG really kind of holding the higher ground in the Slays department, but right now, we're seeing Cloud9 put some kills on the board.
Now it's Septify and Sab that were the only players alive, but with the back base, and Lucid kind of gets lost in the thrust a little bit there. And that was offensive pressure that's eventually going to be alleviated. Although Eco takes down Manny, the cleanup kill comes in quick, and just like that, Cloud9 converting the defense into a bit of offense.
4 down momentarily for SSG, but like you said, Tony, there's got to be another round of slays if you're Cloud9, if you want to arm this bomb. But Lucid and the rest of SSG doing a great job playing some defense.
Lucid gonna get some reinforcements from Stellar here. The 2 MVPs of the squad putting down max damage, but Stellar goes down. It's gonna be the same fate for Lucid, courtesy of Manny's double kill. Snakebite gonna try to replace him. He's trying to defend this util side. This is the strong position. This is what SSG needs to clear, and you have camouflaged 3 members of Cloud9 and that bomb in the util closet.
This is really scary if you're SSG. You can't make any mistakes in these upcoming engagements. Like you said, Tony, camo in the hands of Cloud9. Bomb is right there in the util. Slays are going down, though, in favor of SSG, and we get 2 trades on each side.
A bit of indecisiveness coming out of Sab with that camouflage. Looked like he wanted to go mid, maybe towards the skill jump, but then doubled right back to where he came from, the util side. And maybe that lack of timing might have allowed SSG to get some critical kills in order to clear their base.
Yeah, it seems like this whole overtime, SSG's kind of been playing on their heels. They haven't really even been able to push past that halfway point. And we're seeing Cloud9 just continue to push so much pressure on SSG, it's hard for them to even move around.
Sab moving that bomb, but now has to slay out. It's hard to do both at the same time, especially when you're staring down a Snakebite. And SSG sending 2 towards the Fridge side of the map. Cloud9 having presence towards Fridge, yes, but they're also attacking the car side as well. Can SSG clear the entire map?
Now we see Snakebite moving the bomb.
Uh-oh.
Eco there to try to help, but 2 members fall once again. 3 down actually for SSG, and that's going to be 4 down momentarily for Space Station. Once again, Cloud9 with their foot on the gas pedal.
He ain't getting left in the fridge. Stellar and Lucid, they got to work together here to clear out this base. All members of Space Station Gaming are up here, but Cloud9 are as well. They have perimeter side control here with Sab just staying alive on the Fridge side. Boo Boo Doobu gets his. Sab going right after Snakebite. Now you're starting to see the snowball from here, but Cloud9, you have to attack.
Sad being an absolute thorn in the side of SSG, staying alive time and time again, and Fridge and Camouflage has spawned as well. I would imagine that C9 must have picked that up.
You had SSG2 down, you allowed them to get 4 up, but you just slayed them out again. If you can slay them once, you can slay them twice, you can slay them 3 times, says Cloud9 as they quickly moving the bomb towards the plant site, having to drop it momentarily, but able to get the slays. Manny's arming it, nobody's here. Cloud9 send us to a game 5.
Cloud9 played that overtime, textbook Halo, perfect aggression. SSG really couldn't do anything to even get out of their base. And now it's a game 5, first to 50 on Street Slayer. Anything could happen in a game 5, like we talked about an opening start being so important in the overtime. An opening start is just as important in a game 5 Slayer, Tony. So this is getting dicey. I don't even know what to think right now.
Cloud9, you've bought yourself an amazing opportunity. You have pushed SSG into a game 5 here for the rights to make it to Championship Sunday. I promise you some wise words. My mother always used to tell me, you have to be great to start, but you have to start to be great. It doesn't matter what happened on Friday, no matter what happened earlier on Saturday. What matters is the right here, right now. You have an opportunity to take down 2 MVPs and one of the favorites to make it into a grand finals before we get to Sunday. That's crazy.
Yeah, some insane scenes that are happening right now. And to be honest, I'm not particularly shocked. I think things like this can happen. It's late night. Who wants it more, right? That's kind of the question. When it comes down to Halo Infinite, it's a game of margins at this level. And if you just aren't on your A game, if you're not bringing it, if you start scamming, have a bad death here and there, it starts to really stack up against you. And Cloud9, well, they went into that overtime looking pristine. They knew exactly what they needed to do to adjust, change the game. It worked in the second half of that assault. And my gosh, Space Station Gaming could not get really any offense going whatsoever. You could just see C9 constantly chipping away, pushing up. It took a little bit of time, but they did it so perfectly. This game 5, I'm a little bit worried, I'm not gonna lie. I think that, you know, we could be seeing anything happen at this point in time. Have you seen enough, Goofy, from Space Station to ice up here on Slayer Streets? How are you feeling about this one? There's a lot of things to control, for sure, on Streets. There's a lot of things to play with. Do you think it's gonna be in their wheelhouse?
Yeah, my head is telling me that the experience of Space Station will allow them to get this victory in Game 5, but my heart is telling me that that red-hot Cloud9 is going to come out and take this game, and what a story that would be, right? I don't think anyone predicted Cloud9 to make it to Championship Sunday, going up against this SSG roster, being down 2-1 in the series. Now they're in a Game 5, and honestly, anything can happen in a Game 5.
Yeah, anything can happen in a Game 5. Obviously, that power up right in the middle of the map is going to be huge, a massive game changer. And we kind of saw C9 in that assault really control that so well in their favor, time and time again, especially the second half of it. It was all theirs. We rarely saw that go to Space Station, and if we did, it was just kind of burnt almost immediately. Nothing really came of it. So I'm looking at them to really try and push a little bit more for control and start to prioritize what they can use in order to get the job done. Honestly, on both sides, I think it's going to be key to the victory for either one of these teams. Do you see this going down to the wire, kind of like the first Slayer did, Tony?
I definitely do. I feel like, I mean, just in that that bomb, like, notice how that double overtime played night and day from regulation. SSG were the ones always having that bomb in the base of Cloud9, and Cloud9 were stuck in their base on defense mode. What happened at that double elimination? Well, Cloud9, I don't know. They hit another gear, and they were the ones, like you said, pressuring SSG over and over again. And now Cloud9 have SSG on their bread and butter. Cloud9 have been a great Slayer team, and most of the time it's in those game 2s. Now you brought Boo Boo Doo Boo on this roster. This is what you brought him for, to find a way to clutch the game 5s. This is crazy.
Yeah, I think it's two different mindsets going into this Slayer. On one side, you've got C9, who probably didn't have a huge expectation, especially with how the series was kind of going for them. I mean, that Strongholds was really a blowout. The fact that they were able to kind of come back from a pretty early lead in the assault from SSG as well, that momentum switch is huge from them. They need to ride that as much as they possibly can into this Slayer. You know, they're hoping for the best here. This would be a huge underdog win for them. I think on the other side, you got Space Station Gaming, who right now are probably pretty peed off. They're not very happy with this. This is not what they intended. They were looking really strong in the series. Yes, they had a slip up in the Slayer. It happens to the best of us in a Slayer. But to then go out to that stronghold so strong, looking so powerful, so dominant, and then again, another slip up in Assault. This is not what you want on Saturday night when you are fighting to head into tomorrow. So they're going to play with a little bit of a chip on their shoulder, I feel like. I don't think they're angry by any means. I think they're just like, ugh, we need to get this done. Are you serious? Why is this happening right now? Like, what are we doing? Let's get our heads together. Let's start playing really sharp, you know, polish up that teamwork and get this job done. So it's strange, isn't it, how you can have two different complete angles of each team fighting for almost different reasons in a sense.
Yeah, and the way I describe this team is you have like 3 IGLs on one roster, right? You have Eco, you have Lucid, you have Snakebite. So use that to your advantage, right? Let's talk to the team together and be like, hey, let's get this done, right? Confidence is the name of the game right now for SSG. You're 4 world champions on a team. You're going into a do or die game number 5. You should feel like you're going to win this, and you should feel like you're going to stake Cloud9.
Yeah, you definitely want to. That's exactly what attitude I think you have to have. I think there's going to be an element of respect there. They're going to be like, oh, okay, we can't just ego chill everything. I think, you know, if you're looking at Stellar, he loves to just beeline for everything. Just go for it. It's just, you know, just absolutely not thinking of anything, turn everything else off, instinctual Halo. And a lot of the times it works for him. If you don't have the teammates to back you up, to help, just a little bit when it gets a little dicey, a little hairy, where that piv is pivotal. Like, you cannot lose that piv that you were going into. Then that's when it becomes tricky. That's when things start to kind of turn the tides. And, you know, a lot of the time we are seeing SSG with their timing lacking a touch. You know, people are going ahead of time and there's not anybody to help you out. That is also a problem that they've been having. Would you say that played into Assault for you? Were you looking at some of their timing, Tony, and thinking you're ahead of the others, you're not quite there? Is that what happened in the second half for you?
Yeah, I feel like timing can definitely be an issue, and timing was definitely on their side in regulation here. It was really at that double overtime where they just couldn't get on that same page, couldn't get on that same timing. So, I mean, the good thing about Space Station Gaming is that, and we're going to talk about it till we're blue in the face.
Yeah.
They've been there, done that, players. You know, you got 2 MVPs, and I say it all the time, 2 of some of the greatest minds to ever even touch the game of Halo. So, in some way, shape, or form, they should be able to figure it out. But Cloud9 Slayers, they are good. They are built to make it to that game 2, win that Slayer, that ultimately get to the game 5. This is exactly what they've been training for.
Yeah, it's often, we hear a lot of casters say, you got to win one objective in both the Slayers to get it done against a team that is a powerhouse. If you're an underdog, it's the 2 Slayers and 1 objective. If you can do that, I know it sounds crazy because it's the majority of a series. I know it sounds a bit nuts, but it is slightly different as to when you win majority of the objective games, essentially. It's a very different kind of situation, and underdogs often find themselves in that kind of dilemma and having to gruel past and just ice out one of the objectives and just somehow under their feet pull that rug. You can see them right now just gearing up, and you know that this means an awful lot. It's the first major, folks. You know, this is the first weekend. This is where things get tested, and for a lot of these players, where they're hoping a change will not come. They are hoping this is the team that they get to stick with and work hard with and push through the most difficult times and get better with. So there's a lot of question marks, I think, coming out of this series just based on who these 2 teams are and whether or not it's working for one another. Tony, how are you feeling about Cloud9 if they don't manage to get this done after such an electrifying, you know, objective win on Assault there?
I mean, if they don't get it done, I know that they would be very upset. You know, they know that they can make it to Championship Sunday, which, by the way, I guess starts in a couple minutes. I guess we almost passed midnight Central Time.
Yes.
But they know they can do it. So I know they're going to be upset. But even if there's a world where they didn't win, like, look back at the body of work. Look at where you're at right now. I think no matter what, I don't want to think about the loss, but I think no matter what, the fact that they're here, I mean, that's a statement in its own.
Yeah, no, you're completely right. I love what you said there, by the way. That's like a new terminology for us here on the desk, body of work. Look at your body of work. I love that reference to a whole entire tournament. Look at your body of work at this tournament. That is a wicked reference. And you're right. I think there is so much to grasp on. And I think same with Space Station, although slightly different. I don't think they are going to be very pleased with a finish on Saturday. For sure. I just don't see the same kind of sentiments, unfortunately, going forward for them. We saw some of the stats on the screen there as well, some of the main slayers in that last slayer, which was Lucid and Manny, looking really good. We're going to have every single one of these players in this lobby step up if they want a chance to enter tomorrow. Game 5 Slayer. We're here on Streets. We found ourselves on Street Slayer many a times for a big moment like this. Who's going to come out on top? That we're going to find out literally just in several seconds. Here we go. Space Station Gaming, Cloud9. Boys, it's over to you.
Shopify Rebellion, OpTic, SSG, and FaZe. Only one other team has made a top 4 here in 2025, and they're going after SSG right now here in the Game 5. Cloud9 already have a top 4 under their belt. Only 4 teams can move to a championship Sunday. It would be an incredible upset here, but SSG, they're built to win tournaments.
This is the player to watch for me in this game, Lucid, a former MVP. Will he step up and help lead his team to victory? And a great start if you're an SSG fan, up 3-0 and Camo in the hands of Stellar.
4-1 start here, Lucid with the Stalker, and now you have Stellar here with the Camouflage. Cloud9 are going to really be tested. How do you respond when your backs are against the wall? Well, you find Stellar over toward the heaven side. He's baited right into the hands of Bubudubu.
Really unfortunate death there on that with that camo. That decisions like that, plays like that, come back and haunt you. And let's see if SSG can recover.
Manny and Bubudubu stuck over toward the PD side. Lucid and the rest of SSG going to try to surround them here. Sav going right after Lucid, though. A huge kill. Reinforcements are in, and Cloud9 neutralize the situation just a bit. Manny survives, and Septify is able to go at Stellar. Eco on the high ground. He needs his kill.
Eco gets taken out. Would have been great if he could milk his life a little bit, and Septify gets one as well. That's 2 members down for SSG. Snakebite in a compromised position. Stella gets the back smack, and now Snakebite alone in the red room, and he falls as well. And just like that, we're all tied up 9-9.
Took a direct route in order to take down SSG, and now with Septify going right after a perimeter. They're going for map control as they take space on Space Station Gaming.
Couple seconds till that camo spawns. Big kill right there on Septify. Sap trying to stay alive, plays live. He's down to 1 shot, and camo in the hands of Eco.
This will be a huge double push coming out of Space Station Gaming. Septify is over toward the heaven side. You're going to have to identify that quickly as Eco just checking every single corner. He knows that Cloud9 like to play a little bit ratty at times like this.
2 players in PD. Eco has a lot of info right now. Jumps on Heaven. Great shots on Bubu. Great positioning out of Eco. Gets a double. Looking for the triple on Septify. Gets the triple kill. Big play.
Bubu clears them out. But SSG still hold on to a 4-kill advantage on board now with Snakebite, who finds an interesting angle towards Manny, and now identifying exactly where Cloud9 are looking to push. They want the strong side of the map over toward the top B side. SSG covering every single other angle, and this is the collapse that SSG are known for as the damaged players from Cloud9 are being forced back. SSG clear things out and get a 7-kill advantage.
C9 dropping life flies. Perfect execution, perfect push out of SSG. 2 players in front of Lucid. He has the red gun. Nice use of the repulse and gets the stick as well, making it look easy.
Stalker still in the hands of Lucid. And this is bad. This is where bad turns to worse, because you're just taking way too much damage and forcibly backing down in every single one of these engagements. And SSG are not going to allow you to escape. They smell blood in the water, and they're willing to strike right now. Cloud9, something has to change.
Great positioning out of Lucid, doing so much damage for his squad. And once again, that camo is going to be a factor. Great kill out of Lucid. Septify finally takes him down. And let's see if who's going to get this camo. If SSG gets it, they could really take this game out of Cloud9's hands. It's already looking like that, down by 10.
Yeah, double-digit advantage here for Space Station Gaming. Active camouflage coming up that Cloud9 have no way of grabbing a hold of. It's impossible to get resources if you continue to be sent to the respawn screen. And now Eco, one of the more calculated players in the league with the camo.
This is looking really scary for Cloud9. This is that swing moment in the game, Tony. Either you close the deficit and make this game close, or this one's going to get blown out of the water.
Eco consistently checking those corners that Cloud9 are famous for baiting. SSG looking to make no mistakes on this one. They have the lead and they're looking to be the ultimate front runners in this one. They're not trying to blow with 29 kills. 30 kill mark has been reached, at least for one of these squads.
31-18 as Lucid takes down Manny. Eco just getting some free shots. And total map control in the favor of Space Station right now as you're seeing Manny trying to rotate over Arcade. And Eco once again playing this middle part of the map, just being the information giver to his team right now. And Snakebite finds Sab, goes down by a flank. Great job by Manny getting his way behind the whole Space Station team.
Yeah, that's a big kill coming out of Manny right there, but what do you do after it? Was there any follow-up to those plays? Because right now you need multiple round of slays that go your way, and you allow Eco to get a huge kill on Deceptify across the map here, and now Cloud9 forcibly having to back down again. They don't have the numbers, they don't have the space, and Space Station, they will take it.
Once again, Camo is going to be something to play for in about 15 seconds. If Cloud9 can get their hands on it, maybe they can close this deficit, turn it into a single-digit kill game. But you know, each kill that SSG gets, they're just getting inching closer and closer to that 50 kill mark. Great grenade takes down Eco. Red Gun still in the hands of Manny, doing a lot of damage. Throws down the Shroud and tries to stay alive.
And Stellar goes into the Shadow Realm in order to take him down. Active Camouflage sits towards that mid-map, but taking way too much damage there. And everywhere that Stellar is trying to find the exit route, there's a member of Cloud9 there. Eco somehow sneaks away with the Camouflage, which is crazy. This should have been Cloud9's.
Another camo for Eco, makes his way over to Trash, and now looping around. Boo Boo and Septify in his sights, doing some great damage, but Septify finds his way out of there. Great job as Stellar gets the cleanup, and now another kill opportunity, but we'll take the trade there for SSG, up by 12 kills, only need 12 more to win.
It's game number 5
big double
here.
kill out of Lucid, looking with the teabags and the confidence.
Lucid letting them know 10 more kills away from taking this game 5 and stamping their ticket to Championship Sunday. Lucid not done just yet, but neither are Cloud9 as they find the flank of Lucid, and a couple kills going their way, but they're gonna need much more than that.
9 kills left to go for SSG, and they will punch their ticket to Championship Sunday. Big deficit to come back for if you're Cloud9, but that's a start right there as Manny takes down Lucid.
It was a huge kill that goes his way, but you gotta think to yourself, is it too little too late? You find yourself down a dozen kills. Snakebite and his SSG roster do not blow leads, and it's because of plays like that. Putting down damage but never chasing, allowing your teammates to come in for those cleanups, and every single trade that happens is one that favors Space Station Gaming, inching them closer and closer to not just a win, but to tomorrow.
What could be the final camo spawning in 5 seconds. If SSG gets their hands on this camo, it might as well be over. And Stellar with a big win on Septify. 5 kills left to go, and once again, Eco gets the camo. That's his 3rd camouflage in a row. 4 kills left to go for Space Station.
Ultimately, one squad wipe away from taking them down, and although back-to-back kills favor Cloud9 and Space Station Gaming that are putting down max damage on the map, Manny goes down, bringing them just 2 kills away. Sab gonna sit in Arcade. Can he bait this out?
2 kills left to go. Sab by himself in Arcade. All 4 members of SSG in great positions to help each other out. They know they're 2 kills away from a ticket to Championship Sunday. Tony, 2 kills away from a guaranteed top 4 finish here at your opener.
Cloud9 know what's on the line, and they are so hesitant to push SSG. They know one false move is going to cost them this game, is going to cost them this series here. But Eco takes things into his own hands just a little bit, but hold on, both Lucid and Eco fall, but Snakebite coming in with a clutch kill onto Manny. Understands that he's in a bit of a 1v2, so finds a different route. Eventually Snakebite goes down, but look how much time he's able to buy. Eco is here.
Here we go, 1 kill left to go. It looks like Eco and Stellar want to play a little bit aggressive. and close this one out, but Cloud9 sticking together. And we see Stellar trying to make his way in. Stellar a bit compromised here. Boo Boo takes him down, 49-42. What a miraculous comeback it would be if Cloud9 can somehow win this game, but all things are looking good for SSG right now as Eco once again pushing in, not able to get that fight. Lucid spots one, and there you have it. Space Station Gaming will be going to Championship Sunday. Wow, what a performance out of SSG.
Wow. Cloud9, they fought tough. They put themselves in a position just a few kills away from ultimately getting the upset on Space Station Gaming, but SSG, they had a lead and they're not once to throw it away, and sadly, just like Chick-fil-A, we ain't gonna be seeing C9 tomorrow.
Cloud9 had a fantastic run, pushing SSG all the way to the brink. And after that Game 4 win in overtime, Tony, I really was thinking that Cloud9 might do the unthinkable and take down SSG. But hey, that's what we talked about, right? You got the veterans on the side of SSG. They locked in and got the win when it matters most. And now they're going to be one of your 4 teams you're looking at tomorrow.
It's getting a little bit nervous at the end there, lads. That last kill, they wanted it real bad, and they were just like, we're just going to go get it, whatever. And that's where it starts getting so mixy, and I've seen the most crazy stuff happen in situations like that where you just want to close it out. You're like, oh, we've done the hard work. We've had, what, nearly a 16-kill lead at one point. I mean, that one little kill, if you slip up, these teams will punish you. It got awfully close. It was such a snowball. Awfully close there. I won't tell you what my wish was earlier at 11-11. But it came true, guys. I
wonder what it was.
I wonder what it was. It's past the watershed. I can say stuff like that now. Wow. Space Station Gaming coming out the gates, looking a little cold at certain points, you know, in that series. But the fact that they get it done, ice up, you know, you both said it best. They have that experience to get something like this done, where their back is against the wall, everything is on the line. It really is. You know, it's late at night and they either do this or they go home and they don't even see a Championship Sunday. Fantastic scenes from Space Station Gaming. They should be really, really proud. And I think it says something about their teamwork in general, right? You know, you have to have teamwork in order to get something like that done. Just before we close things out on the desk here, Goofy, takeaways from that series in particular for Space Station heading into tomorrow.
Yeah, for Space Station, honestly, as an ex-player, series like this, the nail biters going into like a Sunday, they are actually the best thing that could happen for a team like SSG, who we keep saying they're like a slow burn, but they've had Friday, they've had Saturday to kind of go through all their tough matches, and now they're going into a Championship Sunday with a lot of confidence coming out of such a nail-biting series. You got to be feeling good if you're SSG.
Yeah, I mean, I will say, you clutched it out, and I think you did fantastic in that you earned your right to make it to a Championship Sunday. But now I'm also looking forward to a Championship Sunday. And I'm thinking, like, if we copied and pasted that exact series and what happened there against the likes of who is in championships, like the OpTics, the Shopifys, the phases, do you win that? I feel like SSG are probably still going to do some film review, still going to try to tweak some things a little bit and look even better tomorrow.
Cannot wait. Gentlemen, thank you so much for all your hard work today, tonight. It's been so much fun, especially getting a couple of extra series in there. Folks at home, I know yesterday was cut short, but I hope you are entertained. We threw in a couple of series for you guys and your good fortune. Amazing day 2 here in Arlington. I hope you guys get some rest. You're going to need it because tomorrow is Championship Sunday, and we'll see you bright and early for more HCS Arlington Major. It's #1 kickoff, and it's already amazing. See you guys tomorrow.
really